Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1161 to Chapter 1243. Xianxia, go back. Xiao shouted crazily. He wanted to send Xianxia back without thinking. Big brother Xiao, let me do one last thing for you. Xianxia smiled at Xiao. Her eyes were filled with endless gentleness and longing. However, in the next moment, her eyes became extremely cold, rumble, and ancient, mysterious, and vast power erupted from Xianxia's body. Her red dress fluttered like a ball of flowing flames. She exuded an aura of peerless magnificence. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, beautiful beyond compare. A terrifying aura flowed around her body. At this moment, her aura changed drastically. It was as if she had turned into an invincible empress who looked down on the world. She slowly stretched out her slender hand and turned it into a blazing sword light, slashing towards demon god King Bo Sun. No, Xianxia. Xiao seemed to have thought of something. His eyes immediately turned red. His eyes were filled with extreme fear as he roared crazily. However, it was too late. Demon god King Bo Sun's terrifying fist collided with the dazzling sword light. Rumble, the surrounding void violently trembled. The radiance was dazzling and resplendent to the extreme. That resplendent sword light was eternal and seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. It actually split apart the demonic light and ruthlessly slashed demon god King Bo Sun's body. You are a spiritual venerable? Damn it. How are you still alive? Demon god King Bo Sun's exasperated voice came from the terrifying divine light storm. Immediately, the surrounding void trembled violently. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, another 3 figures soared into the sky. The old goat held the demon saint scepter in his hand. His body shone brightly as he turned into an old man with white hair and beard. He wore hemp clothes and straw sandals. His entire body exuded a vast and majestic aura, overflowing with an ancient aura. The moon god's aura was cold. She was wearing a white dress. She instantly soared into the sky like a fairy from the moon palace. Her aura was mysterious and powerful. Behind her, there seemed to be a full moon rising. In the distance, the void seemed to break open in an instant. An ancient monk with his palms together walked out from an unknown world. He looked very strange. His whole body exuded 2 different kinds of aura. Half of it was vast Buddhist light, and the other half was monstrous demonic chi. It seemed as if he was divided into 2 halves from the middle. His face looked somewhat terrifying. This ancient monk was actually the devil Buddha that Xiao had seen in the 8 Desolates region. However, at this moment, the auras of the old goat, moon god, and demon Buddha seemed to have changed. Their bodies emitted an ancient and vast mysterious fluctuation, as if they had changed into another person. Their auras were incomparably powerful. Rumble, rays of light exploded in the void, and the boundless demonic light was annihilated. Demon god King Bo Sun seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body trembled violently, and he was actually sent flying backwards. Xianxia's red dress fluttered in the wind, and her beauty was peerless. Her eyes seemed to have a resplendent sword light rising, bringing with it an invincible sword intent that could split the heavens and earth. At this moment, Xianxia, old goat, moon god, and demon Buddha had a vast amount of divine power rising from their bodies. Like 4 resplendent pillars of divine light, they enveloped demon god King Bo Sun. The scene before them not only shocked demon god King Bo Sun, but also everyone else. No one knew what had happened. Why were the 4 of them able to emit such terrifying aura fluctuations? Good. Very good. Spirit Sage, Beast Saint, Moon Mother, and Buddha Lord, I thought you guys had really survived. I didn't expect you to only leave behind a trace of your soul. Is this the backup plan you guys left behind? Do you really think you can kill me with just a few traces of your soul? Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes blazed with killing intent, and became incomparably gloomy. What he didn't expect was that the 4 great divine generals under Spirit Sage, Beast Saint, Moon Mother, and Scarlet Dragon War God actually left behind a backup plan, and completely awakened at the crucial moment. The 4 terrifying auras were incomparably powerful, making him very wary. One must know that although Spirit Sage, Beast Saint, Moon Mother, and Buddha Lord were the 4 great divine generals under Scarlet Dragon War God in name, demon god King Bo Sun knew that the 4 of them were actually good friends of Scarlet Dragon War God. Moreover, they were the peerless geniuses of the several terrifying forces in the divine realm. Although they only left behind a trace of their soul, they were still able to emit a terrifying aura when attached to Xianxia and the others, especially Xianxia and Demon Buddha. These two people made Demon God King Bo-sun extremely wary. The sword intent on Xianxia's body was vast and majestic, growing and multiplying endlessly, making Demon God King Bo-sun vaguely feel as if he was seeing Spirit Sage a million years ago. And Demon Buddha gave Demon God King Bo-sun a very strange feeling, as if Buddha Lord himself wasn't dead at all. That half-devil, half-Buddha aura made Buddha Lord's power incomparably terrifying. Bo-sun, you should have died a million years ago. I didn't expect that after a million years, you would still dare to continue your evil deeds. Then, let's end it today. Xianxia said lightly, her voice was incomparably cold, like a wind chime ringing in the void. What? Everyone was shocked as well. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The four great divine generals actually didn't die? This is just too unbelievable. Ha ha ha. With the four great divine generals, Demon God King Bo-sun will definitely die. War God World is saved. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and their eyes were filled with excitement. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you hear what Demon God King Bo-sun said? The four great divine generals are only left with a remnant soul. Whether they can kill Demon God King Bo-sun or not is still unknown. That's right. I hope the four great divine generals can completely eliminate Bo-sun, otherwise our war god world will really be in danger. Everyone was excited, some were worried, and each of them had different expressions. So, the power hidden in Xianxia's body was really left behind by Spirit Sage. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly as a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. After finding Xianxia in Sealed World, Ling Xiao felt that with Xianxia's cultivation, it was impossible for her to have such terrifying power. At that time, he faintly felt that there was an incomparably powerful power sealed in Xianxia's body. Although he had some guesses at that time, Xianxia was already poisoned by the seven soul dissipating soul light, so Ling Xiao had no way to investigate. But he didn't expect that it was actually the power left behind by Spirit Sage in Xianxia's body. At this moment, an indifferent voice was transmitted into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Kid, you are the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God. I hope you can carry on his legacy and kill Demon God King Bo-sun. With the four of us, we can only trap Bo-sun at most, but we can't kill him. When we trap him, you take the wordless heavenly book and enter his sea of consciousness. If you can completely destroy his primordial spirit, Bo-sun will definitely die. This is our only chance. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned before he reacted. The voice just now came from Xianxia, or rather, the spiritual sage. Alright. But... Senior, Xianxia has been poisoned by the seven souls dispersing soul light. If I take the wordless heavenly book, will her life be in danger? Ling Xiao asked after some consideration. He was also testing the spiritual sage's attitude. He wanted to see if the spiritual sage did not care about Xianxia's life and was prepared to take over her body. Don't worry. I am just a remnant soul. After this battle, I will completely dissipate. In a while, I will temporarily seal the seven souls dispersing soul light. As long as you can kill Bo-sun in time and devour his primordial spirit, you will be able to find the way to remove the seven souls dispersing soul light. The spiritual sage seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said indifferently. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao immediately felt relieved. Rumble. At this moment, Demon God King Bo-sun had already attacked the four great divine generals. Although Demon God King Bo-sun's strength had not fully recovered, his vision was still extremely high. He could naturally see that the power of the four remnant souls could not last long and was very superficial. Therefore, after a short period of shock, he did not take the four great divine generals seriously. A million years ago, the four great divine generals were not his opponents when they were at their peak. Now, with only four remnant souls left, how could they suppress him? Boom. Demon God King Bo-sun's eyes seemed to shoot out a black divine light. That was the demon god's eye. It contained an incomparably mysterious and vast power, as if it could analyze the laws of heaven and earth and predict the enemy's moves. Previously, when the Supreme True Dragon and Ling Xiao fought, he used the demon god's eye and caused Ling Xiao to suffer a great loss. Clearly, demon god King Bosun attached great importance to the four divine generals, so he directly used demon god eyes. He threw a punch at the four great divine generals. His fist was unstoppable and contained an unparalleled power. Ha ha ha. Fellow cultivators, I didn't expect that we would meet again after 1,000,000 years. Today, let us destroy Bosun completely. Then, I can die in peace. The beast saint laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with a monstrous battle intent. The demon saint's scepter in his hand swept across the sky, shattering the void in all directions. At the same time, there seemed to be a mysterious black hole floating behind him, containing a power fluctuation that could devour everything. Kill. The Moon Mother simply spat out a word. 2 bright moons flew out from her eyes and intertwined with each other. They spun rapidly and slashed towards Bosun with unparalleled sharpness. Bah. If I don't enter hell, who will? The Buddha Lord smiled faintly. However, half of his face was covered in Buddhist light while the other half was covered in demonic chi. He punched out with unparalleled ferocity. It actually contained the power of Buddha and demonic chi, perfectly fusing together in this punch. It was like a Vajra destroying the world, terrifying beyond compare. The last spiritual sovereign didn't say a word. She simply slashed her sword towards Bosun. Her red dress fluttered like a flowing flame. It contained an incomparably mysterious and powerful aura, causing the sword intent around her to rise to the extreme. Even Dugu Chobai couldn't help but open his eyes at this moment. His gaze revealed a trace of astonishment. If Dugu Chobai's sword was the sword of human Tao, containing destruction and vitality, boundless and unparalleled, capable of destroying the heavens and creating the world with one slash, then the spiritual sovereign's sword was the sword of heavenly Tao. It contained a mysterious concept of supreme indifference and a mysterious spirituality. When the sword fell, it seemed to have cut through the laws of heaven and earth, broke through time and space, and destroyed all traces of fate. It went straight for Bosun's true soul. The 4 great divine generals attacked at the same time. Even though Bosun knew that they were only remnant souls and couldn't maintain their power for long, his gaze couldn't help but turn serious at this moment. Rumble, heaven and earth rose, and the light was blazing. Endless primal chaos fog enveloped the 5 of them. Strange scenes constantly appeared, and then they were quickly destroyed. The demonic saint's scepter bore the brunt of the attack. It was like a heavenly pillar collapsing as it violently collided with Bosun's fist. In an instant, the demonic saint's scepter violently trembled and demonic saint was directly sent flying by Bosun's fist. 2 resplendent moons intertwined and came from behind Bosun, slashing towards his neck. Bosun didn't even look back and directly punched out. The 2 resplendent moons were directly destroyed by his fist. Bosun, who had the demonic god eye state, was simply invincible. However, most of his attention was still on the Buddhist lord and spiritual sage. Whether it was the Buddhist lord's state of demonic Buddha unification or the spiritual sage's sword of highest heavenly Tao, they both made him feel extremely threatened. Boom, Buddhist light illuminated 3,000 worlds as demonic energy surged. The Buddhist lord's fist was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a fist that could split heaven and earth apart. It actually directly shattered Bosun's fist. At the same time, the spiritual sage's sword of highest heavenly Tao also fell. A snow-white sword light traversed the sky. It was mighty and contained an incomparably terrifying sharpness, as if it wanted to completely annihilate everything. The Buddhist lord and spiritual sage's attacks seemed to have instantly caused Bosun to fall into a dangerous state. Roar! Demon monarch Bosun suddenly let out a roar that shook the heaven and earth. This roar was like the roar of a primordial true demon. Endless demonic light rose from Bosun's body as a supreme true demon phantom appeared behind him. A monstrous giant hand slammed down towards the Buddhist lord and spiritual venerables. Rumble! The Buddhist lord's incomparably ferocious fist was directly shattered, while the spiritual sage's monstrous sword instantly split the phantom of the supreme true demon into 2 halves. Bosun seemed to have expected this. The murderous intent in his eyes blazed as he instantly shifted behind spiritual sage. The aura around his body was incomparably ethereal as he shrunk to a height of 16 feet. He avoided the sword and then pointed his finger towards spiritual sage's forehead. The ancient demonic finger was like a heavenly pillar, exuding an eternal and inextinguishable murderous intent. It wanted to completely destroy the murderous intent around spiritual sage. Suppress. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk heaven and earth trembled violently, and the light was dazzling. A mysterious bronze temple appeared in the void, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. It was vast and unparalleled, as if it came from the nine heavens' divine world. It was terrifying beyond compare. Suppress. 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 At the same time, three ancient syllables rang out in the void, containing boundless power. Behind the monster saint, the Moon Mother, and the Buddha Lord, a bronze divine palace appeared, flowing with a mysterious light. The light was extremely bright. Every single bronze temple was suffused with boundless chaotic mist, and they contained extremely terrifying energy. Their auras intertwined with each other, and they seemed to have formed an extremely vast grand formation. The four bronze palaces instantly enveloped demon god King Bo Sun. Is the true purpose of the bronze temples to seal demon gods? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, revealing an incomparably shocked expression. He had seen the bronze temples in the depths of the Eight Desolates region, primitive ancient mine, time cave, and other places. At that time, he felt that the bronze temples were extraordinary, and perhaps it was related to the Scarlet Dragon War god. Now that he saw the four great generals summon the four bronze temples, he understood. What? This is the demon-suppressing divine temple that bastard Scarlet Dragon left behind. How can you activate it with your strength? Demon god King Bo Sun's expression changed instantly, as if he was flustered and exasperated. There was even a trace of unconcealable fear in his eyes. 9 demon-suppressing divine temples to suppress the war god world. You want to kill your way into the war god world by every means possible. Besides wanting to obtain the wordless heavenly book, I'm afraid you also think that no one can activate the demon-suppressing divine temple. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Dragon War God had already expected this day and left behind a backup plan. Bo Sun, prepare to die. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as she said faintly. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk 4 bronze palaces floated in the void. Endless chaotic mist rose. Instantly, 4 chaotic-colored chains containing terrifying power shot out from the palaces and wrapped around Bo Sun. Bo Sun's body trembled, and he prepared to escape without thinking. However, the 4 bronze temples intertwined with each other, sealing the void in all directions. Demon god King Bo Sun had no chance of escaping. Whoosh! The 4 primal chaos chains instantly pierced through demon god King Bo Sun's protective demonic light, and abruptly wrapped around him. I can't accept this. You want to seal this king with just 4 remnant souls? I want to see how long you can last. When this king escapes, all of you will die, all of you will die. A furious roar came from Bo Sun's mouth, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Beams of demonic light rose, but they were all suppressed by the 4 bronze temples. Demon god King Bo Sun's body was trapped in the 4 bronze temples, and he had no way of escaping. As for the Spirit Elder, Demon Saint, Moon Mother and Buddha Lord, the 4 great divine generals, their complexions were incomparably pale. Although they were able to activate the 4 demon-suppressing divine palaces, their strength was rapidly being consumed. Although the power of the demon-suppressing divine palaces was terrifying, it was impossible for them to completely annihilate demon god King Bo Sun. Ling Xiao, it's up to you now. The Spirit Elder's voice transmitted into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the Spirit Elder's body emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, instantly sealing the power of the 7 souls' scattered soul light. The wordless heavenly book turned into a stream of light, and instantly flew back into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Senior, don't worry. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness, and he instantly leaped up, flying into the bronze temples. At this moment, demon god King Bo Sun was completely sealed by the demon-suppressing divine palaces. No matter if it was his physical body, divine power, or primordial spirit, they were all sealed by the demon-suppressing divine palaces. At this moment, demon god King Bo Sun was at his weakest. Ling Xiao understood the Spirit Elder's meaning. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill demon god King Bo Sun in one fell swoop. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Rumble, in the center of the 4 demon-suppressing divine palaces, endless primal chaos mist interweaved, like a world of primal chaos. Ling Xiao flew into it, and immediately saw demon god King Bo Sun's body pierced by 4 chains. Although his body was slightly trembling, he seemed to have lost consciousness. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he directly sat cross-legged in the primal chaos mist. The wordless heavenly book wrapped his primordial spirit, and instantly rushed into demon god King Bo Sun's sea of consciousness. It was a great taboo for the primordial spirit to rashly rush into another sea of consciousness, especially when one's cultivation was lower than the others. It was almost certain death. This was the first time Ling Xiao's primordial spirit had left his body, but this was also due to demon god King Bo Sun being sealed by the demon suppressing divine palaces. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had the protection of the wordless heavenly book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rush into demon god King Bo Sun's sea of consciousness. Boom, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly. At this moment, demon god King Bo Sun was powerless to stop Ling Xiao, and could only watch as Ling Xiao entered his sea of consciousness. Demon god King Bo Sun's sea of consciousness was like a world of darkness. It contained boundless demonic light, as if it was the origin of the demonic path. In the center of the sea of consciousness, there was a bright light spreading out. It was a strange crystal that contained boundless power, and at this moment, it was imprinted on the forehead of demon god King Bo Sun's primordial spirit. That was the Godhead. The so-called Godhead was a crystal formed by a divine spirit realm expert who had obtained the recognition of the laws of the realm of gods. It contained the majority of the divine spirit realm expert's power. Just like Ling Xiao, he had reached the three gods realm, but he had yet to enter the realm of gods. Without the recognition of the laws of the realm of gods, he naturally couldn't condense the Godhead. After condensing the Godhead, the battle strength of a divine realm expert would increase by a terrifying amount. Rumble, at this moment, demon god King Bo Sun's primordial spirit was also pierced through by 4 primal chaos chains, and was firmly bound. However, his consciousness was still clear. When he saw Ling Xiao, his eyes immediately revealed a ferocious killing intent. Wordless heavenly book? Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid that I will activate the 7 souls dispersing soul light and kill your little lover? Demon god King Bo Sun sneered. Previously, he had sensed that Ling Xiao's wordless heavenly book was suppressing the 7 souls dispersing soul light in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. At this moment, when he saw Ling Xiao bring the wordless heavenly book into his sea of consciousness, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Bo Sun, you are still bluffing. You can't even protect yourself, so how can you activate the 7 souls dispersing soul light? Stop stalling for time, you will definitely die today. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Ling Xiao's primordial spirit emitted a resplendent golden light, and his body was filled with dragon's might, as if he had turned into a golden divine dragon. He punched towards demon god King Bo Sun. At the same time, divine power rose behind Ling Xiao, as vast as the sea. The heaven-devouring divine sea appeared, turning into a boundless devouring whirlpool, and began to devour the primordial spirit power emitted by demon god King Bo Sun. And, with a mere divine spirit realm cultivation, do you really think that you can kill me with the wordless heavenly book? Demon god King Bo Sun's eyes were blazing with killing intent. He knew it was useless to say anything now. Seeing Ling Xiao charging towards him, his body was also enveloped in demonic light. One of his arms suddenly pulled the chain of primal chaos and swept it towards Ling Xiao. Although the power of the demon-suppressing divine palace was terrifying, it could only completely suppress demon god King Bo Sun's body. However, it seemed to be lacking in power against his primordial spirit, and could easily drag the 4 primal chaos chains. If the 9 demon-suppressing divine palaces were to move at the same time, they might be able to completely suppress demon god King Bo Sun. Unfortunately, the 4 great divine generals' power was limited, and could only activate 4 demon-suppressing divine palaces. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the 2 fists collided, and a dazzling radiance burst out. Ling Xiao felt a destructive power spreading towards his primordial spirit, and the wordless heavenly book flashed, and instantly devoured that power. With the protection of the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao seemed to be in an invincible position. However, demon god King Bo Sun's strength was too terrifying, and this was demon god King Bo Sun's home ground. Ling Xiao had no way to completely destroy demon god King Bo Sun's primordial spirit. An intense battle erupted in demon god King Bo Sun's sea of consciousness. Endless divine light rose, and terrifying divine power interweaved, terrifying to the extreme. This was a pure battle of gods. If the primordial spirit was heavily injured, the body would probably suffer irreversible damage. Therefore, this battle was incomparably dangerous. Ling Xiao and demon god King Bo Sun's primordial spirit were fiercely fighting, and the four great divine generals outside were also using all their strength to activate the demon-suppressing demon god King Bo Sun. Seeing that demon god King Bo Sun was suppressed by the demon-suppressing divine palace, those demon gods seemed to have gone mad. They all fearlessly rushed towards the four great divine generals, wanting to save demon god King Bo Sun. But how could the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the others let them succeed? Many powerhouses surrounded the four great divine generals, and an extremely intense defensive battle broke out. Countless powerhouses of the devil race died in battle, and blood flowed like rivers. In the end, Dugu Chobai directly took action. A sword ray swept across the world with endless destructive power. Several demon gods were instantly slain by his sword. With the addition of Dugu Chobai, everyone was like a tiger that had grown wings. Their confidence was boosted, and they began to encircle and kill the demons. Just as a fierce battle was going on in the heavenly devil ancient land, Ancestor Xianxia, Shaman King Qi Kongjue of the Sorcerer tribe, and Heavenly King Bai Wuliang of the Heavenly Human tribe stood in the chaotic void. A light screen was in front of them, clearly displaying the scene of the great battle in the heavenly devil ancient land. Fellow Taoists, can you make your move now? Qi Kongjue's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit that was eager to give it a try. Seeing the four demon god palaces sealing Bo Sun and Ling Xiao rushing into the demon god palaces to kill Bo Sun, Qi Kongjue immediately couldn't hold back. No, now is not the time. Bai Wuliang's eyes flashed, and he slowly shook his head. Brother Bai is right. Now is not the time to make our move. Bo Sun's battle strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid he already has the battle strength of a heavenly god. Even if the three of us join forces, we won't have the slightest chance of victory. If we make our move now, it's equivalent to helping Bo Sun break the demon god palaces. Let's continue to wait, and hope that Ling Xiao can seriously injure Bo Sun with the wordless heavenly book. When the other side is completely defeated, that will be the time for us to make our move. Zhongsu's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. How boring. Wouldn't it be better if we just rush over and fight? You two really like to play tricks. Qi Kongjue curled his lips and said with some dissatisfaction. However, he also knew that Bai Wuliang and Zhongsu were speaking the truth. If they were to make their move now, they might really die in the hands of Bo Sun. Qi Kongjue, let alone Bo Sun, even that human Dugu Chobai, are you his match? Zhongsu looked at Dugu Chobai on the screen of light with a trace of strange light in his eyes and said slowly. Dugu Chobai? That guy is too abnormal. When Dugu Chobai was mentioned, Qi Kongjue's eyes revealed a trace of fear. To be able to cultivate to the deity realm in the human world was already a peerless talent and incomparably heaven-defying talent. However, this guy actually comprehended the foundation of the Saint Tao. This was simply too frightening. Dugu Chobai used the power of destruction and life to kill Bo Sun's Myriad transformations demon body. Qi Kongjue, Bai Wuliang, and Zhongsu were all stunned when they saw the scene. They believed without a doubt that if that sword was aimed at them, they would definitely die without the slightest chance. Using the Saint Tao sword in the human world is simply the path to death. Right now, his vitality has been greatly damaged and he can't deal with us anymore. However, we still have to be on guard. So, let's wait and see the result of this battle. Bai Wuliang finally spoke. Clearly, he was also very afraid of Dugu Chobai. The luck of the human race is truly enviable. The war god's world has already produced the heaven-defying Dugu Chobai and Ling Xiao, who has reached the three-god stage. How generous is the heavens to the human race? Zhongsu also sighed softly. That's right. To be able to reach the three-god realm in the human world, his talent is not inferior to Dugu Chobai's foundation of the Saint Tao. It can be said that as long as Ling Xiao dies, he will definitely become a saint in the future. Unfortunately, he obtained the wordless heavenly book. A man's wealth is his own ruin. He will definitely die this time. Bai Wuliang nodded and said. The three supreme experts stood in the void and watched the battle in the heavenly devil ancient land. They were ready to take action at any time. In the demon-suppressing divine palace, the battle between Ling Xiao and Bo Sun's soul had already lasted for 3 days. The spiritual elder and the other 4 great divine generals were also on the verge of collapse, as if they couldn't hold on any longer. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. If Ling Xiao was unable to kill Bo Sun, then Bo Sun would really be able to escape from his predicament. In Bo Sun's sea of consciousness, the battle between Ling Xiao and Bo Sun seemed to have reached its final stage, rumble. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly as it floated above Demon God King Bo Sun's sea of consciousness, emitting an eternal light. Demon God King Bo Sun's body emitted demonic light, but after being illuminated by the wordless heavenly book, it instantly melted like snow. Ling Xiao's body shone with resplendent light. Under the support of the wordless heavenly book, he was incomparably ferocious. His strength was extremely powerful, and each of his punches contained an incomparably terrifying power. Demon God King Bo Sun roared again and again. In these 3 days, although he possessed an extremely powerful strength, he was greatly restrained by the wordless heavenly book, causing him to be riddled with wounds. Demon God King Bo Sun knew that with the wordless heavenly book, he would not be able to injure Ling Xiao's primordial spirit at all. The reason why he was able to hold on until now was because he felt that the 4 great divine generals would not be able to hold on for so long. Once the 4 great divine generals could no longer hold on, his opportunity would come. Ling Xiao also understood this point, so his attacks were incomparably ferocious. Furthermore, he used the power of the wordless heavenly book to continuously attack Demon God King Bo Sun. In these 3 days, Demon God King Bo Sun's injuries accumulated, and in the end, he began to weaken. Rumble, suddenly, demonic light rose from Demon God King Bo Sun's body. The few primal chaos chains seemed to be unable to support his strength and were directly broken by Demon God King Bo Sun. Ling Xiao, without the Demon God King Bo Sun, all of you will die. Ha ha ha. Demon God King Bo Sun let out a wild laugh, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. His primordial spirit had already broken free from the binding of the primal chaos chains. This meant that the 4 great divine generals' strength had weakened to the extreme. Soon, his body would be able to break free from the suppression of the Demon God King Bo Sun. Rumble, heaven and earth violently trembled, and the 4 bronze palaces began to tremble. Wind and cloud surged, and endless divine light shone dazzlingly. The 4 great divine generals' figures seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Not good. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the others revealed a worried look. Until now, Ling Xiao had not killed Demon God King Bo Sun. If the 4 great divine generals really could not hold on, then they would really be finished. Brothers, let's go. This time, we must not let Demon God King Bo Sun escape. We must help Master completely destroy Bo Sun. A sharp light flashed in Mu Linfeng's eyes as he spoke to Xianxia and the others. He was dressed in white and had a heroic bearing. He looked extraordinary and there was a mysterious aura flowing around his body. Boom, he instantly soared into the sky, and the light around him was dazzling. In the void, the shadow of a 7-colored gourd appeared, revealing an ancient, mysterious, and vast energy fluctuation. Yes, senior brother. The other 6 brothers all shouted at the same time and soared into the sky at the same time. Their bodies were all shining with dazzling light. Rumble, Mu Linfeng's group of 7 had devoured the 7 evils gourd's 7 evils origin force. At this moment, they were half flesh and half magic treasure. There was a mysterious connection between them. At this moment, the 7 of them soared into the sky at the same time. 7 resplendent rays of light fused together and turned into a 7-colored gourd. It flowed with 7-colored multicolored light and instantly flew down towards the devil-suppressing divine palace. Boom, the violently struggling demon god King Bo Sun seemed to have been suppressed by some terrifying power and instantly became very obedient. The 7 evils gourd floated above demon god King Bo Sun's head and the 7-colored light completely sealed him. 7 evils gourd? Damn it, how can a mere mortal world have such a treasure? In his sea of consciousness, demon god King Bo Sun's origin spirit was incomparably gloomy as he coldly said in disbelief. With the 7 evils gourd suppression, it was almost impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. Bo Sun, you will die today without a doubt. Die. Killing intent flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes and he instantly threw a punch at demon god King Bo Sun. Don't think that the wordless heavenly book is an invincible existence. Ling Xiao, since you don't know life from death, this king will fulfill your wish. Demon God King Bo Sun's eyes revealed an extremely gloomy light as his killing intent blazed. Boom, the light around him was resplendent as his aura rose rapidly as if it contained an extremely terrifying power. Endless demonic light gushed out. Behind him, in a black vortex, an eye seemed to appear. That eye suddenly opened, and a black light containing the purest destructive power rushed towards Ling Xiao. The power of the demon god's eye was actually activated by Demon God King Bo Sun's origin spirit. That black light was like the light of annihilation. It contained an incomparably terrifying power, and it instantly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as if he was not surprised at all. He still rushed towards Demon God King Bo Sun. Freeze! Ling Xiao suddenly spat out an extremely ancient syllable that contained a mysterious power. That terrifying black light seemed to be frozen in the void. The power of the Age of Time was activated. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation of the Three Gods realm, he could already barely activate a trace of the power of the Age of Time without suffering too much of a backlash. However, his body still trembled as if his origin spirit was about to collapse. What? Demon God King Bo Sun felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. His entire body seemed to be fixed in the void by some kind of power of law. Next, Ling Xiao instantly pounced on him. His entire body emitted a mysterious fluctuation of fate. A void flame burned in the void and slammed down on him. Ling Xiao's entire body was burning. The void fire spread as if it had reached Demon God King Bo Sun's body in an instant. You! How can you activate the power of the Age of Time and the art of reversing fate? Demon God King Bo Sun was not only shocked at this moment, but also terrified. Although he knew that the Scarlet Dragon War God had the Age of Time and the art of reversing fate, the power of time and the power of fate were too mysterious. Even a divine king would find it difficult to comprehend them. He did not think that Ling Xiao could activate the power of these two divine techniques. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao had not used these two divine techniques before. He had been enduring until now, but at the crucial moment of the divine war, they erupted. This time, Demon God King Bo Sun was caught unprepared. Rumble, the void fire could also be said to be the fire of fate. It was the power of Ling Xiao's reversal of fate. It instantly enveloped Demon God King Bo Sun. Under the superposition of the power of time and the power of fate, even if Demon God King Bo Sun was as strong as a divine king, he was still severely injured. Boom! Just like a resplendent crystal shattering, Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit exploded into hundreds of pieces, each of which contained boundless power. The wordless heavenly book's radiance was dazzling as it instantly enveloped the hundreds of primordial spirit fragments. However, Demon God King Buishuan's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even after being heavily injured by the Heaven's Will secret technique, he actually didn't die completely. He was still resisting the wordless heavenly book's devouring. Ling Xiao could feel that Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit was extremely powerful. Especially that godhead, which seemed to contain a trace of Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit, allowing him to not die immediately. Rumble, Ling Xiao made a prompt decision and urged the wordless heavenly book with all his strength. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly as if it had turned into a vast chaotic world, instantly swallowing Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit fragment and godhead. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit also instantly flew into the wordless heavenly book. Damn it, you ant! How could you possibly kill me? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Demon God King Buishuan's roar resounded, but it came to an abrupt end in an instant. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless or relax in the slightest. He sat cross-legged in the wordless heavenly book and began to frantically devour Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit fragment. Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit fragment contained an extremely terrifying and boundless power. It was simply a great supplement for the wordless heavenly book at this moment. Most of the power was devoured by the wordless heavenly book, while the purest power was fed back to Ling Xiao, causing his primordial spirit to skyrocket. Most importantly, Demon God King Buishuan's primordial spirit fragment contained Demon God King Buishuan's memories, experiences, cultivation methods, and other important information. At this moment, all of it was devoured by the wordless heavenly book and completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao was receiving Demon God King Buishuan's inheritance. It was even more thorough than receiving Demon God King Buishuan's inheritance. as if it had completely devoured him. This is the cultivation method of the Myriad transformations demon scripture? It's indeed mysterious and unfathomable. Demon god King Buishuan actually obtained it from the ancient ruins of the demon realm? Legend has it that it's cultivation method of the Myriad transformations demon saint. Although it is somewhat incomplete, it can help me condense the origin source demon bone. Ling Xiao immediately became overjoyed after absorbing the information from the soul fragment. Demon god King Bo Sun's 10,000 transformations demonic scripture was incomparably wondrous. It was not as simple as a mere clone. Every 10,000 transformations demonic body was a life, and could be said to be immortal. The reason Ling Xiao obtained the origin demon bone was because his primordial spirit was too weak to refine the origin demon bone. Secondly, he didn't have a powerful martial art to refine the origin demon bone into a doppelganger. Now, after killing demon god King Bo Sun, the conditions to refine the origin demon bone were all met. He instantly took out the origin demon bone. While cultivating the Myriad transformations demon scripture, he used demon god King Bo Sun's boundless primordial spirit to refine the origin demon bone in preparation for refining his avatar. Outside. With the 7 evils gourd suppressing demon god King Bo Sun, the pressure on the 4 divine generals was greatly reduced. However, their remnant souls were already on the brink of exhaustion. They were just trying their best to hold on. Although Ling Xiao had already shattered the soul of Bo Sun demon god king, the people outside did not know about this, and continued to suppress Bo Sun demon god king. Rumble, on the war god continent, countless experts rushed to the heavenly devil ancient land, preparing to do their part in exterminating the demons. But on this day, a strange change suddenly occurred in the sky. Endless lightning fell from the 9 heavens, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. A mysterious passageway seemed to have appeared in the sky. Dazzling divine light fell from the passageway. It was gorgeous and mysterious. Boundless divine Tao laws filled the air, and endless lightning rose. It was as if the void had shattered. From that passage, 6 mysterious figures floated down. These 6 figures stood in the 9 heavens, staring down at the vast war god continent. Their eyes gleamed with sharpness and were incomparably indifferent, like divine dragons looking down on ants. Their bones exuded a coldness as if they were looking down on the common people. There were men and women among those 6 figures, and each of them had an incomparably terrifying aura. Their bodies were filled with resplendent divine light and boundless divine might. They were all divine realm experts. This is the war god's world, the place where war god Scarlet Dragon descended? The world's spiritual energy is so thin, and the divine Tao laws are incomparably weak. It looks very ordinary. A cold voice slowly sounded. On the surface, it looks ordinary, but I can feel that there are some places here that I can't see through. Maybe there are still experts from the war a million years ago that survived. If we can capture them, we can naturally understand the situation of this world very quickly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. We can just push through. In a mere mortal world, I don't believe that anyone dares to defy our divine decree. The most important thing this time is to search for the wordless heavenly book. No matter what, the wordless heavenly book can't fall into the hands of the demon realm. We must bring it back to the divine realm. The 6 divine realm experts conversed with each other. They didn't conceal their aura at all, so when they appeared, it instantly caused a commotion in the entire war god continent. It also attracted the attention of Xianxia, Bai Wuliang, and Qi Kongjue. Experts from the divine realm have descended? Not good. If they discover the anomaly in the heavenly devil ancient land, I'm afraid we're done for. Qi Kongjue's eyes revealed a trace of unsightly expression. He could feel that the aura of the 6 figures was extremely terrifying. They were all true god realm experts, and they weren't any weaker than them. The descent of 6 true gods was enough to sweep across the war god continent. Even Xianxia, Bai Wuliang, and Qi Kongjue had to avoid them. The descent of the divine realm experts is both a good and bad thing for us. Although we can finally return to the divine realm, the wordless heavenly book can't fall into their hands. It can only be in the hands of our 3 races. Xiangxia's eyes flashed with killing intent as he slowly said. What's the use of saying so much? Bai Wuliang, you're the smartest. Quickly think of a way to deal with these 6 troubles. Qi Kongjue looked at Bai Wuliang and urged. Why do we have to deal with them? There's no need to go through so much trouble. We can just go out openly and bring the 6 of them to the heavenly devil ancient land. Bai Wuliang's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf? Zhang Su's eyes also lit up. What do you mean by driving the tiger to devour the wolf? Bai Wuliang, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid that those 6 fellows will directly attack us? Qi Kongjue touched his head and asked doubtfully. Bai Wuliang looked at him helplessly and explained, the situation in the heavenly devil ancient land is too complicated. It's still unknown who will win. No matter who wins, I'm afraid that we won't be able to take the wordless heavenly book that easily. Why don't we let those 6 fellows take the lead and explore the heavenly devil ancient land? That's right. Dugu Chobai's sword isn't that easy to receive. Although those 6 true gods have extraordinary strength, they're too arrogant. I'm afraid that they'll suffer a great loss in the hands of Dugu Chobai. Let them fight among themselves. Zhang Su also sneered. Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue were plotting. The reason why they were so afraid of the 6 real gods was that, besides wanting to take the wordless heavenly book for themselves, there were no real gods from the heavenly human tribe, the god-burying tribe, or the sorcerer tribe among the 6 real gods. 1,000,000 years had passed. They were not clear about the current situation in the divine world. They also did not know the situation of the heavenly human tribe, god-burying tribe, and sorcerer tribe. Hence, they did not dare to act rashly. In the end, Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue chose to appear at the same time. With the 3 of them working together, even if the 6 real gods wanted to deal with them, they would be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, they believed that the wordless heavenly book would be more attractive to the 6 real gods. Greetings to the 6 of you. With a flash of light in the void, Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue appeared in front of the 6 real gods. Rumble, the 3 of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. All of them had the cultivation of the true god realm. People from the heavenly human tribe, god-burying tribe, and sorcerer tribe? There was a glint in the eyes of the 6 real gods. When they saw Bai Wuliang and the other 2, they were surprised. Bai Wuliang and the other 2 did not conceal their aura and cultivation. Hence, the 6 real gods could easily see their origins. Are the 6 of you from the divine world? We know the whereabouts of the wordless heavenly book. It is in the heavenly devil ancient land now. If you are late, it will fall into the hands of demon god King Bo Sun. Bai Wuliang's eyes flashed as he looked at the 6 real gods in front of him and said slowly. At this moment, he finally saw the appearance of the 6 real gods clearly. The leader was a young man wearing black armor and holding a halberd in his hand. His aura was powerful and extraordinary. His face was completely covered by the helmet, only revealing a pair of incomparably cold eyes. One of them was an old woman wearing a white robe and holding a walking stick. She had a ruddy complexion and white hair. Her eyes were filled with indifference and sharpness. Her entire body exuded an extremely powerful sword essence. It was a burly man covered in demonic qi. He wore beast skins and had bulging muscles. His aura was incomparably powerful, and he carried a heaven-splitting axe. His physical body was extremely powerful. Among the last 3 true gods, one was a middle-aged man who was surrounded by ghostly energy as if he was hiding in the void. One was a young man who was wearing golden armor and had golden light flowing all over his body. The last one was a general who was sitting on a tyrannical tiger divine beast. He was surrounded by a murderous aura and carried with him an endless aura of conquering. They are the true gods of the War God Temple, Supreme Tao Palace, Heaven Devouring Sect, Heaven Ghoul Race, Gold Clan, and Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom? Bai Wuliang recognized the 6 of them almost instantly, and his body trembled slightly. Among the 6 major forces, the War God Temple and Taishang Dao Palace were considered the pinnacle great sanctuaries in the entire god world. Their strength was boundless. Although the Sky Devouring Sect, Heaven Ghoul Tribe, Gold Clan, and Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom were slightly weaker, they were still extremely powerful. The forces behind the 6 real gods made Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue extremely afraid. When Bai Wuliang and the other 2 were sizing up the 6 real gods, the 6 real gods before them were also sizing them up. The young man in black armor from the War God Temple had a sharp glint in his eyes as he said indifferently, "What do you mean?" How much fighting strength does demon god King Bosun have left? He was not surprised by the appearance of the experts from the heavenly human race, god-burying race, and sorcerer race. After all, since he came from the god world, he naturally had an incomparable understanding of the battle a million years ago. With the lifespan of Bai Wuliang and the other two, it was not a problem for them to live until now. However, the name of demon god King Bo Sun made the six real gods' faces change slightly. Obviously, they were very clear about the terrifying meaning of this name. Now, the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God, Ling Xiao, is leading many experts to fight against demon god King Bo Sun in the heavenly devil ancient land. However, demon god King Bo Sun is too powerful. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't worry, demon god King Bo Sun should only have the fighting strength of a complete true god realm. Moreover, he has already been severely injured. Bai Wuliang understood the concerns of the six real gods and said slowly. If the name of demon god King Bo Sun scared them away, the loss would outweigh the gain. The Scarlet Dragon War God already has an heir? That means Ling Xiao has obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God? A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the young man from the War God Temple and his face turned slightly gloomy. That's right. Not only did he obtain the wordless heavenly book, but he also cultivated the War God technique. His physical body has become a god, and his strength is extremely powerful. Bai Wuliang said faintly and told them everything that had happened during this period of time. When the young man from the War God Temple heard that Ling Xiao had obtained the wordless heavenly book and cultivated the War God technique, his face turned gloomy and even revealed a hint of killing intent. Where is the heavenly devil ancient land? Let's go. The young man from the War God Temple said faintly, but the coldness and killing intent in his voice had already seeped into his bones. Bai Wuliang and Zhongsu looked at each other secretly. Then, the three of them led the six real gods and flew towards the heavenly devil ancient land. In the heavenly devil ancient land, almost all the demon clan experts and demon gods had been slaughtered. This piece of land flowed with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was like an azure hell. Not only the demon clan experts, but the experts of the various holy lands had also suffered heavy losses. They had died at the hands of the demon clan. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Above the void, 4 demon-suppressing divine palaces floated in the sky. Endless chaotic mist filled the air and suppressed demon god King Bo Sun. The 7 evils gourd flowed with 7-colored light. It was dazzling and mysterious. It contained an incomparably vast power that enveloped the chaotic mist. With the 7 evils gourd's addition, the spiritual sage, demon saint, moon mother, and Buddha Lord were able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, they were almost exhausted and had almost no strength to continue fighting. In particular, the remnant souls of the demon saint and moon mother had completely dissipated. Only the spiritual sage and Buddha Lord were still holding on. The old goat's eyes were filled with sadness. Although he knew that it was only a remnant soul of the demon saint, he still felt as if his father was by his side and had never left. The moon god's feelings were the most complicated. She originally thought that the moon mother would possess her and completely occupy her body. However, she didn't expect that the moon mother would only borrow her body to launch the final battle against demon god King Bo Sun. Moreover, before her death, the moon mother had completely passed on her inheritance to the moon god. The moon god was dazed. She felt as if she was the moon mother herself. Inside demon god King Bo Sun's sea of consciousness. Originally, the hundreds of soul fragments contained incomparably powerful energy. Although Bo Sun's soul was shattered, there was still a trace of powerful willpower that resisted Ling Zhao's devouring and refining. However, with the addition of the origin demon bone, Bo Sun's willpower quickly melted like snow. Ling Zhao's yuan spirit was sparkling and translucent. He sat cross-legged in the endless world of darkness. Opposite him, the origin demon bone seemed to have taken on his appearance, except that it was pitch black and emitted endless dark demonic qi. It was devouring the fragments of Bo Sun's yuan spirit. After Ling Xiao comprehended the Myriad transmuting demon scripture, he separated half of his soul and fused it with the origin demon bone. Under the suppression of the wordless heavenly book and the refinement of Bo Sun's powerful soul, the origin demon bone was completely refined by Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's soul was shining with golden light, while the origin demon bone avatar was suffused with black light. The two figures sat cross-legged in the void, both emitting a powerful and mysterious aura, as if they had fallen into a state of enlightenment. Although half of Ling Zhao's soul had been severed, his soul rapidly recovered as he constantly devoured the power from the fragments. Moreover, it began to swell. The power of the origin demon bone avatar was incomparably terrifying. After being refined by Ling Xiao, the terrifying power contained in the origin demon bone avatar seemed to erupt, and its aura became increasingly powerful. Although the origin demon bone avatar looked exactly the same as Ling Xiao, its entire body was covered with demonic light and boundless demonic energy, as if it was a supreme true demon. Anyone who saw this Ling Xiao would feel as if he was a true demon god. The power of the soul fragments was rapidly consumed, and all of Bo Sun's memories, experiences, and martial arts were completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also obtained the detoxification method of the seven soul dispersing light from Bo Sun's primordial spirit. He was overjoyed. Once he completely refined all the primordial spirit fragments, he would be able to detoxify Xianxia. The mysterious aura between Ling Zhao's soul and the origin demon bone avatar grew stronger and stronger, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Ling Zhao's body was also undergoing an incomparably wonderful change. Rumble, the void of the heavenly devil ancient lands seemed to be torn apart by some terrifying force. Endless turbulence spread out, and dazzling divine light shone in all directions. 9 incomparably powerful figures descended upon the heavenly devil ancient land. Naturally, they were the 6 true gods, Bai Wuliang, Zhongsu, and Qi Kongjue. Who is it? The expressions of the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the others changed as they stared at the 9 figures. They could feel that the auras of the 9 figures were extremely terrifying. They were even more powerful than those demon gods. Each of them was as majestic as the sea. It was as if a divine king had descended from the 9 heavens, causing everyone to tremble. They are people from the god realm? The few experts from the ancient demon tribe who had followed the old goat stared at the 6 real gods. Their eyes were filled with solemnity and surprise. They could feel that the auras of the 6 real gods were as vast as the sea, as well as the powerful divine Tao Law. It was not something that they, who had stayed in the god of war's world for millions of years, could compare with. Dugu Chobai's eyes also flashed as he stared at the 9 experts in front of him. There seemed to be some kind of sharp sword radiance flowing in his eyes. People from the god realm? These few words were like a bolt of lightning that shook the heavens and the earth, causing everyone to be shocked. Oh no! The gate of the god realm has opened at this time? They must be here for the wordless heavenly book on Master. No matter what, we must stop them. We must not let them disturb Master. I can feel that Master has reached the final juncture. Soon, he will be able to completely destroy Bo Sun. Zhu Ganlia's anxious voice was transmitted into the sea of consciousness of the old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and Dugu Chobai. Zhu Ganglai could feel that Ling Xiao was currently in a mysterious state of cultivation. It was very likely that he had already eliminated demon god King Bo Sun. He didn't even have the time to be happy and excited. He didn't expect the experts of the god realm to descend at this time. If it were by Wuliang, Zhongsu, and Qi Kongjue, it would be fine. With Dugu Chobai's strength, they might be able to resist for a while. However, the auras of the 6 real gods were too terrifying. It was obvious that they were at their peak. They were no match for them. Zhu Ganglai could only pray that the 6 real gods would not see through Ling Zhao's current state so quickly. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would really be in danger. The 6 real gods looked indifferent. They did not put the old goat and the others in their eyes. In their eyes, the old goat and the others were no different from ants. Their gazes fell on the 4 demon-suppressing divine halls, the 7 evils gourd, the spiritual sage, and the Buddha Lord. The spiritual sage and the Buddha Lord? You are still alive? That's not right. You are just 2 remnant souls. The eyes of the young man from the war god temple flashed. He instantly saw through the real situation of the spirit sage and the Buddha Lord. In his opinion, the cultivation of Xianxia and the devil Buddha was not strong. It was just that they had a strong remnant soul power attached to them. They came from the god realm. Naturally, they knew about the battle a million years ago. They also recognized the spiritual sage and the Buddha Lord. That is, the 7 evils gourd? I did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the mortal world. And the woman attached to the spiritual sage has such a miraculous physique? Hong Tianzhao, I can give up the wordless heavenly book. However, the seven evils gourd and that woman belong to my Taishangdao palace. The eyes of the old woman from the Taishangdao palace were filled with blazing light. She looked at the seven evils gourd and Xianxia as if they were supreme treasures. Seven evils gourd? The eyes of the other real gods also lit up. They weighed the pros and cons. Although the seven evils gourd was extremely precious, they did not want to provoke the group of lunatics from the Taishangdao palace. Therefore, they did not say anything. You are from the war god temple? Quickly retreat. Don't disturb us from suppressing the demon god King Bo Sun. The spiritual sage frowned slightly. She was currently presiding over the demon-suppressing divine hall with the Buddha Lord. She did not have the strength to fight these real gods. Moreover, she was very clear that these people were definitely here for the wordless heavenly book. Spiritual sage? You are just a remnant soul. Are you qualified to order me? Now, I am going to destroy Bo Sun and take back the wordless heavenly book of my war god temple. I advise you not to obstruct me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not taking into account Lord Crimson Dragon's old friendship. The young man from the war god temple was called Hong Tianzhao. He glanced at the spiritual sage and smiled coldly. Rumble, the aura around his body was extremely terrifying, and a powerful fighting spirit flowed around him. His divine power rose up, and he strode towards the spiritual elder. His gait was majestic, and his eyes were cold, causing the space around him to violently tremble. Stop. Dugu Chobai's eyes flashed as he stood in front of Hong Tianzhao with the ancient sword in his hand. He was wearing a black robe that fluttered in the wind. He was tall and slender. Although his face was ordinary, his eyes were extremely bright as if there were two rays of sword light condensing in them. The aura around him was mysterious as he blended in with the surrounding heaven and earth. He exuded a sword intent that surprised Hong Tianzhao. There is such a powerful sword cultivator in the mortal world? The door to the divine realm is closed. You are indeed talented to be able to ascend to the divine realm with your own strength. Kneel down and pledge your loyalty to me. I can bring you to the divine realm and let you join the war god temple. Hong Tianzhao said flatly with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Let me borrow your sword to defeat you first. Dugu Chobai said calmly as the battle intent in his eyes became more intense. When he fought against demon god King Bo Sun, he used the sword of Saint Path recklessly and suffered a great backlash. However, he still stood up for Ling Xiao. Especially Hong Tianzhao, who was in front of him, was a true god of the divine world at his peak. He wanted to see how strong the experts of the divine world were. Arrogant. You are just a divine spirit realm expert. How dare you say that you can defeat me with a single strike? Fine, I will show you the martial arts of the divine realm. It is not something that you can imagine. Hong Tianzhao sneered as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Rumble, the aura around him was extremely vast as rays of divine light gathered on his palm. He clenched his fist as the light around him blazed. He then threw a punch at Dugu Chobai. Invincible divine fist. Hong Tianzhao's punch was extremely ferocious. He was like an invincible god of war. The surrounding void collapsed. The endless power of the void gathered on this punch, giving it the power to annihilate everything. This was a divine realm martial art that contained vast divine Dao law. When Hong Tianzhao threw out the punch, it had the aura of light that illuminated the world. Good timing. Dugu Chobai's eyes glinted as he slowly raised the ancient sword in his hand. Rumble, the boundless sword light was extremely terrifying, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. It contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. This was the power of the destruction sword Dao. Although Dugu Chobai did not use his full strength, the power of this sword strike was still extremely terrifying. What? Hong Tianzhao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Dugu Chobai's sword strike made him feel an uncontrollable fear, as if he was going to die in the next moment. He was only at the true God realm, so he couldn't understand the vastness and terror of the Saint Dao. However, he had a feeling that he was facing an invincible God King. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled violently. Hong Tianzhao's terrifying invincible divine fist was shattered. A terrifying sword radiance flashed, and in the next moment, it slashed his chest. Crack, innumerable runes exploded on Hong Tianjiao's body. That was the power of his powerful defensive armor. However, it was severely damaged by this sword strike, causing its light to dim. Hong Tianjiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying thousands of feet away in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned ghastly pale. He felt that if it wasn't for his powerful defensive armor, he would have been cut in half by Du Guqiubai's sword strike. How could a mere expert of the divine spirit realm possess such terrifying power? What? The other 5 true gods were also in disbelief. They didn't expect Hong Tianjiao to be defeated by Du Guqiubai with a single strike. Hong Tianjiao was a core disciple of the war god Hall. His strength was extremely terrifying, and he had a god-king realm ancestor behind him. Even the other 5 true gods couldn't say for sure that they could defeat Hong Tianjiao. Only Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue weren't too surprised. However, when they sensed the terrifying aura of Du Guqiubai's sword strike at such a close distance, they were still extremely shocked. That sword strike was able to kill demon god King Bo Sun's Myriad transformation's demon body. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. That powerful sword intent made the 3 of them feel extremely solemn. Fortunately, the 6 true gods were the first to act. Otherwise, if the 3 of them were to act rashly, not only would they fail to get the wordless heavenly book, but they might also die in Du Guqiubai's hands. Very well. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect a peerless genius like you to appear in the mortal realm. However, a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing if he dies. Just like that sword strike just now, how many strikes can you make? Kid, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then die. Hong Tianjiao's eyes revealed a trace of cold murderous intent. Why are you wasting your breath on them? A bunch of ants, how dare they stop us? They are simply courting death. Kill them. As soon as Hong Tianjiao finished speaking, the old lady from the Supreme Doctrine Palace, the Gold Clan, the Sky-Devouring Sect, and the other true gods sneered coldly. Their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. How could they not see that Du Guqiubai was trying to stall for time? Therefore, they all acted immediately. Rumble, the 6 true gods' auras were extremely terrifying. Each of them was majestic as they charged towards the 4 demon-suppressing divine halls. Stop them. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the others' eyes changed. They roared angrily as they charged towards the 6 true gods in the void. Although Du Guqiubai had defeated Hong Tianjiao with a single strike, each time he used the sword of the holy path, he would suffer a great backlash. However, facing the 6 true gods, although his face was pale and his aura was chaotic, his eyes were still sharp as he charged towards the void with his sword in hand. Zhu Ganglai and the others made their moves. A fierce battle between the true gods broke out in an instant. However, the power of the 6 true gods was too terrifying. After exchanging blows, they realized that they were no match for the 6 true gods. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and the true gods that they brought along could not even withstand one strike from the 6 true gods. They retreated in defeat. Only Du Guqiubai and Zhu Ganglai managed to hold back the 4 true gods and were fighting fiercely with them. Although Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue's eyes flickered, they were wise enough not to make a move. Hong Tianjiao and the old woman from the Supreme Dao Palace also noticed that Bai Wuliang and the other 2 did not make a move. Although they were incomparably furious, they did not flare up at this moment. Instead, they chose to attack the 4 devil-suppressing divine halls. After all, the wordless heavenly book was the most important. Boom, Hong Tianjiao punched out, and the fierce fist print instantly enveloped the 4 devil-suppressing divine halls. It contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. The spiritual sage and the Buddha Lord looked at each other, and there was a bitter smile in their eyes. Buddha Lord, you don't have to defend anymore. Help me protect this girl and suppress the 7 souls dispersing soul light in her sea of consciousness. Let me do something for that brat before I die. Take care of yourself. The spiritual sage looked at the Buddha Lord, and there was a trace of determination in his eyes. Spiritual sage, don't worry. I will protect this girl. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? You go first, and I'll come later. The Buddha Lord's face showed a carefree smile, and he nodded calmly. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled violently. There was a powerful divine light storm above Xianxia's head, and it turned into a blazing sword radiance. The sword radiance was vast and terrifying, and it contained an extremely powerful power. Then, it suddenly exploded, and it split into hundreds of millions of bright sword radiances. It was like a cage, and it enveloped Hong Tianzhao. At the same time, the Buddha Lord came to Xianxia's side in an instant, and he slapped his palm on Xianxia's head. At the same time, a mysterious chanting sound came from his mouth, and a sparkling relic flew into Xianxia's sea of consciousness. Boom! The relic was formed by the Buddha Lord's lifetime of Buddhist power, and it contained the power to purify everything. It was extremely mysterious. Although there was no way to completely cure the poison of the seven souls dispersing soul light, it could suppress the power of the seven souls dispersing soul light. The Buddha Lord's body was shining with dazzling light. A ray of devil light and a ray of Buddhist light intertwined, and it turned into an extremely mysterious power, and suddenly suppressed the four real gods. The Buddha Lord seemed to have transformed into Tao. His entire body exploded, and he turned into a bright rain of light. The Buddhist light spread, and the mysterious chanting sound intertwined. The aura around him was incomparably pure, as if it was going to completely purify the world. Originally, the pressure on Dugu Chobai and Zhu Ganglai was extremely great. But the Buddha Lord's resplendent attack before his death, and immediately enveloped the four real gods, and gave them a chance to breathe. Rumble, without the support of the spiritual sage and the Buddha Lord, the four halls, as if they were attracted by some mysterious power, they slowly disappeared into the void, and returned to their original positions. Only the seven evils gourd was left in the void, emitting 7 beams of brilliant light. Cheese Buddha God, and S. Jesus. He had a solemn look, Chi, and Cheese, he SGS looked to him. Twos, God. Buddha Wuha. Lili to God. Him. At this moment, demon god King Bosun no longer had any signs of life. Moreover, a majestic devouring force was emitted from his body, as if it was devouring demon god King Bosun's power. God King God is dead? Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping me. Hong Tianzhao laughed loudly. Then, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He punched Ling Xiao. Since God King God was dead, the wordless heavenly book would naturally fall into his hands as long as he killed Ling Xiao. Hong Tianzhao didn't think of capturing Ling Xiao alive. He knew how terrifying the wordless heavenly book was. Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book in his hands, and his physical body had become a god. His strength was unparalleled. If Ling Xiao really woke up, it was hard to tell who would win. As the saying goes, take the enemy's life when they're down. Hong Tianzhao's heart was extremely ruthless. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The old woman from the Taishangdao Palace took the opportunity to rush towards the Buddha Lord's gourd. Old woman, don't even think of hurting my master. A clear voice came from the Buddha Lord's gourd. Instantly, a rainbow-colored light shone, as if it had turned into an extremely powerful barrier. It blocked the old woman from the Taishangdao Palace. Hearing the words old woman, the old woman from the Taishangdao Palace turned green. Her face turned ugly, and her murderous intent blazed. You're courting death. The murderous intent around him was blazing. A black sword radiance was spat out from his fingertip. It contained an extremely terrifying power as it pierced towards the Buddha Lord's gourd. The sword radiance was extremely powerful, as if it was the sword of heaven. It contained a ruthless intent as if it wanted to destroy everything. The old woman's strength is too strong. Brothers, get out of the way. A strange voice came from the Buddha Lord's gourd. Instantly, the Buddha Lord's gourd shone brightly. It suddenly shattered into 7 resplendent divine rainbows, dodging the power of the sword radiance. Then, it instantly condensed back into the Buddha Lord's gourd. Demon god King Bosun is dead. Kill. Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue felt that demon god King Bosun no longer had any signs of life. Instantly, murderous intent flashed across their eyes as they attacked at the same time. Rumble, the aura of the 3 of them was extremely terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the 6 true gods. They also charged towards Ling Xiao. Bai Wuliang and the other 2 had been waiting patiently for a long time. Finally, they found the best opportunity. Moreover, they felt that Ling Xiao seemed to have reached the critical moment of a breakthrough. If they didn't attack now, it would be too late. Under the joint attack of Hong Tianzhao, the old woman from the Supreme Doctrine Palace, Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue, even the Buddha Lord's gourd couldn't withstand the attacks of the five true gods. The enchantment that it had formed was also on the verge of collapsing. It was as if it could shatter at any time. Rumble, finally, the Buddha Lord's gourd couldn't withstand the terrifying attacks of the five true gods. The seven-colored enchantment that it had formed exploded. No. The old goat, Taoist Wu Liang, Jin Se, Shui Wei, Moon Goddess, and the others were extremely worried as they shouted. However, they were too weak. Even Shui Wei couldn't withstand the power of the five true gods. The eyes of the five true gods were filled with cruelty. Ling Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in front of them, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They could crush him to death at any time. Kill. Murderous intent flashed across Hong Tianzhao's eyes. A terrifying fist print was about to land on Ling Xiao. At this moment, Jin Sei's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Like a dancing flame, her speed was extremely fast. Instantly, she appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Rumble, a terrifying aura exploded from Jin Sei's body. It was a peerless sword essence. It was as if it was going to break the 9 heavens. It was eternal and immortal. It contained a vast and unparalleled power. Jin Sei's eyes flashed and a snow-white sword light slashed towards Hong Tianzhao. This is regal sword essence? How is this possible? The eyes of the old woman from the Taishangdao Palace were filled with shock, which then turned into ecstasy. In the Taishangji Palace, only those who had comprehended the Taishang sword were true disciples of the Taishangji Palace. This was because the path to the Taishang sword was the Taishang way of the sword, which represented the foundation of the divine path. The supreme path of the divine path was the foundation of every martial arts holy land. However, in the Taishangdao Palace, there might not even be 1 out of 10,000 disciples who could comprehend the Taishang sword intent. However, in this mere mortal world, a person who had never cultivated the Taishangdao martial arts could actually comprehend the Taishang sword intent. This was simply a rare genius of the Taishangdao. The old woman from the Taishang Palace immediately decided that she must bring this girl back to the Taishang Palace and nurture her. Hong Tianzhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Although the sword essence contained in this strike was vast and unparalleled, it was a pity that the difference in cultivation between him and Jin Se was too great. Jin Se was no match for him at all. Therefore, when his fist landed, it directly shattered the blazing sword radiance. Bang, as if struck by lightning, Jin Sei's face instantly turned pale and a trace of bright red blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her body flew out, severely injured by Hong Tianzhao's punch. Sister Jin Se. Shui Wei's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. She immediately rushed to the sky and caught Jin Sei's body. Boom, at this moment, there seemed to be a dense black light between Jin Sei's eyebrows, exuding an evil, dark, and ancient aura. Moreover, there was a mysterious 7-colored light flickering from within. This time, Jin Se forcefully used her own strength. Although she managed to block Hong Tianzhao's attack, she could no longer suppress the 7 souls dispersing soul light in her sea of consciousness. Even the Saraira of the Buddha Lord was useless. Jin Se could feel her life force slipping away at an alarming rate. Even her vision was turning blurry. You're Shui Wei, right? Big brother Ling Xiao told me about you, and I can tell that big brother Ling Xiao likes you. Unfortunately, I can't stay by his side anymore. Shui Wei, promise me that you'll take good care of brother Ling Xiao for me. Jin Se grabbed Shui Wei's hands tightly, her entire body trembling, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shui Wei's eyes were red and her entire body was trembling. A line of hot tears welled up in her eyes, as if they were about to flow out at any moment. Hearing Jin Sei's words, Shui Wei's voice carried a hint of sobbing. Sister Jin Se, don't die. Young master has waited for you for 10,000 years. You are his life. If you die, young master will be very sad. Sister Jin Se, I have a lot of spirit pills here, many healing spirit pills, I'll help you heal. Shui Wei took out a spirit pill and fed it to Jin Se. Jin Se stopped her and smiled weakly. Silly girl, it's no use. The poison of the seven souls dispersing soul light was something that even divine medicines could not cure. Promise me you'll take good care of big brother Ling Xiao for me. Seeing Jinsei's expectant gaze, Shui Wei's entire body trembled. Sparkling tears fell from her eyes as she nodded silently. Thank you. Jinsei smiled weakly and directly fainted. The poison of the seven souls dispersing soul light? Hearing these words, the expression of the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace changed greatly. The seven souls dispersing soul light was an extremely tyrannical divine ability of the demon race. It was extremely famous in the god realm. It was said that if a saint was poisoned by the seven souls dispersing soul light, they would be tortured half to death. She did not expect Jinsei to be poisoned by such a strong poison. It must have been left behind by the demon god King Bo Sun. If you don't want her to die, quickly hand her over to me. I have the supreme emotion for getting water, it can cure the poison in her body. The old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace hurriedly said. It was not easy to find an exceptional genius suitable for the Supreme Tao martial arts. If she died like this, it would be too much of a pity. Shui Wei hugged Jinsei tightly as she looked at the six true gods with eyes full of hatred. Naturally, she did not believe the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace. At that moment, Zhu Ganglia's eyes lit up and he quickly said to Shui Wei, the supreme emotion for getting water is the Supreme Tao Palace's treasure. It can really cure the poison in your body. That's right. This is the supreme emotion for getting water. Quickly, let her consume it. Otherwise, it will be too late. The old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace took out a transparent glass bottle. Within it was half a bottle of crystal clear liquid. It gave off a mysterious light and flowed with an ancient and mysterious Tao rhyme. At that moment, the black light had already enveloped Jinsei's glabella and was spreading towards her entire body. The Buddha Lord Saraira in her consciousness had completely shattered. The dense Buddha light became extremely weak and the seven souls dispersing soul light started to merge into Jinsei's primordial spirit. Shui Wei clenched her teeth. She could feel that Jinsei's current situation was extremely critical. She could only temporarily believe the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace. The old woman from the Taishang Holy Ji Palace opened the transparent glass bottle and pointed with her finger. Dazzling light filled the air. The Taishang passionless water turned into a beam of light and rushed into Jinsei's mind. The supreme emotion for getting water exuded an incomparably ancient and mysterious fluctuation. The seven souls dispersing soul light melted like snow. The supreme emotion for getting water also merged into Jinsei's primordial spirit and began to nourish her primordial spirit, expelling the seven souls dispersing soul light's power. However, the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace frowned when she sensed the situation in Jinsei's consciousness. Not good. The seven souls dispersing soul light has already invaded her primordial spirit. Although the supreme emotion for getting water has eliminated most of the seven souls dispersing soul light's poison, there is no way to completely cure it. It seems that we can only send her back to the sect and ask the sect master and elders to help. The old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace said slowly. Her eyes flashed sharply and she directly put Jinsei into her small world. Stop. Hand over Sister Jinsei. Shui Wei panicked. She pointed the six paths of reincarnation sword at the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace with a cold look in her eyes. Little girl, you must be from the Samsara temple, right? Don't be so impudent. If I hand Jinsei over to you, you won't be able to cure her. The seven souls dispersing soul light's poison has already entered her primordial spirit. Only the elders of the Supreme Tao Palace can remove it. So, I'm doing this for her own good. The old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace's eyes flashed. She felt the aura from Shui Wei's body and was slightly surprised. However, she still spoke calmly. Previously, she looked incomparably arrogant and treated everyone as ants. However, when she felt the aura from Shui Wei's body, she began to speak to her in an equal tone. It was clear that the Samsara temple was extremely powerful in the god world. Boom, suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. The seven demons' gourd's barrier was broken by Hong Tianzhao again. After Jinsei was injured by Hong Tianzhao, the seven demons' gourd once again formed a seven demons' barrier to protect Ling Xiao. However, Hong Tianzhao and the others were too powerful and broke it again, At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely exposed in front of Hong Tianzhao and the others. Hong Tianzhao's eyes showed a trace of cruelty. He punched Ling Xiao's head. The fist print was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to smash Ling Xiao's head into pieces. No! Shui Wei shouted. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. She immediately rushed toward Hong Tianzhao with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sword in her hand. However, it was still too late. Hong Tianzhao's punch was extremely ferocious and unpredictable. It landed on Ling Xiao's head in an instant and blasted Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao disappeared into the void. Hong Tianzhao's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The Ling Xiao in front of him was only an afterimage. The real Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. You all deserve to die. An extremely cold voice came from the void. It contained a monstrous killing intent. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook and the void shattered. Bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens. The lightning was extremely bright and golden. Ling Xiao was surrounded by a chaotic aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was extraordinarily handsome and exuded a terrifying power. At this moment, his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. They shot out as if they were tangible, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Ling Xiao had just woken up from his cultivation state. When he heard the crowd's discussion, he immediately understood what had happened. When Hong Tianzhao's punch came, it was directly dodged by him using the teleportation secret skill. When Ling Xiao heard that Xianxia had been poisoned by the 7 souls dispersing light and was on the verge of death, he immediately went berserk. Shui Wei was right. Xianxia was Ling Xiao's life. She was his reverse scale. Anyone who touched her would die. Therefore, when Ling Xiao heard that something had happened to Xianxia, his heart was immediately shrouded in a monstrous killing intent. It was as if a vast divine power had been set off in the surrounding void. It's Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is awake. Ha ha ha. Patriarch devouring heaven, these are all experts from the realm of the gods. They are the ones who harmed Patriarch Chongqing. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Out Yin, and the rest of the people from the Chongsun sect were overjoyed. They were all excited. Young master. Sister Xianxia is in this old woman's small world. Hurry up and save her. Shui Wei's eyes were also filled with joy. She hurriedly pointed at the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace. You're Ling Xiao? Kneel down and hand over the textless heavenly book and the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance. Hong Tianzhao furrowed his brows, but his face remained cold as he stared at Ling Xiao and said flatly. Although he wasn't able to kill Ling Xiao and wake him up, in his opinion, Ling Xiao's cultivation was merely at the divine spirit realm, which was a realm lower than his own. Killing Ling Xiao would be an easy task. Ling Xiao did not even look at Hong Tianzhao. With a flash of light, he appeared in front of the old woman from the Taishang Palace. Hand over Xianxia or die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. His voice was emotionless. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Kid, Xianxia has become a disciple of Taishang Dao Palace. You can't even protect yourself. I advise you to think about your own situation. The old woman from the Taishang Holy Ji Palace sneered at Ling Xiao. Master, this old woman gave Mistress the Taishang emotion water. She saved Mistress' life. Zhu Ganglai reminded Ling Xiao through telepathy. She took the Taishang emotion water. Hearing Zhu Ganglia's words, Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but ache. Zhu Ganglai had told him that although the Taishang emotion water could cure Xianxia's 7 souls dispersing soul light, it could also cleanse Xianxia's primordial spirit. Xianxia would forget Ling Xiao completely. She would never remember anything from the past. If that was the case, would Xianxia still be Xianxia? However, Ling Xiao also knew that Xianxia's primordial spirit had already been invaded by the 7 soul dispersing light. If she hadn't consumed the supreme emotion forgetting water, Xianxia would have already died. Ling Xiao could only blame himself for waking up too late. Incomparable self-blame and regret spread in Ling Xiao's heart. Since you saved Xianxia, I won't kill you. Hand over Xianxia. I'll let you go. Ling Xiao suppressed his killing intent and stared at the old woman from Taishang Dao Palace. Ling Xiao, I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me? You're courting death. Hong Tianzhao, who was ignored by Ling Xiao, could not take it anymore. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom, divine power surged around his body, and with a flash of light in his hand, a black heavenly halberd slashed down toward Ling Xiao with a monstrous force. Endless black light filled the air. The heavenly halberd contained an ancient and desolate concept. It was as if it was going to break open a barren world. Scram! Ling Xiao felt the killing intent coming from behind him. Instantly, killing intent rose in his eyes. Golden blood qi exuded from his body, and the tyrannical aura in his body exploded. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out a punch. Like a peerless god of war, the punch contained invincible power. It went straight for Hong Tianzhao's heavenly halberd. Although Hong Tianzhao was a true god realm expert, he was not even comparable to demon god King Bo Sun's great transformations demon body. How could Ling Xiao take him seriously? Moreover, Ling Xiao had reached the triple god realm. He had refined demon god King Bo Sun's flesh and primordial spirit power. His strength had increased tremendously. This fist pressed down on the heavens like an immemorial divine mountain. It actually slammed directly onto the halberd. Boom, boundless divine light burst forth, and streaks of blazing lightning lit up the void. Hong Tianzhao felt an unparalleled divine force rushing towards him, and he was actually struck by lightning. He was abruptly sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. This is the god of war King Fist? Hong Tianzhao's face turned ghastly pale, and there was an unconcealable shock in his eyes. The god of war King Fist was the basic martial art of the war god Hall. It was only a lower divine level martial art. However, there were very few people who could cultivate the god of war King Fist to the complete realm. How could Hong Tianzhao not be shocked when he sensed the aura of the god of war King's fist from Ling Xiao's body? As a genius of the war god Hall, he had only cultivated the god of war King's fist to the greater realm. He had not even reached the small perfection realm, let alone the legendary great perfection realm. Moreover, the 3 Dao flowers above Ling Xiao's head made Hong Tianzhao jealous. It represented the triple god realm. It was a mysterious phenomenon formed by the law of heaven when one's essence, qi, and spirit became a god. Even in the vast realm of the gods, those who could achieve the triple god realm were 1 in a billion geniuses. They were the holy sons and young kings of the various holy lands. Hong Tianzhao was not even in the double god realm. He had only become a god through the law of heaven. Therefore, he was jealous of Ling Xiao and wanted to kill him. However, it was a pity that Ling Xiao's strength was too strong and exceeded his expectations. My friends, let's kill Ling Xiao together. I can share the secrets of the wordless heavenly book with you. Hong Tianzhao said as he pointed at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The other true gods, including Zhang Su, Bai Wuliang, and Qi Kongjue, all had their eyes lit up. They stared at Ling Xiao with cold killing intent. They all wanted the wordless heavenly book. No matter what, they had to kill Ling Xiao first. Even the old woman from the Taishang Palace chose to attack. You must die. Only with your death can the mark in Jinsei's heart be completely erased. Only then can she cultivate the Taishang sword principle faster. The old woman from the Taishang Palace thought to herself. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She could see that Jinsei was deeply in love with Ling Xiao. Although the Taishang emotion water was cleansing Jinsei's primordial spirit, it was hard to guarantee that Ling Xiao had left a deep mark in her primordial spirit. Therefore, she had to kill Ling Xiao to get rid of all future troubles. The 9 true gods had joined forces at this moment. Everyone's bodies trembled, and a trace of shock and worry appeared in their eyes. Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably powerful, actually causing 9 real gods to join hands. But under the cooperation of 9 real gods, could Ling Xiao really win this battle? Even the people from the Chongsun sect let out a look of worry in their eyes. Kill! Hong Tianzhao roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Rumble! The halberd shone with resplendent light as it pierced through the sky, majestically spanning hundreds of thousands of feet. This was the war god shrine's peerless martial art, the great desolate halberd art. It contained an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. As for the other true gods, their attacks were also extremely terrifying, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Chaotic fog filled the air, and vast divine power rose up like an ocean, as though it was going to drown Ling Xiao completely. from Ling Xiao's point of view, these 9 true gods were indeed very strong. If they worked together, they would be able to defeat Bo Sun's demon god king's myriad transformations demon body. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was no longer the Ling Xiao of the past. After reaching the 3 gods' realm, he devoured Bo Sun's soul and flesh. More importantly, after reaching the 3 gods' realm, he almost completely refined the wordless heavenly book and obtained some things left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God. The current Ling Xiao was more than 100 times stronger than before. Hence, regardless of whether it was by Wuliang, Zhongsu, Qi Kongjue, or Hong Tianzhao and the other true gods of the 6 divine realms, they were just a joke in Ling Xiao's eyes. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp and emitted a very strange fluctuation. One of his eyes shone with golden light while the other one was shrouded in black light. Demon Qi rose from his eyes. At this moment, he looked somewhat similar to the demon Buddha, as he emitted 2 types of energy fluctuation, divine power and demon Qi. Ling Xiao had already refined the origin demon bone into his doppelganger. Hence, he was able to mobilize the power of the origin demon bone. At this moment, Ling Xiao's true combat strength could be said to be far beyond an ordinary true god realm expert. A golden fist print swept across the sky, and it was extremely fierce. It directly hit Hong Tianzhao's halberd. Then, Ling Xiao's body was like a golden lightning, and he instantly appeared beside Hong Tianzhao, causing Hong Tianzhao's expression to change greatly. Hong Tianzhao naturally knew that Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong. At this moment, Ling Xiao was close to him. If he were to fight with Ling Xiao in close combat, it would not be a wise choice. Hence, without thinking, he quickly retreated backward. Swoosh, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. He directly grabbed one of Hong Tianzhao's arms and threw it abruptly. Then, he suddenly kicked out and kicked Hong Tianzhao's stomach. Bang, the black armor on Hong Tianzhao's body exploded. Although the black armor was a powerful defensive divine weapon, the power of Ling Xiao's kick was too terrifying. It still caused Hong Tianzhao's body to curl up like a lobster. Then, he instantly flew out. You want my wordless heavenly book? Do you think trash like you deserve it? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His entire body emitted a powerful dragon aura, and there seemed to be a colorful divine dragon that appeared behind him. It was lifelike and contained an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It swept towards the few real gods behind him. Bang, behind Ling Xiao, Bai Wuliang, Zhongsu, and Qi Kongjue were all shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they were swept away by the divine dragon. Their bodies shook violently, and their internal organs were tumbling. It was as if their physical bodies were about to explode. It was extremely uncomfortable. How is this possible? Zhongsu opened his eyes wide in shock. Not long ago, when they were in God Burial Cave, Zhongsu could still feel that even if Ling Xiao used his full strength, he would only be on par with him. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao's fighting power to become so terrifying after such a short period of time. Don't panic. Let's kill him together. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the young man from the Gold Clan. The golden blood qi around him soared into the sky. The golden armor on his body emitted an ancient light, and his hair was also golden. His entire body seemed to be cast in gold as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Roar! At that moment, an ancient and mysterious dragon roar suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's mouth. The sky shook violently. The dragon roar was as if an ancient divine dragon had descended. It emitted an unparalleled ferocious aura. The aura was extremely terrifying, ancient, mysterious, and vast. It was the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. It was the supreme sound attack superpower of the dragon clan. It was also an attack skill and the secret skill of the ancestor dragon. After Ling Xiao condensed the body of the divine dragon, he finally began to release the supreme divine aura of the divine dragon. Kill! Ling Xiao suddenly roared. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely intense. A vast and mysterious bloodline power began to burn around his body. That was the power of the divine dragon bloodline. As the divine dragon bloodline burned, Ling Xiao's aura began to surge crazily. This was the power of the violent dragon divine ability. In the past, Ling Xiao's bloodline power was too weak to support the violent dragon divine ability, so he rarely used it. Now, his divine dragon body was able to support the violent dragon divine ability. The current limit of the violent dragon divine ability was to explode with 64 times the strength. However, if Ling Xiao used 64 times the strength, he would probably explode before he could kill his enemy. Therefore, he used the violent dragon divine ability to increase his strength by 10 times, making his physical body extremely terrifying. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out, shattering the void in an instant. This punch was aimed at Qi Kongjue, causing Qi Kongjue to reveal an extremely horrified expression. Kill. However, Qi Kongjue's ferocity seemed to have been stimulated by Ling Xiao. The sorcerer tribe was originally a tribe that emphasized the refinement of the physical body. The strength of their physical body was not weaker than the demon tribe or the devil tribe. Therefore, he also activated the power of his bloodline. His entire body seemed to have expanded as he punched towards Ling Xiao. Not good. Qi Kongjue, retreat quickly. Bai Wuliang's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly shouted at Qi Kongjue. Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying, causing him to feel a fatal threat. Qi Kongjue, that rash young man, actually rushed forward. This was simply courting death. Rumble, however, his words were still too late. When Ling Xiao punched out, Qi Kongjue's punch was like a piece of paper, instantly shattering. Qi Kongjue's punch was the starting point. His entire body seemed to have been crushed by some kind of terrifying power, instantly exploding into a mist of blood in the void. Until the moment of his death, Qi Kongjue's eyes were still filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Rumble, the devouring divine sea behind Ling Xiao surged, instantly devouring Qi Kongjue's essence and primordial spirit. When one reached the true immortal realm, one's flesh could be said to be a divine medicine that could revive the dead. It was a great supplement for Ling Xiao at this moment. Moreover, Ling Xiao had refined the origin demon bone. He needed a lot of flesh and blood to create a clone for the origin demon bone. Thus, the pitiful Qi Kongjue was killed by a single punch from Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. Good kill. Master is mighty. The old goat, Zhu Ganglai, and the others were pleasantly surprised and laughed out loud. Ling Xiao's strength was peerlessly horrifying. 9 great true gods were actually so weak in front of Ling Xiao. Damn it. If not for the suppression of this world's laws, Ling Xiao would have died without a doubt. Hong Tianjiao roared. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and shock. These 6 true gods were sent down by the supreme existence of the divine world using a great divine ability. Their strength was also very strong, almost all of them were true god realm experts, but under the suppression of the war god world's laws, they were only left with the strength of early and middle true god realm. Ling Xiao's strength was too powerful, actually making them all have thoughts of retreating. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged towards Bai Wuliang and Zhang Su. A blazing sword light shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip. It contained an invincible power and was extremely sharp. Bai Wuliang and Zhang Su's faces changed drastically. Their hearts were filled with fear of Ling Xiao, and they immediately retreated. However, the sword light was too scorching and indestructible. It actually contained a mysterious will of the Tao, which surprised Dugu Choubai slightly. This sword light actually contained a trace of the divine path. This was because Ling Xiao had merged the sword will of the great emperor in the divine tribulation. Bai Wuliang and Zhang Su realized sadly that there was no way for them to dodge. Puff, a bloody light flashed, and Bai Wuliang's glabella was directly pierced through. The terrifying sword qi directly destroyed his primordial spirit. A heavenly king of the heavenly human tribe died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. Zhang Su's soul almost left his body. He did not dare to stay here any longer. He wanted to tear open the void and escape without thinking. Rumble, however, Ling Xiao simply threw out a punch, and a terrifying fist print covered the entire area. Even though Zhang Su roared furiously, he was still blasted into a bloody mist by Ling Xiao's punch in the end. Bai Wuliang and Zhang Su's primordial spirits were also devoured by Ling Xiao's sky-devouring divine sea. In between Ling Xiao's glabella, the demonic origin bone had become exactly the same as Ling Xiao. As the boundless qi of blood and flesh surged in, the dark Ling Xiao's aura became stronger and stronger. He was like a supreme true demon, exuding the aura of the demonic origin. Hong Tianjiao and the other real gods' faces grew grave. There was even a tinge of fear that they could not suppress. Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue, the 3 true gods, died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. It could be said that they did not have the slightest ability to resist. Ling Xiao's physical strength was terrifying to the extreme, his physical body had become a true god. In addition to the violent dragon superpower, Ling Xiao had the power to kill a true god. Ling Xiao, you, Hong Tianzhao's eyes were gloomy. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, what made him furious was that Ling Xiao did not bother with him at all. Instead, he flew across the sky and charged towards the 6 true gods. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body was filled with divine light and the golden clouds were blazing. The golden chi of blood and flesh formed the shape of dragons around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. His clothes were whiter than snow, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. Since the 6 true gods had come for the wordless heavenly book, they were already mortal enemies in his heart. Moreover, Xianxia was severely injured and dying because of them. This caused Ling Xiao's killing intent to boil even more. In this world, only Xianxia's safety could make Ling Xiao lose his rationality and kill everyone without a care in the world. Rumble, the power of God of War surged around Ling Xiao's body. He threw a punch and the arm of the young man from the Gold Clan instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The golden armor on his body also shook violently and he was instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao. The burly man from the demon clan from the sky-devouring sect braced himself to receive Ling Xiao's attack. Ling Xiao punched a large hole in his chest and he was severely injured in an instant. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He sensed an extremely obscure murderous intent coming at him. There was a faintly discernible shadow in the void that seemed to be able to blend into the void. Ling Xiao immediately sensed that it was the true god of the Heaven Ghoul clan. Swoosh, Ling Xiao reached out his hand and tore open the void. The expert from the Heaven Ghoul tribe was directly pulled out of the void by Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao pulled with both hands. Boundless bloody light filled the air, illuminating the terrified eyes of the true god from the Heaven Ghoul tribe. Along with a blood-curdling scream, he was forcefully torn into two by Ling Xiao. Even his primordial spirit was shattered by Ling Xiao's palm. You killed Guichen of the Heaven Ghoul tribe? The Heaven Ghoul tribe won't let you go. Hong Tianzhao's eyes were filled with shock as he pointed at Ling Xiao in exasperation. Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying. The true god of the Heaven Ghoul tribe couldn't resist Ling Xiao at all and was torn to pieces by Ling Xiao. Although he was slightly stronger than Guichen, there was a limit. If Ling Xiao targeted him, he would die without a doubt. The original 9 true gods were torn apart by Ling Xiao. Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, Qi Kongjue, and Guichen were the 4 true gods, leaving only 5. So what if you're from the Heaven Ghoul tribe? So what if you're from the War God Temple? Anyone who blocks my path must die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Among the 6 true gods, he hated Hong Tianzhao the most. If it wasn't for Hong Tianzhao, Xianxia wouldn't have been forced to attack, and the 7 soul dispersing light wouldn't have backfired. Therefore, Ling Xiao wanted to kill Hong Tianzhao. Boom, Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a dazzling light. Strands of golden light traversed the void like divine chains of order. He punched out with unparalleled ferocity. Moreover, the 3 Dao flowers above Ling Xiao's head contained boundless power, causing Ling Xiao's body to be filled with an immortal aura. After reaching the triple god realm, Ling Xiao felt that the divine power in his body was endless and almost merged with the origin of heaven and earth, allowing his body to unleash even more terrifying power. Damn it! Hong Tianzhao's scalp was numb, and his eyes were filled with exasperation. The sky piercer in his hand shone with a cold light and contained boundless killing intent. It was like a black river that suddenly slashed toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, his body moved backward as fast as he could, trying to distance himself from Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was invincible. Even the experts from the Gold Clan and the Devouring Sky sect were defeated by Ling Xiao. Guichen of the Heaven Ghoul tribe was torn apart by Ling Xiao. Naturally, he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao in close combat. Boom, Ling Xiao's fist landed on the heavenly halberd, instantly shattering all the halberd shadows in the sky. Boundless divine light rose, and the heavenly halberd trembled violently. It was actually sent flying by Ling Xiao's fist towards Hong Tianzhao's head. Hong Tianzhao's expression changed drastically. However, the speed of the halberd was too fast for him to dodge. He could only push out his palms and infuse endless divine power into them to block the halberd. Crack, Hong Tianzhao's arms were instantly shattered by the sky halberd. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, the sky halberd slammed onto his armor, causing him to tremble violently. He coughed up blood and staggered backward. Kill! Ling Xiao stepped into the air like a bolt of golden lightning. His eyes were cold as he charged towards Hong Tianzhao, intending to kill him. That's not right. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he felt a sense of danger descending upon him. The void in front of him was distorted, and there were a few mysterious gems flickering. They contained an incomparably violent power, and there was a terrifying divine power flowing within them. Ling Xiao recognized that those gems were high-grade divine stones. They were incomparably precious. He did not expect that they would set up a killing array to deal with him. Rumble, a terrifying divine light burst out, causing the entire sky to blur. The turbulence in the void surged and instantly annihilated Ling Xiao. Even if he's not dead, he should be severely injured, right? The general riding on the Sky Tyrant Tiger said slowly. His eyes flashed sharply. Those high-grade divine stones were incomparably precious. Moreover, they were infused with powerful divine power. At this moment, when they exploded, they were like one-time offensive treasures. They were extremely powerful and could even kill a true god. However, Ling Xiao was too powerful. He felt that he might not be able to kill Ling Xiao, but it would be good if he could severely injure Ling Xiao. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a dazzling golden light burst out from the divine light storm and rushed towards the general of the divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant. It was a dazzling fist print. It was unparalleled, and it was surrounded by a vast dragon's aura. This caused the general of the divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant to turn pale. Without thinking, a huge saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed it towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, his mount, the tyrannical Sky Tiger, let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the powerful sound wave was like a transparent ball of yuan qi that blasted towards Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao's gaze was cold. His fist imprint was vast and unparalleled. It directly shattered that ball of origin qi light and then collided with that huge saber aura. The general of the divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant's expression changed. He felt an unparalleled force coming towards him. With a crisp sound, the divine weapon saber in his hand was suddenly shattered by Ling Xiao. The divine weapon saber shattered into countless pieces like a storm. In an instant, it shot towards the general and turned him into a hedgehog. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist print also landed, as if it wanted to kill him. Roar! At this moment, the Sky Tyrant Tiger roared and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its blood seemed to be burning as it stood in front of the general. Boom! Although the 8 Sky Tyrant Tigers were strong, they couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's fist and were directly blasted into a bloody mist. Tiger's might! The general of the divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant roared, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Tiger's might had followed him for countless years. It was his most loyal friend and mount. They had gone through countless battles together. He didn't expect it to die in the end to save him. What a loyal mount. However, it's a pity that you have offended me. You still have to die. Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. However, when he looked at the general of the divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant, his eyes were still filled with cold killing intent. The 5 real gods' eyes were filled with anger and fear. Their expressions were ugly. Other than the old woman from Taishang Palace, the other 4 real gods had all been severely injured by Ling Xiao. Before descending to the war god's world, they had never thought that the ants in this world could threaten their existence. However, Ling Xiao had completely awakened them. Ling Xiao, stop it. Don't you care about Jinsei's life? If you dare to attack again, I'll kill Jinsei. The old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace's eyes flashed as she spoke indifferently. Her most important mission was to obtain the wordless heavenly book. Although Jinsei's talent was unparalleled and was most suitable to cultivate the martial arts of the Supreme Tao Palace, sacrificing a genius disciple of the Supreme Tao Palace was nothing compared to the wordless heavenly book. Moreover, if this continued, she would die in Ling Xiao's hands. You dare to threaten me? That's right. We are threatening you. Ling Xiao, hand over the wordless heavenly book now, or you will never see your little lover again. Hong Tianzhao sneered, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He hated Ling Xiao the most and wanted the wordless heavenly book and the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance the most. In the Divine World's War God Temple, there were 9 Hall Masters, and the Scarlet Dragon War God was one of the 9 Hall Masters. Therefore, Hong Tianzhao wanted to inherit the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance and become one of the 9 Hall Masters in one fell swoop. At that time, relying on the resources of the War God Temple, even reaching the Sage Realm wouldn't be impossible. Ling Xiao had stolen the wordless heavenly book and the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance, so Ling Xiao must die. Ling Xiao, I promise that as long as you hand over the wordless heavenly book, I will not harm Xianxia, and I will do my best to save her. You must know that the 7 soul-dispersing light's poison has already entered her primordial spirit. Other than the elders of the Supreme Tao Palace, no one can save her. The old lady of the Supreme Tao Palace did not want to push Ling Xiao too far, so her voice softened. Despicable. What bullshit people from the divine world. Why weren't you around when Demon God King Bo Sun and the other demon gods massacred the world? Why did you choose to come out now? That's right. The wordless heavenly book can only belong to my big brother. My big brother is destined by the heavens. You scum are not worthy of the wordless heavenly book. I advise you to hand over Xianxia, or else if you anger my cousin, the Supreme Tao Palace and the War God Temple will all be slaughtered. The old goat, the white dragon horse, and Long Out Yin, these 3 shameless fellows, were filled with righteous indignation and rage. They pointed at Hong Tianzhao and the old woman from the Taishang Taoist Palace and cursed loudly. Ling Xiao clenched his fist, the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. However, the old lady of the Supreme Tao Palace used Xianxia's life to threaten him. He did not dare to gamble with Xianxia's life. Ling Xiao, are you going to hand it over or not? Xianxia is willing to sacrifice her life for you. Could it be that the wordless heavenly book is more important to you than her life? Hong Tianzhao sneered, thinking that he had grasped Ling Xiao's weakness. And Xianxia was indeed Ling Xiao's lifeline. Ling Xiao's fingernails dug into his palms, dripping blood. He stared at Hong Tianzhao and the old woman from the Taishang Tao Palace and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. I can give you the wordless heavenly book, but you must give me the Xianxia." The old woman from the Taishang Tao Palace frowned and said, "Ling Xiao, the poison of Jin's 7 soul-dispersing light has penetrated deep into her soul. You can't save her at all. Don't worry, I promise that as long as you hand over the wordless heavenly book, I will definitely cure her." Old dog, your promise is nothing. My patience is limited. Listen up, either you give me the wordless heavenly book in exchange for the Xianxia. Either you kill Xianxia, or I'll kill you all. Ling Xiao's eyes were bloodshot and filled with burning killing intent. There was a trace of madness in his voice. The old woman from the Taishang Tao Palace's face turned ashen and a trace of resentment appeared in her eyes. However, she also knew that she had pushed Ling Xiao to the limit. If she didn't agree, Ling Xiao would really go berserk. Hong Tianzhao and the others' faces were also extremely ugly. However, they also saw that Ling Xiao's condition was not right. They didn't dare to continue provoking Ling Xiao and chose to keep quiet. Fine. I can give you the Xianxia, but you have to hand over the wordless heavenly book first and then remove the connection between you and the book. Remember, don't play any tricks. The old woman from the Taishang Tao Palace had no choice but to agree. After all, the Xianxia was not as important as the wordless heavenly book. Fine. Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Buzz, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly and flew out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. It exuded an ancient and mysterious light, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The fluctuation of its aura made everyone tremble uncontrollably. It really is the wordless heavenly book. The eyes of the old woman from the Taishang Tao Palace, Hong Tianzhao, and the others suddenly lit up and their bodies trembled. Although they had never seen the wordless heavenly book before, they could feel the vast and mysterious aura of the wordless heavenly book. They immediately knew that it was the wordless heavenly book. Quickly remove the connection between you and the wordless heavenly book. Hong Tianzhao yelled impatiently. Ling Xiao's gaze was cold, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He instantly grabbed at the void, and the imprint of his primordial spirit on the wordless heavenly book shattered. After that, all traces of Ling Xiao were erased. Buzz, the wordless heavenly book turned into an ancient jade book and slowly floated into Ling Xiao's palm. "Now, hand over the Jinsei and the wordless heavenly book is yours," Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his voice was bone-chilling. "Fine." The old woman from the Taishangdao Palace was helpless. Although she was 100% unwilling to hand over the Jinsei, she had no other choice. She waved her sleeves and suddenly there was a flash of light. Her red dress fluttered and the unconscious Jinsei floated in the void. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Seeing Jinsei's pale face and weak aura, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. "Fine. We'll trade at the same time." The old woman from the Taishangdao Palace nodded helplessly. She used her divine power to lift the Jinsei and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also lifted the wordless heavenly book and flew towards them. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths as they watched the trade nervously. The eyes of Hong Tianzhao and the others flashed with murderous intent. They all wanted to take back the wordless heavenly book and Jinsei, but they were also afraid of angering Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was determined to kill them, it would be extremely troublesome. In the end, no one dared to act rashly. Jinsei flew a few thousand feet and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao quickly caught her and his eyes were filled with worry as he began to check on her injuries. The wordless heavenly book was also instantly caught by the old woman from the Taishangdao Palace. However, when Ling Xiao saw the situation in Jinsei's body, his eyes flashed with monstrous anger. The Taisheng emotion water had indeed neutralized most of the seven soul dissipating light's poison, but it also formed a seal that completely sealed Jinsei's primordial spirit. This was naturally the work of the old woman from the Taishangdao Palace. In other words, she could still control Jinsei's life and death. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao, Jins possesses the regal sword intent and is most suited to cultivate the martial arts of the regal Dao Palace. As long as she joins the regal Dao Palace, she will instantly become a genius disciple of the regal Dao Palace. If we focus on nurturing her, it will be easy for her to become a saint in the future. I'm doing this for her own good. Don't ruin her future," the old woman from the regal Dao Palace said flatly. "Ha ha ha, for Jin's own good? For her own good, you would use her life to threaten me? If anything happens to Jin's, I will definitely annihilate the regal Dao Palace and leave no one alive." Ling Xiao's voice was filled with murderous intent. However, he couldn't be bothered to deal with the people from the regal Dao Palace. He sat down cross-legged and used the power of the heaven-devouring secret technique to break the seal on Jin's consciousness. "Ling Xiao, don't waste your time. With your strength, you can't break the seal on Jin's body. I advise you to hand her over to me. Only the regal Dao Palace can heal her completely," the old woman from the regal Dao Palace said flatly. "Kill that old dog." Ling Xiao didn't even lift his head. He was still healing Jin's, but he spat out a few words that were chilling to the bone. The old woman from the regal Dao Palace's expression changed. At that moment, she suddenly felt a cold murderous intent enveloping her. The source of that murderous intent was the wordless heavenly book. Whoosh, a figure shrouded in black demonic light suddenly rushed out of the wordless heavenly book. Demonic chi rose around him and his eyes were cold and cruel. He threw a punch at the old woman from the regal Dao Palace. "You're Ling Xiao? How is this possible?" The old woman from the regal Dao Palace shrieked, her eyes filled with disbelief. Who else could the figure in front of her be but Ling Xiao, who was covered in demonic chi and seemed to have walked out of the darkness? But why would Ling Xiao appear in the wordless heavenly book? They had clearly seen Ling Xiao erase all the primordial spirit imprints on the wordless heavenly book, however, she didn't have time to think about it. The fist filled with demonic chi was already in front of her. Rumble, divine power rose around the old woman from the Taishangdao Palace. She felt a cold killing intent from the fist in front of her. Without thinking, she twisted her walking stick and split it into two, turning it into two ancient swords that stabbed toward Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao with overflowing demonic aura was naturally Ling Xiao's doppelganger, formed from the demonic bone. Furthermore, he had refined the primordial spirit and flesh of Bo Sun Demon God King, so his true strength was probably even greater than Ling Xiao's, therefore, this punch was even more ferocious. It actually contained the power of the chaotic heavenly demonic art. It was extremely terrifying as it broke through the sword beams that filled the sky and slammed onto the two ancient swords. Crack, resplendent light exploded and the old woman from the Taishangdao palace felt her arms go numb. An enormous force attacked her and the two ancient swords were instantly sent flying. The fist of darkness that reached the clouds landed on the old woman from the Taishangdao palace. Boom, the old woman from the Taishangdao palace exploded. Her originally powerful divine body couldn't even withstand a single punch from darkness Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I'll definitely kill you. The divine body of the old woman from the Taishangdao palace exploded completely and turned into a bloody mist. Her primordial spirit rushed out from within, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Ling Xiao and roared. Buzz, however, in the next moment, darkness Ling Xiao stepped forward and imprisoned her primordial spirit with one hand. Endless demonic light rose as if it would completely destroy her primordial spirit at any time. Original body, have you killed these 4 pieces of trash as well? Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of cruel killing intent as he said faintly. Hong Tianzhao, the Gold Clan, the Sky-Devouring Sect, and the Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom's true gods instantly changed their expressions. They felt their bodies trembling as Darkness Ling Xiao stared at them. Ling Xiao, you're from the Demon Clan? You deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. Hong Tianzhao's eyes were filled with horror as he roared in a threatening manner. Darkness Ling Xiao's body was overflowing with demonic aura. It was the purest demonic Dao origin energy, so how could Hong Tianzhao not recognize it? Hee, you really don't know what's good for you. So what if you're a god? So what if you're a demon? If you can't transcend, you'll be nothing but ants. You've offended my original body, so all of you can go to hell. Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes seemed to shoot out 2 beams of demonic light that contained cold, dark, and merciless fluctuations. He laughed coldly and instantly charged toward Hong Tianzhao and the other 3 true gods. Rumble, the dark fist print covered all 4 corners of the sky. The textless heavenly book was also used by Darkness Ling Xiao. It floated in the sky and turned into beams of divine light, forming a prison of heaven and earth. Instantly, it enveloped Hong Tianzhao and the other 3 true gods. Darkness Ling Xiao was not only powerful, but his methods were also more ruthless than Darkness Ling Xiao's original body. His first move was a killing move, and he wanted to completely destroy Hong Tianzhao and the other 3 true gods. The primordial spirit of the old woman from the Taishangdao palace had been completely imprisoned. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to, and she was on the verge of despair. Damn it! Hong Tianzhao and the other 3 true gods' eyes were ghastly. They unleashed their terrifying divine power and charged toward Darkness Ling Xiao. Boom, the textless heavenly book contained a mysterious and vast power. In the prison of heaven and earth, it was as though all the power of law had been stripped away. Hong Tianzhao and the other 3 true gods were horrified to find that they seemed to have been stripped of their connection with heaven and earth. Bang, Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes were cruel. He threw out a punch and the blazing fist print covered all 4 corners of the sky. The true god from the Devouring Sky sect couldn't dodge in time and was blown up by Darkness Ling Xiao's punch. Dark demonic aura rose and the primordial spirit of the Devouring Sky sect true god was also suppressed by Darkness Ling Xiao. The 2 true gods from the Gold Clan and Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom were already severely injured. Now that they had been stripped of their power of law, they became extremely weak. Soon, their physical bodies were destroyed by Darkness Ling Xiao and their primordial spirits were suppressed. In the blink of an eye, only Hong Tianzhao was left among the 6 true gods. Bastard, you forced me to do this. All of you have to die. Hong Tianzhao's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Darkness Ling Xiao and roared. Rumble, divine light rose from his body and his blood chi surged. An ancient rune exploded in his hand. Above the 9 heavens, a mysterious door seemed to open. Endless divine light sprinkled down, and a mysterious figure seemed to have descended from it. The figure was shrouded in endless light and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could vaguely see that he was an old man. He was majestic and mysterious, and he exuded a terrifying energy fluctuation. Old ancestor, please kill him and bring back the textless heavenly book. Darkness Ling Xiao, and the others' expressions instantly turned serious. This figure's aura was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than demon god King Bo Sun. However, his aura was extremely obscure, as though he was separated by endless time and space, repelled by the mysterious laws of heaven and earth. as though he would be annihilated and disappear at any time. Ling Xiao could sense that the old man's aura was extremely similar to Hong Tianzhao's. He should also be a big shot of the War God Temple. However, he didn't expect that big shot to be able to send a projection clone to the War God world, even though it didn't look like he could stay for long. Wordless Heavenly Book? The figure's eyes were like divine lamps, blazing and dazzling. When he saw the wordless Heavenly Book, he revealed an extremely passionate expression. Whoosh, a towering hand grabbed at the wordless Heavenly Book, containing an extremely terrifying power that was impossible to resist. Who dares? Darkness. Lingxiao's eyes revealed a hint of madness. Demonic light rose from his body, and he instantly soared into the sky. Then, he controlled the wordless Heavenly Book and slammed it against the huge hand. Demon race ant, you're courting death. A dignified and old voice rang out like thunder from the 9 heavens. That huge hand slammed onto the wordless Heavenly Book and darkness. Lingxiao, rumble, the wordless Heavenly Book trembled violently and neutralized most of the power. However, darkness. Lingxiao was still struck by lightning and was sent flying a few hundred feet. That huge hand instantly grabbed the wordless Heavenly Book. Unparalleled divine power surged as though it was going to forcibly refine the wordless Heavenly Book. At this moment, in the northern sky, endless black divine light surged. A towering pillar of divine light swept across the sky and smashed down on that huge hand. Whoosh, at the same time, the sky in the south was also torn apart. An extremely pale palm that looked slender and translucent like a woman's palm also slammed toward the projection avatar. You're courting death. The projection clone summoned by Hong Tianzhao seemed to be completely enraged. Divine light rose from his body. He grabbed the wordless Heavenly Book with one hand and slammed down with the other, shattering the pillar of divine light in the northern sky. At the same time, he collided with the palm in the southern sky. Bang! Heaven and earth seemed to be about to explode as endless storms swept out in all directions. What? My War God world actually has such a terrifying expert? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, they were somewhat excited. The black divine light in the north surged, and an old man in a shabby robe stepped out. He looked very old, but his eyes were as deep as the sea. In the southern sky, there was also a lady in white. She had a peerless temperament, but her body was shrouded in an endless deathly aura. She was like a netherworld empress who had walked out from hell. Dark Lingxiao's eyes flashed as the 3 kings clashed. He instantly activated the wordless Heavenly Book and snatched it back from the old voice. It's actually the confused old man and the King of Death's soul? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of surprise. He had never thought that he would know these 2 people. The old man in tattered Taoist robes was actually the confused old man that Ling Xiao had met in the 8 Desolates region. After so many years, the confused old man no longer looked confused. His entire body emitted a powerful aura that was incomparably vast. However, only the doppelgangers of the confused old man and the King of Death's soul had arrived. The old man did not have time to respond to Dark Ling Xiao. His eyes instantly fell on the confused old man and the King of Death's soul. King Xuanwu and the King of Death's soul? You're still alive? The old voice rang in the void, with a look of disbelief and even a trace of fear. King Xuanwu? Could it be the confused old man? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Thunder King, the wordless Heavenly Book is not a treasure that you can covet. You'd better leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for leaving your doppelganger behind. The King of Death's soul's indifferent and ethereal voice rang slowly in the void. You also want to stop me? Ha ha ha. I'd like to see how much combat strength you have after struggling at death's door for millions of years in the mortal world. That old voice sounded, carrying with it an endless amount of arrogance. Rumble, Hong Tianzhao's ancestor, the Thunder King that the King of Death's soul had mentioned, was surrounded by lightning. He was like an invincible thunder god that controlled the heavens and the earth. He charged toward the King Xuanwu and the King of Death's soul. The 3 doppelgangers fought in the 9 heavens, destroying the surrounding sky. Soon, they left the God of War's realm and entered the endless turbulence of the void. King Xuanwu and the King of Death's soul are still alive? I wonder who will win the battle between the doppelgangers of the 3 kings. Zhu Ganlia's eyes revealed a trace of amazement as he spoke slowly. Who are the King Xuanwu, the King of Death's soul, and the Thunder King? Do you know? Dark Lingxiao landed beside Zhu Ganglai and asked flatly. When Zhu Ganglai saw Dark Lingxiao, he immediately replied respectfully, Master. The King Xuanwu and the King of Death's Soul are said to be kings from the demon world and the world of Death's Soul. They seem to have participated in the catastrophe millions of years ago, but for some reason, they seem to have chosen to remain neutral. The King Xuanwu is said to be a sacred beast, the King of Death's Soul is even more mysterious. As for the King of Thunder, he should be the king of the God of War's realm. He seems to be the deputy hall master of the Thunder Hall. He is extremely powerful. Zhu Ganglai honestly told him everything he knew. He knew that Dark Lingxiao was Ling Zhao's doppelganger, and his methods seemed to be even more ruthless. He should have inherited Ling Zhao's dark side, which was extremely bloodthirsty. Kings from the demon world and the world of Death's Soul? Dark Lingxiao's eyes flashed. He knew that although the divine realm was the center of the universe, the greater thousand worlds like the demon world, the devil world, and the world of death were as vast as the divine realm. There were also many experts. However, he did not know why they came to the God of War's realm. Could it be for the wordless heavenly book, but they seemed to be helping Ling Xiao? Dark Lingxiao pondered slowly. He did not understand. When Hong Tianzhao saw that his old ancestor, King Xuanwu, and the King of Death's Soul had left at the same time, he was dumbfounded and wanted to escape without thinking. Want to leave? You'd better stay here. Dark Lingxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthless killing intent, and he instantly charged toward Hong Tianzhao. Ling Xiao, if you dare to kill me, the old ancestor will not let you go. You will definitely die. Hong Tianzhao's body shook, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. However, he still threatened Dark Lingxiao fiercely. Dark Lingxiao sneered and did not care about Hong Tianzhao's threat. He held the invincible fist print and charged toward Hong Tianzhao with monstrous demonic qi. The King of Thunder could not even protect himself. How could he care about this? Hong Tianzhao was already severely injured by Dark Lingxiao. Now that he was in despair, how could he be a match for Dark Lingxiao? Soon, Dark Lingxiao shattered his divine body and imprisoned his primordial spirit. At this point, the 6 true gods were all killed by Ling Xiao. In the heavenly devil ancient land, the void trembled and chaotic mist filled the air. There were severed limbs everywhere, and the smell of blood was extremely thick. The surroundings were like the scene of Azura hell, indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in the sky with a fanatical and reverent expression. The devil race was annihilated, demon god King Bo Sun was killed by Ling Xiao, and even the true gods of the divine world were all killed by Ling Xiao. Dark Ling Xiao nodded at Ling Xiao, and instantly turned into a black divine light and flew into the wordless heavenly book. Then, the wordless heavenly book flew towards Ling Xiao, and under Ling Zhao's control, it began to enter Jinsei's sea of consciousness to remove the poison of the 7 soul dispersing light. Dark Ling Xiao obtained the primordial spirits, godheads, and flesh of the 9 true gods, and was about to devour them to increase his cultivation, as well as to obtain some memories from the primordial spirits of the true gods. Dark Ling Xiao, as the doppelganger of the origin demon bone, had the highest talent of the devil Dao. Ling Xiao had already planned to let Dark Ling Xiao enter the devil world. At that time, with Dark Ling Xiao's peerless talent, he would be able to grow rapidly and become a giant of the devil Dao. With Dark Ling Xiao had an extra life and an escape route. At this moment, the wordless heavenly book, after devouring the primordial spirit of demon god King Bo Sun, seemed to have received a great supplement, and actually manifested a secret technique. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to accept the inheritance of the secret technique, as he wanted to heal Jinsei. With the addition of the wordless heavenly book, the sealing power of the supreme emotion water in Jinsei's sea of consciousness was quickly devoured. Moreover, the wordless heavenly book now had a few more mysterious effects, and even the 7 soul dispersing light that invaded Jinsei's primordial spirit was also devoured by the wordless heavenly book. However, Ling Xiao didn't know why Jinsei was still unconscious, and couldn't wake up at all. Ling Xiao felt that there seemed to be a mysterious power awakening in Jinsei's primordial spirit, and it was connected to Jinsei's bloodline. It was ancient and vast, and Ling Xiao found it hard to understand. Young master, is Sister Jinsei all right? Seeing Ling Xiao wake up, Shuai asked worriedly. I don't know. She's still unconscious, and I don't know when she'll wake up. Even the wordless heavenly book couldn't wake Xianxia up completely. Ling Xiao was at a loss of what to do. Young master, don't worry. Since Sister Xianxia's seven-soul dissipating soul light has been cured, she will definitely wake up. Shui Wei consoled Ling Xiao. I hope so. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. His eyes were still filled with worry. Master, why don't you let Lord Xuanwu and Lord Death Spirit take a look? Maybe they can wake Mistress up. Zhu Ganglai reminded him. Let the Black Tortoise King and the Death Spirit King have a look? All right. Ling Xiao nodded, but he didn't have too much hope. Bo Sun Demon God King's strength was unparalleled. In Ling Xiao's opinion, he might even surpass Black Tortoise King and Death Spirit King. Perhaps, the God Monarch will have a solution. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the mysterious God Monarch of Kunwu Holy Mountain was extremely powerful. He might even be stronger than Bo Sun Demon God King. Perhaps he could help wake Xianxia up. Ling Xiao had secretly decided that once this matter was over, he would immediately bring Xianxia to Kunwu Holy Mountain. Ling Xiao, the demon race has been destroyed. I'll take my leave first. Remember, there will be a battle between us. I, Zhao Ritian, will not lose to you. Zhao Ritian looked at Ling Xiao proudly and prepared to leave. Thank you so much for this time. Ling Xiao didn't mind Zhao Ritian's attitude. Instead, he smiled seriously. Don't give me that. I'm not helping you. I just can't stand those demon race bastards. Alright, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Zhao Ritian pursed his lips, then turned around and stepped onto the void golden-eyed beast. He then turned into a golden ray of light and shot into the distance. This time, Zhao Ritian and Shui Wei played a crucial role. At least half of the demon race's hundreds of demon gods died in their hands. Zhao Ritian had the saint body of the sun. After breaking through to the divine spirit realm, his strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, the divine fire of the sun was the bane of the demon race. There was nothing it couldn't burn, and the demon race experts were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Shui Wei had the saint body of reincarnation. After coming out of seclusion, she should have received the inheritance of the first saint lady of reincarnation. Her strength was also extremely terrifying. In addition to the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation sword, ordinary demon gods couldn't even take one hit from her. As for the 9 ancient demons brought by the old goat and the 3 great Taoists brought by Taoist Wuliang, their strength was only average. Although they didn't die in this battle, they were all severely injured. They quickly bid farewell to Ling Xiao. The experts from the longevity sect began to clean up the battlefield. Ling Xiao bowed deeply to Dugu Choubai and said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, senior." Dugu Choubai's swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. It even contained the supreme power of the divine path. The scene of him killing demon god King Bo Sun in 3 strikes had shocked everyone. Whether it was killing demon god King Bo Sun or his identity as the strongest person in the war god continent hundreds of thousands of years ago, he deserved Ling Xiao's bow. In the millions of years of history of the war god continent, Dugu Choubai represented the pinnacle of the supreme way of the sword. Countless sword cultivators worshipped him. The 3 great sword techniques that were passed down until now were passed down by Dugu Choubai. You're welcome. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you didn't bring me out of the time cave, I'm afraid I would still be in a daze. I don't know when I would be able to unlock my sealed memories. Dugu Choubai said with a faint smile. Oh? Why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, my cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the human Tao. Unfortunately, the gate of the divine realm was closed, and the path of the divine Tao was cut off. I couldn't find the opportunity to become a god in all the worlds. It wasn't like now, where the divine Tao laws in the 8 great forbidden lands have been revived, and I have the opportunity to become a god. That's why I placed my primordial spirit in the longevity grass to extend my lifespan and sealed it in the time cave. Fortunately, you brought me out of the time cave. Under the epiphany tree, I was able to break through the seal and break through to the divine spirit realm. Dugu Choubai said slowly. Ling Xiao finally understood that Dugu Choubai had placed his primordial spirit in the longevity grass and used the longevity grass to extend his lifespan until now. Under the Epiphany tree's effect, he was able to break through the seal. Ling Xiao also recalled that he had seen Dugu Chobai in the Time Temple. He had also made it to the 10th stage. It turned out that Dugu Chobai wasn't a 9-severing genius, but a 10-severing genius. Now that the gate of the realm of God is about to open, Senior Dugu will definitely shine after entering the realm of gods. Ling Xiao sighed softly. I can feel that the gate of the realm of God has yet to open. The 6 true gods must have been sent down by the Almighty from the realm of gods at a great cost. It will take at least 100 years for the gate of the realm of God to open completely. Dugu Chobai's eyes were deep as he looked into the endless void. There seemed to be a vast and mysterious world there. The realm of gods has yet to open completely? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had actually sensed this as well. It could be said that after breaking through to the godly state, one could almost feel the existence of the realm of gods. However, the realm of gods was illusory and could not be clearly felt. This meant that the realm of gods and the mortal world had yet to establish a connection. Ling Xiao finally felt the difficulty of obtaining the wordless heavenly book. The 6 forces behind the 6 true gods were all determined to get the wordless heavenly book. One could imagine that if Ling Xiao entered the realm of gods and people knew that he had the wordless heavenly book, he would be in big trouble. Everyone would want to kill him and he would have no place to stand. Those big shots in the divine realm were all supreme experts who had eyes and hands everywhere. If they wanted to capture Ling Xiao, it would probably be as easy as blowing off dust. Ling Xiao felt a sense of danger in his heart. Soon, King Black Tortoise and King Death Spirit returned and verified Dugu Chobai's words. What made Ling Xiao feel relieved was that King Black Tortoise and King Death Spirit killed the projection of King Thunder's avatar because it was rejected by the laws of the world. It will take 100 years for the gate of the realm of gods to open completely. The realm of gods must have paid a great price to send the 6 true gods this time. They might even have asked for help from the sages. It is unlikely that they will send any more deities in the near future. King Black Tortoise said with certainty. He seemed to be smiling. His hair and beard were all white and he was very approachable. His eyes were as deep as the sea and he exuded a vast aura. On the other hand, King Death Spirit's eyes were cold and he exuded a strong aura of death. Although he had a beautiful face, it was hard to look at him directly. Deities will not be able to descend within 100 years? Seniors, can you tell why Xianxia is still unable to wake up? Ling Xiao asked Lord Black Tortoise and Lord Death Spirit as his eyes flashed. He was actually poisoned by the 7 souls dispersing soul light. She also took the supreme emotion for getting water. Unfortunately, the supreme emotion for getting water was taken a little late. The 7 souls dispersing soul light had already entered her primordial spirit. Although it has been removed now, there is a mysterious change in her primordial spirit. Even I can't see through it. It's really strange. Black Tortoise King carefully examined Xianxia's primordial spirit and said in surprise. Although Ling Xiao had expected this, he was still a little disappointed. The power of reincarnation? The Lord of Death's soul suddenly spoke with a hint of surprise in his voice. The power of reincarnation? What does that mean? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. The Lord of Death's soul looked carefully, then shook his head and said, the supreme emotion for getting water can cleanse the primordial spirit, but there is still a trace of the 7 souls dispersing soul light in her primordial spirit. Her lifespan was almost exhausted, but the trace of the 7 souls dispersing soul light made her primordial spirit come back from death. It's almost like reincarnation. As for what will happen, it's really hard to say. Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, reincarnation? Is Xianxia still Xianxia? The Lord of Death's soul glanced at Ling Xiao, but the meaning in his eyes was obvious. Ling Xiao's heart sank slightly. However, he still had a glimmer of hope that the Emperor might have a way. Ling Xiao, now that the gate of the divine realm is loose, we will return to the divine realm in a few days. Do you want to come with us? Black Tortoise King looked at Ling Xiao and asked. He was somewhat pretentious and wanted to help Ling Xiao. Return to the divine realm? Ling Xiao was a little surprised, but he immediately understood. The divine realm was the center of the universe, and it was the hub that led to the demon realm, devil realm and other higher realms. In the current war god world, if Black Tortoise King wanted to return to the demon realm, he would have to enter the divine realm first. However, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked slowly, "Seniors, do you know about the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet?" Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet? Could it be that you have obtained that treasure? However, the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet is a supreme treasure. At least 9 of them are needed to open the path to the divine realm. Black Tortoise King's eyes lit up as he asked slowly. That's right. This is the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet. Ling Xiao nodded, and with a flash of light, 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablets appeared in his hands. They were surrounded by a mysterious chaos chi, and the light was resplendent, mysterious, and ancient, emitting a vast aura and waves. Of these 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablets, 1 was obtained from the Time Cave, 2 were given to him by Long-Browed Buddha, and 1 was given to him by Mu Tianji. The remaining 5 were obtained from Bo Sun Demon King after he killed him. According to the Emperor, the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet was a saint's treasure, and there were a total of 81 pieces. If one could gather all of them, it would have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and the power to recreate chaos. You actually gathered all 9 Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablets? That's right, through the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet, one can open the path to the divine realm. More importantly, the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet can conceal heaven's secrets, and those almighty beings in the divine realm will not be able to lock onto you, and you can enter the divine realm silently. Previously, I was still worried about offending that old fellow Thunder King, and how to hide from his senses. With the Heaven Dao Primal Chaos Tablet, that won't be a problem. Black Tortoise King said with a smile. That's right. The King of Death Spirit also nodded. Then how about the 2 seniors follow me to the divine realm? However, before that, I still have some matters to settle. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Black Tortoise King and Death Spirit King were 2 supreme experts, and they were at least in the Divine King realm. If these 2 experts were to follow Ling Xiao, his safety would be greatly increased. No problem. Black Tortoise King and Death Spirit King both nodded in agreement. To them, this was a good thing. In the end, both parties agreed on half a year's time to meet at the Longevity Sect. Ling Xiao needed to use this time to settle the matters in the Divine War World. Death Spirit King left. Before Black Tortoise King left, he said to Ling Xiao with a smile, Ling Xiao, my disciple, Sumei Nyang, misses you greatly. If there's a chance, you can go to Green Hill to visit her. Sumei Nyang? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look as he suddenly thought of the little fox he met in the holy ground. He did not expect her to become Black Tortoise King's disciple. The incident in Heavenly Devil Ancient Land was finally over. Ling Xiao's reputation had reached its peak. He was praised by countless people for killing hundreds of millions of demons, especially demon god King Bo Sun from 1,000,000 years ago and saving the entire God of War's world. Regardless of whether they liked Ling Xiao or hated him, they were all in awe of Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, the entire God of War's world would have fallen into the hands of the demons. Dugu Chobai's appearance had stirred up the entire God of War's world. Dugu Chobai was a legend in the God of War's world. He was a peerless genius in swordsmanship, the most powerful man in the world hundreds of thousands of years ago. He had killed demon god King Bo Sun's all transformations demon body with 3 strikes in Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. Dugu Longqing, one of Ling Xiao's 7 disciples, and Dugu Shui of the Dugu family could be said to be Dugu Chobai's descendant. Even the Sword God Pavilion had inherited Dugu Chobai's legacy. They all came to visit Dugu Chobai excitedly. It could be said that after the battle in Heavenly Devil Ancient Land, Ling Xiao and Dugu Chobai's reputation had reached its peak. The descent of the 6 great true gods gave everyone hope. One after another, they worked hard to cultivate, wanting to ascend to the divine realm. Unfortunately, they didn't know that it would take more than 100 years for the door to the divine world to open. Ling Xiao brought everyone back to the Changsun sect. After the battle, Ling Xiao was completely relieved. The Changsun sect would undoubtedly become the #1 sanctuary in the God of War's world in the future. Although the 4 divine generals had died in the battle, the old goat and the moon god had inherited the martial skills of the demonic sage and the moon mother. After Ling Xiao attained the triple god realm and completely refined the wordless heavenly book, a majestic torrent of information gushed out from Ling Xiao's consciousness. It's the memory and martial skills of the Scarlet Dragon War God? Ling Xiao was completely shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this point, Ling Xiao finally digested all the information and immediately understood the source of the information. Ling Xiao had once seen the remains of the Scarlet Dragon War God on the five-colored sacred mountain. At that time, a golden light had fused into Ling Xiao's body. However, no matter how hard Ling Xiao tried, he couldn't find a trace of that golden light. It wasn't until Ling Xiao reached the Three Gods realm that he finally understood that the golden light was the memories, experience, and martial arts inheritance left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God. With regards to that great calamity a million years ago, Ling Xiao finally had a complete and detailed understanding. The Scarlet Dragon War God is actually one of the 9 hall masters of the War God Temple? No wonder Hong Tianzhao is so hostile towards me. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. According to the information left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God, the War God Temple of the Divine World is a supreme holy land. It is divided into War Temple, Sky Temple, Earth Temple, Yin Temple, Yang Temple, Wind Temple, Thunder Temple, Fire Temple, and Mountain Temple. A total of 9 temples. Each temple master is a saint-level existence. According to convention, the temple master is also the master of the entire War God Temple. The Scarlet Dragon War God is the temple master of the War God. A million years ago, the original temple master of the Scarlet Dragon War God died violently. The position was hastily passed to the Scarlet Dragon War God. Coincidentally, the demon race opened the passage and invaded the heavens. Their real purpose was to find the wordless heavenly book. Scarlet Dragon War God wanted to hide from his enemies, but he also wanted to find Scarlet Dragon War God, so he came to the War God's realm. In the end, he found the wordless heavenly book in the War God's realm and became the master of the wordless heavenly book. The Spirit Senior, Demon Saint, Moon Mother, and Buddha Lord were all good friends of the Scarlet Dragon War God. They also came from the divine world and followed the Scarlet Dragon War God to conquer the demon race. After obtaining the Scarlet Dragon War God's memories, Ling Xiao could be said to have truly become the Scarlet Dragon War God's successor. He also understood many of the God Realm's secrets. However, after getting these memories, Ling Xiao had some doubts. Was the Scarlet Dragon War God really dead? At this moment, Ling Xiao had a thought. Maybe the Scarlet Dragon War God didn't die, but he didn't know why he left. After all, he got the wordless heavenly book and practiced an earth-shattering divine skill. His strength was terrifying and monstrous. The Scarlet Dragon War God couldn't die so easily. Or, there were many things Ling Xiao didn't know, and those things could only be confirmed in the divine world. The wordless heavenly book swallowed Bo Sun Demon God King. This time it was greatly nourished and showed a kind of secret skill, Earth Fiend 5th, Qilin Secret Skill. Qilin Secret Skill? In this way, the ancestral dragon, true phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, and Qilin, the legendary secret skills of the 5 sacred beasts, I have collected them all. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of light. He could faintly feel that these 5 secret skills seemed to have a very strange connection, as if the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. They contained the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, Ling Xiao had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. Maybe he could use these 5 secret skills as a foundation to evolve the 5 elements heaven sealing style. The previous 4 elephants heaven striking style was already the beginning of a kind of peerless martial art to Ling Xiao. Turning these secret skills for his own use might be the most suitable path for Ling Xiao. After reaching the immortal state, Ling Xiao increasingly felt the vastness of the world. There was no end to the martial Tao. If he wanted to continuously break through, other than dabbling in hundreds of schools and learning from others, he also had to carve out his own path. The divine realm might not be obvious, but according to Ling Xiao's understanding, the real divine path was that almost every saint had their own path. As the saying goes, the 3,000 paths of the great Tao all lead to the same destination. Therefore, Ling Xiao wanted to use these martial arts to walk his own path, but now Ling Xiao didn't have time to comprehend the Qilin secret skill. He had more important things to do. Dragon horse, take me to see the emperor. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said to the white dragon horse. Perhaps only the emperor could solve Xianxia's current situation. See the emperor? But the emperor may not be at Kunwa Mountain now. The white dragon horse rolled its eyes and said slowly. Oh? Then where is the old man? Ling Xiao asked. The Emperor's whereabouts are elusive. He often travels between worlds and rarely returns to Kunwa Mountain. If we go back, we can only try our luck. It's hard to say whether we can see the Emperor or not. The white dragon horse said honestly. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of determination. No matter what, he had to cure Xianxia. All right. The white dragon horse knew Ling Zhao's purpose. Surprisingly, it didn't fool around and obediently brought Ling Xiao through the void, leaving the God of War's world and heading towards Kunwa Mountain. Ling Xiao did not bring anyone with him. He left the God of War's world with his horse. The white dragon horse was extremely fast and could move the heavens. After leaving the God of War's world, they arrived at the antiquity relic in less than 2 days. Where did Kunwa's sacred mountain go? After entering the antiquity relic, Ling Xiao immediately felt that something was amiss. His eyes were filled with shock. The Kunwa sacred mountain, which was originally at the center of the antiquity relic, had disappeared. Kunwa sacred mountain is the Emperor's home. It seems to be a magic treasure of the Emperor. I'm not sure about the details. However, the Emperor usually doesn't take Kunwa sacred mountain with him when he leaves. I'm not sure why he took it away this time. The white dragon horse said honestly. Kunwa sacred mountain is not here. It seems that the Emperor is not here either. Ling Zhao's face was filled with disappointment. His last hope was dashed. Buzz, however, at this moment, there was a flash of light in the void. A handsome middle-aged man in white appeared. He looked like a scholar in the mortal world. His features were delicate and his eyes were deep and gentle. It was as though there was a vast starry world in them. Ling Xiao, you're here. A faint voice was heard. It was the Emperor. Greetings, Emperor. Ling Xiao and the old goat were slightly taken aback. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they bowed to the Emperor. No need for formalities. Seeing that you came here safely, Bosun must have been killed by you, right? Very good. The Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said flatly. There was a hint of approval in his eyes. Senior Emperor, Bosun is dead. However, the realm of the gods coveted the wordless heavenly book and sent 6 true gods here. However, they were all killed by me. I'm here to ask you to help me awaken Xianxia. Ling Xiao roughly explained what had happened in the heavenly devil ancient land. Then, he brought Xianxia out of the small world and looked at the Emperor with hope. The 7 souls dispersing soul light went deep into the primordial spirit? You even took the sage emotion water? How foolish. Ling Xiao, if the 7 soul dissipating soul light hadn't entered my primordial spirit, it wouldn't have been a problem for me. But now, the 7 souls dispersing soul light and the supreme emotion forgetting water have merged with her primordial spirit and become a part of her primordial spirit. This is going to be difficult. The celestial emperor inspected Xianxia's primordial spirit and sighed. Senior monarch, is there really no other way? Ling Zhao's face had also turned somewhat pale. There is a way. Right now, Xianxia was only in a deep slumber. She would naturally wake up once her nascent spirit completely fused with the 7 soul dispersal light and the supreme emotion water. But even if she wakes up, I'm afraid her personality will change drastically. She'll forget about you and forget about you. The Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly. What? Ling Xiao could not help but tremble when he heard the Emperor say the same thing. His heart was filled with pain and regret. If he had brought Xianxia to the Emperor earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not like there's no other way. The Emperor thought for a moment and said slowly, her primordial spirit has been cleansed and fused by the 7 souls dispersing soul light and the Taisheng emotionless water. She has reached the legendary Taisheng emotionless state. If she can enter the Taisheng Dao Palace and cultivate the Taisheng Dao scripture, she might be able to remember the past if she can see through the state of emotions. Supreme Dao scripture? But isn't the Supreme Dao Palace's purpose to be supreme emotion state? It upholds the heavenly principles, extinguishes human desires, and uses the heavenly heart to illuminate the human heart. Only by extinguishing emotions can one attain the Dao? I'm afraid the supreme emotion state is inconsistent with the Supreme Dao Palace's purpose? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He had obtained the experience and memory of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Naturally, he had a certain understanding of the Supreme Tao Palace in the divine world. The group of lunatics in the Supreme Tao Palace pursued the supreme emotion state as their goal. They would not hesitate to kill everything and be heartless. Most of the disciples in the Supreme Tao Palace were women. In order to pursue the supreme emotion state, many disciples did not hesitate to kill their husbands and children to pursue the supreme emotion state. Sentient beings and emotionless heaven and earth. Sentient beings and emotionless beings are one. How can you differentiate them so clearly? The current Taishang Tao Palace had taken the wrong path. Because the supreme emotion state is 10 times or 100 times more difficult than the supreme emotion state, therefore, I suggest you send her to the Supreme Tao Palace. The Supreme Tao Palace will naturally be very concerned about such a natural talent. If you can impart the Supreme Tao scripture, there is still hope for her to recover. This is the only way I can think of. The emperor said softly. After all, Xianxia's primordial spirit had undergone a mutation. After fusing with the seven-soul dispersal light and supreme emotion water, it was like going through reincarnation and rebirth. This process could be said to be irreversible. Cultivate the Supreme Tao scripture? Thank you, Emperor. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he took a deep breath. It seemed like this was the only way. The old woman in the Supreme Tao Palace was called Lu Ruyan. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not kill her. He could completely control her and find a way to make Xianxia join the Supreme Tao Palace. However, there were still many things that Ling Xiao had to consider. He could not act rashly. No need to thank me. Given the speed of her primordial spirit's mutation, she will definitely wake up in half a year or two. However, when she wakes up, she will be ruthless and will be hostile to everything. You have to be careful not to hurt yourself. The emperor reminded. May I know where the emperor's real body went? Senior has helped me a lot. I am very grateful. Ling Xiao said seriously. He could see that the emperor in front of him was just a spirit clone. It was probably left here to wait for him. The emperor's real body was not here. There are some things that I need to do. You will be going to the realm of the gods soon, right? The gate to the realm of the gods will not open for 100 years. I will use some means to prevent the realm of the gods from sending people down. However, I suggest that if you enter the realm of the gods, you can choose to join the War God Temple. The emperor said slowly. Join the War God Temple? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Originally, he had killed Hong Tianzhao and offended the Thunder King. Even if he entered the realm of the gods, he did not intend to join the War God Temple. However, the emperor's suggestion did make him consider it. That's right. Since you have inherited the legacy of the Scarlet Dragon War God and obtained the wordless heavenly book, there are some missions that you must take on. Moreover, the War God Temple is not simple. They are extremely powerful. The Scarlet Dragon War God is the master of the War God Temple. You should inherit the mission of the Scarlet Dragon War God and become the master of the War God Temple. If you can control the War God Temple in the future, it will be greatly beneficial to you. Most importantly, the War God Temple has the heaven battling secret art of the 12 sky arts. Heaven battling secret technique? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He knew that the so-called 12 sky arts were the secret techniques from the 1st to the 12th. The War God Temple's heaven battling secret technique was ranked 12th. The 12 sky arts were famous in the divine world. Other than the legendary Supreme Emperor scripture, the 12 sky arts were the best. Even the legendary Supreme Emperor scripture was born from the 12 sky arts. The 12 sky arts had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven battling secret technique displayed the Tao of war to the extreme. Therefore, the disciples of the War God Temple were called battle maniacs by others. The genius disciples among them could even be said to be unrivaled existences within the same realm. Joining the War God Temple and becoming the War God Temple's master was indeed beneficial for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao also knew that the Scarlet Dragon War God had many enemies in the War God Temple. At that time, the Scarlet Dragon War God was a divine king and was forced to come down to the lower realm. Even if Ling Xiao joined the War God Temple, he would have to start as an ordinary disciple. Unless he was strong enough, he would not dare to reveal his identity as the Scarlet Dragon War God's disciple. You have obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, so you are now a disciple of the War God Temple. You have been branded with the mark of the War God Temple. Moreover, joining the War God Temple will only bring you benefits and no harm. Wait until you obtain the Heaven Battling Secret Technique. With the Heaven Battling Secret Technique as the foundation, you can gradually collect the 12 sky arts. Dijun's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Good. Thank you, Senior. I will consider it. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. N. Work hard in your cultivation. The situation in the divine world is more complicated and the challenges are greater. If you are not a saint, you will be an ant in the divine world. If fate wills it, we will meet again one day. Dijun smiled. Then, his body flickered and he disappeared in front of Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse. Let's go. Ling Xiao said to the white dragon horse with a glint in his eyes. Although he was a little disappointed this time, he still saw some hope. The Taishang Daoist scripture was the only way for Jinsei to recover. If that was the only way, Ling Xiao could only choose to let Jinsei join the Taishang Daoist palace. Ling Xiao became more and more curious about the emperor's identity. However, there was one thing that Ling Xiao was sure of, and that was that the imperial emperor didn't have any enmity towards him. Ling Xiao had obtained the Heavens Will secret technique of the second-ranked Heavenly Dipper. Although it was incomplete and he had only cultivated a superficial part of it, Ling Xiao was able to use it to sense whether someone had good or bad intentions towards him. This feeling that came from the fate plane was the most realistic. Since the emperor was not hostile to him, he was even more confused about the emperor's origin and purpose. After all, the so-called inheritor of the wordless heavenly book was not necessarily worthy of the emperor's attention. When I have enough strength, I will naturally know all of this. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Unfortunately, in the memories and experiences left behind by the Scarlet Dragon War God, there was no information about the origin of the emperor. Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse returned to the War God's world. In the War God's world, after the battle in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land, especially when they learned that the gate of the God's world had opened, all the warriors became more and more excited. It was as if a crazy tide and feast of cultivation had begun. Although the demon race's invasion this time was not as tragic as 10,000 years ago, a few holy lands of the martial Dao were still destroyed. Billions of people were plunged into misery and suffering. Ling Zhao's reputation in the War God continent had reached the peak after killing demon god King Bo Sun. The Longevity sect had also become the #1 holy land in the War God's world. Countless geniuses and experts worshipped Ling Xiao fervently and rushed to the 8 Desolates region. They wanted to enter the Longevity sect and become their disciple. Within the Longevity sect, many of the Longevity sect's disciples worshipped Ling Xiao to the extreme. They all worked hard to cultivate as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The cultivation environment in the Longevity sect was more than 10 times or even 100 times better than the outside world. In such a cultivation sage realm, even a disciple with ordinary aptitude would have a rapid increase in cultivation speed. Not to mention, many of the Longevity sect's disciples were extremely talented. In the past, they were trapped in cultivation resources. But now that they were free of those constraints, they soared to the heavens. Just as Ling Xiao returned to the Longevity sect, an old friend of his came to the Longevity sect. It's actually you. Ji Feishuan? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and revealed an extremely strange expression. The white-clothed lady in front of him looked like her white clothes were fluttering in the wind. Her skin was like jade, and her appearance was elegant and refined. Her entire body exuded a peerless aura. She was very tall, and her figure was graceful. Her appearance was not inferior to the phoenix, maiden or the moon goddess at all. In particular, she had the dignified aura of a ruler, which made people want to worship her involuntarily. This white-clothed lady was Ji Feishuan, the empress of the great mysterious ancient kingdom whom Ling Xiao had met before. However, what shocked Ling Xiao was that the current Ji Feishuan was extremely powerful. Her entire body exuded a powerful divine aura. Looking at her cultivation, she was actually a peerless expert of the true God realm. How was this possible? Ling Xiao was in disbelief. Could it be that Ji Feishuan was also an expert from the ancient times? What's wrong? Don't you recognize your old friend? Ji Feishuan smiled at Ling Xiao. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her smile was like a flower. Your Majesty, long time no see. I didn't expect your Majesty to have such an earth-shattering cultivation. It's really hard to believe. Xiao said with a bitter smile. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. How could he not see that Ji Feishuan was probably the same as Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and the others? They were all experts who had survived the battle 1,000,000 years ago. In other words, Ji Feishuan should be someone from the divine world. Xiao, I've also heard about the battle at the Heavenly Devil Ancient Land. However, I've also just come out of seclusion. After comprehending the past, I unlocked the seal and recovered the cultivation of my previous life. Therefore, no one can help you. Ji Feishuan smiled gently, but there was a trace of apology in her eyes. You're welcome. Anyway, Demon God King Bo Sun has been killed. However, could it be that you want my wordless heavenly book like Bai Wuliang, Zhang Su, and Qi Kongjue? Xiao said with a smile. However, a trace of vigilance and killing intent had already appeared in his heart. Although Ji Feishuan was an old friend of his, if Ji Feishuan was the same as Bai Wuliang and the others, then she couldn't blame him for secretly killing her. What if I really want the wordless heavenly book? Could it be that you really want to kill me? Ji Feishuan's eyes twinkled as she smiled gently. Why would I? After all, we're old friends. I won't kill you, but from now on, I can't let you go. Xiao said with a smile. Haha. Why are you so nervous? I'm lying. Although the wordless heavenly book is a legendary treasure, I'm not interested in it. This time, I'm looking for you for another matter. Oh? What's the matter? Xiao's heart skipped a beat, but he still looked at Ji Feishuan and asked. He had already guessed Ji Feishuan's intention. I want you to escort me back to the great Zhou divine nation. Ji Feishuan said in a serious tone. Then, she told him about her background. Ji Feishuan was the princess of the great Zhou divine nation, the daughter of the divine emperor. During the great calamity 1,000,000 years ago, the demon race invaded and many experts from the divine world came to the mortal world to kill the experts of the demon race and search for the wordless heavenly book. Ji Feishuan was one of them. However, she sneaked out and even the divine emperor of the great Zhou divine nation did not know about it. Unfortunately, she was also heavily injured during the great calamity 1,000,000 years ago. If it was not for the treasure given to her by the divine emperor to seal her primordial spirit, she would not have survived until now. Now that she understood the past, she naturally wanted to go back home. Why do you want me to send you back? Xiao asked doubtfully. In terms of cultivation, Ji Feishuan was stronger than him. Although her strength was greatly reduced, she would be able to regain her peak strength as soon as she returned to the divine world. Therefore, Xiao did not understand why Ji Feishuan wanted him to send her back. Ji Feishuan smiled and said, the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet is a treasure in the divine world. With the power of the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, it can easily open the passage to the divine world. If I don't go with you, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for hundreds of years. Besides, I believe in you. Even Demon God King Bo Sun died in your hands. As the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon War God, you'll definitely be able to protect me. Moreover, I won't let you come here for nothing. Since you're the disciple of the Scarlet Dragon War God and the inheritor of the wordless heavenly book, there's a secret mountain in the great Zhou divine nation. It's said that there's an earth-shattering supreme secret technique in there. If you can enter the secret mountain, I think you'll be able to obtain that secret technique. Secret mountain? Xiao's eyes flashed and showed a trace of interest. If the great Zhou divine nation really had a supreme secret technique, it was worth a trip. Until now, every secret technique that Xiao had obtained contained an incomparably magical power. Especially after Xiao broke through to the Three Gods realm, he discovered that those secret techniques had only begun to truly display their heaven-defying divine power. However, even without the secret technique, Xiao was still willing to send Ji Feishuan back to the great Zhou divine nation based on their friendship. That's right. Legend has it that although that secret technique is not one of the 12 sky arts, it is not much weaker than the 12 sky arts. It has the foundation to become a saint. Ji Feishuan smiled. Good. Since that's the case, why don't you come with me to the celestial realm? However, we might not be able to teleport you to the celestial realm in time. Ling Xiao said to Ji Feishuan. It's all right. As long as I can return to the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom, I don't mind waiting a few more days after wasting 1,000,000 years in the lower realm. Ji Feishuan said. In the end, Ji Feishuan stayed in the longevity sect and waited to return to the divine world with Ling Xiao. In the following days, Ling Xiao went into seclusion. After reaching the three gods realm, Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the peak of the mortal realm. If he wanted to continue breaking through, he would have to return to the god realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao went into seclusion to refine the 9 primal chaos tablets. Originally, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he would not be able to refine the primal chaos tablets completely. However, with the help of the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao was able to activate a trace of the primal chaos tablet's power. However, Ling Xiao also realized that it was impossible for him to activate the primal chaos tablets alone. He needed the Black Tortoise King and the Death Spirit King. Before the gate of the God realm was fully opened, it was a heaven-defying task to open a path to enter the God realm. Furthermore, Ling Xiao knew that he had to be more careful after entering the God realm. The secret technique of the wordless heavenly book could not be used in public. He had to change his appearance and disguise himself. No matter what, he could not expose the existence of the wordless heavenly book. At the same time, Ling Xiao planned to let Zhu Ganglai and Darkness Ling Xiao enter the devil world together. After all, Darkness Ling Xiao was formed from the origin demon bone. Only in the devil world would he be able to grow rapidly. Furthermore, it was also Ling Xiao's backup plan. Darkness Ling Xiao was a clone formed from half of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and the origin demon bone. Now that Ling Xiao had complete control over it, he was able to ensure his subordinate status. As long as Ling Xiao's cultivation was not too far off from Darkness Ling Xiao's, there was basically no possibility of a backlash. The devil world could be said to be one of the greatest enemies of the god realm. There were countless experts and there were frequent battles with the god realm. Darkness Ling Xiao entering. The devil world could be considered as a preemptive check on the current situation of the devil world. This time, Ling Xiao did not plan to bring too many people to the god realm. After all, if there were too many people, there was a high possibility that his identity would be exposed. In any case, the gate of the god realm would officially open in 100 years. At that time, as long as one had the cultivation of a titled honorable, they would be able to ascend to the god realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao only planned to bring Xianxia, Shui Wei, Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, White Dragon Horse, Zhu Ganglai, and Dugu Choubai. As for the others, it was a good thing for them to temporarily stay in the lower world for 100 years. Shui Wei had inherited the legacy of the first reincarnation saintess, and the first reincarnation saintess was a disciple of the reincarnation temple. Shui Wei had also mentioned to Ling Xiao that she wanted to enter the reincarnation temple. Old Goat wanted to return to the demon world with King Black Tortoise. After all, even though there were demons in the god realm, the demon world was the main base of the demons. Zhu Ganglai was naturally Darkness Ling Xiao's guide, and he would follow Darkness Ling Xiao to the devil world. Even though the god realm and the demon world were great enemies, the god realm was the center of the universe. There were many passages that led to the universe, and naturally, there were also passages that led to the demon world. As for Dugu Choubai, naturally, he wanted to test his sword against the world. Ling Xiao also believed that with his talent, he would be able to shine in the god realm sooner or later. Ling Xiao planned to strive for a certain amount of power to protect himself within the next 100 years. This would lay a good foundation for the future disciples of the Xianxia sect to enter the god realm. Right now, the Xianxia sect was flourishing with each passing day. With many experts holding the fort, and with the Xianxia world as their main base, one could imagine how strong the Xianxia sect would become in the next few decades. Even though Ling Xiao had left the God of War world, he could rest assured. Right now, there was no one in the God of War world that could threaten the Xianxia sect. Regardless of whether it was the demon gods or the god realm experts of the various forbidden grounds, they were all killed. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy to them. The moon goddess and phoenix maiden originally wanted to head to the god realm, but they were persuaded by Ling Xiao to stay in the Xianxia sect. After all, their cultivation was only in the supreme realm. It would be difficult for them to enter the god realm. It was better for them to stay in the Xianxia sect to cultivate. Half a year later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. King Black Tortoise and King Death Spirit had also arrived at the longevity sect. Especially when King Black Tortoise brought along an old friend of Ling Xiao. Nine-tailed fox, Sumei Nyang. Ling Xiao, long time no see. Sumei Nyang smiled at Ling Xiao. At this moment, she had already cultivated to the supreme stage, and her bearing had become even more peerless. She was naturally charming, and every frown and smile of hers carried a charm that caused one's heart to sway. Her skin was as clear as jade and her figure was extremely hot. Her body was faintly discernible under the veil, causing one's blood to boil. Long time no see. Ling Xiao smiled. Sumei Nyang had probably completely inherited the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. However, Ling Xiao did not expect her to become King Black Tortoise's disciple. It could be seen that the nine-tailed fox clan and Black Tortoise clan had a good relationship. Sumei Nyang looked at Shui Wei, who was beside Ling Xiao. Her eyes flickered as she started to size Shui Wei up. Shui Wei's appearance was not inferior to Sumei Nyang. However, their temperaments were completely different. Shui Wei's white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her temperament was extraordinary and she looked like a goddess from the nine heavens. Sumei Nyang naturally heard about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Shui Wei. After seeing Shui Wei's stunning appearance, she felt a little complicated. Ling Xiao, let us activate the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet and open the path to the Divine World. King Black Tortoise's eyes were filled with excitement as he took a deep breath. Even the frosty King of Death Spirit's eyes flickered a little. After spending millions of years in the mortal world, even though they were all god kings, they still missed the divine world dearly. To them, the divine world was like a small pond. It was too oppressive. The vast divine world was more suitable for them. All right. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as well. His eyes were filled with sharpness. Stepping into the divine world was about to start a new journey. Ling Xiao finally understood what the demon saint had said. The divine spirit realm was just the starting point. The future journey was in the vast divine world and in the myriad worlds. Buzz, the space between Ling Xiao's eyebrows shone brightly. Darkness. Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and stood beside him, nodding at him. This time, he used the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet to open a path to the God world. Similarly, it was a path to the Devil world, Demon world and Death world. Everyone was looking forward to it. Rumble, 9 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets appeared above Ling Xiao's head in an instant. They were surrounded by primal chaos chi and shone brightly. They were incomparably mysterious and contained an ancient and profound fluctuation. Open! A sharp glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he pushed out with both palms. Instantly, the heaven and earth trembled as the 9 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets revolved around each other. Streams of mystical laws intertwined as divine chains of order pierced through the void. Above the 9 heavens, a mysterious light seemed to shine down. The sky trembled, and the clouds in all directions moved. Endless power of laws descended, making it seem as if a mysterious and vast world had been chosen above the 9 heavens. Ling Xiao's god power surged towards the 9 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets as though they were free. King Black Tortoise and King Death Spirit looked at each other and slapped out at the same time. The divine power in their bodies surged towards the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet. Boom, the 9 Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablets shone brighter and brighter. Above the 9 heavens, the radiance was blazing. A mysterious passageway with 5 different colors appeared as though it was leading to a mysterious world. That passageway was ancient and mysterious. Everyone from Xianxia sect couldn't help but shiver as though they were about to kneel down and worship it. Father, Mother, I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves. I'll be waiting for you in Divine World. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan as he smiled gently. Xiao you have to take care. You have to be careful. Long Hanyan's eyes turned red instantly. Although she knew that this would be the outcome, she couldn't help but tear up. Long Hanyan hugged Ling Xiao and her voice was choked with sobs. Xiao you have to take care. Although Ling Zhan wasn't as emotional as Long Hanyan, the anticipation in his eyes made Ling Xiao's heart tremble. It was really good to be reborn with the love of parents. Not only Ling Zhan and Long Hanyan, but all the disciples of Xianxia sect and Ling Zhao's old friends were also looking at him with reluctance and blessings. Patriarch devouring heaven, you have to take care. Master, wait for us to find you. Take care. Although everyone was reluctant and missed him, they were more filled with blessings and anticipation. Ascending to Divine World was a day to be proud of for the entire Xianxia sect. The eyes of the Phoenix Lady and the Moon Goddess reddened slightly. They were even a little sad, but they were also filled with determination. They could finally face their own feelings and decided to work hard in cultivation to catch up to Ling Xiao. As for Mu Linfeng and the other 7 disciples of Ling Xiao had originally planned to bring them to Divine World. However, he decided to leave them behind in the end. After all, with the 7 of them around, ordinary demon gods were no match for them. Moreover, King of Death's soul had told Ling Xiao that the 7 demons' gourd was too powerful. They had not completely used the divine power in their bodies yet. If they were to head to Divine World now, they would be easy targets and would be captured easily. Moreover, the Death Aura and Divine Tao Law and the 1,000 Coffin Mountain could also increase their cultivation. Therefore, Ling Xiao listened to King of Death's soul's suggestion and left the 7 of them behind. We should go. King of Black Tortoise said softly. Ling Xiao nodded and looked deeply at the people from Xianxia sect. His gaze swept past Ling Zhen, Long Han Yen, Phoenix Maiden, Moon Goddess, Long Out Yen, Mu Linfeng, and the others. Finally, he turned around abruptly and soared into the sky. Dark Ling Xiao, King of Black Tortoise, King of Death's Soul, Shui Wei, Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, White Dragon Horse, Zhu Ganglai, Dugu Choubai, and Ji Feishuan followed closely behind Ling Xiao. They turned into divine rainbows and soared into the sky. This was a trip to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. This was a trip that would not turn back no matter how difficult it was. This was a trip to the 10,000 worlds where they were the most powerful. This was a trip to the heavens where they could kill gods and demons. Rumble, wind and thunder surged, and the clouds in the 4 seas moved. Bolts of lightning rose into the sky and turned into the most brilliant rays of light. In the sky above the Xianxia sect, everyone raised their heads to look at the resplendent light in the 9 heavens, as well as those mysterious figures. Their eyes were filled with fervent worship. In the sky, Ling Xiao and the rest disappeared into the mysterious tunnel. The 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets trembled slightly and shone with a dazzling light. They disappeared as well. Chaos in all directions, the universe. Blazing light was everywhere. The mysterious light in the surroundings contained vast and powerful power of laws. It was enough to dazzle anyone who looked at it and cause them to tremble. Ling Xiao and the rest had already entered the God World passage. Especially those who had reached the God realm, they could feel the vast divine Tao laws getting stronger and stronger. Although the door to the God World hadn't fully opened, using the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet to forcefully open the God World passage was equivalent to everyone experiencing ascension. Ascending from the mortal world to the God World, one would experience the baptism of the divine Tao laws and reconstruct one's body. Only by comprehending the origin of heaven and earth could one become a true god, other than the Death Spirit King, Black Tortoise King, Ji Feishuan, and Zhu Ganglai who had attained God realm in the upper world. Ling Xiao, Old Goat, Taoist Wu Liang, and Shui Wei weren't considered true gods and hadn't experienced the baptism of the divine Tao laws. But in the God World passage, the vast divine Tao laws permeated the surroundings and caused them to undergo a strange change. Using the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet to open the God World passage is equivalent to opening a crack in the divine Tao laws. The surrounding divine Tao laws are a great opportunity. Everyone must work hard to comprehend it. This is your only chance, so you must grasp it. Black Tortoise King and Death Spirit King said to Ling Xiao and the rest. It was like a leaf blocking one's eyes, unable to see Mount Tai. Being in the world, it was naturally difficult to see the whole picture of the world. Now that they were in the passageway to the divine world, it was as though they had jumped out of the divine world and were observing the workings of the divine world. Not to mention Ling Xiao, who had just become a god, this was a great opportunity for the Black Tortoise King and the Death Spirit King. The passage to the God world had opened and it was an irreversible process. Soon, they would enter the God world. Everyone sat cross-legged on the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet and began to comprehend the surrounding divine Tao laws. Rumble, those divine Tao laws shone with dazzling radiance. Numerous auras rose like divine chains of order, forming various mysterious phenomena. Ling Xiao could faintly feel that a vast and majestic world was about to descend, causing him to experience a baptism from the inside out. Boom, Ling Xiao subconsciously began to circulate the heaven-devouring secret technique. The heaven-devouring divine sea faintly appeared behind Ling Xiao, and the surrounding divine Tao laws began to be devoured and refined by Ling Xiao. After condensing the heaven-devouring divine sea, his devouring power had almost reached the level of being illusory. Whether it was the spiritual chi of the world visible to the naked eye, the boundless energy, or the power of laws that was like nothingness that could not be touched, they could all be devoured by the heaven-devouring divine sea. Strands of the power of laws fused into Ling Xiao's body, causing him to undergo an extremely strange change. After his body became a god, it already had the potential to be invulnerable to all laws. However, after fusing with those divine laws, it made his body even more translucent and extremely sturdy. His nascent spirit also became clearer, and the divine power in his body also seemed to have undergone a baptism. Especially Ling Xiao's small world, it was as if some kind of flaw had been fixed, and it was beginning to become complete. The four realms of the divine Tao, deity, true deity, celestial deity, and deity king, it was to continuously comprehend the divine laws and perfect the small world within the body, a change from being illusory to being real. The stronger the divine laws comprehended, the stronger the small world, and naturally, the stronger one's strength. God realm experts could create things from nothing in their small worlds, reverse yin and yang, and possess all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable power. However, that was only illusory power, and it was unable to affect reality. Only the small world of a God realm expert truly possessed the foundation of the great Tao, comprehended the source of heaven and earth, and walked out a path that belonged to one's own. Only then could one turn illusory into reality, and possess some kind of power of law. However, at that time, the world would naturally be complete, and the foundation of the Saint Tao would be formed. Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm now, so he naturally did not have such powerful strength. However, he had already thought of the path he wanted to take. Therefore, the heaven-devouring divine sea devouring the divine laws was the process of Ling Xiao's small world evolving. At the same time, Ling Xiao's entire body was undergoing some kind of change, as if he was starting to be recognized by the divine laws, and became a living being of the God realm. It was not just Ling Xiao, the same changes were happening to the others as well. However, right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Rumble, the vast divine laws seemed to be in disorder, and a terrifying divine light storm swept out in all directions, containing a power fluctuation that could destroy everything. A monstrous giant hand, surrounded by black divine light, broke through the void and grabbed towards the crowd. Buzz. At the same time, there was also an ancient lightning pool that contained a mysterious and terrifying lightning glow. Together with the huge hand, it enveloped the crowd. This change was out of everyone's expectations, and it caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh no! King Black Tortoise and King Death Spirit's expressions changed, and they revealed an extremely solemn expression. Rumble, the void in all directions trembled, and King Death Spirit instantly rushed up into the sky. His palm swept across the sky, and the four chi around him rose up. Endless divine laws seemed to be attracted by him, and he faced the giant hand in the sky. King Black Tortoise let out an ancient and boundless roar, and the light around his body was dazzling. In this void, he turned into a divine beast, the Black Tortoise, which was a tortoise and a snake coiled together. The ancient and terrifying divine power was unparalleled, and it shrouded the void in all directions, and it suddenly crashed towards the lightning pool. Boom! King Death Spirit collided with the giant hand, and an endless amount of deathly chi exploded. With a muffled groan, King Death Spirit was instantly sent flying by the palm. King Black Tortoise crashed into the lightning pool, and it stirred up billions of lightning, causing the void in all directions to tremble violently. However, the lightning pool seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, and it actually wanted to suck King Black Tortoise into it. King Black Tortoise roared, and there seemed to be a sea of black divine light emerging behind him, and it suddenly blocked the billions of lightning bolts in all directions. The sudden change shocked everyone. This is, a giant from the realm of the gods has made a move? Damn it! Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. How could he not feel that the attack that broke through the divine laws was definitely from a giant from the realm of the gods? Ling Xiao thought of the descent of the 6 gods, and the avatar of the Thunder King that was killed by King Black Tortoise and King Death Spirit, and his heart became heavy. It seemed that the attractiveness of the wordless heavenly book to those supreme gods was far beyond Ling Zhao's imagination. Rumble, the battle between King Death Spirit and King Black Tortoise, the giant hand, and the lightning pool was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a few more giant hands stretched out from the void, and they contained an immortal and terrifying light, and they suddenly grabbed towards the 9 primal chaos tablets. Block for me. The passage to the divine realm was formed by the 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets. If the heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets were destroyed, the passage to the divine realm would be destroyed as well. By then, they would be teleported to an endless void. Bang, just like a heavenly drum, a towering giant hand slammed onto the 9 heaven Tao primal chaos tablets, causing them to tremble violently. Ling Xiao felt as though he was struck by lightning as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became extremely weak. Young master, are you all right? Shui Wei's eyes were filled with anxiety as she hurriedly helped Ling Xiao up. Damn it! These bastards from the divine realm. Let's fight it out with them. The old goat and the white dragon horse were both enraged. Their eyes were filled with anger as they roared. The 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets trembled violently as the passage to the divine realm became chaotic. It could shatter at any time. The giant hands seemed to only want to capture them alive. Hence, they did not explode with too much power. Otherwise, all of them would have been killed in one hit. Hold on a little longer. We will reach the divine realm soon. King Xuanwu roared. Above everyone's head, there was a dazzling light. Rays of divine light lingered, as if a vast world had appeared. Rumble, at this moment, another 2 giant hands slammed down. It was like an immemorial divine mountain that contained an incomparably terrifying power. Dugu Chobai's eyes flashed as a sword intent that could annihilate everything surged into the sky. That was the destruction sword Tao. It was vast and majestic like an endless river in the void as it slashed towards the 2 giant hands. Bang, Dugu Chobai's strength was incomparably terrifying. The destruction sword Tao was invincible. The 2 palm prints were destroyed by Dugu Chobai in an instant. However, Dugu Chobai's face turned pale instantly. At this moment, a black palm print slammed down from the sky. Dugu Chobai no longer had the strength to attack. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a crazed look as the essence blood in his body started to burn. An immense amount of energy was channeled into the 9 primal chaos tablets, forming an incomparably sturdy enchantment. Gotcha, however, the power of that palm was too terrifying. Even though Ling Xiao had already begun to fight with all his might, he was still incomparably weak in front of that palm. Only a crisp sound could be heard, and the huge barrier suddenly broke apart. The 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets trembled violently before turning into a stream of light that shot into Ling Xiao's forehead. No! Ling Xiao roared, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Without the passage to the divine realm, Shui Wei, the white dragon horse, Dugu Chobai, and the others were swept away by the chaotic laws of the divine laws. At the same time, those powerful existences seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao, and they all stretched out their hands to grab him. At this moment, Ling Xiao was on the verge of going crazy. His killing intent soared, and he wanted to activate the power of the wordless heavenly book at all costs. Just then, a dazzling divine light bloomed in front of Ling Xiao. It was a white-robed figure. He stood in front of Ling Xiao like an unshakable god of war. He slammed out a palm print, causing the divine light to explode. The endless laws of the divine laws were reduced to dust. The giant hands in front of Ling Xiao were also destroyed by him. Senior Emperor? Help me save Shui Wei and the others. Ling Xiao looked at the figure in front of him. His body trembled as he revealed an extremely excited expression. Ling Xiao, I'll send you to the divine realm first. As for the others, they won't be in danger. The one in danger is you. Leave now. The Emperor said indifferently as his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Boom, he lifted Ling Xiao with his palm, and a rainbow bridge that spanned billions of miles seemed to appear in the endless void. He instantly sent Ling Xiao onto the rainbow bridge, flying towards the vast world above the 9 heavens at an extremely fast speed. It's you? Behind Ling Xiao, a few old and indifferent voices could be heard. They were filled with rage as they charged towards the Emperor at the same time. Rumble, the Emperor's body was surrounded by endless divine light. In his eyes, there seemed to be a sword light that could split the heavens and earth. Vast and terrifying waves of energy instantly enveloped those figures. Facing those terrifying waves of energy behind him, Ling Xiao felt as though he was a small boat sailing in the endless sea. It was as though the boat could capsize at any time. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. I need strength. Strength. One day, everyone who attacked me today, I will pay them back one by one. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. His face was as pale as paper but his eyes were extremely cold. Ling Xiao guessed that those existences were most likely here for the wordless heavenly book on him. Pooh! Ling Xiao was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, in order to activate the Heavenly Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, he forcefully endured those 2 attacks. This caused Ling Xiao to suffer irreversible injuries. Hence, he fainted instantly. And lost consciousness. War God World. In an incomparably vast river, there were countless broken stars floating around. An endless amount of chaotic energy filled the air. It made one feel as though they had arrived at the end of the world. On one of the stars, Zhao Ritian was riding on the void golden eyes beast. He looked dignified and elegant. Looking at the long river that seemed to lead to chaos, his eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Second uncle, can the universe river really lead to the divine world? Zhao Ritian originally wanted to find Ling Xiao and head to the divine world with him. However, he was stopped by the second uncle. Instead, the second uncle brought him to the depths of the universe river. However, Zhao Ritian did not think that the universe river could lead to the divine world. Listen to the second uncle. It definitely won't be wrong. The universe river was formed after the primordial heavenly river shattered. Although it can't lead to the divine world directly, it can lead to the heavenly river through the primordial heavenly river. From there, you can find the path to the divine world. Let me tell you, those bastards from the divine world are all ruthless people. Do you really think that they would let go of the wordless heavenly book and Ling Xiao so easily? I'm afraid that Ling Xiao has already been intercepted by those bastards. The second uncle chuckled. What? Ling Xiao will be intercepted? Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Ritian was a little anxious. Although he had always been unconvinced by Ling Xiao and wanted to compete with him, he had never thought of taking Ling Xiao's life. In fact, he even admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. I've only just recovered some of my memories recently. You can't blame me for this. Moreover, Ling Xiao must be the successor of the Scarlet Dragon War God. He should be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of inheriting the wordless heavenly book. Don't worry about him. Hurry up and leave. If you want to reach the divine world, even if you walk the path of the heavenly river, you won't be able to reach it without at least a year and a half. The second uncle snorted coldly. I hope so. Swoosh, the void golden-eyed beast swung its limbs and turned into a ray of golden divine light. It broke through the endless void and flew towards the depths of the universe river. The vast realm of gods, I, Zhao Ritian, am coming, in the Xianxia sect. How did Luo Luo go missing? Go and look for her. You must find her for me. Long Hanyan looked at Long Outyan and the rest in front of her and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Ever since Ling Xiao stepped on Heaven Road and ascended to the realm of gods, Long Hanyan and Ling Zhen did not even have time to heave a sigh of relief when they heard the news of Luo Luo's disappearance. Long Hanyan instantly became anxious. After Ling Xiao left, Long Hanyan had already treated Luo Luo as her own daughter. However, she did not expect Luo Luo to go missing. Aunt, don't worry. Even if I have to turn the entire God of War world upside down, I will definitely find Luo Luo. Long Outyan said firmly. Luo Luo's disappearance made Long Outyan jump up and down. He had already treated Luo Luo as his future wife. He did not expect her to go missing in front of everyone in the Xianxia sect. How could he tolerate this? After he reported to Long Hanyan, he immediately started to lead the disciples of the Xianxia sect to search for Luo Luo's whereabouts. At this moment, in a piece of chaotic void, ghost soldiers with powerful auras opened up a path. They were wearing ancient and worn-out armor and holding powerful weapons in their hands as they headed towards the endless chaotic void. Behind the ghost soldiers were huge bone dragons and bone phoenixes. They were pulling a huge ancient bronze coffin that was emitting an ancient and boundless aura. The surroundings seemed to be filled with the chanting of ancient people. There were energy fluctuations from the origin of heaven and earth. There were even ancient runes that shrouded the area. For some unknown reason, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin was half open. One could vaguely see that there was a beautiful little girl lying in the ancient bronze coffin. She looked very beautiful, but her face was extremely pale. This little girl was Luo Luo. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The chaotic mist around her vibrated and the bone dragons and bone phoenixes let out a soft roar. Luo Luo's eyes revealed a strange smile. This was a vast and unfamiliar world. The mountain range rose and fell continuously. Numerous enormous divine mountains rose steeply from the ground and towered into the clouds. Even the smallest mountain peak was tens of thousands of meters tall. There were even mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall. They were majestic, vast, and ancient, and emitted a desolate aura. Towering ancient trees stood in great numbers, and ancient vines and precious herbs could be seen everywhere. Above the distant cliff, clouds and mist lingered, and a waterfall cascaded down like a heavenly river. The deep pool below was quiet and secluded, as if it contained a true dragon. Between the mountains, dazzling divine light lingered and mist permeated the air. Dense divine energy nourished the mountains, rivers, and all living beings. Some places even directly turned into divine mist that lingered between heaven and earth. Some turned into divine liquid that flowed within the mountain range. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he saw a world like this. Is this the God realm? Ling Xiao struggled to sit up, his eyes filled with shock and surprise. The sky in all directions was high and far. Ling Xiao could feel that this was a vast mountain range. He couldn't see the end, and he didn't know how many millions of miles it was. The sun in the sky actually contained blazing fire and flowing gold. It was dazzling and emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Some kind of mysterious Taoist rhythm flowed around it. Compared to the sun here, the sun in the God of War world was like a firefly to the bright moon. They couldn't be compared at all. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that this place was filled with divine energy. The mountain rocks, grass, and trees were incomparably sturdy. It was as if an incomparably vast law had descended. If this wasn't the God realm, where else could it be? I wonder where Shui Wei, the old goat, and the others went. However, with the help of the Sovereign Emperor Senior, they should be safe and sound. The most important thing now is to heal my injuries. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He was heavily injured twice by the big shots of the upper realm in the God realm's passageway. Now, his physical body was destroyed, his divine energy was exhausted, and his primordial spirit had also become extremely dim. At this moment, Ling Xiao's injuries were extremely bad. He didn't even have a tenth of his strength left. The God realm was filled with dangers. The void law was incomparably powerful. Even supreme being experts couldn't fly. Only those who had broken through to the divine spirit realm could fly. In the God realm, those below the divine spirit realm were considered weaklings. They could only be trampled on by others. Only those who had cultivated to the divine spirit realm could have some ability to protect themselves. After all, the God realm was the residence of the big shots. The God realm had 33 heavens. It was vast and boundless. The God of War world probably wasn't as vast as a divine country in the God realm. Other than healing his injuries, the most important thing now was to find out which heavenly region this place belonged to. Among the 33 heavens of the God realm, the War God Temple was located in the Grand Heaven region. If he followed the normal route and opened the passageway to the God realm, he should be able to reach the Grand Heaven region from the War God Temple. However, because he was ambushed on the way, Ling Xiao was sent to the God realm by the Sovereign Emperor. As for whether this place was still the Grand Heaven region, it was hard to say. Every heavenly region in the God realm was incomparably vast. It was unknown how many trillions of li it was. It was said that even if a divine spirit flew for hundreds of years, he might not be able to cross a single heavenly region. Boom! Ling Xiao directly sat down on the ground and quietly circulated the heaven-devouring secret skill. His entire body seemed to have turned into a vast devouring vortex. He began to devour the divine spiritual qi in the mountain range silently. A majestic and pure energy surged into Ling Xiao's body and began to nourish his body and meridians. Ling Xiao did not fully circulate the heaven-devouring secret skill. Otherwise, all the divine spiritual qi within a radius of 10,000 li would rush towards him. After all, he had just arrived in the god realm. It was better to keep a low profile. If the big shots of the god realm were to investigate this place, it would be a big joke. This mountain range was deserted and very quiet. No one came to disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. Thus, Ling Xiao was able to cultivate here with peace of mind. After an unknown amount of time, when Ling Xiao felt that the godly spiritual energy had little effect on him, his injuries were already under control. However, his injuries were too severe. If he wanted to fully recover, he would need to slowly recuperate and obtain some heavenly treasures. Rumble, at this moment, the mountain range trembled. The ancient trees in the distance collapsed and the vegetation swayed. Moreover, a strong demonic aura came over. Roar, a muffled roar was heard. A giant beast leaped out from the forest in the distance. Its entire body was covered in white scales. It exuded the aura of the divine Tao. It looked like a tiger. It had long fangs and a pair of scarlet eyes. White jade-armored tiger? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He immediately recognized the origin of this demonic beast. The white jade-armored tiger was one of the more common demonic beasts in the god realm. It was a wild species in the legends. It had the bloodline of the white tiger sacred beast. Its scales could be refined into divine weapons. Its physical body was incomparably strong. It was difficult for ordinary divine spirits to deal with it. The white jade-armored tiger in front of him had obviously reached the divine spirit realm. Roar, the white jade-armored tiger roared angrily as a murderous aura rose from its body. A black arrow covered with mysterious runes had pierced through its abdomen, leaving a huge bloody hole that was still bleeding profusely. It was obvious that it had been severely injured. Swoosh. 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 At that moment, a group of figures with powerful auras jumped out from the dense forest, following the white jade-armored tiger closely. They were armed with swords and bows and exuded a valiant aura. It was a group of young men and women. The men were dressed in animal skins and looked strong and sturdy. The women were dressed in hemp skirts and had no makeup on, but they were very delicate and pretty. They were all in the Supreme Being realm and their eyes were filled with excitement. The leader was an old man dressed in hemp clothes. His hair and beard were all white and his face was full of wrinkles. His turbid eyes shone faintly. The old man in hemp clothes was in the 10th level Supreme Being realm, but Ling Xiao could feel that his life was coming to an end and his divine power was drying up. He would probably never have the chance to break through to the divine spirit realm. What surprised Ling Xiao was that they were able to severely injure the white jade-armored tiger with just this group of people. It was unbelievable. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the black longbow in the old man's hands. He could feel that the black longbow was extraordinary and it exuded a power that made his heart palpitate. These people also noticed Ling Xiao, and their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. They didn't expect that there would be someone living in the middle of the wilderness. Roar, however, before they had the chance to look at Ling Xiao, the white jade-armored tiger roared angrily and charged towards Ling Xiao. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding forest to tremble slightly. A powerful murderous aura filled the air as the white jade-armored tiger's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Be careful. The old man in hemp clothes' expression changed. He immediately pulled the longbow in his hand and like a full moon, a black arrow shot towards the white jade-armored tiger's head like a shooting star. However, the old man in hemp clothes didn't have much hope. They had suffered a lot in order to catch the white jade-armored tiger. The white jade-armored tiger was very alert and it would be difficult for the arrow to hit it. If the arrow missed, the young man in white would be in real danger. Scram. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spat out a single word. Instantly, a strange wave of energy followed Ling Xiao's voice and surged into the white jade-armored tiger's sea of consciousness. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in his sea of consciousness, turning into a monstrous roar, that was the true white tiger divine roar, comparable to the dragon clan's 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. It contained an incomparably terrifying sound attack power. Ling Xiao did not want to cause too much of an impact, so he only used the sound waves to enter the white jade-armored tiger's sea of consciousness and explode. Therefore, the old man in linen clothes and the others did not notice anything. The white jade-armored tiger trembled. The power of the white tiger's divine roar almost made it wet its pants. It was a descendant of the white tiger sacred beast, and the blood of the white tiger sacred beast flowed through its veins. The white tiger sacred beast's roar was almost powerless against it. Rumble, the primordial spirit in the white jade armored tiger's sea of consciousness exploded. At the same time, the black arrow pierced through its head, the white jade armored tiger's eyes were filled with terror. Its huge body suddenly fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Grandpa Patriarch is so powerful. Ha ha ha. The white jade armored tiger is finally dead. With the white jade armored tiger, the divine blood of the four spirits can be considered collected. When the time comes, Sister will definitely be able to break through to the divine spirit realm. Grandpa Patriarch is so mighty. The group of young men and women were incomparably simple. They immediately began to cheer, and their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. However, the old man in linen clothes was slightly puzzled. Although his arrow was very powerful, it should not have been so easy to hit the white jade armored tiger's head. Even he did not expect that the white jade armored tiger would be killed in one shot. Could it be that he made a move? The old man in linen clothes looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, but then he shook his head. He could feel that Ling Xiao had not condensed a godhead at all. Moreover, his aura was weak, as if he was injured. He had not even reached the divine spirit realm, so how could he possibly kill the white jade armored tiger? In the divine world, after breaking through to the divine spirit realm, one would fuse the divine Tao law with one's body and condense a godhead. Therefore, every divine spirit, as long as they did not deliberately hide their cultivation, was like a bright pearl that could be easily discovered by others. Although Ling Xiao had broken through to the triple god realm, he had not condensed a godhead. Speaking of which, he was not a true divine spirit. In addition, he was severely injured and had concealed his aura. It was also something that he hoped that the old man in linen clothes would misunderstand. "Thank you for saving me, old man." Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands at the old man in linen clothes with a smile. Just now, when the white jade armored tiger attacked him, not only did the old man in linen clothes warn him, but he also saved him. Although Ling Xiao did not need it, it still made him have a good impression of him. "Little friend, you are too polite. May I know why you are in the Grand Emperor mountain range?" The old man in linen clothes revealed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The young men and women began to walk up and take out containers to collect the white jade armored tiger's blood essence. They also removed the white jade armored tiger's scales and began to decompose them. To them, the white jade armored tiger's entire body was a treasure. It was enough for everyone in the tribe to obtain great benefits. At the same time, they looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Although the white-clothed young man in front of them did not seem to have a strong aura, his white clothes were whiter than snow. His temperament was extraordinary, and his eyes were bright and dazzling. He was extraordinarily handsome. A few of the young ladies could not help but blush when they looked at Ling Xiao. "I am Xiao Ling. I came here unintentionally because I was being chased by my enemies." "Is this the Grand Emperor mountain range? Is this the Grand Emperor mountain range of the Grand Emperor celestial domain?" Ling Xiao said slowly. At the same time, his eyes flashed. The Grand Emperor mountain range was a mountain range between the Grand Emperor celestial domain and the Grand Heaven domain. It stretched for tens of millions of miles. It was very vast and uninhabited. There were many powerful wild variants in it. If this was really the Grand Emperor celestial domain, Ling Xiao felt more at ease. After all, the Grand Emperor celestial domain and the Grand Heaven domain were neighbors. If Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Grand Heaven domain, he would not need to spend too much time. There were 33 heavens in the divine world. Each heaven domain had a radius of tens of millions of miles. It was incomparably vast. There were even people who could not leave a heaven domain in their lifetime. The War God Temple was in the Grand Heaven domain. Previously, Ling Xiao was afraid that he was too far away. If he ran to the other heavens, it would be a big problem. Little friend Xiao is right. This is indeed the Grand Emperor mountain range of the Supreme Emperor celestial domain. Could it be that little friend Xiao isn't from the Supreme Emperor celestial domain? The old man's body trembled slightly as his eyes lit up. The Supreme Emperor celestial domain was vast and boundless. Even divine spirit realm experts would find it difficult to leave the celestial domain. It was rumored that only divine king realm experts would leave the celestial domain to travel to other places. If Ling Xiao wasn't from the Supreme Emperor's celestial domain, then his background must be extraordinary. I am from the Supreme Emperor's celestial domain's Tianchuang city. I followed my elders to train in the Grand Emperor mountain range. However, I encountered an enemy and ended up here. Ling Xiao said calmly. Although the Grand Emperor mountain range was vast, people from the two celestial domains would often travel there. Tianchuang City was an important city at the border of the Supreme Emperor celestial domain. Many people from the Supreme Emperor celestial domain knew about it. So it's a distinguished guest from Tianchuang City. I am Feng Ji, the patriarch of the Wind Spirit Tribe. Since little friend Xiao is injured, why don't you return to the Wind Spirit Tribe with me to recuperate? When the old man heard about Tianchuang City, his eyes were filled with respect as he spoke to Ling Xiao enthusiastically. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. In the divine realm, every heaven domain had countless cities, and only experts of the divine spirit realm were able to guard the cities. Many of the living beings below the divine spirit realm lived in tribes. Even the patriarch, Feng Ji, was only at the 10th level of the supreme realm. It could be seen that the Wind Spirit Tribe was just a small force. However, Ling Xiao only wanted to find a place to rest and recuperate before asking about the situation. Therefore, he didn't care about this. Moreover, Feng Ji gave him a good impression. Next, Feng Ji led Ling Xiao and a group of young men and women happily carried the huge white jade-armored tiger and left the mountain range. They headed towards the Wind Spirit Tribe. Along the way, Feng Ji was very polite to Ling Xiao. Tianchuang City was a huge city and was very famous in the entire Supreme Emperor celestial domain. Obviously, Feng Ji had heard of it and treated Ling Xiao as a disciple of a big family. Ling Xiao also knew about the situation of the Wind Spirit Tribe. It turned out that the Wind Spirit Tribe was under the rule of dazzling Gold City. However, other than the Great Priest, who was a divine spirit realm expert, no one else in the tribe had reached the divine spirit realm. The High Priestess was nearing the end of her lifespan, and the Wind Spirit Tribe was in imminent danger. The entire tribe wanted to nurture a new divine spirit realm expert. But for a small tribe like the Wind Spirit Tribe, wanting to nurture a divine spirit realm expert was easier said than done. Fortunately, a peerless genius had appeared in the Wind Spirit Tribe. She had the Wind Spirit body and was the High Priest's disciple, Fengya. Under the full nurturing of the High Priest, Feng Ling had already reached the 10th level of the Supreme Realm before the age of 30. The High Priestess had obtained a secret method to establish a god base and become a god. It required the blood of the 4 divine beasts to push Wind Spirit into the God Spirit realm. It would also awaken her Wind Spirit body completely. Over the years, they had collected the essence blood of the Golden Spirit Turtle, the Black Soaring Dragon, and the Flame Bird. Now, they were only missing the White Jade-Armored Tiger. So, after killing the White Jade-Armored Tiger, those young men and women were so excited. Since little friend Xiao is from Tianchuang City, you should have heard of the Great Void Trial, right? Feng Ji looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Great Void Trial? It's starting again? Ling Xiao's eyes shook, and he became slightly excited. He had obtained the memories and experience of the Scarlet Dragon War God, so how could he not know about the Great Void Trial? The so-called Great Void Trial was a trial held by the 5 great academies of the Grand Heaven region. As long as one could pass the Great Void Trial, they would be accepted by the 5 great academies and become their disciples. The 5 great academies of the Grand Heaven region were extremely famous. Legend had it that they had even nurtured saints: Ares Academy, Grand Academy, Overlord Academy, Sword God Academy, and Zhou Tian Academy. Behind these 5 great academies were the War God Temple, Grand Dao Palace, Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom, Sky Sword Divine Kingdom, and Great Zhou Divine Kingdom, especially the War God Temple and Grand Dao Palace. They were supreme holy lands that were famous in the entire divine world. As long as one passed the Great Void Trial and entered the 5 great academies, they would have the chance to enter the 5 great holy lands and divine kingdoms in the future. This was an opportunity for everyone to reach the heavens in a single step. However, the Great Void Trial required one to be at least in the Supreme Realm to participate, and it was limited to those below the True God Realm. However, to pass the Great Void trial, one would need to be at least in the Divine Spirit realm. Ling Xiao was still worrying about how to enter Ares Academy, but he did not expect to be in time for the Great Void trial. That's right. The Great Void trial will start in 3 months, so we are in a hurry to collect the divine blood of the 4 spirits to help Fengya break through to the Divine Spirit realm. Little friend Xiao, are you also going to participate in the Great Void trial? Fengji smiled and looked at Ling Xiao. Maybe I will give it a try. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He understood what Fengji meant. If Fengya wanted to pass the Great Void trial, she had to at least break through to the Divine Spirit realm to have absolute confidence. After all, the Great Void trial was in a Great Void mystic realm, and it was filled with danger. Ordinary people would probably die easily if they entered. In the past Great Void trial, those who could make it to the end and enter the 5 great academies were less than 1 in 100. Soon, Ling Xiao followed Fengji and the rest to the Wind Spirit tribe. The Wind Spirit tribe did not look big and was built in a valley. There were only a few tens of thousands of people, and most of them were below the Supreme Realm. Indeed, as Fengji said, Ling Xiao only felt a figure with 1 foot in the grave. His cultivation had reached the Divine Spirit realm, and that should be the High Priest of the Wind Spirit tribe. Grandpa Patriarch is back. Wow, what a huge white jade-armored tiger. We have finally gathered the divine blood of the 4 spirits. Ha ha ha. Sister Fengya is going to break through? The return of Fengji and the rest immediately caused the entire Wind Spirit tribe to boil. Many of the tribe members were extremely excited, and they all walked out of the tribe to welcome Fengji and the rest. Among the crowd, there was a woman in hemp clothes with black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She did not seem to be wearing any makeup, and she was elegant and refined. She gave off a calm and gentle feeling, and her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 10th level Supreme Realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt a strange aura on her body. It was like a gentle wind, ethereal and otherworldly, as if she could fly away at any time. Fengya, this is the white jade-armored tiger's blood essence. The divine blood of the 4 spirits has been gathered. Is the High Priest ready? Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Patriarch. The High Priest is ready. I'll go into seclusion to cultivate tomorrow. Fengya smiled gently. At the same time, she looked curiously at Ling Xiao, who was beside Fengji. Ling Xiao's temperament was too outstanding. Even though Ling Xiao suppressed his cultivation, his temperament was still different from the people of the Wind Spirit tribe. He was like a light in the dark, and it was hard for people not to notice him. Fengya, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Ling from the Tianshuang city of the Grand Heavens region. Fengji saw that Fengya had noticed Ling Xiao and quickly introduced him with a smile. Grand Heavens region? Tianshuang city? These words were not only Fengya's, but also made many people of the Wind Spirit tribe tremble. Even though everyone knew that the Grand Imperial Mountain Range was the border between the Grand Imperial Heavens region and the Grand Heavens region, it was still tens of millions of miles wide. Even if a Divine Spirit Realm expert could fly, it would take several years to cross this area. Greetings, Brother Xiao. There was a hint of surprise in Fengya's eyes, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she said with a gentle smile. Miss Feng, you're too polite. I'll have to stay here for a few days. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Little friend Xiao is the one who's really polite. It's our Wind Spirit tribe's honor that you can come to our Wind Spirit tribe. Fengya, why aren't you bringing little friend Xiao to stay? You youngsters should get to know each other better. Fengji chuckled as he winked at Fengya. He was a little disrespectful as an old man, and Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, Patriarch. Fengya's face turned red. Even though she was very shy, she understood Fengji's meaning. She bowed to Ling Xiao and said, Brother Xiao, please follow me. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and followed Fengya into the Wind Spirit tribe. Ling Xiao also noticed that the eyes of the young people of the Wind Spirit tribe were filled with hostility. It was as if they were unhappy that Ling Xiao was getting close to Fengya. However, before they could complain, they were chased away by Fengji. Fengya brought Ling Xiao to a clean courtyard and left after instructing a few members of the Wind Spirit tribe to take care of Ling Xiao. The blood essence of the 4 spirits had been gathered, and Xianxia still had to prepare for the next day's cultivation. The entire Wind Spirit tribe began to get busy. For the Wind Spirit tribe, this was a huge matter. In the realm of the gods, if a tribe did not even have a god, it would be impossible to protect the tribe's survival. In the end, the tribe's fate would be extremely miserable, and they could only become the slaves of other tribes. Ever since the news that the high priest was nearing the end of his lifespan had spread, the Wind Spirit tribe had been on high alert. Several surrounding tribes had been eyeing the Wind Spirit tribe covetously. They were only waiting for the high priest's death to carve up the Wind Spirit tribe. Therefore, Xianxia becoming a god was a matter of life and death for the entire Wind Spirit tribe. The Great Void Trial is about to begin. It's more important for me to recuperate first. As long as I can completely recover, I'll be able to sweep through the Great Void Trial with the battle prowess of the three gods' realm. Xianxia sat cross-legged in his room, and his eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. He had been severely injured in the realm of the gods' passageway, and it was mainly the injuries to his physical body and primordial spirit. His physical body was almost completely destroyed, and his primordial spirit was attached to the Heaven Tao Primal Chaos Tablet, which caused him to suffer a powerful backlash. With the power of these 6 godhoods, it's enough for me to use the nirvana of the true phoenix to undergo a great nirvana, and then completely recover from my injuries. Xiao's palm shone brightly, and 6 resplendent godhoods appeared. At the same time, the engulfing god sea surged around him, completely enveloping the 6 godhoods. Other than the primordial spirit of the old woman from the Supreme Tao Palace, the primordial spirits of the other 5 true gods were all given to darkness Xiao, and the 6 godhoods fell into Xiao's hands. Xiao's primordial spirit was severely injured, and he could not even sense darkness Xiao's whereabouts. He could only vaguely sense that darkness Xiao had already gone to a foreign world, and there was no danger. He had to quickly recover his cultivation. Otherwise, if his primordial spirit was injured for a long time, it would be troublesome if darkness Xiao attacked his body. Xiao informed the tribesmen of the Wind Spirit tribe outside the room, and asked them to inform Xianxia that he was going into seclusion. Then, he set up a powerful array in the room, and began his seclusion. The 6 resplendent godhoods contained majestic energy fluctuations. As for the primordial spirits within them, they had been completely destroyed, and only 6 energy crystals were left. Nirvana of the true phoenix. Break! A sharp glint flashed in Xiao's eyes as he shouted. Rumble, behind him, a sea of fire rose, and a resplendent light spread out. A 5-colored phoenix was formed, and it looked lifelike and incomparably mysterious. Although the nirvana of the true phoenix could allow Xiao to undergo nirvana, it would consume his life source. Now that he had 6 godhoods, it was enough for the nirvana of the true phoenix, and Xiao naturally would not choose to consume his life source. The 6 godhoods were entangled by the flames of the 5-colored phoenix, and they melted in an instant, turning into the most sparkling and resplendent liquid. Xiao's body was surrounded by resplendent light. Clouds rose, and auspicious air rose. Like divine chains of order, they entangled him. Boom, the divine fire of the true phoenix enveloped Xiao's body in an instant, and it began to burn fiercely. The nirvana of the true phoenix was the creation after destruction, and it was the rebirth of the ultimate destruction. It contained incomparably mysterious laws of power, and it could allow Xiao to be completely reborn, and recover all his injuries. However, when Xiao circulated the nirvana of the true phoenix, he immediately felt different. The nirvana of the true phoenix was a truly great ability. In the god realm, under the influence of the vast laws of the god realm, the nirvana of the true phoenix began to erupt with truly terrifying power. Crack, a crisp sound was heard, and Xiao's bones actually shattered at this moment. Xiao's body trembled slightly, but his expression was incomparably calm. That kind of extreme pain seemed to have no effect on him at all. In the god realm, the laws of nature were complete, and the origin energy of heaven and earth was incomparably vast. When Xiao used the nirvana of the true phoenix here, he immediately triggered the laws of the divine Tao, and began to integrate them into his body. Xiao's body was like fried beans, crackling and popping. Every inch of his flesh and blood exploded, and the laws of the divine Tao were integrated into them. Although it was extremely difficult for Xiao's body to become a god in the lower realm, there was a certain flaw, and that was that the laws of nature were incomplete. It could not be considered a true body to become a god, and it needed to undergo a further sublimation and transformation in the god realm. Therefore, the nirvana of the nirvana this time was a true rebirth for Ling Xiao. Not only was he healing his injuries, but he was also cultivating. His entire person was becoming more and more compatible with the laws of the god realm, and the three great Tao immortal flowers that appeared above his head were also absorbing the vast laws of the divine Tao. Ling Xiao recited the cultivation method of the nirvana of the true phoenix, and his body exploded inch by inch. It was as if he had exploded into a bloody mist, and his entire person had actually shattered into pieces. However, there was a mysterious force that bound his body, and it didn't completely disperse. Instead, strands of divine Tao laws began to fuse into Ling Xiao's body, divine energy, and primordial spirit, causing his entire being to undergo a mysterious transformation. This was the grand nirvana. To Ling Xiao, it was a complete transformation. The divine Tao law entered his body, making his physical body, divine power, and primordial spirit more compatible with this world. Only by going through such a transformation could Ling Xiao be considered as a creature of the divine world. Otherwise, if he encountered a mighty figure of the divine world, it would be easy for them to see through Ling Xiao's identity as an ascender. To Ling Xiao now, he had to avoid all possibilities of exposing his identity, then safely join the war god temple, raise his cultivation, and secretly grow. Buzz, the 6 godheads turned into a divine liquid, crystal clear, and flowed like nectar into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and even his primordial spirit seemed to be torn apart. The pain went deep into his bones and was unbearable. An ordinary person would have fainted from the pain. Ling Xiao could feel that this was the true phoenix nirvana technique. From life to death, from death to life, and from death to life, experiencing a true transformation. The 5-colored true phoenix divine fire was refining Ling Xiao's physical body and primordial spirit. One could see traces of black impurities flowing out, which were then refined by the true phoenix divine fire. Ling Xiao's entire person became more and more transcendent, emitting an unfathomable aura. The news of Ling Xiao's seclusion reached Feng Zhi's ears. Feng Zhi didn't care, but he still sent many experts of the Wind Spirit tribe to guard Ling Xiao's courtyard, not allowing anyone to disturb him. The entire Wind Spirit tribe was mobilized, making preparations for Feng Ye's breakthrough. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone down, sprinkling golden light. On top of the altar in the center of the Wind Spirit tribe, there was an old man in a black robe who was walking unsteadily. He held a walking stick in his hand and looked as if half of his body was already in the ground. His entire body was emitting an aura of death. His face was full of wrinkles like tree bark, but his eyes were incomparably deep and pure, like the vast night sky. He was the high priest of the Wind Spirit tribe, the Wind Cloud platform. There was a black ancient cauldron on the altar, with a black dragon coiling around it. Cloud seal carvings, mountains, and rivers, ancient and mysterious. Below the cauldron, a golden flame was burning fiercely, enveloping the entire cauldron. No one knew how long it had been burning. The ancient cauldron exuded a dense aura, and the true dragons on it seemed to have come alive. They looked very lifelike, and the entire ancient cauldron had an extraordinary aura. Feng Ye sat cross-legged beside the ancient cauldron. She looked gentle and elegant, exuding a wave of spirituality. She lowered her head and smiled. The golden rays of dawn shone on her body, making her seem like some kind of divine being. No one dared to look at her directly. Besides the guards that couldn't leave their posts without permission, practically everyone in the entire Wind Spirit tribe had arrived before the altar, and their gazes were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Today was the day Feng Ye confirmed her Tao and became a deity. Everyone wanted to witness this moment. Feng Ye, are you ready? Feng Yantai walked up the altar and looked at the ancient cauldron and Feng Ye. His turbid eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Feng Ye was not only the hope of the Wind Spirit tribe, but she was also the disciple he was most proud of. After breaking through to the God Spirit realm and completely condensing the Wind Spirit body, Feng Yantai believed that Feng Ye would definitely be able to stand out in the Great Void Trial and become a disciple of the 5 Great Academies. Once Feng Ye became a disciple of the 5 Great Academies, she would be able to protect the Wind Spirit tribe. At that time, even if Feng Yantai died, he would be able to rest in peace. Master, I'm ready. Feng Ye's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Then let's begin. Feng Yantai nodded, and a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. Boom, Feng Yantai exuded a powerful aura, and his blood qi surged. His entire person soared into the sky, and he turned into a heroic and dignified middle-aged man. His entire body exuded a powerful aura. That monstrous battle intent made everyone in the Wind Spirit tribe want to kneel down and worship him. This was Feng Yantai, the High Priest of the Wind Spirit Tribe, the pillar that protected the Wind Spirit Tribe. Feng Ye's beautiful eyes were red, and there was a trace of deep gratitude in her eyes. She knew that Feng Yantai's lifespan was reaching its end, and every time he activated his blood qi, it would accelerate the consumption of his lifespan. Feng Ye once heard from the elders of the Wind Spirit Tribe that Feng Yantai was once the #1 genius of the Wind Spirit Tribe, and he even made a name for himself in the Grand Heaven region. However, for some unknown reason, he was severely injured and returned to the Wind Spirit Tribe. For Divine Spirit Blood, forge the battle body. Blood qi, black-yellow, immortal. Feng Yantai roared, and suddenly, a bright light shone from his palm. The blood essence of the 4 powerful divine beasts entered the black ancient cauldron, and there were also countless precious and ancient spiritual herbs. They exuded a strange fragrance and turned into a torrent. Rumble, the black ancient cauldron trembled violently. The ancient cauldron had been nourished by the earth core divine fire on this altar for dozens of years, all for this day. Beams of dazzling divine light rose up and turned into mysterious runes that enveloped the entire altar. An ancient and boundless roar resounded and shook the clouds. Above the ancient cauldron, a black true dragon soared into the sky, a crimson phoenix burned the 8 desolaces, a murderous white tiger roared for eternity, and a black tortoise with a tortoise and snake coiled together to support the 4 directions. These were the shadows of the 4 divine beasts, the invincible overlords of the ancient era. Although they might have disappeared a long time ago, their power still flowed in the blood of their descendants. The medicinal liquid inside the ancient cauldron seemed to boil and became crystal clear, emitting a strange fragrance. The blood of the 4 divine beasts and countless precious spiritual herbs fused together to form this supreme medicine. This was the accumulation of the Wind Spirit Tribe for countless years, and it completely erupted at this moment. The fragrance assailed the nostrils and contained a mysterious fluctuation. Powerful universal laws seemed to descend from the void and fused into the medicinal liquid inside the ancient cauldron. The shadows of the 4 divine beasts coiled around the ancient cauldron, creating all kinds of mysterious phenomena. In the middle of the 4 divine beasts, there seemed to be an invincible peerless emperor in a green robe. His eyes were incomparably deep, and his body exuded a mysterious aura that could break through the 9 heavens. Feng Ye, if you don't enter now, when will you? When Feng Yantai saw the mysterious figure in the middle of the 4 divine beasts, his body suddenly shook, and his eyes revealed a look of incomparable ecstasy. Yes. Feng Ye's eyes flashed, and she instantly turned into a stream of light and flew into the ancient cauldron. Rumble. Everyone could feel that Feng Ye's aura was getting stronger and stronger within the ancient cauldron. Boundless divine spiritual qi gathered from all directions and rushed into the ancient cauldron. Feng Ye needs 3 days to break through. In these 3 days, I will focus on helping Feng Ye break through and condense the Wind Spirit body. No one is allowed to disturb her. Lead the people of the Wind Spirit Tribe to guard the surroundings. Even if you die, don't let anyone near the altar. Feng Yantai stared at Feng Ye and said solemnly. Yes, High Priestess. Even if I die, I won't let anyone disturb Feng Ye's breakthrough. Feng Ye also yelled out as a determined look appeared in his eyes. The entire Wind Spirit Tribe became solemn at this moment. They all knew the importance of these 3 days. It was a matter of life and death for the entire Wind Spirit Tribe. The surrounding tribes had been spying on the Wind Spirit Tribe and might come to cause trouble. So no matter what, they couldn't let them disturb Feng Ye's breakthrough. Although the High Priestess had already set up a large array around the altar and left behind many backup plans, no one dared to relax. The entire Wind Spirit Tribe began to move. The divine blood of the 4 spirits is the method to forge the supreme battle body. Even if I die, I hope Feng Ye can inherit my generation's will and wait for the Lord to return. Feng Yantai's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom, the aura around him became more and more powerful. The vast divine Tao law was guided by him and poured into the ancient cauldron from the 9 heavens. Feng Yuntai could feel that Feng Ye's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The power hidden in the depths of her bloodline was awakening. An ancient and vast aura spread out. Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly felt a familiar aura. This is the aura of the undying battle body? Ling Xiao's primordial spirit trembled slightly. At the same time, he was puzzled. The undying battle body was the secret of the War God Temple. It could be said that only those who inherited the undying battle body could be considered a true disciple of the War God Temple. Moreover, only the disciples of the War God Temple could cultivate the undying battle body. Why would the aura of the undying battle body appear in the small wind spirit tribe? Could it be that there were still disciples of the battle hall here? Ling Zhao's heart trembled. Scarlet Dragon War God was the master of Battle Temple, but Battle Temple had always been suppressed. Before Scarlet Dragon War God left the divine world, Battle Temple only had 2 or 3 disciples left. Ling Xiao really wanted to go out and investigate immediately. However, his cultivation had also reached a critical moment. Boundless laws entered Ling Xiao's body, replenishing the missing power of the divine Tao. The vast blood mist began to condense into a new body. Ling Xiao's bones began to condense, emitting a golden light. Moreover, they were sparkling and translucent like colored glass. The bones reassembled one by one, like a dormant divine dragon, emitting a vast divine might. Every bone was resplendent, and the marrow within was like a small dragon flowing and interweaving with each other. It was as if a divine dragon was roaring to the heavens. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. It was incomparably mysterious. Then, all of his bones vibrated at the same time, emitting a majestic aura of life. Golden blood was produced, flowing through his entire body. At the same time, the aura of life fused into his primordial spirit, causing his primordial spirit to become even more translucent and flawless. The small world in Ling Zhao's body was like the creation of heaven and earth. Endless divine power flowed, as vast as the sea, causing his entire body to emit a kind of divine fluctuation. The light was extremely bright and resplendent. His physical body, primordial spirit, and divine power had all reached perfection. Ling Zhao's injuries were also completely healed, and his aura became even more majestic and vast. Rumble, essence, energy, and spirit merged into one. 3 flowers of the great Tao appeared above his head, sprinkling down the power of laws. They flowed like jade, mysterious and unfathomable. As for the 3 flowers of the great Tao, divine light gathered in each of them, surging violently in Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, devouring the vast divine Tao laws. Ling Xiao felt as if his primordial spirit had left his physical body and embraced the vast divine world, leaving his own mark on the divine world. A resplendent divine core began to condense, exuding a seemingly real and inextinguishable fluctuation. Ling Xiao could feel that after condensing the divine core, it was as if as long as he willed it, he could mobilize the vast divine Tao laws and unleash all kinds of powerful magical abilities at will. This was the true divine spirit realm. The divine core was also equivalent to Ling Zhao's foundation. As long as the divine core existed, even if his physical body was destroyed and his primordial spirit shattered, he could still reform a new body. Enlightened by the gods and inspired by heaven and earth, it was called a divine spirit, and Ling Zhao's cultivation also broke through from the early stage of the divine spirit realm to the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. Is this the power of the divine spirit realm? It's really strong. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and 2 golden rays pierced through the void. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stood up. His entire body was filled with power, and there was a kind of tranquil and free feeling, clear and flawless. It was as if his entire person had merged into one with heaven and earth, and there was no longer the slightest sense of unfamiliarity. After completing the laws and condensing the divine core, Ling Xiao had completely become a member of the divine spirit realm. As long as he didn't say it, almost no one would be able to tell that he was an ascender. This was also because Ling Xiao had already reached the triple god realm, and now he was only condensing the divine core, so it didn't cause too much of a change. The people of the Wind Spirit tribe didn't notice it at all. The high priest of the Wind Spirit tribe is actually a disciple of the battle hall. He's actually helping Feng Ye condense the immortal battle body? Fortunately, they met me. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to survive this tribulation. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he could see through the void and see the high priest, Feng Yuntai, above the altar. Sensing the aura on his body, Ling Xiao easily recognized that Feng Yuntai was a disciple of the battle hall. However, Ling Zhao's primordial spirit covered the surrounding heaven and earth. At the same time, he also discovered that outside the Wind Spirit tribe, there was a group of experts with obscure auras rapidly approaching. Surprisingly, they were led by 3 deities. Enemy attack. A sharp voice pierced through the sky above the Wind Spirit tribe, and then it abruptly stopped. Poof, a powerful black ray of light instantly cut a few guards of the Wind Spirit tribe in half. Today, Feng Yuntai will be killed and Feng Ye will be presented to the young master. A cold and cruel voice sounded in the void. A group of figures with powerful auras instantly rushed into the Wind Spirit tribe. Red Cloud tribe, Black Tiger tribe, Spiritual Snake tribe, how dare you offend the Wind Spirit tribe? Damn it! Feng Ji's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with incomparable anger. In the air, there was an old man in a red robe, a burly man in a beast skin, and a middle-aged woman in a black dress with a voluptuous figure. In the divine world, even exalted realm experts were unable to fly in the air. Only deity realm experts were able to fly in the air. Feng Ji recognized these 3 figures. They were the High Priest of the Scarlet Cloud tribe, the High Priest of the Black Tiger tribe, Man Shan, and the High Priest of the Spiritual Snake tribe, Yin Kuei. Ever since the news of the Storm platform's lifespan reaching its end was exposed, these 3 tribes had been eyeing the Wind Spirit tribe. However, due to the Storm platform's power, they didn't dare to act rashly. One had to know that the Wind Cloud platform had once fought 1 against 3 and defeated the high priests of the 3 major tribes. He was very famous in the region under dazzling Gold City. However, they didn't expect that Feng Ye's breakthrough would alarm the 3 tribes. However, Feng Ye hadn't completed her breakthrough yet. He couldn't let them affect the Storm platform and Feng Ye. Feng Ji's eyes instantly revealed a trace of determination. Feng Ji, your Wind Spirit tribe should have been destroyed long ago. If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, if the 3 old ancestors were to unleash their wrath, your entire Wind Spirit tribe would be destroyed. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood out and sneered at Feng Ji. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of the Sovereign Realm, which was similar to Feng Ji's cultivation. Qizhen? You all deserve to die. Feng Ji's eyes turned red when he saw the middle-aged man in a black robe. Qizhen was the patriarch of the Scarlet Cloud tribe, and the Scarlet Cloud tribe was the most ruthless against the Wind Spirit tribe. Over the years, many experts of the Wind Spirit tribe had died in the hands of Qizhen. Even Feng Ji's only son had died in the hands of Qizhen. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Feng Ji's body was filled with a violent aura as he charged towards Qizhen. Whoosh, Feng Ji strode forward like a meteor. When he charged towards Qizhen, he instantly took out the black ancient bow behind him and knocked an arrow full of runes. He pulled the bowstring and shot it towards Qizhen. The arrow was like a black meteor. Its speed was extremely fast. The sound of the arrow breaking through the wind had surpassed the speed of sound, causing Qizhen's expression to change. Clang, a long black saber appeared in Qizhen's hand. It was flowing with a vast amount of divine power. Suddenly, it slashed forward. When the arrow hit the saber, an unparalleled divine power came through. Qizhen's arms shook, and the saber almost flew out of his hand. Sun-chasing divine bow? Are you even worthy of possessing such a treasure? Give it to me. Qizhen's eyes were full of greed. He shouted loudly and instantly ordered everyone to rush towards Feng Ji. The Sun Chaser divine bow was a legendary divine weapon. It was extremely powerful, but the bowstring had been broken long ago. It was incomplete, and its divine power had been reduced to less than 10%. Previously, when the Wind Cloud platform was still around, even if they coveted it, they didn't dare to make a move. Now that the Wind Cloud platform was on the verge of collapse, they couldn't help but jump out. You're courting death. Feng Ji's eyes were blazing with murderous intent. Instantly, 9 black arrows were placed on the bowstring and shot towards Qizhen and the others. Qizhen and the others' expressions changed as they felt a cold killing intent. They didn't even think about it and wanted to dodge. However, 9 piercing sounds were heard. In an instant, the 9 supreme being experts of the 3 tribes were all killed by Feng Ji, with the sun-chasing divine bow in hand. Although Feng Ji's cultivation was only at the 10th level of the supreme realm, His combat strength was comparable to the divine spirit realm, otherwise, the white jade armored tiger wouldn't have been injured by him. Presumptuous. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. High Priest Qian's eyes were gloomy as he slapped his palm towards Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi's expression changed, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. High Priest Qian's strength was extremely powerful. It was said that he was close to the peak of the divine spirit realm. Swoosh, he didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, a golden arrow was shot out. It contained boundless power, and it was like a dazzling rainbow that flew towards High Priest Qian. Sun-shooting arrow? High Priest Qian's body trembled. The sun-shooting arrow and the sun-chasing divine bow were a set of supreme divine weapons. It was said that there were 9 sun-shooting arrows. In ancient times, they could even shoot the sun. However, the sun-chasing divine bow was damaged, and there was only 1 sun-shooting arrow left. The power of this arrow was extremely terrifying. High Priest Qian didn't dare to take it head-on. He slapped his palm towards the sun-shooting arrow, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. Bang! The sun-shooting arrow instantly blasted High Priest Qian's palm. Then, it landed on a mountain in the distance, and it instantly blew up the mountain. Feng Zhi's face instantly turned pale. If he wanted to use the sun-chasing divine bow and sun-shooting arrow, even with his cultivation, he couldn't withstand more than a few arrows. Kill. At this moment, the experts of the Wind Spirit tribe had already engaged in a fierce battle with the people of the Red Cloud tribe, Black Tiger tribe, and Spiritual Snake tribe. Everyone in the Wind Spirit tribe knew that this was a matter of life and death for the Wind Spirit tribe. Therefore, each of them fought bravely without fear of death. They fought with all their might, and for a moment, they actually resisted the attacks of the 3 tribes. However, the 3 high priests in the void were still shrouding the hearts of everyone at this moment. Although the sun-chasing divine bow was powerful, could Feng Zhi really withstand the attacks of the 3 supreme gods? You deserve to die. Qian's face instantly became extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A mere mortal who wasn't even a supreme god was almost an ant in the eyes of the supreme gods. How dare he hurt the great High Priest Qian? This was simply unforgivable. Boom! High Priest Qian's body flashed with divine light. There seemed to be a flame flowing under his feet as he rushed towards Feng Zhi. The best way to deal with an archer was to close the distance and fight in close combat. As long as he fought in close combat, Feng Zhi was definitely not his opponent. Whoosh! Feng Zhi's face changed, and his eyes became extremely solemn. There were bright runes flashing on his legs. That was the divine travel talisman, a treasure given to him by the high priest on the Wind Cloud platform. It allowed him to have extreme speed for 15 minutes. Therefore, he instantly widened the distance between him and Qian, and then shot another arrow. Bang! The bright arrow exploded. Although Qian tried his best to dodge, there was still a trace of blood on his face. Suddenly, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Bastard! When this old man catches you, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Qian roared. He activated all the divine power in his body and rushed towards Qian. However, Feng Zhi became more and more calm. He constantly widened the distance between him and Qian, and then attacked with the sun-chasing divine bow. High Priest Manshan and High Priest Yin Kuei rushed towards the Wind Cloud platform on the altar at the same time. Almost none of the experts of the Wind Spirit tribe were a match for them. Those who stood in front of them were all killed by them. Want to break through to the divine state? Dream on. So. But at that moment, the ancient altar suddenly shone brightly. Rays of divine light soared into the sky like dazzling blades, instantly enveloping Manshan and Yin Kuei. Wind Cloud platform, I knew that you had a backup plan. However, do you think a mere saber formation can stop us? Yin Kuei twisted her snake-like body, her eyes flickering like a venomous snake as she sneered. Although she and Manshan said they didn't care, they still retreated. Those blade lights were too terrifying. Even they felt the threat of death and had to retreat from the blade array's range. Break for me. Murderous intent flashed in Yin Kuei's eyes as he threw out a black ball. There were black patterns on the surface of the ball, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. There were also faint black lightning flashing around the ball. It contained an incomparably terrifying destructive power. This was the baleful divine lightning, which was given to her by the young master. It was to ensure that nothing would go wrong and completely destroy the wind cloud platform. This baleful divine lightning was a treasure formed by gathering the baleful chi of the 9 heavens, mixing it with the essence of 5 metals, and refining it in the lightning tribulation for 100 years. It was said that even true gods would be severely injured from the explosion. Seeing the terrifying blade array on the altar, Kuei threw out the baleful divine lightning without hesitation. At that moment, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from the wind spirit tribe, a handsome young man in a pink robe stood in the air with a fan in his hand. His eyes were filled with evil charm. His temperament was very feminine, and there was even a strange fragrance from his body that seemed to be able to enchant people's minds. It was very strange. Behind him stood a steel-like middle-aged man. He wore black armor and had a centipede-like scar on his face, which made him look even more ferocious. "Uncle Liu, do you think those 3 trash can kill the wind cloud platform?" The handsome young man smiled faintly, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was asking the person behind him. The wind cloud platform is currently helping Xianxia break through to the divine spirit realm. They have no time to spare, so this is the best chance to kill them. The young master has given them the baleful divine lightning. If they still can't kill the wind cloud platform, then they can only blame themselves for being trash. The scarred general said coldly, without any emotion in his eyes. The people in the wind cloud platform aren't ordinary. The handsome youth leisurely said, in the past, the wind cloud platform was also a genius disciple of the war god temple. However, because he was too loyal to the war god temple's master, he was ostracized by others. In the end, he was heavily injured and his cultivation dropped to the divine spirit realm. He then hid in this small tribe for 1,000,000 years. The war god Hall is too powerful. If we want to obtain his inheritance and the Xianxia divine bow, we can't do it ourselves. We can only rely on those pieces of trash. At the mention of the war god temple, even General Scar's eyes revealed a trace of reverence. In the entire divine realm, aside from those legendary hidden emperor clans and some forces with hundreds of millions of years of inheritance in the great Haven Law domain, the war god's temple could be said to be the top sacred ground. Legend had it that a quasi-emperor level expert had even appeared in the war god temple. However, he was unlucky and failed to control the heavenly Tao, unable to become a supreme martial emperor. However, everyone knew how powerful the war god temple was. That little girl, Xianxia, actually has the wind spirit constitution. If I can pluck her red pill, it will definitely allow my cultivation to improve greatly. At that time I will sweep through all the experts in the Great Void Trial and become the champion. When I enter the war god temple, I might be able to obtain that inheritance. The handsome youth secretly thought to himself. His eyes revealed an incomparably fiery look. But suddenly, the handsome young man's brows furrowed slightly. Who is that brat? The handsome youth and General Scar couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock in their eyes. In the wind spirit tribe, the baleful divine lightning instantly exploded. Rumble, blazing light shrouded the surroundings. Bolts of lightning were incomparably blazing, containing an incomparably terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the powerful saber array set up by the wind cloud platform was completely destroyed. Just as the destructive power was about to sweep towards the wind cloud platform, there was a trace of a bitter smile and despair in the wind cloud platform's eyes. In his current state, he could only resist the power of the baleful divine lightning because Xianxia's breakthrough had reached the most critical moment, but suddenly, a golden palm print rose from the wind spirit tribe. It contained a vast and majestic power and contained a sharpness that could devour everything. In an instant, it blocked in front of the wind cloud platform and Xianxia. Boom, the power of the baleful divine lightning was directly smashed by that palm. And on the altar, a handsome and elegant young man in white clothes appeared. His skin was like jade, and his vitality was majestic. He emitted a resplendent glow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were incomparably resplendent, and the corner of his mouth held a hint of a smile. He just stood on the altar and looked indifferently at Man Shan and Kuei. But Man Shan and Kuei couldn't help but tremble, as if they were being stared at by some ancient ferocious beast. Shaoling? The people of the wind spirit tribe revealed an incredulous look of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that the guest Feng Zhi brought back, Xiao Ling, would be so powerful that he could shatter the baleful divine lightning with a single palm. He's actually so strong? So, it wasn't an illusion. Feng Zhi's eyes widened in surprise, and his whole body became excited. He recalled the moment when he shot the white jade-armored tiger. Now, he was incomparably sure that it was Ling Xiao who made a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the white jade-armored tiger so easily. His body. This is the aura of the Aries art? The people on the wind cloud platform trembled. Although it was incomparably obscure, they felt the aura of the Aries art from Ling Xiao. Could this Xiao Ling be a disciple of the Aries temple? Even Feng Ye, who was sitting cross-legged in the ancient cauldron, could feel the commotion outside. At this moment, she was naturally incomparably shocked. So, he's actually a divine spirit. Kid, who are you? This is a grudge between the 3 tribes and the wind spirit tribe. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Man Shan stared at Ling Xiao, and a trace of gloominess appeared in his eyes. The power of the baleful divine lightning just now was shattered by Ling Xiao, and it instantly made them a little fearful. But after sensing that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm, he was slightly relieved. One must know that he and Yin Kuei were at the late stage of the divine spirit realm, and Qi Yun's cultivation was at the great circle of the divine spirit realm. Even if this kid wanted to help the wind spirit tribe, he could easily suppress him. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to be impudent in front of me? Get over here and accept your death. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he sneered coldly. He had already sensed the aura of martial arts on the Wind Cloud platform, and confirmed that Wind Cloud platform was a disciple of the Aries temple. Naturally, he wanted to kill these guys in front of him. The Aries temple's protectiveness was well known in the divine world. Ling Xiao had inherited everything from the Scarlet Dragon War God, so he was naturally incomparably clear about this point. The Aries temple's motto had always been, "Whoever hurts my fellow disciples, I'll kill their entire family." Little brother, which clan are you from? Why are you protecting these ants from the wind spirit tribe? Why don't you come to my spirit snake tribe? Big sister will serve you well. Yin Kuei twisted her delicate body, her big watery eyes were full of charm. Her figure was very hot, and her skin seemed to be able to squeeze water out of it. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Yin Kuei's eyes were very sharp. From Ling Xiao's clothes and temperament, she could vaguely feel that Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. That was why she was testing him, trying to find out Ling Xiao's origin. It had to be said that Yin Kuei had a natural charm. If it was an ordinary young man, no matter how strong his willpower was, he would be charmed by her. You? You're not qualified to serve me. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Kuei indifferently. Little brother, you're really arrogant. It seems that if I don't show you my means, you'll really look down on me. Yin Kuei's face was a little ugly. She was a small realm higher than Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao said that she was not even qualified to be a servant. This was simply a naked humiliation. Yin Kuei, why are you talking so much nonsense with this kid? How dare he interfere in the affairs of our 3 tribes? Just kill him. Man Shan sneered, his eyes were full of cold killing intent. Boom, divine power rose around Man Shan's body, and a mace appeared in his hand. His muscles swelled like dragons, and his vitality rose. He swung the mace at Ling Xiao with all his might. Yin Kuei and Qi Yun were watching coldly from the sidelines. It was a good opportunity for Man Shan to test Ling Xiao's strength. In the divine world, the godhead of a divine spirit expert can mobilize the divine Tao law and erupt with even more power. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao thought to himself, and his eyes revealed a trace of understanding. After coming to the divine world, Ling Xiao realized that in the war god's world, he could easily kill divine spirits and true gods because those divine spirits and true gods were unable to erupt with their true battle strength. In the divine world, divine spirit experts were like dragons in the sea, and their divine power was unfathomable. It was as if Man Shan's mace had smashed down. Divine power surged like a vast mountain, containing the power to suppress everything. If they were in the war god's world, the void would have shattered. However, the space in the god's world was incomparably sturdy. Not to mention gods, even true gods and heavenly gods would find it hard to shake the power of space. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't use any martial arts, but simply threw out a punch. The golden fist print soared into the sky like a resplendent sun, exuding a vast and unparalleled fluctuation. The power of the fist was vast and vigorous. Man Shan's complexion instantly changed when he saw this punch. However, he no longer had any room to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and summon the power of the mace to smash down. Bang, the void trembled like a thunderclap. Ling Xiao stood on the altar without moving, but Man Shan was sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge mace was actually smashed into Man Shan's body by Ling Xiao's fist. Puff, Man Shan's chest caved in, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became extremely weak. You. How can you have such a powerful body? Man Shan's complexion changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You can't even withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly, and his eyes fell on Yin Kuei. Yin Kuei's expression changed, and she immediately became alert. Her eyes were full of vigilance, and she no longer dared to tease Ling Xiao. Black divine light surged around her, and her body trembled slightly, as if she would fly away at any time. Whoosh, however, Ling Xiao still pointed his finger at Yin Kuei, and a golden sword chi shot out from his fingertip. It was invincible, and contained an incomparably terrifying fluctuation of power. Yin Kuei felt a stabbing pain between her eyebrows. The speed of the finger was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of her in an instant. Roar, Yin Kuei let out a strange roar, and her eyes instantly turned into two black vortexes, and suddenly shot out two black divine lights toward Ling Xiao's finger. At the same time, her body suddenly twisted, and she was as agile as a spirit snake. In an instant, she moved dozens of feet away, and rapidly distanced herself from Ling Xiao. At this moment, her fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. I technique divine ability? Interesting. But it's still too weak. Ling Xiao said lightly. The sword chi of the finger collided with the divine lights in Yin Kuei's eyes, and exploded at the same time. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation, and directly chopped at Yin Kuei with his palm. Boom, the snow-white saber light cut through the sky, and the vast divine power was incomparably pure. It contained the attribute of invincibility, and made Yin Kuei feel as if she could not dodge it. Spirit snake escape. Yin Kuei's eyes were filled with incomparable fear. She screamed in an incomparably shrill voice, and directly bit the tip of her tongue, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood-red divine light wrapped around her, and the void around her seemed to be flowing, as if it wanted to wrap her up and quickly escape from the range of the saber light. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and the speed of the saber light suddenly increased, and then suddenly chopped at the layer of blood-red light on Yin Kuei's body. Bang, the spirit snake escape, Yin Kuei's innate ability, was instantly broken by Ling Xiao, and a small part of Yin Kuei's body directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. What? Qi Yan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect Ling Xiao's battle strength to be so terrifying. In his hands, Man Shan and Yin Kuei were so vulnerable. In just 2 moves, Man Shan and Yin Kuei were seriously injured. This battle strength made Qi Yan extremely fearful, because he could not do it at all. The people of the Wind Spirit tribe were also stunned. Then, everyone instantly boiled with excitement. Ling Xiao's peerless demeanor, which suppressed the 2 high priests, Man Shan and Yin Kuei, was instantly imprinted in everyone's hearts, causing the entire Wind Spirit tribe to have a fanatical worship. In this world, the strong were always respected. At this moment, Fengji was incomparably glad that he brought Ling Xiao back to the Wind Spirit tribe, so that he could turn the tide at this critical moment. If it was not for Ling Xiao, he did not dare to imagine what would have happened to the Wind Spirit tribe today. It's your turn. Ling Xiao glanced at Qi Yan indifferently and said. Man Shan and Yin Kuei were already seriously injured by him, and there was no way for them to escape from his grasp. If it was not for the fact that he needed to interrogate some information from them, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would not have spared their lives at all. Although Qi Yan's cultivation had reached the complete divine spirit realm, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was not a threat. Boy, who are you? We are the people of dazzling Gold City's Peach Blossom Prince. If you dare to go against us, you are going against Peach Blossom Prince. Peach Blossom Prince will definitely not let you go. The dazzling gold city was the largest city within a radius of 10 million miles. The surrounding tribes were nominally under the rule of the dazzling gold city. He did not believe that this kid had not heard of the Peach Blossom Prince. Peach Blossom Prince? I've never heard of him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. When Feng Ji and the others heard the Peach Blossom Prince, their expressions changed instantly. They even revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Prince Xiao, the Peach Blossom Prince, is the son of the dazzling gold city's city lord. He is known as the Peach Blossom Prince because he likes peach blossoms. He is a famous genius in the dazzling gold city and is extremely powerful. Prince Xiao, you should let the three of them go. Otherwise, when the Peach Blossom Prince descends, nothing will survive. Feng Ji said anxiously. His entire body was trembling. It was obvious that the Peach Blossom Prince's name had frightened him. Far away from the Wind Spirit tribe, the handsome young man's expression changed instantly. This idiot actually exposed my name. He deserves to die. The handsome young man gritted his teeth and said. He was the Peach Blossom Prince. The reason why he did not appear personally was because he did not want to expose his identity. However, he did not expect that the idiot Qi Yun would be so afraid of death that he actually exposed his identity. Prince, when I make a move later, I will directly erase all of them. Naturally, no one will know about you. The scarred general said coldly. That's the only way. Uncle Liu, can you see that guy's origin? When did such a young genius appear in the dazzling gold city? The Peach Blossom Prince looked at Ling Xiao in the distance and asked. I'm not sure. Just now, he only used the pure power of his physical body and did not use any martial arts, so I can't see through his origin. However, it's very likely that he has achieved godhood through his physical body. The scarred general's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Achieved godhood through his physical body? These words caused the Peach Blossom Prince's body to tremble. He revealed a look of disbelief. The War God Temple loves geniuses who have achieved godhood through their physical body the most. If this kid participates in the Great Void Trial, he will definitely be able to join the War God Temple. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The champion of the Great Void Trial this time must be me. Let's see if I can subdue him later. If he doesn't listen to me, I can only kill him. The Peach Blossom Prince's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. In the Wind Spirit tribe, Qi Yun saw the Wind Spirit tribe members' fear. He was extremely satisfied and sneered, Kid, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Otherwise, the Peach Blossom Prince will never let. Are you so sure that I'm afraid of that bullshit Peach Blossom young master? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with mockery. What? Qi Yun couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. Kings, gold's 1,000,000 gold. He is not's godhood. Ling Xiao shook his head indifferently. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he sent a punch towards Qi Yun. Ling Xiao had even slaughtered demon god King Bo's son, let alone a mere Peach Blossom Prince. Blossom Prince Yun's prince. The dazzling fist print swept across the sky like a dazzling meteor. Its speed was extremely fast. The unparalleled fist force enveloped the void in all directions, causing Qi Yun's expression to change drastically. Bastard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Qi Yun was flustered and exasperated. He did not expect Ling Xiao to dare to attack him after hearing the Peach Blossom Prince's name. Red Cloud Divine Palm, kill. Qi Yun roared. Flames rose around his body. It was extremely hot. It was as if the surroundings were burning. He slapped Ling Xiao with his palm. The blazing flames surged, as if forming a vast sea of fire, wanting to envelop Ling Xiao and refine him. Qi Yun's divine red cloud palm was a powerful martial art that Qi Yun had obtained. It had reached the level of mid-grade divine level and he had practiced it to perfection. He had once used Qi Yun's divine red cloud palm to refine a divine spirit of the same level. Rumble. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely calm. There was no fluctuation in them. His fist, which was formed purely by his physical strength, rushed into the sea of fire and collided with Qi Yun. The golden divine light swept out in all directions. To Qi Yun's horror, the flames formed by the Qiyun divine palm did not affect Ling Xiao at all. Instead, Ling Xiao's fist smashed the sea of flames into smithereens. The huge fist imprint suddenly imprinted on Qi Yun's chest and exploded with a loud bang. A huge bloody hole appeared on Qi Yun's chest. He flew out like a rag. He coughed out blood and his eyes were filled with horror. Kacha! Qi Yun's body fiercely smashed into the ground, smashing a human-shaped crater in the ground. Man Shan, Yin Kuei, and Qi Yun, the three high priests, were all severely injured. At this moment, the experts of the three tribes were all scared silly. The three deities of their tribes were so weak. Even High Priest Qi Yun could not withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Who was this young man in white? Although Feng Zhi was afraid of the Peach Blossom Prince, he could not say much at this moment. After all, Ling Xiao had helped the Wind Spirit tribe. There was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. No matter what, he had to kill everyone today. He could not let any news leak out. Otherwise, the Peach Blossom young master would blame the Wind Spirit tribe and all of them would die. One had to know that the Peach Blossom young master had massacred many villages and destroyed many tribes. It was unknown how many tribes had been destroyed by him. Tell me. Who ordered you to attack the Wind Spirit tribe? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Man Shan, Yin Kuei, and Qi Yun. He had thought that it was a personal grudge between the tribes. However, when Qi Yun mentioned the Peach Blossom Prince, Ling Xiao felt that this matter was not so simple. It was very likely that the Peach Blossom Prince had ordered it. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to figure out the conspiracy, especially since it involved the Wind Cloud platform and the disciple of the War God Temple. Man Shan, Yin Kuei, and Qi Yun's faces were extremely ugly. At this moment, they even wanted to threaten Ling Xiao. However, when they met Ling Xiao's cold eyes, they swallowed the words that were about to reach their throats. They did not doubt that Ling Xiao would really kill them. No need to ask. I was the one who ordered them to come. However, I did not expect the three of them to be so useless. They can't even deal with a kid in the middle stage of the Divine Spirit realm. What a disappointment. At this moment, an indifferent and feminine voice sounded in the void. It was a handsome young man in a pink robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and exuded a strange fragrance. He looked extraordinary and had a feminine temperament. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in black armor with a scar on his face. His body was as straight as a sword and he was extraordinarily burly. He exuded a cold and murderous aura. The two of them were the Peach Blossom Prince and the Scarred General. You guys finally couldn't hold back. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and glanced at the Peach Blossom Prince. He was not surprised at all. After reaching the Triple God realm, Ling Xiao's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. Although the Peach Blossom Prince and the Scarred General hid their auras, they did not expect that they would be exposed to Ling Xiao's spiritual sense. The reason why Ling Xiao kept Man Shan, Yin Kuei, and Qi Yun alive was not only to interrogate them for information, but also to lure the two of them out. Prince, save us. This bastard doesn't respect you at all and even threatened to kill you. Prince, please kill this bastard. Qi Yun and the other two were overjoyed when they saw the Peach Blossom Prince. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. In their opinion, with the Peach Blossom Prince's arrival, their lives were saved. Peach Blossom Prince? He is the Peach Blossom Prince? It's over. The Peach Blossom Prince actually appeared. I'm afraid our Wind Spirit tribe is doomed. Why is the heavens so unfair to our Wind Spirit tribe? We didn't offend the Peach Blossom Prince at all. Why does he want to kill us? The entire Wind Spirit tribe, including Feng Zhi and the others, had a look of despair in their eyes. The Peach Blossom Prince's fierce reputation was not only because of his methods, but also because of his powerful cultivation. It was said that the Peach Blossom Prince was less than 100 years old and he had already cultivated to the complete Divine Spirit realm. If it was not for the Great Void Trial, he would have broken through to the True God realm. As for the Scarred General behind Peach Blossom Prince, his name was Xianxia. It was said that he was originally a general of a divine kingdom, but for some unknown reason, he had submitted himself to Dazzling Gold City and became the right-hand man of Dazzling Gold City's city lord. Xianxia was a true god expert. You discovered us long ago? Peach Blossom young master's eyes flashed. He looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise. He had a bad premonition. You want to deceive me with that crude breath concealment technique of yours? You are the so-called Peach Blossom Prince? Looking so effeminate, he really fits the name of Peach Blossom young master. Ling Xiao said indifferently. A noble son of a mere dazzling gold city actually dared to scheme against a disciple of the war god temple. He was simply courting death. Ling Xiao even had a feeling that this Peach Blossom Prince should know the identity of the Wind Cloud platform. Otherwise, he would not have let the three trash come to the Wind Spirit tribe while he hid behind the scenes. If Peach Blossom young master really knew about it, then his sin was even more unforgivable. Brat, you're courting death. Peach Blossom young master's expression changed, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The word sissy was his taboo. No one had ever dared to mention this word in front of him. Ling Xiao calling him a sissy instantly made him want to kill him. Although he was a little surprised that Ling Xiao had heavily injured Man Shan, Yin Kuei, and Qi Yun, it was still normal for an expert whose body had reached the god realm to be able to do so. Peach Blossom young master believed that he could easily deal with Man Shan, Yin Kuei, and Qi Yun. Moreover, Lu Tiansha was around. It was not difficult for him to kill a mere middle-stage divine spirit realm brat. Rumble, at this moment, a strange scene suddenly erupted on the altar. Feng Yuntai's body trembled, and his face was incomparably pale. He instantly flew down from the altar. Feng Ye, who was in the ancient cauldron, floated up. Her body was shining brightly, and there was a kind of green divine light flowing around her. It was like the astral wind above the 9 heavens, emitting an ancient and mysterious fluctuation. Above the firmament, streaks of lightning descended, emitting an incomparably vast fluctuation. It was incomparably powerful. That was the power of the God Tribulation. This meant that as long as Feng Ye passed the God Tribulation, she would be able to reach the divine spirit realm. Feng Ye is going to pass the tribulation and become a divine spirit? Ha ha ha. God bless my Wind Spirit tribe. Sister Feng Ye is so powerful. At this moment, everyone in the Wind Spirit tribe was in an uproar. Their attention was attracted by Feng Ye, and they had temporarily forgotten about Peach Blossom young master's ferocious might. Feng Yuntai stared at Feng Ye, who was on the altar, without blinking. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Green runes floated on Feng Ye's body. They were ancient and mysterious, and it caused her body to emit a strange fluctuation. She became increasingly ethereal, as if she would break through the sky at any moment. Because Feng Yuntai knew that Feng Ye's wind spirit physique was about to completely awaken, moreover, there was a boundless battle intent within Feng Ye's body. It was vast and unparalleled, as if an ancient war god had awakened. It caused her to emit a dense and majestic energy fluctuation. This was the aura of the immortal battle physique. Although it was very weak, it was indeed the immortal battle physique. Feng Yuntai felt a little regretful. The power of the divine blood of the 4 spirits was still not strong enough. Therefore, Feng Ye did not completely cultivate the immortal battle physique. However, a trace of a seed was left behind. In the future, as long as Feng Ye joined the War God Temple and cultivated the martial arts of the War God Temple, that trace of a seed would easily grow into a towering tree. However, what made Feng Yuntai the most excited was that the Wind Spirit physique had finally awakened. The Wind Spirit physique was passed down by the ancestors of the Wind Spirit tribe. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Wind Spirit tribe was a saint who taught all living beings. He was extremely powerful and could control the power of the wind. However, countless years had passed, and the Wind Spirit physique was about to disappear from the memories of the Wind Spirit tribe. Even Feng Yuntai was unable to awaken the Wind Spirit physique. Now, everyone saw hope on Feng Ye's body. Whoosh, Feng Ye flew into the sky. Lightning tribulation descended from the 9 heavens. It was like a roaring lightning dragon that contained terrifying power. At this moment, Feng Ye's dress was dyed green. Green light filled the air, and it was dazzling. Moreover, there were ancient runes flowing on it. She looked indifferent and gentle. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, and her temperament was extraordinary. At this moment, the Wind Spirit constitution caused her entire body to emit a kind of strange spirituality. It was as if she was floating in the air and was about to leave the dust behind. Only this young master is worthy of having such a beautiful woman. Peach Blossom young master thought to himself. His eyes were filled with passion. He did not stop Fengya. If Fengya could break through to the god spirit realm, it would be even more useful to him. He might even be able to break through to the true god realm. Rumble, bolts of lightning descended. There was a strange sharpness in Fengya's eyes. Her slender jade-like fingers slapped across the sky. The divine light around her was dazzling as she contended against the lightning tribulation above the void. Ling Xiao could feel that an ancient power was awakening in Fengya's body. If he didn't guess wrongly, that power was the so-called wind spirit constitution. It's a law that surpasses the divine realm and contains some kind of Tao intent. It seems that there might really be a saint in the wind spirit tribe's ancestor. Ling Xiao sighed as a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. Although the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens was incomparably terrifying, it didn't cause the slightest harm to Fengya. Instead, it was absorbed by the power in her body, causing her wind spirit constitution to completely awaken. Seeing that Peach Blossom young master didn't make a move, Ling Xiao also chose to wait and see. Fengya didn't take too long to transcend the divine tribulation. Powerful bolts of lightning descended one after another, tempering Fengya's essence, energy, and spirit, causing the divine power in her body to be boundless and majestic. Furthermore, a powerful wind attribute law of nature erupted. Fengya walked the path of becoming a god using the divine power law. It was also the most common path of becoming a god in the divine realm. In addition, with the various preparations made by the wind cloud platform in advance, she quickly transcended the divine tribulation without any danger and completely broke through to the divine realm. Rumble, a vast divine power spread out from Fengya's body. Powerful divine Tao law descended, causing flowers to fall from the sky. A mysterious phenomenon appeared around Fengya, making her look even more holy. Fengya's glabella shone brightly as the vast divine Tao law descended into her sea of consciousness, helping her condense a cyan divine spark. On the other hand, her body had been tempered by the divine Tao laws and transformed into a divine body, causing it to become even more crystalline and translucent. It was pure white like ivory, and it caused her entire body to carry an ethereal bearing. Fengya's gaze was incomparably calm. Her long cyan dress fluttered as she stood in the void. The divine Tao law around her was incomparably vast, forming a vast gale behind her that blew the forest in all directions. A moment later, the powerful divine power around Fengya slowly retracted. She also slowly floated down from the void and then bowed toward the wind cloud platform. Her voice was incomparably ethereal and very pleasant to the ears. "Thank you, Master. Your disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." Fengyan platform laughed and said, "Great. Little Ya, you've confirmed your Tao and become a deity. Even if Master dies now, I'll be able to rest in peace." Everyone in the Wind Spirit tribe was extremely excited. Fengya had proven her Tao and become a god. This was something that the entire Wind Spirit tribe should celebrate. However, when everyone noticed the Peach Blossom Prince, their eyes were filled with apprehension. Would he really let the Wind Spirit tribe go? Fengyan platform, this young master has to thank you for nurturing such an outstanding Fengya. To be able to affirm one's Tao and become a deity, one is qualified to become this young master's concubine. Old man, if you and Fengya are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll let the Wind Spirit tribe go. How about it? An ear-piercing voice rang out. Peach Blossom young master smiled coldly. His gaze landed on Fengya's body without concealing it. In particular, Fengya's towering peaks and slender thighs made his eyes burn with passion. "Recognize you as my master? You think you're worthy?" Fengyan Tai's eyes flashed as he stared at Peach Blossom Prince and sneered. Boom, a vast and powerful aura spread out from Fengyan Tai's body. It was an incomparably fierce battle intent. It was incomparably vast, as if it wanted to break through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and sweep across the 33 heavens. His eyes also became incomparably bright at this moment. His sharpness was revealed as his battle-intent sword. Even the people of the Wind Spirit tribe were slightly stunned. In their memories, the high priest had always been incomparably gentle. Fengyan Tai, who was revealing his sharpness, seemed to have changed into a different person. However, such a Fengyan Tai also greatly increased their confidence, and the bloodthirst in their hearts was stimulated. Ling Xiao also nodded inwardly. This was the sharpness that a disciple of the War God Temple should have. He could also confirm that Fengyan Tai had cultivated the War God technique. That kind of pure war god energy could only be cultivated by the war god technique. Ling Xiao could also see that Feng Yintai's current cultivation base was at the Great Circle of the Divine Spirit Realm. However, Feng Yintai's body seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy injury, causing his small world to shatter. Ling Xiao guessed that Feng Yintai's cultivation base was at least at the true God realm or even the heavenly God realm when he was at his peak. Such a disciple of the War God Temple had actually fallen to become the high priest of the Wind Spirit tribe. There must be a lot of things that no one knew about. Feng Yintai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'll kill everyone in the Wind Spirit tribe. Then, Feng Yi will naturally belong to me. Peach Blossom Young Master's face was filled with killing intent. His eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Although Feng Yintai was a disciple of the War God Temple, his cultivation base was only at the Great Circle of the Divine Spirit Realm. Moreover, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He didn't have much battle strength left. In Peach Blossom Young Master's opinion, it was simply a simple matter to kill Feng Yintai. Peach Blossom Young Master, Lu Wenqing? Back then, even your father didn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Who do you think you are? Feng Yintai sneered. His voice was oppressive and domineering. His body was straight, and his body had a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Little friend Xiaoling, are you a disciple of the War God Temple? I would like to ask you for a favor. Later, I will stop Peach Blossom Young Master and Lu Xianxia. Please take Feng Yi away. Feng Yi must not fall into their hands. The voice of the Wind Cloud platform was transmitted into Ling Xiao's consciousness with a hint of pleading. I'm not a disciple of the War God Temple yet. However, could it be that Elder Feng is a disciple of one of the 9 halls of the War God Temple? In your current state, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop Peach Blossom Young Master and Lu Xianxia, right? I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and transmitted his voice to Feng Yintai. You're not a disciple of the War God Temple? Then who are you? I am indeed a disciple of the War God Temple. However, if I fight with my life, I should be able to stop Peach Blossom Young Master and Lu Xianxia for a period of time. That's right, I shouldn't make things difficult for little friend Xiaoling, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Feng Yintai asked doubtfully. Then, he smiled bitterly and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. Elder Feng, I haven't finished speaking. The reason why I can't agree to your request is that I don't think it's necessary. They're just 2 chickens and pottery dogs. Let's just kill them. Ling Xiao said faintly. What? Little friend Xiaoling, you're indeed bold. However, Peach Blossom Young Master and Lu Xianxia are extremely strong. They won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao's words shocked everyone on the Wind Cloud platform, but he shook his head with a bitter smile. He had seen Ling Xiao's combat strength. Although he was strong, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would be a match for Peach Blossom Young Master and Lu Xianxia. Old thing, you think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my father? You're courting death. When Peach Blossom Young Master heard Feng Yintai's words, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. The folding fan in his hand suddenly opened and he charged towards Feng Yintai. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the Peach Blossom Young Master leaped over, looking extremely confident. He opened the fan in his hand, and there was a peach tree on it. The tree was filled with pink peach blossoms, each of them fresh and tender, looking very lifelike. Peach blossoms flew out from the fan one after another. They were silent, but a cold killing intent filled the air. In an instant, the entire Wind Cloud platform was shrouded. Peach Blossom Divine Technique? Feng Yin platform's expression changed, and his gaze became serious. The reason why Lu Wenqing had the title of Peach Blossom Young Master was because he cultivated the Peach Blossom Divine Technique. This Peach Blossom Divine Technique was obtained by Lu Wenqing from an ancient relic. It contained the power of life and death, and could confuse people's minds. It was very powerful. Hence, when he saw the Peach Blossom Young Master using the Peach Blossom Divine Technique, Feng Yin platform didn't dare to be careless, and similarly punched out, *Kacha. Feng Yin platform's fist was incomparably ferocious, and there was black divine light gushing out. This was the War God King Fist, an ultimate skill that was compatible with the War God art. With one punch, there was an unstoppable power that could destroy heaven and earth. When the fist seal exploded, it could even shatter a mountain. However, the peach blossoms were incomparably mysterious. When Fengyan platform punched out, they actually floated and rotated in the air. With a very strange fluctuation, they instantly enveloped Fengyan platform. Fengyan platform was surrounded by the peach blossoms, and there was a fragrant wind blowing in his face. Fengyan platform felt dizzy, and immediately guarded his mind, blocking his five senses, not daring to be affected by the peach blossoms. "Old thing, you should just die." The peach blossom young master sneered. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he slammed his palm towards Fengyan platform. Although he was at the great perfection divine spirit realm like Fengyan platform, he didn't put Fengyan platform in his eyes at all, even if Fengyan platform was a disciple of the War God Shrine. "Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Fengyan platform's face was incomparably pale, but his eyes were as sharp as a blade. His fist was incomparably ferocious, but there was a primitive fluctuation. Although it looked very slow, it contained a mysterious power, as if the power of heaven and earth was being moved. Rumble, the fist and the palm collided, causing the void to tremble slightly. Dazzling divine light exploded in the void. The unparalleled fist print swept out in all directions, as if to destroy all the peach blossom petals in the surroundings. Peach blossom divine technique? Interesting. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel that the peach blossom divine technique that Peach Blossom Prince was using contained the mysterious power of the law. The peach blossoms were formed by the law. They seemed to stick to the storm platform, constantly corroding the divine power in his body. Under such circumstances, an ordinary expert of the divine spirit realm would have been defeated long ago. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the wind cloud platform was extraordinary. The wind cloud platform's war god power had reached the point where yin and yang were in harmony. His fists even had the power of Tai Chi. It was perfect, powerful, and ferocious, sweeping through everything. What? Peach Blossom Prince's expression changed slightly. He could feel that the peach blossom divine power in his body had begun to become chaotic as the wind cloud platform's fist moved in all directions. Even the peach blossom petals were dancing in the void, violently trembling, as if they would be crushed into dust by the wind cloud platform's fist. Is this the martial arts of the War God Shrine? I must obtain the martial arts of the War God Shrine. He must die. Peach Blossom Prince's eyes were burning with greed. You're courting death. Seeing that Peach Blossom Prince was at a disadvantage, Lu Tianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. He threw a punch towards the wind cloud platform. Lu Tianxia's fist print was extremely ferocious. It contained a cold and crazy killing intent, as if it was going to destroy the wind cloud platform. Your opponent is me. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He naturally wouldn't let Lu Tianxia harm the wind cloud platform. He threw a punch towards Lu Tianxia. Rumble, the blazing fist print swept across the sky like a blazing sun rising in the sky. It emitted blazing rays of light, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. This punch was grand and vast, but the terrifying power contained within it made Lu Tianxia's face change. 9 killing divine fist. Lu Tianxia shouted. Divine light surged behind him, and killing intent rose around him. He threw out 9 punches in an instant. The power of the 9 punches seemed to stack together, causing his aura to soar. It was like a raging sea, making the power of this punch extremely terrifying. Gotcha, the 2 fists collided. Golden and black divine light collided in the void. It was like a blazing thunderbolt had exploded. Vast divine power shrouded the sky above the wind spirit tribe. Ling Xiao stood in the void. His white robe was whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered. His body didn't move an inch, but the 9 killing intents were shattered by his punch. Lu Tianxia only felt the terror of Ling Zhao's punch when he faced it. He flew back a few hundred feet, and his arm seemed to have lost all feeling. It had become numb. How can the body of a god be so strong? Lu Tianxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was one realm higher than Ling Xiao. Whether it was his divine power or the laws, he should be stronger than Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, he should be able to easily suppress Ling Xiao. However, the physical strength that Ling Xiao displayed was too terrifying. Even he found it difficult to resist. Whoosh, however, Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to think. He leaped into the sky, turned into a golden divine light, and threw a punch at Lu Tianxia. Rumble, above Ling Xiao's fist, there seemed to be 4 different types of energy exploding. Instantly, he shot up into the sky. Around him, the images of a divine dragon, a true phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise appeared. His fist contained the power of chaos and suppressed Lu Tianxia. For elephant's sky-striking style, this was a martial art that Ling Xiao had created by fusing the 4 great secret techniques. It could already be considered as a top-notch divine technique. At this moment, it had triggered the power of the laws of the divine world to erupt, and it possessed an almost invincible might. That chaotic punch was like the pressure of chaos. It contained an unparalleled sharpness. Lu Tianxia's expression changed drastically, and his gaze became extremely solemn. 9 killing intense, heaven-piercing saber. Lu Tianxia roared, and the black divine light around him suddenly exploded. It was as if a black curtain had covered the sky. Behind Lu Tianxia, streaks of killing intense rose. Finally, they fused together and turned into a pitch-black saber radiance. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could even cut the sky apart. Break! Ling Xiao's eyes were calm and indifferent as he spat out a simple word. Boom! The chaotic fist seal went against the current and instantly blasted on the black blade light, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. The huge blade light exploded in an instant. Under the pressure of Ling Xiao's punch, the broken blades flew back and landed on Lu Tianxia's body. Lu Tianxia's body shook violently as he was dyed red with blood. Then, he smashed into a huge rock far away, smashing it into smithereens. What? Peach Blossom Prince and Fengyan Platform were stunned. Neither of them had expected that Lu Tianxia, a true god expert, would be defeated by Ling Xiao just like that. Moreover, he had survived hundreds of battles. His killing intent was monstrous, far surpassing that of ordinary true gods. The 2 of them felt as though they were dreaming. At this moment, Fengyan Platform finally understood Ling Xiao's words. He really did have invincible strength. Fengyan Platform was stunned and did not know whether to be surprised or happy. Xiao Ling is actually so strong? Fengyan's mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with surprise. The entire Wind Spirit tribe cheered. The simple people worshipped the strong the most, and Ling Xiao had used his invincible strength to win their respect. Peach Blossom Prince's face was extremely ugly and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Lu Tianxia was stronger than him, but he was not Ling Xiao's opponent. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would be doomed. Kill! Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since he had chosen to attack, he naturally wouldn't give his opponent any chance to turn the tables. Therefore, he didn't give Lu Tianxia any chance to retaliate. Like a golden ray of light, he shot towards Lu Tianxia and slashed down with his palm. Ling Xiao's physical body was not weaker than the power of a divine weapon. He had unparalleled divine power and was extremely powerful. Hence, when he slashed down with his blade, it was as though he wanted to cut Lu Tianxia in half. Lu Tianxia's face changed and he instantly flew away. Boom! The huge blade light slashed on the ground and caused the ground to shake violently. Then, a blade mark that was hundreds of feet long appeared. You want to leave? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as if he had already predicted Lu Tianxia's actions. With a flash of his feet, he instantly appeared a few dozen feet away and kicked Lu Tianxia's chest. Bang! Lu Tianxia pushed his arms forward in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's kick. However, he was unable to completely neutralize Ling Xiao's terrifying godly power. He was sent flying by Ling Xiao's kick and landed on the ground. Taking advantage of Lu Tianxia's loss of balance, Ling Xiao appeared behind him and grabbed his legs. Unparalleled divine power erupted from his arms. Puff! Lu Tianxia was actually torn in half by Ling Xiao. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, making him look extremely pitiful. Whoosh! Lu Tianxia's primordial spirit and godhead were very decisive. They instantly abandoned the divine body and escaped. They appeared beside Peach Blossom Prince and with a flash of light, they condensed another corporeal body. However, the aura of this body was clearly much weaker. Young master, this kid's cultivation is too strong. This subordinate is no match for him. Let's leave quickly, Lu Tiansha hurriedly said to Peach Blossom Prince. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Peach Blossom Prince's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Whether it was the wind cloud platform or elegance, they were originally his prey. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly appear and disrupt his plans. Xiao Ling, right? Very good. This young master will remember you. When you fall into this young master's hands, this young master will definitely let you know what it means to beg for death. Peach Blossom Prince looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable hatred. In an instant, he fled with Lu Tiansha. Where do you think you are going? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he instantly used a teleportation secret skill to chase after them. Ling Xiao naturally knew that letting the tiger return to the mountain would cause endless trouble in the future. Moreover, Peach Blossom Prince had the backing of dazzling Gold City. To be able to become a city master, he was at least a heavenly god expert. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he naturally could not fight against a heavenly god expert. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let Peach Blossom Prince and Lu Tiansha go. There was a trace of decisiveness in the wind cloud platform's eyes. He said to Elegance and Fengji, Xiaoya, Fengji, quickly lead everyone to retreat into the Taihuang mountain range. I will go and help young Master Xiao. After saying that, the wind cloud platform instantly turned into a stream of light and followed Ling Xiao. Xiaoya, what should we do now? When Fengji saw that even the wind cloud platform was chasing after Peach Blossom Prince, he immediately knew that the situation was about to change. He immediately looked at Elegance and asked. After all, Elegance had broken through to the divine realm. Logically speaking, she should be the future high priest of the wind spirit tribe. Listen to Master, we will leave now. Although Elegance was a little worried, she knew that she had to make a decision at this moment. This concerned the lives of the entire wind spirit tribe. Therefore, under the mobilization of Fengji and Elegance, the entire wind spirit tribe began to pack their luggage. They quickly left the wind spirit tribe and headed towards the Taihuang mountain range. The Taihuang mountain range was tens of millions of miles wide and was filled with danger. There were even many savage mutants. Even heavenly gods did not dare to enter the depths of the Taihuang mountain range. One could imagine that if Ling Xiao and the wind cloud platform killed Peach Blossom Prince, dazzling Gold City would definitely be enraged. At that time, they would definitely vent their anger on the wind spirit tribe. Peach Blossom Prince and Lu Tiansha were desperately escaping in front. Feeling that Ling Xiao was relentlessly chasing after them, Peach Blossom Prince's face was extremely ugly. Damn Xiao Ling, I will definitely ask father to kill him. Peach Blossom Prince growled. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His plan had gone down the drain because of Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was relentlessly chasing after him, he was infuriated. However, Ling Xiao's speed was getting faster and faster. In the divine realm, Ling Xiao possessed extreme speed. Even Lu Tiansha, who was a true god expert, was not as fast as Ling Xiao. Prince, I will stop him. You go first. Lu Tiansha's eyes were filled with determination. He sent Peach Blossom Prince flying with a slap and then turned around and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Uncle Lu. Peach Blossom Prince's eyes instantly turned red. Back then, Lu Tiansha was saved by the dazzling Gold City's lord. Therefore, he was loyal to the Lu family. At this moment, he was even willing to cover for Peach Blossom Prince. One could imagine that Lu Tiansha would only end up dead. If you want to kill the Peach Blossom Prince, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Tiansha's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. His blood and chi surged up and started to burn. Light gushed out from his glabella, and even his godhead seemed to be burning at this moment. His aura began to skyrocket, and waves of murderous aura filled the air, charging toward Ling Xiao. With just you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he spoke indifferently. Ling Xiao admired Lu Tiansha for helping the Peach Blossom Prince escape without fear of death. However, even if he admired him, Ling Xiao still wanted to kill him. Boom, Ling Xiao's body shone brightly as the golden light illuminated the sky. He mobilized the powerful divine power in his body and threw a punch towards Lu Tiansha. The blazing fist print was unparalleled and contained the power to destroy everything. However, Lu Tiansha didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he charged straight at Ling Xiao. A black battle saber appeared in his hand, and a baleful aura emanated from it as he slashed at Ling Xiao. Lu Tiansha wanted to die together with Ling Xiao. Hence, he was willing to pay any price to injure Ling Xiao and create a chance for the Peach Blossom Prince to escape. Boom, Lu Tiansha's attack arrived first. It was so fast that it instantly cleaved Ling Xiao's body in half. An afterimage? Lu Tiansha felt that something was amiss as his face changed. He then realized that it was not Ling Xiao but an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Just as Lu Tiansha was about to perish together with Ling Xiao used a teleportation technique and left behind an afterimage to fool Lu Tiansha's eyes. Boom, at this moment, Ling Xiao's punch landed on Lu Tiansha's chest. The punch was extremely ferocious. It instantly entered Lu Tiansha's body and spread throughout his body like a spider web. Lu Tiansha's body exploded into a bloody mist. I can't accept this. Lu Tiansha's primordial spirit let out a crazy roar. He did not expect that his desperate attack would not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Rumble, his godhead and primordial spirit suddenly swelled at this moment, erupting with a terrifying and monstrous power. He actually wanted to self-destruct. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. In the end, he gave up on the idea of using the wordless heavenly book to devour Lu Tiansha's primordial spirit and godhead. He immediately used the teleportation secret technique to teleport away. Rumble, how terrifying was the self-destruction of a true god. A huge mountain below was blown to smithereens, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Incomparable divine power swept out in all directions, and the dazzling divine light formed a huge mushroom cloud in the void. What a loyal and righteous man. Fengyan platform had also caught up. Seeing that Lu Tiansha was willing to sacrifice himself to stop Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xiao wanted to continue chasing after Peach Blossom Prince, but he realized that he had lost track of Peach Blossom Prince. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Young Master Xiao, stop chasing. Peach Blossom Young Master should have a lot of protective treasures and escape treasures on him. He should have already left. Let's go. Fengyan platform said to Ling Xiao. Alright. I'll let him off easy this time. A sharp glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he nodded. Ling Xiao and Fengyan platform turned and flew towards Grand Emperor Mountain, preparing to meet up with the Wind Spirit tribe there. Old Feng, you're a disciple of War God Hall? How did you become the Grand Priest of Wind Spirit tribe? Ling Xiao looked at Fengyan platform and asked curiously. Young Master Xiao is right. I'm indeed a disciple of War God Hall. Moreover, I'm the leader of the 9 halls, War God Hall's disciple. Fengyan platform didn't hide anything and even said proudly to Ling Xiao. 1,000,000 years ago, the old Hall Master of War God Hall died in battle, and Red Dragon Hall Master took over the position. Coincidentally, the demon race invaded, and the Great Divine Demon War started again. In order to defend against the demon race, Red Dragon Hall Master left the divine world and went to the secular world. Originally, we all thought that Red Dragon Hall Master would return soon, but we didn't expect him to leave for 1,000,000 years. In this 1,000,000 years, due to Red Dragon Hall Master's departure, War God Hall was without a leader. Some died in battle, and some joined other halls. War God Hall was suppressed. For example, I didn't want to join Thunder Hall, but I was assassinated by a despicable person from Thunder Hall. I had no choice but to leave War God Hall and return to Wind Spirit Tribe. Fengyan platform's voice was filled with vicissitudes as he explained the situation of War God Hall. After he finished, Fengyan platform looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully and asked, Young Master Xiao, I can feel the aura of the Aries art on your body. Why do you say that you're not a disciple of War God Hall? Only disciples of War God Hall could cultivate the Aries art. It definitely couldn't be spread out. If outsiders dared to cultivate the Aries art and were discovered, they would only die. I accidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior from War God Hall and cultivated the Aries art. I'm planning to participate in the Great Void Trial and enter War God College. Ling Xiao glanced at Fengyan platform and smiled. Although he felt that Fengyan platform's words were true, he didn't intend to reveal his identity so easily. Everything could wait until he entered War God Hall. Young Master Zhao's talent is unparalleled, and his battle strength is exceptional. If you participate in the Great Void Trial, you will definitely be able to enter War God College. At that time, it won't be impossible for you to become a true disciple of War God Hall. Fengyan Platform smiled. He could also tell that Ling Xiao's physical body had reached godhood. Such talent was most suitable for cultivating the Aries art. However, there weren't many in War God College who reached godhood with their physical body. Although Fengyan Platform had left War God Hall, he still considered himself a disciple of War God Hall. Seeing that Ling Xiao was willing to join War God Hall, he was sincerely happy. Is the Great Void Trial still in the Great Void Secret Realm this time? I'm afraid there's no entrance to the Supreme Emperor Sky region? If I want to participate in the Great Void Trial, it seems like I have to return to the Supreme Emperor Sky region as soon as possible. Ling Xiao glanced at Fengyan Platform and asked. That's right. This time, the Great Void Trial will still be held in the Great Void Secret Realm. It shouldn't be much different from the previous ones. However, the Great Void Trial this time is a great trial that occurs once every 10,000 years. It's said that not only the 5 great colleges will be recruiting disciples, but many sects will be recruiting disciples as well. Therefore, the Supreme Emperor Sky region will also open a trial passage. It's in Dazzling Gold City. Fengyan Platform said to Ling Xiao. In Dazzling Gold City? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strange look. Peach Blossom Prince was the son of Dazzling Gold City's city lord. He didn't expect the Great Void Trial passage to be in Dazzling Gold City. Ling Xiao had a premonition that he would meet Peach Blossom Prince again in the Great Void Trial this time. Devil World, this was a floating ancient continent surrounded by dense devil chi. The continent was vast, and there were many powerful figures roaming around. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Severed limbs and corpses could be seen everywhere. The state of death was extremely miserable. On top of a mountain, a young man in a black robe stood. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His temperament was sharp, and he was tall and handsome. His whole body was exuding an invincible aura. There seemed to be 2 vortexes in his eyes. There was a mysterious light that shot out from them. It was breathtaking. Beside him stood an honest-looking fatty. His eyes were small, and there was a hint of craftiness in them from time to time. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked around. Master, I didn't expect that the Emperor Xian would send us to the God-slaying convention that is held once every 10,000 years in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation. As long as we can stand out in the God-slaying convention, we will be able to join the 10 sects of the devil race. The honest-looking fatty said excitedly. These 2 were Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai. Although they were separated from Dark Firmament's main body and the others when they were ambushed by the God Realm's big shots, the Emperor had saved them and sent Dark Firmament and Zhu Ganglai to the Devil World. This was a very mysterious continent. When they arrived, there were some ignorant people who wanted to attack Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai. Naturally, they were killed by them. After interrogating their primordial spirits, Zhu Ganglai found out that this was the God-slaying convention held by the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation. The purpose of the God-slaying convention was to select the strongest genius disciples of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation to join the 10 sects of the Devil World. The 10 sects of the Devil World would only recruit disciples once every 10,000 years. Therefore, the God-slaying convention was also held once every 10,000 years. However, the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation was not strong. They only had 10 spots. Therefore, if one wanted to join the 10 sects of the Devil World, they had to be in the top 10 in the God-slaying convention. God-slaying convention? The rules are simple and crude. I like it. It's nothing more than killing all those idiots. The Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation does not need 10 people. I alone am enough. Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty. The God-slaying convention of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire had attracted hundreds of thousands of experts from the Devil clan. However, the rules of the God-slaying convention were very cruel. Those who participated in the God-slaying convention would have to kill each other on the continent. The remaining 10 would be the victors of the God-slaying convention, and they would be qualified to become disciples of the 10 sects of the Devil World. This kind of rule was that there were no rules. It was very bloody and cruel. However, the reproduction ability of the devil race was very strong. There were many experts in the Devil World. Therefore, even if the probability was only 1 in 100,000, it still attracted countless experts to participate in the god-slaying convention. Zhu Ganglai said excitedly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he glanced at Dark Lingxiao and said. 2. We can't fall too far behind. In the future world, my body will be the God Emperor of the divine world and I will be the demon emperor of this vast devil world. So, those who block me will die. Darkness Lingxiao stretched out his arms as if he wanted to embrace the vast continent in front of him. Rumble, black devil light flickered around his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Zhu Ganglai looked at Darkness Lingxiao's figure with excitement in his eyes. Then. Kill. I will use blood and flesh to pave the way for me to become the demon emperor. Murderous intent flashed in Darkness Lingxiao's eyes. He leaped down from the top of the mountain in an instant. Murderous intent surged around him as he threw a punch at the 3 demon gods below the mountain. Kill. Those 3 demon gods were only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. When they saw dark soaring cloud rushing toward them, not only did they not show the slightest bit of fear, but their eyes were also filled with crazy killing intent. They all rushed toward dark soaring cloud. The demon gods hiding in the surroundings seemed to have been alerted by the fluctuations of the battle. They all rushed toward the battlefield. In this place, there was only killing, killing, and killing. A crazy battle broke out. In the Grand Emperor mountain range, Darkness Lingxiao and the Storm platform caught up with the people of the Wind Spirit tribe. Their group traveled at full speed until they reached the depths of the Taihuang mountain range. Then, they found a huge hidden valley and hid there. Darkness Lingxiao and the Storm platform set up a powerful array in the valley, enveloping the entire mountain range. The Grand Emperor mountain range was filled with danger and was extremely vast. Even if the city lord of the dazzling gold city were to personally take action, it would be difficult to find them in a short period of time. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Prince was not dead. The city lord of the dazzling gold city would not make a big fuss over the Wind Spirit tribe. There were still 2 months before the Great Void trial began. Since there was a passage in the dazzling gold city, they had to find a way to enter the dazzling gold city. After all, this place was only a few 100,000 miles away from the dazzling gold city. However, it was more than 10 million miles away from the Grand Heaven region. If an accident happened along the way, they would miss the Great Void trial. Darkness Lingxiao had obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God and was already one of the 9 halls of the War God Temple. Therefore, no matter what, Darkness Lingxiao had to pass the Great Void trial and enter the War God Temple. Lingxiao temporarily stayed in the Wind Spirit tribe and prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time. The current Lingxiao had imprinted his primordial spirit in the God world and condensed his godhood. He had completely achieved the 3-god realm and was considered a true living being in the God world. As for the 6 true gods that he had killed in the lower realm, Zhongsu, Bai Wuliang and Qi Kongjue, Lingxiao had refined their godhoods and also obtained part of the martial arts inheritance in their primordial spirits. However, what made Lingxiao feel helpless was that the forces behind the 6 true gods were extremely powerful. They were all immortal sacred grounds or divine kingdoms with sages. Therefore, they all had the inheritance of saint techniques. However, it was a pity that the 6 true gods were too weak and were not qualified to inherit saint techniques. They only had some god-level martial arts that Lingxiao did not care about. In order to hide his identity, Lingxiao could not use the wordless heavenly book and the power of secret techniques. However, the Aries technique, Aries King Fist and 4 elephant sky striking style were all martial arts that Lingxiao could use. In Lingxiao's opinion, the Aries King Fist and 4 elephant sky striking style had the potential to reach the level of saint techniques. They would become stronger as Lingxiao's strength increased. Dugu Qiubai had attached his primordial spirit to the longevity grass and studied heaven and earth for hundreds of thousands of years to comprehend the power of life and death. Only then did he comprehend the destruction sword principle and the life sword principle. It could be said that Dugu Qiubai had already established the foundation of the divine path. As long as he pressed forward, it wouldn't take long for him to become a saint. However, Lingxiao was gradually able to exert part of the strength of the destruction sword principle and the life sword principle by combining the 3 sword arts with them. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't care about ordinary divine-level martial arts unless it was a peerless divine technique or a supreme saint technique. However, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised by Zhong Su, by Wuliang, and Qi Kongjue. Skyfall Hammer. Star-picking hand. Void Quake. It's actually the three nameless fist arts? Ling Xiao's gaze shook and revealed a hint of surprise. When he fought with Zhong Su, he had seen Zhong Su use the Skyfall Hammer. That kind of unrivaled fist intent was like a celestial emperor pulling up mountains. Even Ling Xiao's four elephants sky-striking style could not resist it. It was deeply imprinted in his mind. At that time, he felt that it was a peerless fist art. The vast fist intent was actually very similar to the fist intent of the great emperor that Ling Xiao encountered in the Divine Tribulation. It turned out that when Zhong Su, Bai Wuliang, and Qi Kongjue came to the mortal world, they had obtained the three moves in an ancient relic. They were the Skyfall Hammer, the Star-picking hand, and the Void Quake. In the end, they were obtained by Zhong Su, Bai Wuliang, and Qi Kongjue respectively. However, Zhong Su had only scratched the surface of the Skyfall Hammer. The Star-picking hand and the Void Quake were even more difficult. Bai Wuliang and Qi Kongjue had never tried to cultivate them. These three moves are simply peerless martial arts tailor-made for divine body. No wonder they couldn't cultivate them. It seems that I've really picked up a treasure this time. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although Ling Xiao didn't obtain the true meaning of these three styles of Sanzhou, he felt that he would definitely be able to master these three styles of Sanzhou after obtaining the cultivation method. In addition, I can also integrate the Qilin secret technique into the 5 elements sky ceiling style. The 5 elements sky ceiling style will definitely be extremely powerful. However, I don't have much time right now, so I'd better cultivate these 3 styles first. After I enter the War God Shrine, I'll start fusing the 5 elements heaven ceiling style. Ling Xiao thought to himself. In fact, Dugu Chobai's Destruction Sword Way and Life Sword Way were supreme techniques that led directly to the divine path. If Ling Xiao could give up his current martial arts and focus on these 2 sword ways, he would definitely be able to reach the divine path in the future. To many people in the God realm, this was simply an irresistible temptation. One had to know that many godly kings could not even touch the shadow of the divine path even after wasting countless years. These 2 sword daos were definitely supreme treasures. However, Ling Xiao's will was firm. He was determined to carve out his own path, and that was to learn from all the martial arts in the world. He was going to become invincible. This was Ling Xiao's ambition. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the many secret skills in the wordless heavenly book, the destruction sword principle, or the life sword principle, they were all treated by Ling Xiao as a means to strengthen himself and not as his foundation. Just like how he was currently cultivating the 3 major techniques, he also wanted to learn that kind of supreme fist intent from them. Sky Seizing Hammer, derived from the fist intent that could survey the heavens and destroy the universe. With the body as the foundation, one can't cultivate it without great willpower and wisdom. Ling Xiao stood on top of the mountain. The sea of clouds lingered around him, and the mountain wind whistled. He crossed his arms in a circle, as if he was embracing the heaven and earth. He clenched his fists, and his entire body merged with the heaven and earth. There was a kind of boundless concept that pervaded the air. Rumble, thunder rumbled, and his fists slowly pushed towards the sea of clouds in front of him. It seemed to be extremely slow, but there was a kind of unparalleled power that pervaded the air. Ling Xiao's fist intent was like a bow that was ready but not released. It stirred up the clouds and the surroundings, and formed all kinds of mysterious phenomena in his surroundings. For a moment, his fist stirred up wind and thunder, and the void shook. It was extremely powerful. The star-seizing hand was derived from the fist intent that could traverse the heaven and earth, pluck the stars and grab the moon. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even capture the primordial spirit of a person and capture the soul of a person. Across layers of void, the fist would arrive with a thought, and destroy everything. As for the void quake, it took one's own small world and merged it with the greater heaven and earth. Using one's own world's power to stir up the endless void, it formed a vast fist print that destroyed everything in an instant. It was invincible. The fist intent of these 3 techniques was incomparably vast. Ling Xiao didn't obtain the true meaning of the inheritance, and only used the cultivation method recorded in the records to activate it. There was a kind of incomparably vast energy fluctuation that was terrifying to the extreme. For a moment, Ling Xiao was immersed in these three techniques, and forgot about everything. What kind of martial art is this? Could it be the legendary saint technique? It's actually so powerful. In the Wind Spirit tribe, Feng Yantai and Feng Ye raised their heads to look at Ling Xiao's figure on the mountain peak. They felt the invincible fist intent, and their eyes were filled with shock. The fist intent was too vast, and it shook the entire Feng Yantai. One must know that the War God King fist was already a peerless divine martial art, second only to the God King's martial art. However, the Feng Yantai felt that even the God King's martial art was inferior to the fist technique that Ling Xiao was cultivating. This kid isn't someone to be trifled with. If he enters the War God Temple and chooses the War God Temple, maybe the War God Temple can be revived in his hands? Thinking of this, the Feng Yantai trembled. He was deeply indebted to the Red Dragon Temple Master, so even if he left the War God Temple, it was his lifelong wish to revive the War God Temple's strength. Now that he saw such a peerless jade like Ling Xiao, his heart was filled with excitement. However, the War God Temple had completely fallen to the bottom of the 9 temples. Was Ling Xiao really willing to become a disciple of the War God Temple? The Feng Yantai was a little nervous. Feng Ye's beautiful eyes were also filled with admiration, and her heart was filled with admiration. She also treated Ling Xiao as her savior. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, the Wind Spirit tribe would have been completely erased from the divine realm. So when she saw Ling Xiao's peerless demeanor, she couldn't help but blush. Ling Xiao had been cultivating at the top of the mountain for 2 months. In these 2 months, this mountain range was shrouded in clouds and thunder rumbled. Moreover, it emitted a kind of ancient and vast wave, scaring the demonic beasts in the surrounding mountains to flee. However, Ling Xiao knew that the 3 major techniques were very powerful, so he suppressed most of the fist intent and didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. The entire Wind Spirit tribe, especially those young men and women, practically treated Ling Xiao as an object of fanatical worship. Every day, many people would come to the mountain peak to watch Ling Xiao practice, wanting to learn some peerless martial arts. And Ling Xiao was completely unaware of all these. Rumble, the aura around his body slowly converged, but the vast fist intent still swept away the surrounding sea of clouds, revealing a clear sky. Golden sunlight shone on Ling Xiao's body, making him look like a peerless divine king. He was awe-inspiring and exuded an invincible aura. Huff. These 3 moves are indeed powerful. But fortunately, I have the foundation of a divine body, so I barely reached the entry level. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and like a sort of qi, he shot out hundreds of feet away. His eyes revealed a trace of emotion as he softly muttered to himself. His gains in these 2 months were huge. He had already reached the entry level of the Sky-Seizing Hammer, Star-Picking Hand, and Void Quake. With these 3 moves, Ling Xiao's current combat strength had greatly increased. In this great void trial, no matter how strong the opponent was, Ling Xiao would not be afraid. The Origin Demon Bone Avatar is already participating in the God-Slaying Convention and will soon enter the 10 sects of the demon world. I have to work hard too. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He had already sensed Dark Ling Xiao's whereabouts. What made him feel relieved was that Dark Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai were safe. From the looks of it, Shui Wei, Old Goat, and the others should also be safe. But Ling Xiao believed that as long as they were in the divine world, he would eventually find them. Ling Xiao floated down from the top of the mountain. Young Master Xiao, you're out? Congratulations on your great improvement in cultivation. Feng Ye's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Thank you, I've made some progress. I'm afraid the Great Void Trial is about to begin, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. At this moment, Feng Yantai also walked over and smiled. Young Master Xiao, you've come out at the right time. If you were any later, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Great Void Trial. It's said that this time, the disciples of the War God Temple will come to Dazzling Gold City to preside over the opening of the Great Void Trial. There's less than a month left. Young Master Xiao, this time, little Yu will follow you to the Great Void Secret Realm. I hope you can take care of her. Elder Feng, don't worry. I will. Elder Feng, How are your injuries? Ling Xiao nodded. He glanced at Feng Yuntai and felt that although Feng Yuntai's aura was stable, his lifespan was about to end. I'm fine. To be able to see Xiaoya enter the war god shrine, I can die in peace. Feng Yuntai said in a carefree manner. Feng Ye said anxiously, Master, you won't die. I heard that there are divine herbs in the Great Void secret realm that can extend one's lifespan. I will help you find the divine herbs and extend your lifespan. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be basking in Xiaoya's glory. Feng Yuntai chuckled, his eyes filled with indifference. Elder Feng, I plan to go to the dazzling gold city now to purchase some things that we need for the Great Void trial. Do you want to come with us? Ling Xiao looked at the storm platform and asked. I'm not going. Young Master Xiao can just bring little Ye along. I believe that with young Master Xiao around, we will definitely be able to pass the Great Void trial. However, young Master Xiao must be careful of Peach Blossom young master. After all, that is his home ground. If he discovers you, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. The Wind Cloud platform reminded. Peach Blossom young master? Don't worry, Elder Feng. I'll be careful. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He could restrain and change his own aura. Even changing his appearance for Feng Ye was not difficult. Hence, he was not worried about being seen through by Peach Blossom young master. Young Master Xiao, after the Great Void trial, if you are able to enter Ares College, you must be wary of Sky Hall and Thunder Hall. As for Wind Hall and Yin Hall, you can be on good terms with them. As if he was worried, Feng Yuntai looked at Ling Xiao and reminded him. Thank you for your advice, Elder Feng. I'll remember it. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He naturally understood Feng Yuntai's words. Back then, when he was dealing with Battle Hall, Sky Hall, and Thunder Hall were the happiest. Furthermore, these two halls were extremely powerful. If Ling Xiao were to inherit the position of Battle Hall Master, the first to oppose him would be Sky Hall and Thunder Hall. Following which, Ling Xiao and Feng Ye bade farewell to the Wind Cloud platform and the Wind Spirit tribe. They flew into the air and left the Grand Emperor mountain range, rushing towards the dazzling gold city. Ling Xiao used the sky-devouring mystic technique to restrain his aura and change the ripples of his primordial spirit. He turned into his appearance when he was reborn in the Changsun sect. He looked very handsome and wore a white robe. He looked like a young man with a bright smile. Feng Ye did not ask Ling Xiao for help. Feng Yuntai had already prepared an aura-concealing pill for her. It could change her appearance and aura for a month. As long as she did not fight with others, no one would be able to see through her true appearance. After all, Feng Ye's appearance was extremely beautiful. Wherever she went, she would encounter a lot of trouble. After consuming the aura-concealing pill, her aura became very ordinary. Her radiant appearance was also much more restrained. Although she was still pretty, she was also much more normal. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled at Feng Ye. Golden light spread out from his feet and he shot into the distance like a golden lightning. Feng Ye also laughed lightly and used her god power to chase after him. Dazzling Gold City was a majestic city. Dazzling Gold City was located on top of Dazzling Gold Mountain. It was said that Dazzling Gold Mountain was originally 100,000 feet tall. Later on, a saint cut down 90,000 feet and used Dazzling Gold Mountain as the foundation to create this huge majestic city. Dazzling Gold City was emitting a dark golden radiance. It was built using dazzling gold stone, a specialty of Dazzling Gold Mountain. Furthermore, powerful runes were engraved on it. It was said that the powerful rune formation in Dazzling Gold City was something that even ordinary saints would find hard to destroy. Dazzling Gold City occupied an area of over 10,000 miles. There were many palaces in the city. Pavilions were scattered in disorder. Waterfalls flowed with springs and ancient vine cliffs. It looked peaceful and mysterious. Powerful figures rode on divine steeds that were several hundred feet long as they patrolled around Dazzling Gold City. All of them had powerful auras and were all godly experts. The huge gate of Dazzling Gold City was actually over 10,000 feet tall. It was like the mouth of a huge beast that swallowed and spat out countless people every day. The population of Dazzling Gold City was over 10 million people. At the center of Dazzling Gold City, there was a group of dazzling palaces. This was the residence of the Dazzling Gold City Lord. Divine light lingered around this place and auspicious vapors rose. It was like the palace of a celestial emperor and was very imposing. Peach Blossom young master stood in a palace and held a folding fan in his hand. In front of him was a general in black armor who was kneeling on one knee. He had a long saber on his back and his entire body was emitting a powerful baleful aura. The Great Void Trial is about to begin. That kid and Xianxia will definitely come to dazzling Gold City. This is their appearance and aura. You must guard the city gate strictly. If you encounter these two people, capture them and bring them to me. Yes. Young master. The black-armored general bowed and took the image recording stone from Peach Blossom young master's hands. It was imprinted with Ling Xiao and Xianxia's appearance and aura. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better run far away. Otherwise, if you dare to appear in dazzling Gold City, I'll definitely let you die without a burial ground and avenge Uncle Liu. Peach Blossom young master's eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself. After escaping from the Wind Spirit tribe, he had regarded it as a great humiliation. Originally, he wanted to send people to exterminate the entire Wind Spirit tribe. However, after thinking about it, the Wind Spirit tribe had probably escaped long ago. The opening of the Great Void Trial gave him a premonition in his heart. That kid and Xianxia would definitely participate in the Great Void Trial. At that time, it would be the best opportunity to take revenge. Ling Xiao and Xianxia's speed wasn't considered fast. In 10 days, they had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and were getting closer and closer to dazzling Gold City. Young Master Xiao, after crossing the drifting cloud mountain in front of us and crossing thousands of miles of wasteland, we'll be able to see dazzling Gold City. In the sky, Ling Xiao and Xianxia were walking side by side. Clouds and mist lingered around them as the wind blew fiercely. Xianxia pointed at a mountain in front of them that was shrouded in clouds and mist. Drifting Cloud Mountain? What a good name. Ling Xiao nodded. The drifting cloud mountain in front of them looked majestic and majestic. The clouds and mist above the mountain range were like a vast sea of clouds that constantly flowed and multiplied. The drifting cloud mountain was indeed worthy of its name. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded behind Ling Xiao and Xianxia. However, Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being stared at by some prehistoric giant beast. An extremely uncomfortable feeling enveloped his entire body. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around, his eyes revealing a trace of incomparable vigilance and vigilance. In the distance, a stream of light flew over and landed in front of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. It was an incomparably ugly youth wearing a loose and tattered Taoist robe. He looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. It could be said that Ling Xiao had never seen such an ugly person before. However, there was a sense of pride between the youth's brows, and he seemed incomparably confident. But for some reason, when the young man stood in front of Ling Xiao felt as if he was facing an ancient beast. He didn't know where that discomfort came from, but the young man didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him. That was because Ling Xiao had practiced Destiny's secret. He was very sensitive to xenogeneic powers and rules. He was like elegance, who couldn't feel anything. Ling Xiao knew that there was something strange about the young man in front of him. He was definitely not simple. Ling Xiao suppressed the discomfort in his heart and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what can I do for you?" You are handsome. You have an impressive appearance. You have extraordinary talent. You should help each other. The young Taoist spoke very intimately to Ling Xiao as if they were close friends. At first, Ling Xiao could still maintain a polite smile. However, after hearing Yi Liangchen's words, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy dared to say that he was handsome. He had an impressive appearance, and were not handsome. However, this guy felt very good about himself. Even Xianxia couldn't bear to look at him. It was an eyesore. Ling Xiao. He resisted the urge to expose this guy and said, "I am Long Out Yin. I am going to participate in the Great Void Trials. Brother Yi is indeed a man of striking appearance and extraordinary handsomeness. This humble one humbly admits defeat and is far from being able to compare with Brother Yi." Long Out Yin? Good name. Brother Long, you have good taste. Ha ha ha. Although I am handsome, I am only a little better than Brother Long. Why don't we go together? When Yi Liangchen heard Ling Xiao's words, his eyes lit up. He had a good impression of Ling Xiao. All right. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and nodded with a bitter smile. Ling Xiao didn't know if this guy really didn't know. Ling Xiao was mocking him, but this guy really thought that Ling Xiao was praising him. It was the first time Ling Xiao met someone who didn't know his place. No, Zhao Ritian might be on par with this guy. But even though Zhao Ritian was cocky, his looks could be considered handsome and extraordinary. As for this guy, he was simply too horrible to look at. Yi Liangchen didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. Instead, he flew with Ling Xiao to Drifting Cloud Mountain. He acted as if he knew Ling Xiao very well. He was like a piece of dog skin plaster. Brother Long, I heard that Drifting Cloud Mountain is a place where wind and lightning gather. People are often struck by lightning here. You and I must be careful. Yi Liangchen looked at Drifting Cloud Mountain and said to Ling Xiao with concern. A place where wind and lightning gather? Don't worry. With Brother Yi around, even if there is divine lightning, it won't strike me. Ling Xiao smiled weirdly. Brother Long is right. I, Yi Liangchen, will definitely protect you. Yi Liangchen felt very good about himself. He smiled proudly. Ling Xiao was on the verge of bursting into tears. What he meant was that even if there was divine lightning, Yi Liangchen would be the first to be struck by it. However, Yi Liangchen did not understand what Ling Xiao meant at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fengya covered her face and smiled. She felt that this Yi Liangchen was very funny. Yi Liangchen looked at Fengya and was a little dazed. He said to Ling Xiao, Brother Long, is this your sister? She is indeed a peerless beauty. How old is she now? What is her name? Are you betrothed to someone? Yi Liangchen looked like a pig. He almost said, look at me and let me be your brother-in-law. Fengya was still smiling. However, when she heard Yi Liangchen's words, her face turned red. She glared at Yi Liangchen and turned her head away. Cough, cough. Brother Yi, her name is Fengya. She is my good friend. She is not my sister. I don't know about the rest. You can ask her yourself. Although Ling Xiao was a little annoyed, he couldn't vent his anger in front of this guy. He could only persuade him nicely. Boom, at this moment, the sky above Drifting Cloud Mountain was suddenly filled with lightning. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky like a long snake. It was extremely fast and struck Ling Xiao's head directly. Damn, that idiot was right. I am really struck by lightning. Ling Xiao thought in his mind and was instantly drowned by the lightning. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's spiritual sense was extremely shocking. Not to mention Lei Ting, even if a real god or heaven god who had concealed their aura were to launch a sneak attack on him, they shouldn't be able to escape his spiritual sense. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's spiritual sense seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow. It became chaotic and he was directly struck by the lightning rumble. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a golden glow. His body was extremely strong. The lightning that was strong enough to kill a divine spirit realm expert contained an endless amount of destructive power. However, it wasn't able to penetrate Ling Xiao's body. Instead, Ling Xiao's hair stood up from the lightning. His body was in extreme pain and he grimaced in pain. It's so king painful. Ling Xiao immediately glared at Yi Liangchen. It was this guy's crow's beak that caused Ling Xiao to be struck by lightning. Ling Xiao felt as if there were 10,000 divine beasts running through his heart. It was extremely ket up. Brother Long, this seems to be the flowing lightning of the divine world. It's rare to see it on a normal day. It contains pure lightning energy. You're really lucky. Yi Liangchen said to Ling Xiao with a smile. He seemed to be gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao glared at Yi Liangchen and instantly increased his speed. He only wanted to leave Drifting Cloud Mountain as soon as possible. Brother Long, slow down. I heard that in this Drifting Cloud Mountain, there is a white snake that has cultivated to the heavenly god realm. Its strength is incomparably powerful. These clouds are all spat out by that white snake. However, it only wakes up once every 1,000 years. Every time it wakes up, it will devour many powerful demon beasts. You should be careful. If the white snake wakes up, it will be troublesome. Yi Liangchen said as he chased after Ling Xiao. A heavenly god realm white snake? Let's leave quickly. When Ling Xiao heard Yi Liangchen's words, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly wanted to leave Drifting Cloud Mountain. Rumble, however, at this moment, the sky above Drifting Cloud Mountain was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning danced wildly like silver snakes. The clouds were misty and the demonic aura was rolling. Even Drifting Cloud Mountain began to tremble violently. It was as if a powerful demonic beast was about to fly out of Drifting Cloud Mountain. Damn. Could it be that this guy was right? Ling Xiao was stunned. He stared at the turbulent clouds, and a thought appeared in his mind. Roar, an ancient and powerful roar resounded. Endless clouds and mist rose. Suddenly, a huge white snake that was thousands of feet long rushed out of the Drifting Cloud Mountain. The white snake looked crystal clear, and its scales emitted a white jade-like luster. The snake's head was held high, and its eyes contained a trace of anger. Its long tongue flickered, and a majestic white mist spread out from its body. There was also a white horn on the top of the white snake's head, emitting streaks of lightning. It was actually the flowing cloud heavenly thunder that had just struck Ling Xiao. Its entire body exuded a powerful aura, causing the entire Drifting Cloud Mountain to tremble violently. The white snake glared at Ling Xiao, its eyes filled with anger. A ball of lightning slowly formed in its mouth. Is it? It is too. Ling Xiao whispered to Yi Liangchen. His lips were dry. The cultivation level of the white snake had reached the great circle of the heavenly god realm. Ling Xiao was no match for it. However, he could not figure out why the white snake stared at him angrily. Brother Long, there's something I forgot to tell you. This white snake likes to eat the cloud lightning. I'm afraid it thinks that you stole its cloud lightning. That's why it's so hostile towards you. Let's run. Yi Liangchen whispered. He was a little guilty. Swoosh, Yi Liangchen turned around and grabbed Fengye's hand. He took out a mysterious talisman and slapped it on his body. Then, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Ling Xiao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. All of this was caused by Yi Liangchen, that jinx. But in the end, he just ran away. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He wanted to grab Yi Liangchen and beat him up. However, he did not have time to think about it. The lightning ball in the white snake's mouth was flashing with destructive lightning. It shot towards Ling Xiao. Brother Snake, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ling Xiao revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. He cupped his hands towards White Snake, then similarly fled into the distance as if there was oil on his feet. However, the speed of the lightning ball was even faster than Ling Xiao's speed. In an instant, it landed on his body. Rumble, terrifying lightning exploded. The destructive energy in the lightning ball hit Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body trembled when the lightning ball hit him. He tasted something sweet in his throat. His organs were severely injured. However, Ling Xiao used the energy in the lightning ball to teleport away from the Drifting Cloud Mountain. He flew towards the dazzling gold city. The Drifting Cloud Mountain was very close to the dazzling gold city. Although the white snake was very powerful, it would not dare to enter the dazzling gold city. However, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This white snake's strength was truly incomparably terrifying. A mere lightning ball was almost enough to severely injure her. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that even the white snake was stunned. By the time the white snake reacted and wanted to chase after him, Ling Xiao had already left the Drifting Cloud Mountain and was flying towards the dazzling gold city. Bastard, I'll let you off easy. Don't let me see you again. The white snake let out a clear and melodious voice as it spoke with some resentment. Buzz, the white snake's body flashed and turned into a woman in a white dress. She stood at the top of the Drifting Cloud Mountain. She looked like a fairy with an extraordinary temperament. She was extremely beautiful. She stared at Ling Xiao's back. There was a trace of anger in her beautiful eyes. Just now, she had managed to trigger a flowing heavenly thunder with great difficulty. Just as she was about to condense a thunder Dao martial skill and awaken from her deep slumber, the flowing heavenly thunder had deviated from its course and struck Ling Xiao instead. The Great Void Secret Realm is about to open. The Thunder Dragon Grass should be maturing soon. I hope I can use the power of the Thunder Dragon Grass to break through to the Divine King Realm. The white snake's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. White clouds surged around her body and she disappeared from the top of the drifting cloud mountain. Ling Xiao ran for tens of thousands of miles before he caught up with Xianxia and Xianxia. The white snake did not chase after him. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Xianxia, he was furious. Get lost. Xianxia, you're a jinx. I've been tricked by you. Xiaoya, come here quickly. Stay away from this guy. Be careful not to be infected by his bad luck. Ling Xiao could not help but curse. Brother Long, don't be angry. I promise that everything will be fine. If something happens again, let a knife fall from the sky and kill me. Xianxia swore sincerely when he saw that Ling Xiao was angry. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a ray of light flashed in the sky. In an instant, a blazing blade aura that contained unparalleled sharpness slashed towards Ling Xiao. The blade aura was extremely fast. It was only when it was about to hit Ling Xiao's body that Ling Xiao reacted and retreated instantly. Bang, the blade aura landed on the ground and left a deep mark on the ground. Rocks flew everywhere and the ground shook. Ling Xiao's expression changed involuntarily. The blade aura contained within the blade aura was extremely terrifying. If it hit Ling Xiao, it would probably be like the white snake's lightning ball. It would instantly injure Ling Xiao severely. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and his body trembled. This guy was really a jinx. He really had to stay far away from him in the future. Otherwise, he would not know when he would be tricked by him. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao innocently. In the sky, two terrifying figures were fighting. It was a young swordsman in a black robe and an old man with white hair. Both of them were in the heavenly god realm. Their strength was unparalleled. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. It's the heartless swordsman and the black-hearted old man? Why are they fighting in dazzling gold city? Xianxia looked at the two figures in the sky and muttered to himself in confusion. Who are these two guys? Ling Xiao looked at them deeply. The blade aura just now was from the heartless swordsman. However, in their eyes, Ling Xiao and the other two were like ants. They did not put them in their eyes. As they fought fiercely, they headed towards dazzling gold city. The heartless swordsman and the black-hearted old man are both independent cultivators. They are both righteous and evil existences. In dazzling gold city, they are quite famous. Many divine nations and holy lands want to recruit them. In the end, they were all rejected by them. Both of them were veteran heavenly gods. It was likely that the great void mystic realm had attracted them here. Scram! You scared me to death. Why didn't the heavens strike them to death? Xianxia said angrily. Although he swore, he was shocked when he saw the saber coming down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, he did not like the two of them. Rumble, however, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds. Black thunderbolts struck towards heartless swordsman and heartless old man. The bolts of lightning that danced wildly contained an incomparably terrifying destructive force, causing Ling Xiao and Xianxia's scalps to turn numb. F***CK, who the hell are you? Isn't this even more powerful than absolute command? Ling Xiao and Xianxia stayed far away from Xianxia. Their faces were filled with vigilance and shock. Along the way, Ling Xiao finally witnessed the power of Xianxia's mouth. Whatever he said would come true. No one was spared. This was no longer a jinx. This was simply the embodiment of misfortune. Could this be the legendary saintly physique of misfortune? Ling Xiao's body trembled. He suddenly thought of a certain physique in the legends. The legendary saintly physique of misfortune was the embodiment of misfortune. It dominated the power of misfortune between heaven and earth. It could be said that it was a jinx. Wherever it went, it would bring disaster. However, the so-called saintly physique of misfortune only appeared in ancient legends. Even the Scarlet Dragon war god's memory did not recall the existence of the saintly physique of misfortune in the divine realm. Ling Xiao now felt that Yi Liangchen should be the so-called saintly physique of misfortune. After all, this guy was too terrifying. I wonder if the secret skill of destiny can resolve this guy's misfortune? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Although his secret skill of destiny was incomplete and he had only comprehended the surface, it had already displayed an extremely magical effect. At the very least, Ling Xiao's spiritual sense was very strong. He could foresee danger and mess up his own aura. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao slowly circulated the secret skill of destiny. Suddenly, a mysterious aura flowed in his body. The shadow that shrouded his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao only felt that his whole body was comfortable. He did not feel that gloomy feeling anymore. Ling Xiao was more and more certain that his body must have been contaminated by something unclean. The culprit was this bastard Yi Liangchen. Brother Long, I also do not know what is going on. However, the old man told me that I am the child of destiny. I am destined to become the ruler of this area and dominate the world. Therefore, no one can hurt me. Yi Liangchen said innocently. However, as he spoke, he began to show off. He was very proud of himself. After getting rid of the misfortune on his body, Ling Xiao's mind changed. This bastard Yi Liangchen was simply a killing machine. Even the gods could not resist the misfortune that he released. Perhaps even the divine king could not resist the misfortune that he released. Yi Liangchen's cultivation was only at the divine spirit realm. Once this guy grew to the divine king realm, wouldn't even saints have to retreat? Not only could Yi Liangchen not let this guy go, but he also had to firmly tie him down. Once he met an enemy that he could not fight against, he would immediately close the door and release the dog. No, close the door and release Yi Liangchen. Thinking of this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. Anyway, he had the secret skill of destiny. He could resist Yi Liangchen's saint body of misfortune. The others would probably suffer. Brother Long, what are you smiling about? Why do I feel that your smile is so perverted and evil? Yi Liangchen looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously and said. Nothing. I just suddenly realized that Brother Yi has an imposing appearance and is extraordinarily handsome. If you participate in the Great Void Trial, you will definitely attract many beauties to throw themselves at you. At that time, I might even be able to bask in your glory. I have decided that I will participate in the Great Void Trial with Brother Yi. At that time, we will join the War God Temple together and dominate the world. Wouldn't that be great? Ling Xiao said in a seductive tone as if he was abducting an ignorant girl. Join the Aries College? Aren't there 5 big colleges? Why do you want to join the Aries College? I heard that the Imperial College is filled with beautiful goddesses. I think I should join the Imperial College. Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up when he heard about beauties. He said to Ling Xiao. The Imperial College? Brother Yi, you don't know. The Imperial College is filled with a group of cold and uninteresting people. There is no meaning in joining the Imperial College. As for the Aries College, there are all kinds of beauties. Brother Yi, you will definitely be able to broaden your horizons. Ling Xiao tried his best to persuade him. Really? Yi Liangchen was indeed tempted. Of course. I will definitely not lie to you. Let's go, we will go to the dazzling gold city to take a look. Who knows, we might be able to meet the girl you like. Fengya couldn't bear to look at them. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's heroic image, she would have thought that Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen were 2 hooligans. However, Fengya was smart. She guessed that Ling Xiao must have taken a fancy to Yi Liangchen's natural body. In the end, Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen were like good brothers. Soon, they flew towards dazzling gold city with their arms around each other's shoulders. Not long after Ling Xiao and the other 2 left, Heartless Swordsman, the black-hearted old man, escaped from the lightning while cursing. Both of them secretly cursed their bad luck. They didn't know what had happened, but they were actually struck by lightning. If they were seen by others, how were they going to survive? Therefore, the 2 of them didn't have any intention to fight. They also flew towards Dazzling Gold City. Dazzling Gold City was built on Dazzling Gold Mountain. It looked majestic and extraordinary. It emitted an ancient and vigorous aura. It was dazzling with gold and jade. It was very mysterious. Ling Xiao also praised it in his heart. Compared to dazzling Gold City, the so-called huge cities in the war god world were like the corners of the countryside. There were thousands of cities like dazzling Gold City in the entire Supreme Emperor Sky region. They were as bright as the stars in the sky. In the legends, the capital cities of the divine nations were all heavenly cities. They floated above the 9 heavens. They were eternal and mysterious. Ling Xiao's horizons were broadened. Yi Liangchen was also a country bumpkin who came out for the first time. He was also very surprised. Outside dazzling Gold City, there were countless experts in full armor. They all had powerful auras. They were all true God realm experts. Their gazes were piercingly cold. There was also a heavenly God realm general on the city gate tower. He had an extraordinary aura. He looked at the passers-by indifferently. It was as if he wanted to find something. Ling Xiao knew that there were countless eyes in dazzling Gold City. Among them, the peach blossom young master was waiting for him to walk into a trap. However, Ling Xiao was very confident in his aura concealing technique. Therefore, he entered dazzling Gold City with Yi Liangchen and Fengye. Once they entered the dazzling Gold City, Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen discovered many youngsters with powerful auras. Each and every one of them had a confident expression on their faces. They were at least at the Supreme Being realm. However, most of them were Divine Spirit realm experts. These were all experts who were preparing to participate in the Great Void Trial. Ever since they heard that the dazzling Gold City had opened the Great Void Trial's passage, many young experts from the surrounding big cities had come. They all wanted to pass the Great Void Trial and join the 5 great academies. The reputation of the 5 great academies was well known even in the entire divine realm. Dazzling Gold City is indeed a majestic city. I'm afraid that even a divine king wouldn't be able to take down this huge city. Ling Xiao sighed softly as he looked at the prosperous scene before him. That's right. This is much better than our mountain. Brother Long, there are so many beauties here. Do you think they're looking at me? Yi Liangchen looked around and his eyes lit up. Especially when he saw those scantily clad and graceful women, he could not take his eyes off them. He looked like a pig. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You want to participate in the Great Void Trial? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? An ear-piercing voice rang out, causing Yi Liangchen to glare angrily. It was a young man wearing a brocade robe. There were 2 guards following behind him. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. The young man in the brocade robe had an arrogant expression on his face. When he walked past Ling Xiao, he happened to hear the conversation between Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen's face immediately darkened. He stared at the young man in the brocade robe and said, "Where did this little brat come from? You haven't even grown your hair yet and you dare to behave atrociously in front of me, Yi Liangchen? If you're itching for a beating, I don't mind playing with you. TSK, country bumpkin. With your weak cultivation, if it wasn't for the fact that fighting is prohibited in the dazzling Gold City, do you believe that I won't beat you up until your mother doesn't recognize you?" The young man in the brocade robe sneered. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he looked up at the sky. However, he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. He looked young, but his cultivation was already at the late stage of the divine spirit realm. He was indeed much stronger than Yi Liangchen, who was at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. Furthermore, those 2 guards of his were both true God realm powerhouses. Little brat, let me tell you. Don't act tough. If you act tough, you'll be struck by lightning. Yi Liangchen glared at the young man in the brocade robe and said. What a joke. Even if I act tough, what can you do to me? A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Go back to your mountain and eat dirt. The young man in the brocade robe sneered. He turned around and was about to leave. He was in a bad mood today. That was why he couldn't help but mock Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen when he heard what they said. Now that he had vented his anger, he was about to turn around and leave. Crack, however, who would have thought that there would be a sudden clap of thunder in the sky? A bolt of lightning fell from the heavens and struck the young man in the brocade robe's head. He was instantly in a tragic situation, although the bolt of lightning didn't injure him severely, he instantly felt dizzy. His hair stood on end and smoke came out of his head. He was in an extremely sorry state. Ha ha ha. I'm right. Don't act tough. If you act tough, you'll be struck by lightning. Little brat, be careful when you walk in the future. If you offend me, Yi Liangchen, you'll be punished by the heavens. Even the heavens can't stand it. Yi Liangchen said with a smug smile. Ling Xiao and Fengya had a strange look in their eyes. After they heard Yi Liangchen's words, they consciously distanced themselves from the young man in the brocade robe so that they wouldn't be implicated. As expected, the young man in the brocade robe was struck by lightning. After that, Ling Xiao gave Yi Liangchen and Fengya a look. The three of them immediately ran away. The surrounding onlookers burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. Don't act tough. If you act tough, you'll be struck by lightning. Do you feel good now? Haha. I'm dying of laughter. That Yi Liangchen is really awesome. His words are like the law. He must be bluffing. It must be a coincidence. Hee hee, even if it's a coincidence, I'm afraid that this brat is going to become famous. The young man in the brocade robe flew into a rage when he heard the crowd's harsh words. Bastard, go after them. Let's see where those three fellows are staying. This young master will definitely not let those three fellows off. The young man in the brocade robe gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were filled with shame and anger. In an instant, he ran away with the two guards in a sorry state. Yi Liangchen, you're really good. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Liangchen speechlessly and gave him a big compliment. Ling Xiao had never admired anyone in his life. However, he was really impressed by Yi Liangchen today. He was like the son of the heavens. Anyone who met him would have to kneel down. That's right. I have 100 ways to kill him. He's just a small fry. It's not worth it. Yi Liangchen said with a smug smile. Clang, at this moment, a crisp sound was heard. It instantly spread to the surroundings and attracted Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen's attention. A burly general in armor was standing on a high platform. A light flashed in his hand and a few scrolls appeared. They were 4 lifelike scrolls with 4 images on them. Ling Xiao saw that the first 3 images were of him, the wind cloud platform, and Fengya. The 4th image was of Ji Feishuan in a fluttering white dress with a sweet smile and peerless elegance. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. If he could find Ji Feishuan, he would be able to find the whereabouts of Shui Wei, Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, and the others. The burly general spoke from the high platform. Everyone, the city lord's estate has issued a bounty for these 4 people. Anyone who can provide their whereabouts will be rewarded with 10,000 divine stones. Anyone who can capture them alive will be rewarded with 100,000 divine stones and a scroll of a divine tier martial art. The burly general's gaze was like lightning. It was incomparably cold as it slowly swept across the crowd below. His cultivation had already reached the heavenly god realm. His voice instantly spread throughout the dazzling gold city, causing countless people to boil with excitement. Divine stones were the hard currency of the divine world. It was a necessary resource for a god realm expert to cultivate. 100,000 divine stones was enough to make a true god realm expert excited. A divine tier martial art would even make a heavenly god realm expert go crazy. After all, in the divine world, if one wanted to learn a powerful martial art, one could only join those sacred grounds or sections. A divine tier martial art could at least be cultivated to the great circle of the heavenly god realm. Such an expert would be roped in wherever he went and become an expert. Immediately, everyone rubbed their palms and imprinted the 4 figures in their hearts. They couldn't wait to capture the 4 of them. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Fengya had disguised themselves and changed their aura. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by others. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised by the bounty for Fengya, Wind Cloud Platform, and Feng Xiao. It was definitely the work of the Peach Blossom young master. However, the bounty for Ji Feishuan made Ling Xiao's gaze turn cold. If Ji Feishuan was in danger, Shui Wei, Old Goat, and the others would be in danger too. If this wasn't the dazzling gold city, Ling Xiao almost wanted to capture that general and interrogate him. Let's go. Ling Xiao took a deep look at that general and left with Fengya and Yi Liangchen. Although they couldn't expose their identities in the dazzling gold city, they should be able to find out why the dazzling gold city lord wanted Jifeishuan. Jifeishuan is the princess of the great Zhou divine kingdom. Could it be that the city lord of dazzling gold city recognized her identity? That's impossible. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, but then he shook his head. Jifeishuan had already left the divine realm for 1,000,000 years, and the dazzling gold city's lord was probably just a junior, so how could he possibly recognize Jifeishuan? Brother Long, do you recognize those 4 people? 100,000 divine stones per person and a divine level martial skill. If we can capture them, we will be rich. Yap Liangchen looked like a money grubber. His eyes lit up as he spoke. I don't know her. Ling Xiao glared at him in exasperation. Big brother Long, I want to buy a defensive divine artifact. Over there is the Golden Stone Building. It is said that it is the largest divine artifact and medicinal pill store in dazzling Gold City. Shall we go and take a look? Fengya knew that Ling Xiao did not want to reveal his identity, so she cleverly called him Big Brother Long Golden Stone Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Great, great. I also heard that the Golden Stone Pavilion has everything from low-grade divine artifacts to supreme-grade divine artifacts, and even divine king artifacts. They also have all kinds of divine pills, divine herbs, and heavenly treasures. It is even said that there is a half-sage artifact that is their most treasured artifact. Let's go and broaden our horizons. Yap Liangchen was still a little listless a moment ago, but he was immediately interested in the Golden Stone Pavilion. Alright, let's go and take a look at the Golden Stone Pavilion. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Fengya had just broken through to the divine spirit realm, and she was about to participate in the Great Void Trial. She indeed needed to buy a defensive divine artifact. The 3 of them walked towards the Golden Stone Pavilion. The Golden Stone Pavilion was a group of palaces. It looked dazzling and magnificent, and there were traces of auspicious air and divine light lingering around it. It looked like the palace of a divine king. People came and went in the Golden Stone Pavilion, and it looked very prosperous and lively. Esteemed guests, please come in. A pretty maid at the door who was welcoming guests saw Ling Xiao and the other 2, and her eyes immediately lit up. Although Ling Xiao and the other 2's clothes looked very ordinary, and Yap Liangchen looked extremely ugly, Ling Xiao had an extraordinary aura. The maids of the Golden Stone Pavilion were sharper than the other. When they sensed Ling Xiao's aura, they immediately knew that he was a big customer. The enthusiasm on their faces became even more intense. Esteemed guests, our Golden Stone Pavilion has everything, be it divine artifacts, divine pills, divine herbs, or heavenly treasures. May I know what you would like to buy? The pretty maid said with a smile, but her eyes fell on Ling Xiao and Fengya. She almost automatically ignored Yap Liangchen. Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding exhibition tables and sighed in his heart. Even the lowest low-grade divine artifact was worth a few thousand divine stones. High-grade divine artifacts were worth a few 100,000 divine stones, and supreme-grade divine artifacts were worth more than 1,000,000 divine stones. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao was now a pauper. Although he had killed a few real gods in the war god plane and obtained a few divine artifacts and a few million divine stones, he didn't care about those divine artifacts. He had left them in the Changsun sect as the sect's most important treasure. Even for divine stones, he only had a few 100,000 divine stones with him. Fengya and Yi Liangchen were also overwhelmed by the dazzling array of divine weapons and divine pills. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. I would like to buy a middle-grade divine artifact. Fengya thought for a while and said while biting her lips. Although the Wind Cloud platform had given her a few 100,000 divine stones, it didn't seem to be enough to buy a high-grade divine artifact. These were the savings of the Wind Cloud platform and the Wind Spirit tribe for many years. Fengya was gentle and naturally, she wouldn't spend all the divine stones. Hence, she planned to buy a middle-grade divine artifact. It's too expensive. That middle-grade divine artifact, Frost Sword, costs 150,000 divine stones. You guys are simply robbing money. Yap Liangchen said while curling his lips. 3 esteemed guests. This frost sword was forged by Master Oyezi when he was young. Originally, it had hopes of being forged into a high-grade divine artifact. However, the material wasn't up to standard, so it was only a middle-grade divine artifact. However, it's still considered a top-grade divine artifact. 150,000 divine stones is really worth it, the pretty maid said with a professional smile on her face. A sword forged by Master Oyezi? 150,000 divine stones is indeed not expensive. The surrounding people exclaimed as their gazes fell on the frost sword. Master Oyezi was a master blacksmith. He was famous in the entire dazzling gold city. It was said that he could forge divine artifacts and was even studying how to forge holy artifacts. A divine artifact forged by him when he was young was naturally very popular. An ordinary middle-grade divine artifact was only worth a few 100,000 divine stones. This frost sword was forged by Master Oyezi. 150,000 divine stones was definitely not a loss. The ice frost sword was a short sword. It was only 1 foot long and looked extremely cold. It was shining brightly and mysterious patterns were flowing on it. It was very beautiful. No matter how one looked at it, the ice frost sword was extremely exquisite. Fengya fell in love with it at first sight. However, the price of 150,000 divine stones still made her hesitate. Xianxia seemed to have seen through Fengya's hesitation. He said to the pretty maid, even if this is a divine weapon made by Master Oyezi, the price is too ridiculous. Why don't you give me a discount? 100,000 divine stones is just right. The pretty maid's face stiffened. Although she still maintained her smile, it was a little unnatural. 100,000 divine stones? This incomparably ugly guy actually dared to say that. If it weren't for the fact that they were customers, the pretty girl would have already thrown them out. Bumpkin, don't buy it if you can't afford it. Why are you pretending to be rich? Miss, here are 150,000 divine stones. This cold frost sword is mine. An ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded. A young man in a brocade robe walked in from outside the Golden Stone restaurant. Behind him were 2 true God Realm guards. When Xianxia saw the young man in the brocade robe, he was angry and amused. Wasn't this the kid who was looking for trouble just now? Little brat, why are you everywhere? Who said that we can't afford the ice frost sword? Brother Long, pay up. Let this kid see that I, Xianxia, am not short of money. Xianxia glared at the young man in the brocade robe and said. Ling Xiao was a little helpless. Xianxia was obviously very poor, but he still wanted to show off. However, Ling Xiao didn't expose him. Moreover, he could see that Fengya really liked the ice frost sword. He took out 150,000 divine stones and handed it to the pretty girl. This ice frost sword, we want it. Fengya quickly said, Brother Long, I have divine stones. I can't let you spend money. Let me do it. It's okay. It's just a middle-grade divine weapon. Just treat it as a gift from me. Ling Xiao smiled and said nonchalantly. Wait. I said that I want this ice frost sword. I'll pay 200,000 divine stones. The young man in the brocade robe didn't expect Ling Xiao to really take out 150,000 divine stones. His face turned ugly as he stared at the pretty maid and said. Young Master Yun, my apologies. My Golden Stone Pavilion's rules are first come, first served. This young master came first, so we can only sell the cold frost sword to him. The pretty girl looked at the brocade-robed youth apologetically, but her voice was firm. Although she knew that the youth before her was the young master of the dazzling gold city's Yun family, Yun Chen, and that the Yun family was a large family second only to the dazzling gold city's city master's mansion, the rules of the Golden Stone Pavilion could not be broken. Not to mention Yun Chen, even if the dazzling gold city's city master were to personally come, it would still be the same. Ha ha ha. Little brat, wasn't I right? Don't act pretentious, or else you'll be struck by lightning. This ice frost sword is destined to have no fate with you. Xianxia laughed out loud. He was very happy to see Yun Chen suffer. Humph. What's there to be proud of, country bumpkin? Wasn't it just a mediocre divine artifact? This young master doesn't care about such a divine artifact. If you have the ability, why don't you buy that Yuan Shuang godly sword too? Yun Chen said as he stared at Xianxia with a ghastly expression. Yuan Shuang godly sword? That's a godly king weapon. It can be said to be Master Oyezi's masterpiece. It's incomparably precious in the Golden Stone Pavilion. No one can afford it. That's one of the most precious treasures of the Golden Stone Pavilion. Hee, even if the Yun family sells everything they have, they might not be able to afford it. When the crowd heard the name Yuan Shuang Godly Sword, their bodies trembled. Their eyes revealed a trace of shock. Yuan Shuang Godly Sword was a godly king weapon. Legend had it that only a godly king could unleash all of its power. Its power was unparalleled. Legend had it that some godly king weapons could even grow into holy treasures. It was incomparably precious. Moreover, the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword was actually in the Golden Stone Pavilion. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the Golden Stone building. There was a transparent glass box there, and a silver-white ancient sword was suspended within it. The sword was about 3 feet long, and a mysterious luster flowed on the sword's body. Numerous runes were emitted from it, and the sharp aura it emitted caused everyone's hearts to tremble with fear even through the glass box. This was indeed a godly king weapon. Its power was unparalleled. What a good sword! Ling Xiao also let out a soft sigh. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. His spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Suddenly, he felt that there was a strange connection between the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword and Yuan Shuang Godly Sword. However, the connection was very weak. If Ling Xiao did not sense it with the Heaven's Will secret skill, he would not have been able to sense it. Could it be that there's something strange about these two swords? Ling Xiao could not help but be moved. Pfft, I, Yi Liangchen, am a genius. I was born by heaven and earth and placed by the sun and the moon. What is a mere Yuan Shuang Godly Sword? How many divine stones is that Yuan Shuang Godly Sword? I want it. Yi Liangchen laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. You really don't know what's good for you. Yuan Shuang Godly Sword. Even the governor can't afford it. How dare you talk nonsense here? Everyone knows the price of the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword. 100 million divine stones. Take it out and it's yours now. Yunchen sneered and looked at Yi Liangchen gloatingly. He did not expect Yi Liangchen to be so smart. He only provoked him slightly and Yi Liangchen fell for it. The surrounding people looked at Yi Liangchen as if they were looking at an idiot. Their eyes were filled with mockery. That was 100 million divine stones. Divine stones were very precious in the divine world. One divine stone was enough for a divine spirit realm expert to cultivate for a few days. 100 million divine stones could at least raise a person's cultivation all the way to the heavenly god realm. Looking at Yi Liangchen's appearance, he did not have anything valuable on him. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the early divine spirit realm. How dare he say that he wanted to buy the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed slightly. He felt that there was a connection between the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword and the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword. If he could buy it, he might gain an unimaginable amount of benefits. If I can afford it, what will you do? Yi Liangchen revealed a smile and said faintly. If you can afford the Yuan Shuang Godly Sword, I will write my name backwards. Yunchen sneered and said. I don't need you to write your name backwards. How about this? If I can afford it, you will give me the ancient jade on your neck. What do you think? Yi Liangchen said with a smile. You want my ancient jade? Don't even think about it. When Yunchen heard Yi Liangchen's words, he immediately took a few steps back and looked at Yi Liangchen vigilantly. There was an ancient jade on his neck. It looked very mysterious. There were golden engravings on it and there seemed to be golden light flowing inside it. Yunchen's ancient jade was found by his father in a historical ruin. Although he did not know what it was used for, it could allow Yunchen to be reborn and nourish his blood and qi. It could be considered a treasure. Who says I don't dare? I don't believe that a country bumpkin like you can get 100 million divine stones from that place. All right. I'll bet with you. Yunchen was provoked by Yi Liangchen. When he saw the strange look in the eyes of the people around him, he couldn't help but stare at Yi Liangchen and say. Very good. Sister, do you think this thing is worth 100 million divine stones? Yi Liangchen said with a smile. Then, he passed a jade box to the pretty maidservant. The pretty maid was a little puzzled, but she still opened it gently. Immediately, a vast and terrifying pressure enveloped the entire sky, causing everyone to tremble. It was as if they couldn't help but kneel down. There was a finger in the jade box. It looked as crystal clear as jade, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying pressure. This is the holy aura. What kind of treasure is that? Someone exclaimed and immediately shouted. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Holy aura? Could it be the legendary holy aura? Could the thing in that jade box be a holy treasure? Using a holy treasure to exchange for a godly king weapon? Is this kid stupid? Immediately, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Honorable guest, this thing is too precious. I can't make the decision. I'll go and ask the head shopkeeper to come over. The pretty girl's body trembled. She quickly closed the jade box. Immediately, the majestic holy aura disappeared. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Could that be the finger of a saint? This guy can actually get the finger of a saint. It seems that he's not simple. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had just sensed that the thing in the jade box was a finger. Whoosh, suddenly, an old man with a ruddy face and white hair appeared in front of everyone. His face was filled with incomparable excitement. He hurriedly and carefully took the jade box. Greetings, head shopkeeper. When the pretty maid saw the old man, she immediately bowed respectfully. Reverence appeared on everyone's faces. They all knew that this old man was the head shopkeeper of the Golden Stone Pavilion, Lu Jinsong, a heavenly god expert, in the current divine realm, where the sages did not appear and the divine kings ruled the world. The heavenly gods were the experts of an area. They were able to make countless people revere them. It really is a holy treasure. Lu Jinsong opened the jade box and felt the extremely pure saint's might. His eyes were filled with shock as he took a deep breath and asked, "Little friend, are you really willing to use this treasure to exchange for the primordial frost sword? If you are willing, I am willing to add another 30 million god stones." Lu Jinsong looked at Yi Liangchen excitedly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. 30 million god stones? No problem, let's exchange then. Yi Liangchen said with a smile. He was overjoyed. Speaking of which, that was only a sage's finger. It could not be considered a complete holy treasure. Otherwise, if a complete holy treasure appeared, even the god kings would likely shed all pretenses of cordiality and attack. A mere dazzling gold city would not be able to devour it. However, even if it was a sage's finger, its value was immeasurable. Speaking of which, the Golden Stone Pavilion had profited greatly. On the other hand, Yun Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? The bumpkin in front of him looked extremely ugly. He was wearing a shabby Taoist robe. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the early divine spirit realm. He could not even take out 150,000 god stones. How could he have a holy treasure? Yun Chen felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He did not dare to believe everything that was happening in front of him. Ha ha ha. Thank you, little friend. In the future, you will be a distinguished guest of the Golden Stone Pavilion. No matter what treasure you want to buy, you will be able to get a 30% discount. Lu Jinsong said in an incomparably heroic manner. He was overjoyed in his heart. That was a holy treasure, an immeasurable holy treasure. He did not expect that the kid in front of him would sell it so easily. Lu Jinsong quickly sent someone to open the restriction array of the glazed box in the center. He took out the primordial frost sword and handed it to Yi Liangchen respectfully. Then, he gave him a storage ring filled with 30 million god stones. The primordial frost sword? It's SOSO. Little ya, I'll give it to you. Yi Liangchen took the primordial frost sword and brandished it a few times. Immediately, sword chi swept out and a cold light flashed, causing everyone to feel a chill. However, in the end, he curled his lips and handed the primordial frost sword to Fengya. Give it to me? No, this is too expensive. Fengya was also shocked. She was shocked by Yi Liangchen's generosity. This was the primordial frost sword that was worth 100 million god stones. Yi Liangchen gave it away just like that. Yun Chen's expression was also extremely ugly. He felt as if someone had slapped his face a few times. It was burning with pain. He did not expect that the bumpkin in his eyes would really buy the primordial frost sword. The surrounding people looked at Yi Liangchen with a trace of greed and passion in their eyes. As the saying went, a man's wealth was his own ruin. Yi Liangchen was only at the early divine spirit realm, but he had a holy treasure on him. Now that he had the primordial frost sword, everyone looked at him differently. He was simply a big fat sheep. Xianxia, take it. We are close friends. Your brother Liangchen was born by heaven and earth and was placed by the sun and moon. It's just a godly king weapon. I don't care about it at all. Yi Liangchen stuffed it into Fengye's hands without any explanation and said with a smile. Seeing that Fengye still wanted to refuse, Ling Xiao also smiled faintly and said, Xianxia, take it. This guy doesn't lack god stones anyway, and he doesn't need a godly weapon. Ling Xiao was also suspicious now. Yi Liangchen's life was like a cheat. Why would he need a godly weapon? He was a great killing machine just by standing there. Who would dare to provoke him? Was this the saint of misfortune or the son of the heavens? When Fengye heard Ling Xiao's words, she nodded obediently and took the primordial frost sword. She looked at Yi Liangchen with a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Little brat, you lost. Hurry up and give me the ancient jade. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? Yi Liangchen looked at Yunchen proudly and said. Humph. Don't be so proud. I'll leave my ancient jade with you for now. One day, I'll personally take it back. Yun Chen's expression was very ugly. However, in front of everyone, he couldn't do anything to go back on his word. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and directly pulled off the ancient jade from his neck and threw it to Yi Liangchen. Then, he left with his 2 guards in a dejected manner. He hated Yi Liangchen to the extreme in his heart. Today, he had seen Yi Liangchen twice, and every time he was slapped hard. He simply didn't want to stay for a moment longer. 3 distinguished guests, my Golden Stone Pavilion is holding an auction. There are incomparably precious treasures being auctioned there. Do you want to take a look? Oh, what treasures are there? Yi Liangchen's interest was piqued as he looked at Lu Jinsong and asked. This auction is held for the Great Void Trial, so there are all kinds of treasures. Among them, there are 3 ultimate treasures, a sage-level treasure, a drop of holy liquid, and a piece of void primordial gold. Lu Jinsong said with a smile. He didn't hide anything from Yi Liangchen. He told Yi Liangchen about the auction. Then, he handed Yi Liangchen a list of treasures. Ling Xiao did not care at first, but when he heard about the 3 ultimate treasures, his eyes revealed a trace of shock. It was fine if it was a half-step saint treasure. Although it was precious, Ling Xiao didn't place it in his eyes. As for the 9 primal chaos tablets in Ling Xiao's hands, although he couldn't activate them now, he could feel that the primal chaos tablets were saint treasures, true saint treasures. Moreover, Ling Xiao's sky-devouring sword had become a high-grade divine artifact and had unlimited potential to grow. However, the drop of holy liquid moved Ling Xiao. The holy liquid was a supreme treasure formed by saints refining the power of heaven and earth. It was said that if an expert below the heavenly god realm could obtain a drop of holy liquid, it would be enough to raise his cultivation by a small level. It was indeed very attractive to Ling Xiao. What made Ling Xiao even more excited was the void primordial gold. Perhaps others did not know that the void primordial gold was a divine metal used to forge holy treasures. It contained the imprint of the great Tao and was incomparably precious. Most importantly, Ling Xiao knew that the void primordial gold could increase the quality of divine artifacts. If the sky-devouring sword could fuse with the void primordial gold, it would not be impossible for it to be upgraded to a supreme-grade divine artifact or even a godly king artifact. No matter what, he had to obtain the void primordial gold. Let's go. Let's go take a look at this auction. Ling Xiao said to Fengye and Yi Liangchen. The 2 of them naturally had no objections. After seeing the list of treasures for the auction, they were all excited. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Ling Xiao could feel that because Yi Liangchen had bought the primordial frost holy sword, it had attracted the attention of many people. There were even many divine thoughts that were emitted with obvious malice. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. If those people did not know what was good for them, he did not mind sending them on their way. Under the lead of a pretty maidservant, Ling Xiao's group of 3 arrived at a huge palace. The palace was circular, and there were already tens of thousands of figures sitting inside. All of them had powerful auras, at least of the divine spirit realm. They were all here to participate in the auction. They wanted to buy 1 or 2 treasures for the upcoming Great Void Trial. In the center of the palace, there was a crystal platform. It was overflowing with light and looked very mysterious. On the high platform, there was a woman in palace attire. She looked very beautiful. Her eyes were full of charm and her figure was also very hot. She was the host of this auction. It was of it of it The starting price of the Azura saber is 200,000 god stones. Please make your bids. The woman in the palace dress smiled. A long black saber appeared on the tray in her hand. The blade looked very sharp. There were a few blood grooves on it. It was filled with a murderous aura. It contained a fluctuation that caused the surrounding void to tremble. It is indeed a good saber. I want it. 300,000 god stones. 350,000 god stones. 500,000. Soon, the price of the Azura saber rose steadily. In the end, it was bought by a middle-aged man in a black robe for 1,300,000 god stones. Although 1,300,000 god stones had exceeded the price of a high-grade divine weapon, it was still worth it for the Azura saber that could become a supreme-grade divine weapon. After the black-robed young man bought the Azura saber, he immediately paid the god stones. Then, he took the Azura saber and left with a vigilant expression. Although private fights were prohibited in dazzling Gold City, treasures could move people's hearts. Things like killing people and robbing them of their treasures happened from time to time. Next up are 3 high-grade divine pills, the primary yang pill. Everyone knows about the primary yang pill. It is a healing divine pill. For experts below the heavenly god realm, even if they are on their last breath, consuming the primary yang pill can prolong their life and slowly recover. Think about it, the Great Void secret realm is filled with danger. Having the primary yang pill is equivalent to having an extra life. The starting price for these 3 primary yang pills is 300,000 god stones. Everyone, please make your bids. The woman smiled and took out 3 pure white elixirs. They were about the size of a longan fruit and were sparkling and translucent. There were mysterious patterns on the surface of the elixirs. They were sealed in a glass bottle and looked incomparably exquisite. It's the primary yang pill? This is even more precious than the supreme-grade divine pills that can increase one's cultivation. I want it. 500,000 god stones. I bid 800,000 god stones. Many people knew about the miraculous effects of the primary yang pill. It could revive the dead. However, the production was too low. It was a pleasant surprise to see the primary yang pill in the auction today. Immediately, many people's eyes revealed their determination to win, and they began to bid one after another. Primary yang pill? Good stuff. I want it. 2 million god stones. Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up and he began to bid. Anyway, this guy was a tycoon. He had just sold a holy treasure and he still had 30 million god stones on him. Therefore, he was not afraid to bid. Ling Xiao also nodded. The primary yang pill was extremely precious. It was an ancient pill. Those who could make the primary yang pill were all alchemy grandmasters. Yi Liangchen's bid shocked everyone. After all, 2 million god stones was already a high price. It was enough to buy an ordinary supreme-grade divine weapon. The voices of the bidders began to weaken. At this moment, a feminine voice came from a private room upstairs. 2,500,000 god stones. I am Lu Wenqing. I need this primary yang pill very much. If you can give me some face, I will be very grateful. When the voice rang out, everyone was stunned. The Peach Blossom Prince, Lu Wenqing? He is the city governor's favorite son. Since he has made a move, it seems like we can only give up. That's right. However, 2,500,000 god stones has exceeded the value of the primary yang pill. When the crowd heard Lu Wenqing's name, they were shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear. The Peach Blossom Prince was very famous in the dazzling Gold City. Everyone knew that the Peach Blossom Prince would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Who would dare to offend him? Instantly, everyone gave up on bidding. Peach Blossom Prince? I have never heard of him. This is an auction. If you want to bid for the primary yang pill, you will have to have enough god stones. I bid 3 million god stones. Yi Liangchen's eyes flashed and he sneered. The Peach Blossom Prince wanted to snatch the primary yang pill just by saying his name. Yi Liangchen did not buy it. He immediately started to fight back. Peach Blossom Prince? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. In the private room, there was a handsome young man in a pink robe. His body was emitting a feminine aura. He was Lu Wenqing, who had escaped from Ling Xiao. However, his injuries had already healed and he was about to break through to the true god realm. Eh? You are courting death. Peach Blossom Young Master's eyes flashed coldly. When he saw Yi Liangchen, he sneered. Yi Liangchen's cultivation was only at the early divine spirit realm. He was wearing a shabby robe and looked extremely ugly. However, he was extremely arrogant at this moment. It was as if he did not put Peach Blossom Young Master in his eyes. Such a person dared to not give face to Peach Blossom Young Master. He was simply courting death. Everyone looked at Yi Liangchen with sympathy. Yi Liangchen dared to compete with Peach Blossom Young Master for the Yuan Yang elixir. 3,500,000. Peach Blossom Young Master said coldly. 4 million. Yi Liangchen acted as if he did not see the gazes of the people around him. He continued to bid proudly. 4,500,000. Peach Blossom Young Master's voice became even colder. 5 million. Yi Liangchen was still unwilling to be outdone. The two of them seemed to be competing with each other. Soon, the price of the Yuan Yang elixir skyrocketed. It reached 10 million divine stones. 10 million divine stones was naturally bid by Yi Liangchen. However, Peach Blossom Young Master was already hesitating. Although the Yuan Yang elixir was precious, 3 of them were only worth 3 million divine stones. 10 million divine stones had already far exceeded the value of the Yuan Yang elixir. Peach Blossom Young Master thought about it and decided to give up when he thought about the final treasure. However, he was not willing to give up just like that. He said coldly, "Very well. I will remember you. What is your name?" "Oh? Are you threatening me?" "Remember, I am Yi Liangchen. I will never change my name. If you can't afford it, then get lost. Why are you pretending to be a wolf?" Yi Liangchen sneered and said. "Yi Liangchen? Very well." Peach Blossom Young Master's voice was bone-chilling. His knuckles turned green and his eyes revealed a cold killing intent. This guy dares to compete with Peach Blossom Young Master for the Yuan Yang elixir? He is dead meat. Yi Liangchen? Hee, did water enter this guy's brain, or did he have too many divine stones? He actually used 10 million divine stones to buy 3 basic yang pills. What an idiot. Hee, you guys don't know, right? Although this guy is a little ugly, his value is very high. He just bought the Yuan Shuang divine sword from the Golden Stone building, and it's a holy treasure. He's merely at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. How could he possibly have a saint treasure? Could he be a disciple of some big clan or sect? I don't think so. I think this brat is just lucky. I don't know where he got this holy treasure from. If we snatch him away, I'm afraid we'll really be rich. Everyone looked at Yi Liangchen with sympathy and a hint of mockery. When they heard that Yi Liangchen had actually bought the primordial frost holy sword, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of greed. He didn't have any formidable strength, but he had so many treasures on him. This was simply an original sin. Many people treated Yi Liangchen as a fat sheep. Yi Liangchen didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. Instead, he directly handed over the 10 million divine stones and took the glazed jade bottle from the lady's hand. When Yi Liangchen took back the glazed jade bottle, Ling Xiao immediately felt that something was wrong. Yi Liangchen was not a fool. On the contrary, Ling Xiao felt that this guy was extremely shrewd. Although the basic yang pills were precious, it was not worth it for him to spend so much money. Ling Xiao immediately realized that there was something wrong with the 3 basic yang pills in the glazed jade bottle. Ling Xiao's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive. He actually felt a trace of Saint Dao fluctuation from the pills. These are not basic Yang pills. These are basic Yang Saint pills? Ling Zhao's body trembled. His voice entered Yi Liangchen's ears, and Yi Liangchen was shocked. You scared me. Brother Long, you can tell that these are basic Yang Saint pills? Yi Liangchen stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief. They really are basic Yang Saint pills. It's just that the basic Yang Saint pills have been around for too long. The medicinal efficacy of the pills has condensed and lost half of its Saint Dao aura. That's why they look exactly like the basic Yang pill. If you're not a saint, you won't be able to tell that these are the same. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said. He didn't recognize the basic Yang Saint pills at first. The 3 pills were too similar to the basic Yang pill. However, the wordless heavenly book and heaven's will secret skill were very sensitive to the Saint Dao aura. Therefore, Ling Xiao could sense the Saint Dao aura hidden in the pills. He immediately knew that something was wrong. Brother Long, don't tell me you have X-ray vision? Even I wasn't sure. How did you know? You're really amazing. Yi Liangchen said with admiration and shock. Previously, he only felt that there was something wrong with the 3 pills. He wasn't sure if they were the basic Yang Saint pills. Now that he had them in his hands, he was completely sure that they were the basic Yang Saint pills. Although half of the medicinal efficacy of the pills had dissipated, they were still the basic Yang Saint pills. They were worth hundreds or thousands of times more than the basic Yang pill. It could be said that Yi Liangchen had made a huge profit. It was laughable that everyone thought that he was a fool. Keep them well. Fortunately, there aren't any Divine King experts here. Otherwise, they would definitely know that these are the basic Yang Saint pills. You've really picked up a treasure this time. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a smile. In the realm of the gods, the sages taught people everywhere and oversaw the world. Moreover, their strength was unparalleled. Although most of the sages were currently in seclusion, any treasure that was related to the sages were all incomparably precious treasures. In the following auction, Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen didn't find any treasures that interested them. However, there was a high-grade divine artifact, the rainbow feathers robe. It was very extraordinary. Yi Liangchen spent 3 million divine stones to buy it and gave it to Fengye. Currently, Fengye was refining the Ice Frost sword and Yuan Shuang divine sword according to Ling Xiao's instructions. Ling Xiao felt that there was a mysterious connection between the 2 divine artifacts. Therefore, he asked Fengye to check it out. When Ling Xiao was done refining the 2 divine artifacts, he would be able to discover the secret behind them. Soon, it was time for the final 3 supreme treasures to be auctioned, a drop of Saint Liquid, Void Essence Gold, and the half-step Saint Artifact, Black Tortoise Divine Armor. The most precious item was naturally the half-step Saint Artifact, Black Tortoise Divine Armor. It could be said that it was the target of many experts. Even the Peach Blossom Prince could not help but take a deep breath. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Although the void elemental gold was precious and useless to him, he was determined to get the drop of holy liquid and the divine armor of the Black Tortoise. If it wasn't for the fact that the Golden Stone Pavilion was too powerful, he would not have come to the auction. He would have forced the Golden Stone Pavilion to hand over the items. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now auctioning the last 3 items. The first item is a drop of holy liquid. As you all know, the holy liquid is a supreme treasure formed by the sages. It can allow a deity to be reborn, strengthen his physical body, increase his cultivation, and make him more compatible with the laws of heaven and earth. It is extremely mysterious. This drop of holy liquid is enough to raise the cultivation level of an elite below the heavenly god realm. The starting price is 5 million divine stones. Please make your bids. The lady's voice was very provocative. A crystal bottle appeared in front of her. There was a drop of liquid in the bottle that was surrounded by 5-colored light. It looked mysterious and was like a crystal that shone brightly. This was the holy liquid. The holy liquid was extremely precious. It could only be obtained easily in the Holy Lands. Now that the Great Void Trial was approaching, a drop of holy liquid was enough to raise one's cultivation level. Naturally, it attracted many elites to compete for it. Ling Xiao realized that Yi Liangchen had no reaction at all. It was as if he was not interested in the drop of holy liquid at all. "Brother Yi, are you not going to compete for this drop of holy liquid?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. He. It is just a drop of holy liquid. It is useless. If there are a few hundred drops of holy liquid, I might consider it. Yi Liangchen said disdainfully. It was obvious that he felt that the drop of holy liquid was too little. Ling Xiao was speechless. He was interested in the drop of holy liquid. However, when he saw the people around him who were eager to bid, he gave up. This drop of holy liquid would be auctioned off at a sky-high price. Sure enough, as soon as the woman's voice fell, the crowd began to scramble to be the first to bid. "I bid 6,000,000, 7,000,000, 7,500,000. The sound of bidding resounded throughout the auction hall, causing the auction to reach its climax. If they could obtain this drop of holy liquid, they would have a higher chance of passing the Great Void Trial and entering the 5 great academies. Almost everyone began to bid without holding back, as if they had gone crazy. Soon, the price of the holy liquid rose steadily, and it soon reached 10 million divine stones, but it didn't stop there. 20 million god stones. At this moment, Peach Blossom Prince's voice rang out again. In the face of Peach Blossom Prince's fame, everyone hesitated. After all, most of the people were god spirits and true gods. Sky god elites were not interested in a drop of the sacred liquid. 20 million godly stones had already exceeded the value of a single drop of saint liquid. Many people immediately gave up. Peach Blossom Young Master's eyes revealed a trace of pride. Clearly, these people were very tactful and did not choose to continue competing with him. Does anyone want to continue bidding? If not, this drop of holy liquid will belong to Peach Blossom Prince. The woman in palace attire smiled at the crowd. 30 million god stones. At this moment, Yi Liangchen actually shouted a sky-high price. Ling Xiao was also stunned. This guy wanted to offend Peach Blossom Prince to death. Indeed, after Peach Blossom Prince heard Yi Liangchen's voice, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. "Yi Liangchen. You have guts. I bid 32 million god stones. If you have the ability, continue to bid." Peach Blossom Prince gritted his teeth as he spoke. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of a strange look. Some even began to suspect whether Yi Liangchen had a grudge with Peach Blossom Prince. How could he offend Peach Blossom Prince like this? Just as everyone wanted to watch a show, Yi Liangchen smiled and said, "I give up. The holy liquid is yours." Yi Liangchen's words made Peach Blossom Prince so angry that he gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was simply toying with him. No matter what, he couldn't tolerate it. "I feel that the value of the holy liquid is too low, so I'll help you," Yi Liangchen said with a smile. Peach Blossom Prince was about to go crazy with anger. This bastard was simply deliberately causing trouble. In an instant, he had an extra 12 million god stones. He felt that he was about to go berserk. If this was not the territory of Golden Stone Pavilion and no one dared to behave atrociously here, Peach Blossom Prince would have rushed out and chopped Yi Liangchen into pieces. Ling Xiao also looked at Yi Liangchen speechlessly. This guy was really good at attracting hatred. This was great. Peach Blossom Young Master would probably keep an eye on them for the next few days and even find an opportunity to kill them. Ling Xiao was not afraid, but he felt that Yi Liangchen was too good at causing trouble. Everyone looked at Yi Liangchen as if they were looking at a dead man. This guy dared to offend Peach Blossom Prince like this. He was definitely dead. No one could save him. In Dazzling Gold City, there was no one who dared to make Peach Blossom Prince suffer a loss. In the end, the drop of holy liquid fell into Peach Blossom Prince's hands. Peach Blossom Prince also paid 32 million god stones. His heart was bleeding. On the other hand, the woman in the palace dress was incomparably happy. She did not care whether Peach Blossom Prince was happy or not. She only knew that after selling it at such a high price, her commission would probably be incomparably generous. Next, we will auction the second treasure, Void Elemental Gold. The starting price is 2 million god stones. The woman in the palace dress took out the second treasure. It was a piece of metal the size of a fist. It flowed with silver light and golden light, intertwining with each other. It looked incomparably mysterious. This was the void elemental gold, a top-grade heavenly treasure that could be forged into a supreme holy treasure. There were not many people who were interested in the void elemental gold. Most of them were blacksmiths or tycoons who wanted to buy it and study it. 3 million. 3,500,000. 5 million god stones. Immediately, sparse bids rang out in the palace. The competition was far less intense than the holy liquid. 10 million god stones. Peach Blossom Prince bid again. However, he was only slightly interested. He only wanted to buy it and study it. He did not have the intention to obtain it. However, just as Peach Blossom Prince's voice fell, Yi Liangchen's lazy voice rang out again. 15 million god stones. Yi Liangchen had already received Ling Zhao's instructions to buy the void elemental gold. However, he chose to buy it after Peach Blossom Prince bid. Peach Blossom Prince was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. He could not wait to strangle Yi Liangchen to death. They thought that Yi Liangchen was purposely causing trouble. Hence, those who wanted to continue bidding gave up. Peach Blossom Prince, if you have the ability, continue bidding. Yi Liangchen shouted as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Peach Blossom Prince gritted his teeth and his body started to tremble. However, he held it in and sneered, Yi Liangchen, do you think that I will fall for your trick again? You can play with this broken stone by yourself. Yi Liangchen's expression changed. It was as if he had been exposed and he became depressed. Peach Blossom Prince confirmed his guess. Yi Liangchen wanted to trick him again. He could not help but sneer in his heart. Peach Blossom Prince did not plan to buy the void primordial gold anyway. At this moment, he took advantage of the situation and acted as if he had tricked Yi Liangchen. In the end, the lady in the palace dress asked 3 times. Since no one continued to bid, the lady in the palace dress announced that the void primordial gold belonged to Yi Liangchen. As soon as the lady in the palace dress finished speaking, Yi Liangchen's expression changed faster than flipping a book. He laughed and said, ha ha ha. Peach Blossom Prince, you have been tricked. I have been eyeing the void primordial gold for a long time. If not for your help, I would not have been able to buy it so easily. Thank you. After Yi Liangchen's voice was heard, Peach Blossom Prince trembled. He pointed at Yi Liangchen and said, shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost blacked out and fell to the ground. Prince, do you want me to kill him for you after the auction? Beside Peach Blossom Prince, a complete true god realm guard said with a murderous look in his eyes. No need. His life is mine. I want him to beg for death. I want him to be tortured to death. Peach Blossom Prince gritted his teeth and said. He hated Yi Liangchen to the extreme. As soon as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, everyone reacted. This guy looked stupid, but he was very cunning. He had tricked Peach Blossom Prince again. Some people even started to stay away from Yi Liangchen. They were afraid that they would be implicated because of this guy. Yi Liangchen handed over the void primordial gold proudly. It was as if he did not care about Peach Blossom Prince's threat at all. Ling Xiao was helpless against him. However, Ling Xiao still hoped that Peach Blossom Prince would come and cause trouble for Yi Liangchen. This guy was the legendary Saint Body of Misfortune. Whoever touched him would be unlucky. If the Peach Blossom young master really dared to find trouble with him, he would probably be played to death by Yi Liangchen. Next was the last treasure, the half-step saint artifact, the divine black tortoise armor. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the half-step sage treasure that everyone has been waiting for, the divine black tortoise armor. The black tortoise divine armor was a supreme treasure refined from the black tortoise armor of the demon world. However, it was severely damaged during the ancient war. Today, its power was reduced to less than 1%. Although it could only be considered as the weakest half-step saint-level treasure, ordinary godly king-level weapons couldn't break through its defense. Most importantly, even if he couldn't completely refine the black tortoise divine armor, as long as he wore it, experts below the divine king realm wouldn't be able to hurt him. It could be said that he was invincible. If he could obtain the black tortoise divine armor, he would definitely be able to rise to the top in the great void secret realm, as for the benefits of being the champion of the Great Void Trial, I don't need to say more. So, let's start the bidding now. The starting price is 50 million divine stones. You can use divine stones or treasures of the same level to exchange for it. As soon as the lady in the palace dress finished speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. Ling Xiao immediately discovered that there were more than 10 divine realm experts. Their eyes were filled with blazing light as they stared at the divine black tortoise armor on the high platform. The divine black tortoise armor was completely black. It looked ancient and mysterious. Although there were many cracks on it and many runes were broken, it still emitted an aura that made people tremble in fear. This was the divine black tortoise armor. I bid 60 million divine stones. A cold voice rang out. It was a young man wearing a black robe and carrying a long saber on his back. Saber intent filled his entire body. His eyes seemed to contain heavenly saber lightning that wanted to annihilate everything. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Ling Xiao recognized this person. He was the heartless saber master that he had met on the way to dazzling Gold City. 70 million. An old man with white hair and a beard shouted a sky-high price calmly. His eyes were sharp and his body was filled with killing intent. The black-hearted old man also bid 72 million. 75 million, 80 million. Those who had the strength to bid started bidding as if they had gone mad. Their eyes were filled with blazing light. The divine black tortoise armor was a half-step saint treasure. It was a great killing weapon that could be used as a clan's treasure. Countless people would pay any price for it. In front of the divine black tortoise armor, the so-called divine stones were just a bunch of worthless stones. 100 million. At this moment, the peach blossom young master also made his move. Moreover, he bid a sky-high price of 100 million. It could be said that he was determined to get the divine black tortoise armor. For the divine black tortoise armor, his father, the Lord of Dazzling Gold City, had given him countless treasures and divine stones. I bid 100 million divine stones and my heartless saber technique. The heartless saber master's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He instantly bid a sky-high price. What? The heartless saber master is even willing to take out the heartless saber technique? I heard that he obtained the heartless saber technique from an ancient relic. It is an incomplete saint art that is comparable to a divine king's martial art. It can be cultivated to the divine king realm. Someone cried out in surprise, his eyes revealing a trace of shock. The heartless saber technique was the fundamental martial art of the heartless saber master. Even if it was converted into divine stones, it would be worth at least 100 million divine stones. In other words, the heartless saber master had bid 200 million divine stones. Instantly, most people flinched. 200 million divine stones had exceeded the limit of most people. 10 drops of saint liquid and a divine king's martial art, vast ocean 9 heavy waves. The black-hearted old man's eyes flashed sharply. He gritted his teeth and continued to bid. His bid also gave everyone a big fright. Saint liquid, that was 10 drops of saint liquid. Even if 1 drop of saint liquid was worth 20 million divine stones, 10 drops of saint liquid would be worth 200 million divine stones. Everyone had heard of the martial art, vast ocean 9 heavy waves. It was said that it was the ultimate martial art of the vast ocean divine king from millions of years ago. It was not much weaker than the heartless saber technique of the heartless saber master. 300 million divine stones. This sky-high price made everyone shrink back at the sight of it. Even the peach blossom young master's face turned ugly. He had not expected the competition for the black tortoise divine armor to be so fierce. The heartless saber master and the black-hearted old man were famous divine realm experts. They had many treasures. If he could not suppress them, it would be difficult to obtain the black tortoise divine armor. However, when he thought of the secret of the black tortoise divine armor, the peach blossom young master made up his mind. I bid 200 million divine stones and a sage-to-be martial art, Zhou Tian's imperial sword technique. The peach blossom young master's voice was like a clap of thunder that shocked everyone. Even the heartless saber master and the black-hearted old man stood up abruptly. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A few words echoed in their ears: sage-to-be martial art, Zhou Tian's imperial sword technique. All right. A light flashed in Fengya's hand and the primordial frost sword appeared in her palm. She also told Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen the cultivation method of the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique without holding back. Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique? How is this just a godly king martial art? If I'm not wrong, this is probably a saint technique. However, the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique is only the first part. If we can obtain the second part, it will definitely be a complete saint technique. Yi Liangchen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he spoke slowly. That's right. It is indeed an incomplete saint technique. However, the primordial frost sword was forged by Master Oyezi. Why would Master Oyezi hide the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique in it? This is really strange. Ling Xiao also could not figure out why the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique was in the Primordial Frost Sword Energy Technique. No matter what, Xiaoya, you should cultivate the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique well. Who knows, you might discover the hidden secret when you cultivate it. Yi Liangchen smiled nonchalantly. That's right. Ling Xiao also nodded and said, Xiaoya, you have the wind spirit constitution. Although you are most compatible with the laws of wind and frost are one. It is also a good choice for you to cultivate the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique. Fengye smiled and said, alright. Thank you, Brother Long and Brother Yi. I will cultivate the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique in my room for the next few days. I will come out when the Great Void Trial begins. There are still 7 days left. It's so boring. If those bastards don't know what's good for them and come looking for death, that would be fun. Yi Liangchen said in a bored manner. He even hoped that those guys would come and rob him. Who knew that just as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, the world was instantly enveloped by darkness, rumble, the sky above the small courtyard was completely dark. There was even a cold killing intent. In the void. Following that, 3 powerful figures instantly appeared in the small courtyard. The 3 figures were all dressed in black. Their mouths and noses were covered, only revealing a pair of cold and greedy eyes. They stared fixedly at Yi Liangchen. Brat, hand over all the treasures on you. Otherwise, die. A cold voice sounded, causing the void to tremble slightly. Oh? It's really what I said. I was just worried that I had nothing to do. I didn't expect that the 3 of you would come here. Yi Liangchen said with a cold smile in his eyes. It's actually heaven-changing talisman? What a method. For the sake of the 3 of us, you're actually able to take out such precious supreme-grade divine talismans. You've really spared no expense. Ling's Heaven's Talisman Realm Talisman. He could see that this small courtyard was enveloped by the heaven-changing earth-changing talisman. The heaven-changing earth-changing talisman was a supreme-grade divine talisman that could form a space of its own. It could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to surround an area and kill people invisibly, making it impossible to guard against. Yes, Heaven's Talisman back S Zhao's talisman. Xiao the talisman treasure in the end. The talisman treasure of Art Energy Talent. Since you're not being honest, then go to hell. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the leading black-cloaked man. Instantly, the 3 of them exuded a powerful aura. They charged towards Ling Xiao and the other 2 at the same time. The cultivation of the 3 black-cloaked men had actually reached the middle stage of True God Realm. Their attacks were extremely ruthless. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao and the other 2 immediately. Obviously, they were afraid that they would be exposed if the battle dragged on. Therefore, they attacked without saying a word. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He instantly rushed out like a golden light and blocked in front of Yi Liangchen and Fengye. Then, he threw out a punch, the golden fist instantly swept across the void. It contained a terrifying energy fluctuation. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth were condensed into this fist. It was boundless, shattering everything. Skyfall Hammer. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded. The power of the Skyfall Hammer exploded at this moment. This was the first time Ling Xiao attacked after he practiced the 3 styles. The power of the Skyfall Hammer was beyond his expectations. It was extremely terrifying. What? The expressions of the 3 black-cloaked men changed. Ling Xiao's fist was too terrifying. It made them feel as if they were going to be crushed into powder by the myriad of worlds. They were unable to resist. That fist was unstoppable. It was like a chaos divine hammer that descended from the 9 heavens and enveloped all the living beings in the area. Bang! The 3 black-cloaked men tried their best to resist. Their bodies even flickered with light. They tore apart several divine talismans and turned them into a powerful defensive barrier. However, they were still blasted apart by Ling Xiao's fist. The talismans exploded. Divine light blazed and turned into a blazing storm. The 3 black-cloaked men were directly hit by Ling Xiao's fist. Their arms exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist. The 3 of them looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled violently and they suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Middle stage of divine spirit realm. How can you have such powerful combat strength? That fist just now, that's the power of a saint technique? Run! The 3 black-cloaked men trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They trembled and wanted to run away. You want to run? Hee hee, you 3 trash. Stay here. Yi Liangchen was also shocked by Ling Zhao's fist. However, he reacted at this moment. When he saw that the 3 black-cloaked men wanted to run away, he instantly sneered and rushed forward. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 black-cloaked men. In their eyes, Yi Liangchen was only at the early stage of divine spirit realm. It could be said that they could easily kill him. However, this guy actually came to court death. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. Whoosh, the leading black-cloaked man threw a fist at Yi Liangchen. His fist was blazing. It contained a black light and was full of killing intent. The other 2 black-cloaked men also came from behind Yi Liangchen. The 3 black-cloaked men felt that as long as they could instantly subdue Yi Liangchen, they would be able to make Ling Xiao hesitate. They would also be able to escape unscathed. You're really courting death. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he stopped. He wanted to see how evil this kid, Yi Liangchen, was. 3 against 1. Damn shameless things. I, your father, curse you to die without a burial place. Yi Liangchen shouted strangely. Suddenly, a light flashed on his body and he disappeared in the middle of the 3 black-cloaked men. When the 3 black-cloaked men heard Yi Liangchen's words, they felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't control the injuries caused by Ling Zhao's fist. Moreover, their injuries instantly worsened. Bang, the 3 black-cloaked men's bodies started to crack like spider webs. Then, they exploded with a loud bang. All right. A light flashed in Fengya's hand and the primordial frost sword appeared in her palm. She also told Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen the cultivation method of the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique without holding back. Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique? How is this just a godly king martial art? If I'm not wrong, this is probably a saint technique. However, the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique is only the first part. If we can obtain the second part, it will definitely be a complete saint technique. Yi Liangchen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he spoke slowly. That's right. It is indeed an incomplete saint technique. However, the primordial frost sword was forged by Master Oyezi. Why would Master Oyezi hide the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique in it? This is really strange. Ling Xiao also could not figure out why the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique was in the Primordial Frost Sword Energy Technique. No matter what, Xiaoya, you should cultivate the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique well. Who knows, you might discover the hidden secret when you cultivate it. Yi Liangchen smiled nonchalantly. That's right. Ling Xiao also nodded and said, Xiaoya, you have the wind spirit constitution. Although you are most compatible with the laws of wind and frost are one. It is also a good choice for you to cultivate the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique. Fengya smiled and said, all right. Thank you, Brother Long and Brother Yi. I will cultivate the Heavenly Frost Sword Energy Technique in my room for the next few days. I will come out when the Great Void Trial begins. There are still 7 days left. It's so boring. If those bastards don't know what's good for them and come looking for death, that would be fun. Yi Liangchen said in a bored manner. He even hoped that those guys would come and rob him. Who knew that just as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, the world was instantly enveloped by darkness, rumble, The sky above the small courtyard was completely dark. There was even a cold killing intent in the void. Following that, 3 powerful figures instantly appeared in the small courtyard. The 3 figures were all dressed in black. Their mouths and noses were covered, only revealing a pair of cold and greedy eyes. They stared fixedly at Xianxia. "Brat, hand over all the treasures on you. Otherwise, die." A cold voice sounded, causing the void to tremble slightly. "Oh? It's really what I said. I was just worried that I had nothing to do. I didn't expect that the 3 of you would come here," Xianxia said with a cold smile in his eyes. "It's actually heaven-changing talisman? What a method. You're actually able to take out such precious supreme-grade divine talismans for the 3 of us. You've really put in a lot of effort." Ling's Heaven's Talisman Realm Talisman. He could see that this small courtyard was enveloped by the heaven-changing earth-changing talisman. The heaven-changing earth-changing talisman was a supreme-grade divine talisman that could form a space of its own. It could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to surround an area and kill people invisibly, making it impossible to guard against. Obviously, the 3 of them were interested in Xianxia's treasures. They did not hesitate to use the heaven-changing earth-changing talisman to cover this small courtyard. They wanted to snatch the treasures from Xianxia's hands. Frost. Life Sword Energy Die. Art Sword Energy. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the leading black-cloaked man. Instantly, the 3 of them exuded a powerful aura. They charged towards Ling Xiao and the other 2 at the same time. The cultivation of the 3 black-clothed men had reached the middle stage of True God Realm. Their attacks were extremely ruthless. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao and the other 2 immediately. Obviously, they were afraid that they would be exposed after a long time. So, they attacked without saying a word. Boom, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He rushed out like a golden light and blocked Xianxia and Fengya. Then, he threw out a punch. The golden fist instantly swept across the void. It contained a terrifying energy fluctuation. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth were condensed into this fist. It was boundless and could destroy everything. Sky Hammer. Ling Zhao's indifferent voice sounded. The power of the Sky Hammer exploded at this moment. This was the first time Ling Xiao attacked after he practiced the 3 styles. The power of the Sky Hammer was beyond his expectation. It was extremely terrifying. What? The expressions of the 3 black-cloaked men changed. Ling Zhao's fist was too terrifying. It made them feel as if they were going to be crushed into powder by the myriad of worlds. They were unable to resist. That fist was unstoppable. It was like a chaos divine hammer that descended from the 9 heavens and enveloped all the living beings in the area. Bang! The 3 black-cloaked men tried their best to resist. Their bodies even flickered with light and tore apart a few divine talismans to form a powerful defensive barrier. However, they were still blasted apart by Ling Zhao's fist. The talismans exploded. Divine light blazed and turned into a blazing storm. The 3 black-cloaked men were directly hit by Ling Zhao's fist. Their arms exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist. The 3 of them looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled violently and they coughed out a mouthful of blood. Middle stage of Divine Spirit Realm. How can you have such powerful combat strength? That fist just now, that's the power of a saint technique? Run! The 3 black-cloaked men trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They trembled and wanted to run away. You want to run? Hee hee, you 3 trash. Stay here. Xianxia was also shocked by Ling Zhao's fist. However, he came back to his senses at this moment. When he saw the 3 black-cloaked men trying to run away, he sneered and rushed forward. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 black-cloaked men. In their eyes, Xianxia was only at the early stage of Divine Spirit Realm. It could be said that they could kill him with a wave of their hand. Since this guy was courting death, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Whoosh, the leading black-cloaked man threw a punch at Xianxia. His fist was blazing and contained a black light. It was full of killing intent. The other 2 black-cloaked men also came from behind Xianxia. The three black-clothed men felt that as long as they could subdue Yi Liangchen, they would be able to make Ling Xiao hesitate. They would also be able to escape unscathed. You're really courting death. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he stopped. He wanted to see how evil Yi Liangchen was. 3 against 1, you shameless bastards. I, your father, curse you to die without a burial place. Yi Liangchen let out a strange cry. Suddenly, a light flashed on his body and he disappeared in the middle of the three black-clothed men. When the three black-clothed men heard Yi Liangchen's words, they felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't control the injuries caused by Ling Xiao's fist. Their injuries instantly worsened. Bang! Only the primordial spirits of the three men in black were left in the void. They were shivering and their eyes were filled with terror. They looked at Yi Liangchen as though they were looking at a ghost. Yi Liangchen had frightened them completely. Because of Yi Liangchen's words, not only did their injuries worsen, but there was also a mysterious force that destroyed their physical bodies completely. Only 3 primordial spirits were left. Run! The 3 black-clothed men were completely frightened. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they desperately wanted to escape. Swallow! A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the engulfing deity sea instantly enveloped this part of the void, including the 3 black-robed men. In the space created by the heaven and earth-changing talisman, Ling Xiao was not worried that the aura of the engulfing secret skill would leak out. Hence, he used it directly and swallowed the primordial spirits of the 3 men in black. Although the 3 men struggled violently, they could not escape from the restraint of the engulfing sea in the end. They were completely submerged. The 3 men were so unlucky. After being severely injured by Ling Xiao, they were hit by Yi Liangchen's power of misfortune. Their bodies were destroyed and they died without a burial place. Brother Yi, you are so powerful. Ling Xiao could not help but admire Yi Liangchen. He was simply the son of God. Just now, Ling Xiao could feel that although the 3 men in black were hit by Ling Xiao's skyfall hammer and their physical bodies were severely injured, they had the cultivation of a real god after all. They had temporarily stabilized their injuries and even had a chance to escape. However, because of Yi Liangchen's words, the 3 men in black's injuries worsened instantly and their physical bodies exploded. You are too kind. The 3 of them are too weak. Yap Liangchen said humbly, which was rare for him. However, his face was full of pride. It was as if he was telling everyone to praise him and worship him. After the 3 men in black were killed, the effect of the heaven and earth changing talisman disappeared completely. Heaven and earth returned to normal and the sun shone brightly. It was as though everything that happened just now was just a dream. Ling Xiao could feel that there were a few divine thoughts that were filled with evil intentions wandering around the small courtyard. After the heaven and earth changing talisman disappeared, the divine thoughts immediately probed the small courtyard. A bunch of bastards. Do you really think that I can't deal with you? Get the hell out of here. Yi Liangchen shouted angrily. Boom! Yi Liangchen's voice was like a clap of thunder. Those evil spirits felt as if they were struck by lightning. They let out a muffled groan and instantly retreated. They disappeared without a trace. The 3 leaders of the talisman void. Stronghold clearly used the heaven-altering earth-changing talisman just now. How did they vanish so quickly? Did they really die in the hands of those 3 fellows? It can't be. Those 3 fellows are only at the divine spirit realm, so how could they possibly kill the 3 leaders of the talisman stronghold? Looks like those 3 brats aren't simple. Maybe someone is secretly protecting them. Looks like I still have to be cautious and not act rashly. A few strands of divine consciousness intertwined with each other, and in the end they all slowly retreated. Dazzling Gold City, City Lord's Mansion. Reporting to the young master, we have already found out that the brat who fought with you for the elemental yang pill is called Yi Liangchen. A man and a woman came with him. The man is called Long Outyen, and the woman's name is unknown. However, Yi Liangchen once sold a saint's finger at the Golden Stone restaurant and bought the Yuan Shuang holy sword. He offended Yun Chen, and many people know that they have treasures on them. They all want to attack them. A general with a powerful aura reported respectfully to the Peach Blossom Prince. Yi Liangchen? Long Outyen? Very good. It looks like they want to participate in the Great Void Trial. However, since they dared to snatch the elemental yang pill, let's see if they have the life to participate in the Great Void trial. Keep an eye on them. When the Great Void secret realm opens, it will be the time of their death. The Peach Blossom Prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. Anyway, there were only 7 days until the Great Void trial opened. He did not want to cause any trouble, so he was prepared to kill Xianxia and the other 2 in the Great Void secret realm. Yes. The general turned around and left after reporting the matter. A light flashed in the Peach Blossom Prince's hand, and the black tortoise divine armor floated up, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. The runes on it seemed to be the carvings on the black tortoise divine beast, and were branded with the principles of heaven and earth. A light flashed in the palace, and an extraordinary middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in front of the Peach Blossom Prince. He looked majestic and domineering. His eyes were sharp, and his body was strong. His body emitted a powerful sword intent, as if it could destroy everything. He had an invincible aura. However, his figure looked very illusory. It was clear that he was an incarnation condensed by divine power. Father. The black tortoise divine armor is in our hands. With the black tortoise divine armor, we can open the inheritance ground of the black tortoise saint and obtain the black tortoise saint's treasures and martial arts. The middle-aged man in front of him was the dazzling Gold City Lord, Lu Yangfeng. The Peach Blossom Prince immediately stood up respectfully, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Very good. The Great Void secret realm is incomparably mysterious. The 5 major forces have explored it for tens of millions of years, but they still haven't completely explored it. If it wasn't for your big brother, we wouldn't have been able to discover the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance. If you can obtain the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance, you will definitely be able to stand out in a short period of time. In the future, you might even be able to enter the War God Hall and become a true disciple. It won't be impossible for you to become a Hall Master. Lu Yangfeng said slowly, and his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Father, don't worry. I will definitely enter the War God Hall. I heard that the War God Hall Master has disappeared for 1,000,000 years. The War God Hall is preparing to appoint a new War God Hall Master. They are going to select a new War God Hall Master from among the disciples. Since I have obtained the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance, I will definitely be able to defeat all the heroes and become the War God Hall Master. The Peach Blossom Prince said ambitiously, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Very good. I will wait for the day you become the War God Hall Master. Lu Yangfeng said with satisfaction. Father, did you make a breakthrough in your cultivation during this seclusion? The Great Void secret realm is controlled by the 5 major forces. When the time comes, will you really be able to descend into the Great Void secret realm? The Peach Blossom Prince asked doubtfully. I'm still a little short. The Divine King realm isn't that easy to break through. However, don't worry. The Great Void secret realm is vast and boundless. Your trial ground is only a small part of it. I have my ways to enter the Great Void secret realm. Hee, this time, it's not just me. Many evil monsters have jumped out. Lu Yangfeng sighed softly, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. That's good. With Father around, I will definitely be able to become the champion of the Great Void trial this time. The Peach Blossom Prince took a deep breath, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. What's this? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as an ancient jade talisman appeared in his hand. The primordial spirits of the 3 black-clothed men were suppressed by Ling Zhao's sky-swallowing divine sea. Their primordial spirits and spiritual intelligence were slowly being destroyed. When Ling Zhao checked the treasures in their small worlds, he was most curious about the ancient jade talisman other than some divine stones and elixirs. The jade talisman was the size of a baby's palm. It was square and there were mysterious engravings on it. It looked ancient as if it contained some kind of mysterious law of heaven and earth. It looks like a talisman, but I can't activate the power in it. It looks very old. It has existed for at least millions of years. It should be a treasure from some ancient ruins. Yi Liangchen took it and looked at it carefully before he said slowly. Alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation carving were the 4 main auxiliary professions. Although martial arts was the foundation and core, alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation carving were also very noble. The origins of these four professions were very ancient. It was even difficult to verify. It was said that they had existed since the beginning of the era. Over the years, many geniuses had become sages through alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation carving. All of them were very powerful and were respected by many people. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the jade talisman had made the wordless heavenly book tremble slightly. However, when Ling Xiao sent the jade talisman into his sea of consciousness, the wordless heavenly book did not have any other reaction. Ling Xiao increased the speed of refining the primordial spirits of the three black-cloaked men. Soon, he found the relevant information from their memories. The three leaders of the talisman stronghold participated in the trial of the Great Void 1,000 years ago. This jade talisman was obtained from the Great Void Mystery Land. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. These three men in black were the three leaders of the Fukong stronghold. In fact, they were three bandits. 1,000 years ago, they were only at the Supreme Being realm. They had participated in the Great Void trial. Although they were eliminated in the end, they had obtained many opportunities and their cultivations had advanced by leaps and bounds. For example, many of the talismans used in the previous battle were extremely powerful. They had obtained them from the Great Void secret realm, and this jade talisman was obtained from a savage tribe. Back then, the savages had treated it as a treasure and worshipped it. However, even after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't figure out the origin and use of this jade talisman. Perhaps I can find out the origin of this jade talisman in the Great Void secret realm. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had always felt that this jade talisman was extraordinary. There were not many treasures that could cause the wordless heavenly book to react, but all of them were extremely precious. The three leaders of the Fukong stronghold had been killed silently in the small courtyard where Ling Xiao and the other two lived. This had intimidated many people who had designs on them. Therefore, the following 7 days passed very peacefully. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had used the sky-devouring divine fire to fuse the void primordial gold with the sky-devouring sword. The sky-devouring sword had also been upgraded to the level of a supreme-grade divine artifact, and it was still improving. Ling Xiao estimated that if he could find precious heavenly treasures in the Great Void secret realm, perhaps the sky-devouring sword could be upgraded to the level of a godly king weapon. One had to know that in the lower realm, although a supreme weapon already had a weapon spirit, the weapon spirit of a divine artifact would not be very useful after passing the divine tribulation. Only a holy treasure could have a complete weapon spirit. The innate spirit king in the sky-devouring sword was very special. It could be said that just the weapon spirit alone had already given the sky-devouring sword the potential to be upgraded to a holy treasure. The sky-devouring sword was like a human who cultivated on its own. As long as it continued to devour various heavenly treasures, divine metals, and precious metals, it would be able to continuously upgrade its level. During these 7 days, more and more people came to the dazzling gold city. Countless young experts wanted to participate in the Great Void trial. Although utmost exalted realm experts could also participate in the Great Void trial, the majority of them were divine spirit realm experts. After all, the Great Void secret realm was filled with danger. In the past, many experts had died in the Great Void secret realm. Even so, there were more than 10,000 divine spirit experts in dazzling gold city. 7 days passed in a flash. Rumble, on this day, an ancient and vast voice resounded in the sky above dazzling gold city. Everyone opened their eyes at the same time. In the sky above dazzling gold city, an ancient door appeared. It was dazzling, divine light was dense, and endless divine light was gushing out. It seemed to lead to another vast world. The Great Void secret realm has opened. Everyone who wants to participate in the Great Void trial, please pass through here and enter the Great Void secret realm. Light flickered in the void. The figure of dazzling gold city's lord, Lu Yongfeng, appeared beside the ancient door. His vigorous and majestic voice resounded in dazzling gold city. The Great Void secret realm has opened? Ha ha ha. Let's go. This time, I must enter the 5 great academies. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not miss it. As long as we enter the 5 great academies, we will be able to enter the 5 great holy lands in the future. This is an opportunity for us. If we don't take it, we will be punished. Let's go. In the entire dazzling gold city, divine thoughts intertwined. All the genius experts who were preparing to participate in the Great Void Trial revealed incomparably excited and emotional expressions. One by one, figures rose into the sky and flew towards the ancient door at lightning speed. The Great Void Trial is finally opening. Ha ha ha. Brother Long, Xiaoya, let's go. Yi Liangchen was also incomparably excited. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao and Fengya had been cultivating, but he was about to go crazy. After enduring 7 days with great difficulty, the Great Void Secret Realm had opened. This made Yi Liangchen extremely excited. All right. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. In order to inherit the will of the Scarlet Dragon War God, they had to pass the Great Void Trial and enter Ares College. Then, they had to enter the War God Temple. The immortal Holy Lands and the Divine World were extremely strict when it came to accepting disciples. Basically, they were personally nurtured by themselves. They rarely accepted those who had left home halfway. This also ensured the loyalty of the disciples. Ling Xiao and the other two soared into the sky and flew towards the ancient door in the void. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt that there were more than 10 figures following behind them unhurriedly. It was obvious that they were up to no good. They really don't know what's good for them. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and ignored them. Instead, he flew directly towards the door of light. Why won't you let me in? I want to participate in the Great Void Trial. A miserable cry rang out. In the void, a young man in a black robe was directly sent flying by the door of light. He had no way of entering the door of light. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. This passage was set up by the people of the 5 great academies. Even the dazzling Gold City Lord only had the authority to maintain order. In order to participate in the Great Void Trial, one had to be within 100 years old. At the same time, one's cultivation had to be between the Sovereign Realm and the True God Realm. The black-robed young man was obviously over 100 years old. Naturally, he was recognized by the light door. There were people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and enter the light door. However, in the end, they were thrown out because they did not meet the requirements. The others just watched coldly from the side and even mocked them. Country bumpkins, how dare you participate in the Great Void Trial with your little cultivation? Be careful not to die in the hands of those talisman beasts and savages. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yun Chen and a dozen Divine Spirit Realm subordinates mocked and ridiculed Yi Liangchen. Then, with a loud laugh, he swaggered away and directly entered the light gate. Hee hee, little brat, when we are in the Great Void Secret Realm, I will teach you a good lesson. Yi Liangchen sneered and did not care at all. Yi Liangchen and Lan Outyin, right? How dare you steal my Yuanyang pill? I will wait for you in the Great Void Secret Realm. Peach Blossom Prince looked coldly at Yi Liangchen and Ling Xiao. He opened the folding fan in his hand and also led a group of guards into the Great Void Secret Realm. Lu Yangfeng, who was beside the light door, acted as if he did not see anything. He just floated there to maintain order. It was as if he did not even look at Yi Liangchen and Ling Xiao. These scums dare to threaten me, Yi Liangchen? It seems that if I don't teach them a lesson, they will not know how many eyes I have. Yi Liangchen sneered. Ignore them. Let's go. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He did not care about Yun Chen and Peach Blossom Prince's threats at all. He led Yi Liangchen and Fengya into the light door. Rumble, the surrounding light was bright and the laws intertwined. It was as if the void was distorted. Ling Xiao faintly felt that they had been sent to an extremely far place. When they opened their eyes, they appeared in a huge square. Is this the Great Void Ancient City? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he began to look around. Although the Great Void Secret Realm was called a secret realm, it was actually an extremely vast world. According to the Scarlet Dragon War God's memory, the known area of the Great Void Secret Realm was probably not much smaller than the Grand Heaven region. There were even many unknown areas. Within the Great Void Mystic Realm, there were countless ancient demonic beasts. However, those demonic beasts were adept at using the power of runes on their bodies. Hence, they were also known as rune beasts. There were also some living beings in the Great Void mystic realm. Those living beings looked no different from humans, but they ate raw meat and drank blood. They lived the life of a savage tribe and were extremely cruel. Those creatures were called savages, or talisman people. This was because their bodies were engraved with all sorts of runes. The more runes there were and the more complex they were, the more powerful they were. There were even some powerful rune men that were comparable to human godly kings. They had the power to destroy the world at every turn. Therefore, the number of people who participated in the Great Void trial in the past was not small. The ancient city of the Great Void was a massive city in the Great Void's secret realm. It was occupied by the 5 factions and had set up powerful formations, making it the base for the Great Void trial. Everyone who wanted to participate in the Great Void trial would gather in the Great Void ancient city before entering the safe zone of the Great Void secret plane to undergo the trial. At this moment, Xianxia sensed that there were actually over 100,000 people in the ancient city, and there were still people entering the city incessantly. As expected of the Great Void trial, it actually attracted so many genius experts. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart. The Great Void trial could be said to be a grand event that swept through the grand celestial realm. Not only was entering the 5 great academies an irresistible temptation, but more importantly, there were also many opportunities and treasures in the Great Void secret plane. Some people had even obtained the inheritance of ancient experts. Killing was prohibited in the ancient city of the Great Void. Therefore, although Xianxia felt that some people were full of hostility towards each other, he only glared at them and left. He did not dare to fight here. Brother Long, there are actually so many genius experts? Ha ha ha. This will definitely be fun. What do you think the content of the Great Void trial will be? Yi Liangchen looked at the surrounding crowd excitedly and asked Xianxia. It's nothing more than hunting talisman beasts or talisman people, right? This should be a feast for killing. Xiao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. The Scarlet Dragon War God's memory did not have much information about the Great Void secret plane, but Xiao knew a thing or two about the purpose of the Great Void trial. The Great Void secret plane could be said to be shared by the 5 great forces. When the Great Void secret plane was first discovered, it even attracted the attention of the saints of the 5 great forces. They even used their supreme divine abilities to plunder all kinds of treasures and inheritances in the Great Void secret plane. The treasures in the Great Void secret plane had probably been plundered long ago. That was why it became a place for the Great Void trial and was controlled by the 5 great academies. The most important thing in the Great Void trial was naturally to choose the students of the 5 great academies. Secondly, it was to use up the talisman beasts and talisman people and plunder the remaining treasures. Therefore, the rules of the Great Void trial in the past were very simple. It was almost set up for killing. It's too boring to fight and kill. If we can dig up the treasures of a saint, we'll be rich. Yi Liangchen said excitedly. In the past, the treasures of saints had appeared in the Great Void trial, and the people who found them were directly accepted as disciples of the 5 great academies. However, the probability of this was not high. After all, the Great Void secret plane had been explored by the saints of the 5 great forces. Could it be that you were more powerful than the saints? A day later, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered in the Great Void ancient city, and most of them were in the divine spirit realm. Only a small portion of the Supremes were in the Great Void realm, and most of them wanted to fish in troubled waters. All the passageways were closed, and 5 figures with terrifying auras instantly appeared in the void. Rumble, the void trembled, and rays of divine light were dazzling. The 5 figures stood indomitable as if they were holding up the sky. Immediately, everyone could not help but tremble. 5 divine kings? A bright light flashed in Xiao's eyes as well. Those 5 figures were clearly God King experts. The leader was an old man with white hair and a beard. He was dressed in a golden robe and had a youthful face and white hair. He had a sage-like demeanor and a very amiable smile. His eyes were incomparably deep, as if they contained the vast starry sky. Beside him stood an extremely beautiful woman in a white dress, but she looked very cold and arrogant, as if she was otherworldly. There was a burly man in black armor with his black hair fluttering in the wind. His face was dignified and domineering. There was a young man in black with an ancient sword on his back. Sword intent rose from his body, and it was incomparably vast. There was also a middle-aged man with a sinister face and an incomparably cold aura. Tong Yuan. Lu Shuling. Overlord. Jian Chen. Jigu Yuan. These 5 names could be said to be thunderous in the Grand Celestial region. It wasn't that their cultivation was strong. Although a divine king could dominate a region, they weren't the strongest. The main reason was because of their identities as the deans of the 5 great academies. Every Great Void trial was personally hosted by the deans of the 5 great academies. The arrival of the 5 great academies also meant that the Great Void trial had officially begun. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and respect. The entire ancient Great Void city was silent as everyone raised their heads to look at the 5 figures in the sky. Everyone. I am Tong Yuan, the Dean of Ares College. I will be hosting the Great Void trial this time. The white-haired old man smiled at the crowd. Wang, with a wave of his sleeve, streaks of light fell like rain, instantly landing on each person's body with incomparable precision. They were snow-white tokens with the ancient words Great Void engraved on them. The tokens in your hands are called Great Void tokens. When you encounter danger in the trial, you can crush them and send you back to the ancient Great Void city in 3 breaths. However, if you crush the Great Void token, it means that you have automatically given up on the trial and are eliminated. Tong Yuan's voice was extremely deep and resounded in everyone's ears. It was extremely clear as he explained the rules of the Great Void trial this time. The Great Void trial this time is the same as the previous ones. The trial will last for a year. Your mission is to kill rune beasts and rune humans. For Supreme Being Realm experts, killing Supreme Being rune beasts or rune humans is worth 10 points. Killing Divine Spirit Realm rune beasts or rune humans is worth 100 points. Killing True God Realm rune beasts or rune humans is worth 1,000 points. The rules for Divine Spirit Realm experts are the same. The Great Void tokens in your hands will record the points that each of you has obtained. Of course, if you are willing, you can also give your points to others. After a year, those who are ranked in the top 1,000 will become disciples of the 5 great academies. The rest will be eliminated. Tong Yuan's voice was extremely clear as he explained the rules of the Great Void trial in detail. Many people who knew about the Great Void trial also realized that there was no difference between the Great Void trial this time and the past. This was the simplest rule. One only needed to keep killing and then snatch points. Even when the person who made this rule made the rule, he deliberately let everyone kill each other to snatch points. One could imagine that the upcoming Great Void trial would be a bloody trial. Not only would countless talisman beasts and talisman humans die, but many participants would also die here. However, although everyone's expressions were grave, and some Supreme Being experts were even a little frightened, no one chose to withdraw. This was a great opportunity, and no one was willing to give it up. Even if there was a slim chance of survival, he still had to give it a try. In addition, the top 50 of the Great Void Trial scoreboard can freely choose which academy they want to join, while the rest will be chosen by us. In particular, the champion of this Great Void trial will be rewarded with 10 drops of sacred liquid from our 5 great academies. Tong Yuan smiled and released another explosive piece of news. It was fine that the top 50 of the scoreboard could freely choose their academies, but the champion would be rewarded with 10 drops of sacred liquid, which immediately made everyone's breathing quicken. 10 drops of sacred liquid would be worth more than 200 million divine stones according to the normal market price. Not to mention that the sacred liquid was a treasure that had a price but no market. Even if it was worth 500 million divine stones, there would probably be people who would go crazy to buy it. Even a heavenly god expert would find it difficult to take out so many divine stones. Perhaps only a divine king expert would have such a foundation. The champion would be able to obtain 10 drops of sacred liquid, which immediately made everyone excited. The champion will definitely be me. Peach Blossom Prince clenched his fists, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Alright, I now announce that the Great Void trial has officially begun. Tong Yuan said slowly, and 2 rays of divine light seemed to shoot out from his eyes. Boom, the heavens and earth shook, and a huge scoreboard appeared in the sky above the Great Void ancient city. There were countless names on it, and as long as one imprinted their name on the Great Void token, it would naturally appear on the scoreboard. Now, everyone's points were naturally 0. The Great Void Ancient City trembled slightly, and a huge rainbow bridge that spanned hundreds of millions of miles instantly appeared in front of everyone. A vast world appeared in the distance, and majestic essence of heaven and earth rushed towards them. The Great Void Trial has begun, let's go. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable excitement as they flew towards the vast world. The huge rainbow bridge was resplendent, and it actually enveloped everyone. Moreover, it instantly split into billions of rays of light. This was a random teleportation, and it was also to prevent everyone from gathering together. Everyone was distributed in different places. Immediately, rays of light descended, and Ling Xiao, Yi Liangchen, and Fengye were naturally separated and entered the trial ground. Fellow Liu, there are many good seedlings in the Great Void Trial this time. It seems that we will be able to take in another batch of good disciples. Tong Yuan looked at Lu Shuling beside him and smiled slightly. Although Lu Shuling was the principal of the Imperial College, Tong Yuan knew that Lu Shuling was extraordinary. She was the personal disciple of a sage, and she even had hopes of becoming the Dao sovereign of the Imperial Dao Palace. Her talent was unparalleled, and she was incomparably powerful. Even the tyrant, Jian Chen, and Ji Guyuan looked at Lu Shuling with a hint of respect in their eyes. Their talent is just average, Lu Shuling said indifferently, and her voice was ethereal and cold. Tong Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that. He knew that Lu Shuling's standards were extremely high, but he did not expect that among hundreds of thousands of people, there was not a single person that Lu Shuling liked. Cough cough. Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid that many people will be restless when the Great Void Secret Realm opens, and they will jump out. However, we should take this opportunity to explore the Great Void Secret Realm. If we can find part of the Emperor's inheritance, it will be the most important thing for us. Tong Yuan directly changed the topic. When they heard Tong Yuan mention the Emperor's inheritance, not only the tyrant, Jian Chen, and Ji Guyuan, but even Lu Shuling's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. They had opened the Great Void Secret Realm countless times, and the most important thing was that they wanted to find the Emperor's inheritance. However, it was a pity that countless years had passed, and they still did not find anything. Fellow Taoist Tong is right. Our main bodies have already rushed there, and it's good to let those people explore the way first. It's fine if they can't find anything, but if they really find something, we can just kill them. The tyrant also smiled coldly, and his eyes revealed a hint of domineering sharpness. The place where Ling Xiao landed was a lush primeval forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky with old vines entwined around them. The canopy was like a dome that covered the sky. Only a faint light flickered, causing the surroundings to be incomparably dark. The Great Void Secret Realm that only opens once every 1,000 years actually has so many precious and sacred herbs? Could it be that the Great Void Secret Realm is really a great world? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw that there were many precious medicines and even sacred medicines growing in the surrounding forest. He could even smell a trace of intoxicating fragrance that contained the fluctuation of divinity. That was the aura of divine medicine. It had to be said that the Great Void Secret Realm was too big. Even the area isolated by the 5 great academies was incomparably vast, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. After so many years, there was no way to explore it clearly. In this vast area, there were countless powerful talisman beasts and talisman tribes that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. When Ling Xiao was in the Great Void Ancient City, his perception wasn't very clear. However, when he truly came to this vast land, Ling Xiao felt the vastness of this world. In this place, even Supremes would find it difficult to fly. Only immortals could fly in the sky. The space here was incomparably firm and contained a mysterious power of law. Ling Xiao carefully activated the Heavens Will secret technique. He could faintly see that there were mysterious lines of law intertwining in the void. If he could grasp the power of those lines of law, he would be able to control this world. Is that the power of talismans? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled. He felt that the power was very similar to the lines on the jade talismans. But in just a moment, Ling Xiao felt his eyes dry up and hurt. He had a feeling that he was going to cry. His vision became blurry, and the law lines in front of him instantly disappeared. The so-called heavens will secret technique that Ling Xiao was currently activating was actually an incomplete part of the second heavenly dipper secret technique. It allowed Ling Xiao to see a trace of heaven's secrets. However, in order to completely see the world, Ling Xiao had to obtain the complete heavens will secret technique. When he thought about the mission of collecting the 12 sky arts, Ling Xiao felt that time was very tight. After the 12 sky arts, there were the 12 sacred grounds. These 12 sacred grounds might not necessarily be the strongest sacred grounds in the divine realm, but they were already the most ancient, the most mysterious, and the most resourceful sacred grounds. Take the War God's Temple for example. Many people knew that the War God's Temple was incomparably powerful. However, very few people knew the War God's Temple's true background. Most likely, even the War God's Temple's disciples would find it difficult to know. As for the heaven battling secret technique, it was only the weakest of the 12 heaven arts. One could imagine how terrifying the 12 sacred grounds were. Especially the secret technique of destiny. According to the Scarlet Dragon War God's memories, Ling Xiao guessed that the secret technique of destiny was in the Destiny Shrine. The fortune shrine in the God world was like a divine dragon. It was impossible to see its full appearance, but it had the power to shake the entire God world. There were even legends that said that the Fane of Destiny had existed since the beginning of the era. Since Ling Xiao had obtained the wordless heavenly book, he was destined to stand against the 12 holy lands. Thus, before his identity was exposed, he had to work hard in cultivation and borrow the power of the War God Hall to increase his strength. Ling Xiao suppressed the thoughts in his heart and began to move forward. This time, he still had to fight for the position of the champion of the Great Void Trial. The 10 drops of holy liquid were also quite tempting to Ling Xiao. Furthermore, becoming the champion of the Great Void Trial would be extremely important for him to gain a foothold in Ares College and enter the War God Hall. Roar! At this moment, a powerful roar of a beast came from the forest in front of him. It was ancient and vigorous, and it shook the forest. Rumble! The branches in front of him swayed, and the earth trembled. A ferocious and monstrous aura rushed towards him, accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation. A huge leopard that was hundreds of feet tall walked out of the forest. Its body was engraved with many mysterious patterns that intertwined like lines. As it walked, it kept moving up and down. It looked vigorous and majestic, and its blood was unparalleled. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it stared at Ling Xiao. Talisman beast? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He never thought that he would be so lucky to encounter a talisman beast. The talisman beast that looked like a leopard in front of him had an aura that had reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could see a trace of human-like ridicule and cruelty in its eyes. It was obvious that this talisman beast had a certain level of intelligence. Furthermore, Ling Xiao finally understood why it was called a talisman beast. It was because the strange lines on their bodies were like a medium that communicated with the power of the heavens and earth, bringing them great power. Roar! The leopard suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a thunderous roar. A fishy wind blew towards Ling Xiao's face, and the muscles on its body tightened. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out, and it looked like it was about to attack. Let me see what's so different about this so-called talisman beast. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sneered. He didn't care whether the leopard understood him or not, and he threw a punch at the leopard. Boom! This was the God of War King Fist. The golden fist imprint was incomparably fierce. Ling Xiao's body moved up and down like a divine dragon, and the power in his body rose as he suddenly threw a punch at the leopard. Ling Xiao didn't use the power of the 3 styles of sky-encompassing hammer. He was afraid that he would kill the leopard with a single punch. Even though this so-called talisman beast seemed to be stronger than the demonic beasts and divine beasts of the divine realm. The killing intent in the leopard's eyes rose as if the ant in front of it actually dared to attack it, and it was infuriated. Therefore, it didn't hold back and suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its incomparably sharp claws smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. When the leopard attacked, Ling Xiao felt something different. Not only did these talisman beasts have incomparably fierce power, the key was that they could mobilize the power of the heavens and earth. The lines on the leopard's claws lit up, and the radiance was dazzling. It guided the power of the heavens and earth to descend, as if it was some kind of fire law, and it instantly caused the leopard's claws to burn. This claw contained the pure power of fire, and it made Ling Xiao exclaim in admiration. These talisman beasts were indeed extraordinary, but that was it. Their power didn't exceed Ling Xiao's expectations, and they still only had the power of the divine spirit realm. And in the divine spirit realm, Ling Xiao's battle prowess could be said to be invincible. Boom, the golden fist imprint exploded, and suddenly collided with the leopard. Gotcha, the flames exploded, and the leopard's 100-feet-tall body smashed several towering ancient trees in the distance. Under the effect of the flames, the trees began to burn fiercely. The leopard seemed to have been knocked unconscious. It stood up with a snort and looked at Ling Xiao with an even more ferocious expression. Roar, it roared once again. This time, the lines on its head lit up and rippled out like water waves, turning into a huge torrent of sound waves that shrouded Ling Xiao. At the same time, its huge body soared into the sky and opened its bloody mouth to bite Ling Xiao. It actually wanted to swallow Ling Xiao directly. What a strange sound wave technique! Ling Xiao also exclaimed in admiration. The leopard's sound wave technique was really something. If an ordinary expert at the peak of the divine spirit realm was here, they would probably be caught off guard and be swallowed by the leopard. Knowing that these talisman beasts could mobilize the mysterious power of law, Ling Xiao didn't think that he would be able to come out alive after being swallowed by the leopard. Unfortunately, the sound wave technique didn't have any effect on Ling Xiao. It wasn't just because of the wordless heavenly book. More importantly, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was incomparably powerful. It was clear and flawless, indestructible, and had an immortal aura. Ordinary primordial spirit attacks had no effect on him. Star-picking hand. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and his hand stretched out toward the talisman beast. The second of the three styles, star-picking hand. When Ling Xiao used the star-picking hand, it seemed to have an incomparably profound concept. In a trance, his hand seemed to have traversed hundreds of millions of miles, turning into the hand of the celestial emperor. It could reach the 9 heavens, pluck the stars and grab the moon, and descend into the 9 underworlds. It could lock the gods and capture ghosts. It could even dig a hole in heaven and earth. The leopard widened its eyes in disbelief. It realized that Ling Xiao's star-picking hand seemed to be very slow, but it was extremely fast. Before it could even react, Ling Xiao had already left a bloody hole in its body and suddenly pulled out the talisman bone in its heart. An intense pain assaulted it, and the leopard let out an incomparably miserable cry. It was simply about to faint from the pain. And the energy in its body seemed to have been sucked dry. It suddenly fell from the sky and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of mud. Its eyes finally revealed an incomparably terrified expression. That was its talisman bone. To a talisman beast, the talisman bone was its lifeblood, and it carried over 90% of its strength. Moreover, it was a precious treasure that allowed it to communicate with the energy of talismans. Without the talisman bone, its cultivation would probably fall by a few levels and be unable to recover. It was similar to the destruction of a god's divinity. For a talisman beast, having a talisman bone taken away was a fate worse than death. Is this a rune bone? It's a very special power. No wonder so many people are willing to participate in the Great Void Trials. This rune bone is a natural divine weapon embryo. It contains divine laws. As long as it is refined slightly, it will become a powerful divine weapon. Ling Xiao sighed softly. The talisman beasts and talisman men's talisman bones were the talisman bones. After so many sessions of the Great Void Trials, many people were very clear about this. However, the talisman bone was the lifeline of a talisman beast, and ordinary people simply couldn't find the location of the talisman bone. Just now, Ling Xiao was also enlightened. He used the Heavens Will secret skill and instantly understood the location of the talisman bone. Then, he used the star-picking hand to snatch the talisman bone. With the talisman bone snatched, the leopard's life was already in Ling Xiao's hands. The talisman bone in Ling Xiao's hand was the size of a fist. It was crystal clear and flowed with a red glow. It seemed to be filled with flames and contained an incomparably vast power of the law of fire. It looked incomparably exquisite. Ling Xiao looked at the frightened leopard and was too lazy to play with it. He directly smashed its head with a punch. The Great Void Token flashed and the leopard's soul was directly devoured by the Great Void Token. Ling Xiao's points also became 10. The Great Void token can devour the souls of talisman beasts and talisman men. It's definitely not as simple as just counting points. Or should I say that the souls of talisman beasts and talisman men are also important items that the 5 great academies need to collect? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Dragon War God did not have many memories of the Great Void Secret Realm. He also did not know what the 5 great academies needed these souls for. Not only can this Great Void token be used to count points, it must also be a surveillance item. It can let the people of the 5 great academies see the situation of the holder. Ling Xiao looked at the Great Void token and thought to himself. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, 2 air-piercing sounds shot towards him. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and saw 2 black-robed young men passing through the dense forest. They instantly appeared in the void in front of Ling Xiao. The 2 black-robed young men looked extremely arrogant. Their cultivation had reached the late stage of the divine spirit realm. Each of them carried a strangely shaped saber and looked down at Ling Xiao. Boy, you can actually kill a talisman beast by yourself. It seems like your combat strength is not bad. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over your points and let us help you leave the Great Void Secret Realm. Second, come with us. One of the black-robed young men looked at the leopard talisman beast that Ling Xiao had killed. He was a little surprised, but he still spoke coldly. Although he could kill a talisman beast by himself, in their eyes, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. He couldn't be that strong. I naturally don't want to leave the Great Void Secret Realm. However, if you want me to go with you, where will I go with you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said calmly. Although he could kill the 2 of them with a slap, it was obvious that the 2 of them didn't have simple backgrounds. Ling Xiao wanted to know more about them before deciding. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We asked you to come with us, so hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we'll kill you right now. The black-robed young man said impatiently. Second brother, be more polite. The black-robed young man next to him reminded him. He then smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Brother, my young master found a talisman man tribe in front of us. There are about 1,000 of them. This is not a small amount of points. Therefore, my master sent us to invite heroes to attack the talisman man tribe together. Who is your young master? A talisman man tribe with 1,000 people? How many divine spirit realm experts are there? What's the cultivation of the strongest expert? Ling Xiao didn't reject him directly. Instead, he pondered for a moment and asked. Brother, don't worry. My young master is Luoyang City's Raging Flames young master, Lu Yan. His cultivation is extraordinary and his talent is unparalleled. The Talisman Man tribe is only a small tribe. There are only about 50 divine spirit realm experts. The strongest one is only at the true God realm. However, brother, don't worry. Leave the true God realm expert to my young master. We'll only be in charge of dealing with the ordinary talisman men in the tribe. The black-robed young man didn't show any impatience. Instead, he smiled and explained to Ling Xiao. All right. I'll go with you to take a look. Ling Xiao nodded and agreed. As for the Raging Flames young master, Lu Yan, he had never heard of him. However, Luoyang City was a large city that wasn't inferior to Dazzling Gold City. It was just in the Supreme Heaven region. Presumably, the Raging Flames young master, Lu Yan, was someone like the Peach Blossom young master, Lu Wenqing. Ling Xiao didn't care about him. Ling Xiao also wanted to see what the talisman man looked like. Brother, please. The 2 black-robed young men were blood brothers. The eldest was called Yao Wei and the second was called Yao Xing. They took Ling Xiao and soared into the sky, flying far away. Big brother, why are you so polite to this kid? In my opinion, you should have just taken him away. Why are you explaining so much to him? Yao Xing transmitted his voice to Yao Wei and asked in confusion. Second brother, you should change your bad temper. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you if you kick an iron plate. Yao Wei said via voice transmission. There was a trace of helplessness in his voice. He looked at Ling Xiao with reverence and explained, Second brother, if I'm not wrong, that leopard talisman beast's cultivation should have reached the perfect divine spirit realm. However, it was killed by this kid called Long Out Yin. What? Yao Xing's voice suddenly became louder. Although he was transmitting his voice, his face was still filled with shock. Talisman beasts and talisman men were the same. They were extremely powerful and it was difficult for experts of the same level to kill them. This place seemed to be the home of those talisman beasts and talisman men. They could use powerful talisman symbols as they wished. If that leopard talisman beast's cultivation had reached the complete divine spirit realm, it would be difficult for even an expert of the complete divine spirit realm to kill it. After all, talisman beasts could run away if they couldn't defeat them. However, the leopard talisman beast was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be seen that Ling Xiao was at least at the complete divine spirit realm, a person at the middle divine spirit realm who had the combat strength of a complete divine spirit realm expert was definitely a genius expert who had hopes of entering the 5 great academies. If Ling Xiao had made things difficult for them, they would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, Yao Xing couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Big brother, since this kid has such powerful combat strength, why is he following us to the Talisman Men tribe? Is he plotting something? Yao Xing looked at Ling Xiao's back with a trace of respect in his eyes. Don't worry about him. As long as we reach the Talisman Men tribe, with the young master there, a mere middle divine spirit realm expert won't be able to do anything. Yao Wei said slowly. That's right. The moment the young master entered the Great Void secret realm, he broke through to the true God realm. His strength is unparalleled and he even has hopes of becoming the champion of this Great Void trial. If this brat dares to play any tricks, young master will definitely not let him off. Yao Xing said confidently. His eyes were filled with reverence at the mention of the Raging Flame's young master. Even though Ling Xiao didn't know what Yao Wei and Yao Xing were talking about, he could sense their little tricks behind his back. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him because he was attracted by the talisman bone. If I'm not wrong, this jade talisman is probably made from some kind of powerful talisman bone. It's at least the talisman bone of a talisman beast at the God King realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. When he had obtained the symbol bone, he had already noticed that the material of the symbol bone was very similar to the jade talisman he had obtained. However, the runes within the jade talisman were even more profound and complex, countless times more complex than the rune bone. Ling Xiao immediately guessed the material of the jade talisman. However, to use such a powerful rune bone to create a jade talisman, one could see that the origin of this jade talisman was not ordinary. Ling Xiao, Yao Wei, and Yao Xing passed through the forest and arrived at a valley. There were already dozens of godly realm experts in the valley. They were gathered together and chatting. When they saw Ling Xiao, all of them had different expressions. However, most of them were filled with sympathy and even gloating. Brother Long, please wait here for a moment. I'll report to the young master. After Yao Wei and Yao Xing said that, they came before a young man in a black robe and bowed respectfully. The young man in the black robe looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and handsome. The black robe on his body was embroidered with a few flames with golden threads. His entire body was emitting a powerful aura. He looked very gentle and had a faint smile on his face. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. There seemed to be flames flickering in his eyes. He was the Raging Flame's young master. Lu Yan, Yao Wei and Yao Xing bowed and then whispered something to each other before pointing at Ling Xiao. Lu Yan nodded and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He then walked towards Ling Xiao. You must be Brother Long Out Yin, right? I'm Lu Yan. Greetings. LV Yan smiled at Ling Xiao. Greetings. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. Although Lu Yan looked very gentle and had a smile on his face, Ling Xiao could feel the arrogance and disdain hidden under that smile. It was very fake. Brother Long, in the depths of the valley ahead is the Talisman tribe. Those talisman men are sinister and cunning. They have already discovered our tracks, but most of them have hidden. Brother Long, are you willing to be our vanguard and investigate the talisman tribe? Lu Yan said to Ling Xiao. Everyone's gazes landed on Ling Xiao with different expressions on their faces. In this group of more than 60 people, all of them were in the divine spirit realm. Lu Yan's cultivation was in the early stage of the true God realm. He was indeed the strongest person in the group. However, there were only a dozen people who were Lu Yan's subordinates. The rest should have been gathered by him in a short period of time. Ling Xiao guessed that Lu Yan probably used some kind of treasure to be able to gather everyone in such a short period of time. The dozen of Lu Yan's subordinates looked at Ling Xiao with ridicule in their eyes, while the others looked worried and sympathetic. Everyone knew that the Talisman tribe was very dangerous. Those Talisman barbarians were not afraid of death. Anyone who dared to attack their tribe had their heads chopped off and hung on their bodies. This young man called Long Outyen was only in the middle stage of the divine spirit realm, but he was sent by Lu Yan to be the vanguard. In fact, he was just cannon fodder. Could it be that he had offended Lord Raging Flame? Everyone was guessing in their hearts. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not expect Lu Yan to send him to his death in the Talisman tribe. He could even feel the hostility hidden under Lu Yan's gentle appearance. You want me to be your vanguard? Are you trying to send me to my death? Ling Xiao said expressionlessly, but his voice was a little cold. Brother Long, you worry too much. I will send people with you to protect your safety. If you can find out the truth of the Talisman tribe, Brother Long will have made a great contribution. At that time I will give you more points. Lu Yan said with a smile. What if I'm not willing? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. As Lu Yan's most loyal lackey, Yao Xing immediately jumped out and said coldly to Ling Xiao, anyone who disobeys Lord's orders must die. Lu Yan took a glance at Ling Xiao and said with a slight smile, Brother Long, I heard from my subordinates that you killed a divine spirit realm talisman beast with your strength alone. Truly shocking. With your combat strength, entering the Talisman Man tribe, you'll definitely be able to retreat unscathed. This is for everyone's safety. I hope you can understand. Just now, hearing Yao Wei and Yao Xing talk about Ling Xiao's combat strength, it made Lu Yan have a trace of vigilance in his heart. He even felt a trace of threat. A mere middle-stage divine spirit realm had the combat strength to kill a divine spirit realm talisman beast. One could imagine that if this boy grew up, he would definitely be a formidable opponent. Hence, Lu Yan wanted him to be the vanguard, dampen Ling Xiao's spirit, then think of a way to subdue him. Lu Yan believed that relying on his true God realm combat strength, it was enough to suppress Ling Xiao. For everyone's safety? What a great for everyone's safety. It's just that I think you got two things wrong. Firstly, am I very familiar with you all? What has your safety got to do with me? Secondly, I'm not your subordinate. Are you worthy of commanding me? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile, his eyes revealing a trace of sharpness. The smile on Lu Yan's face instantly froze, his eyes revealing a trace of gloominess. The crowd didn't even understand what had happened. Why did this newcomer suddenly go against Lu Yan? But some people knew that Lu Yan probably wanted to use Ling Xiao to establish his might and use this to unify everyone. It was just that some people were worried in their hearts. Wasn't Lu Yan too arrogant? The Talisman Man tribe was right in front of him. Instead of uniting to attack the Talisman Man tribe, he wanted to have internal strife. What if those Talisman men charged out? Everyone knew that Talisman men were incomparably ferocious and did not fear death. Even if Ling Xiao was suppressed by Lu Yan, was Lu Yan so sure that he could definitely deal with those Talisman men? Audacious! You actually dare to speak to young master like this? Why aren't you kneeling and begging for young master's forgiveness? Yao Xing laughed coldly and said to Ling Xiao. Noisy! What right do you have to speak here? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and directly slapped out. Ling Xiao was very close to Yao Xing. This slap of his was as fast as lightning. Caught off guard, no one could react at all. Yao Xing was instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Half of Yao Xing's face instantly swelled up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in agony. Then, he suddenly crashed into the ground in the distance with a loud bang. This slap stunned everyone, especially Lu Yan, his face turned ashen. Ling Xiao had sent his subordinate flying with a single slap. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. How could this brat be so arrogant? He was merely at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm, so where did his courage come from? Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Yao Wei couldn't hold it in any longer. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger. He instantly pulled out the saber on his back. The blazing saber light erupted and suddenly slashed down towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, this saber was as fast as lightning. The black saber light fell like the Milky Way, as if it was going to cut Ling Xiao in half. Clang, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. His expression was extremely calm as he slowly extended 2 fingers. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing resounded. The dazzling saber light dissipated in an instant. Ling Xiao's 2 fingers caught the saber in Yao Wei's hand. No matter how much Yao Wei circulated his divine power, he couldn't let it fall any further. What? Everyone was shocked. One should know that although the saber in Yao Wei's hand was only a middle-grade divine weapon, under the control of Yao Wei's late-stage divine spirit realm cultivation, even a great perfection divine spirit realm expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, Ling Xiao caught it with 2 fingers. His physical body was actually so strong, even Lu Yan couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock in his eyes. Although he felt that he could catch Yao Wei's saber with 2 fingers like Ling Xiao, he would definitely be injured. After all, his divine body couldn't withstand the might of a divine weapon. More importantly, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. This was simply too unbelievable. His physical body has become a god? Lu Yan seemed to have thought of a possibility as he looked at Ling Xiao solemnly and said. Only an expert whose physical body has become a god could withstand the might of a divine weapon with his physical body. If Ling Xiao's physical body has really become a god, it would explain why he could easily kill a great perfection divine spirit realm talisman beast. Get lost, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He suddenly flicked his 2 fingers. Suddenly, Yao Wei was wrapped in a divine power and was instantly sent flying. Just like Yao Xing, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Looks like I've really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have become a god with your physical body. No wonder you have such powerful combat strength. However, since you've injured my subordinate, I have to take action. Today, I'd like to see how strong an expert whose physical body has become a god is. Lu Yan's eyes flickered with a sharp light as he stared at Ling Xiao. Powerful divine power spread out from his body. You're no match for me, Ling Xiao said very calmly as if he was stating a fact. Arrogant. Lu Yan's face instantly darkened as he laughed out of extreme anger. Rumble, an incomparably powerful aura spread out from Lu Yan's body. Murderous intent filled the air. Blazing flames rose as if they were going to burn everything around them to ashes. The confrontation between Lu Yan and Ling Xiao's aura caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. Lu Yan could be said to be in a difficult position now. He was extremely regretful now. He just wanted to force Ling Xiao to be the vanguard, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's temper to be so unyielding. He attacked at the slightest disagreement. If he couldn't suppress Ling Xiao now, he would really become a laughingstock. Even if there was a great enemy of the Talisman tribe, he could only attack Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, powerful auras rushed over from the valley, and black jade talismans were thrown out. Oh no! The talisman men are attacking. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically as they exclaimed. Rumble, the black jade talismans were thrown out of the valley and exploded in an instant. They were like thunderbolts, causing the mountains in all directions to tremble violently. They turned into fierce winds, raging flames, frost, and a rain of blades and swords, enveloping everyone. Ah! Screams rang out. Immediately, a few unlucky godly experts were swept up by the power of the jade talismans and were attacked by the violent winds and flames. They were severely injured in an instant. Kill them all. Obscure and ancient syllables rang out. Although the crowd didn't understand the language of the talisman men, they could sense the mysterious fluctuations with their primordial spirits and instantly understood what they meant. One after another, valiant figures rushed out of the valley. They were all wearing animal skins and had all kinds of mysterious runes drawn on their bodies. Even their faces were full of runes. Although they looked no different from humans, they looked extremely ferocious. Their eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. The experts of the Talisman tribe seemed to have turned out in full force. There were over 100 experts and half of them were at the Divine Spirit realm. The leader of the Talisman tribe, in particular, was 3 meters tall. His muscles were taut and his blood chi was monstrous. His strength was unparalleled and his aura was even stronger than LV Yan's. The Talisman Man commander charged out of the valley and instantly fixed his eyes on LV Yen. LV Yen was the strongest. His aura was completely unleashed and it was like a candle flame in the darkness. Naturally, he was instantly discovered by the Talisman Man commander. Despicable outsider, die. The Rune Human commander looked incomparably mighty and strong. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, giving off an unruly and wild aura. He held a black iron staff in his hand. He swung it up with unparalleled power and smashed it down towards LV Yen. Damned barbarian. LV Yan's expression was extremely ugly. The Talisman Man commander was charging towards him. He had no choice but to give up on Ling Xiao and turn around to attack the Talisman Man commander. Clang, a light flashed in LV Yan's hand and an ancient crimson sword surrounded by resplendent light pierced towards the Talisman Man commander. Sword chi rose and contained the majestic power of fire. It was like a vast sea of fire that enveloped the Talisman Man commander. Great Talisman Ancestor, grant me strength. The Talisman Man commander roared. The densely packed lines on his body lit up at this moment. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden light that made him look like he was cast in gold. His blood chi was boiling to the extreme. The black staff in his hand trembled violently and suddenly smashed against LV Yan's ancient crimson sword. Buzz, the ancient sword trembled and a blazing sword chi exploded. LV Yan instantly let go of the ancient crimson sword and used his mind to control the sword. It turned into a resplendent stream of light that suddenly circled around the Talisman Man commander and slashed his back. Clang, the sound of metal clashing resounded. The ancient sword slashed the Talisman Man commander's body as if it had slashed against metal. Sparks immediately flew in all directions and the surrounding void trembled slightly. However, this sword strike only left a shallow wound on the Talisman Man commander's back. It did not injure him at all. The Talisman Golem commander cried out in pain. He raised his black iron rod and smashed it towards LV Yen. It's actually the law of metal? It's a pity that your comprehension is too shallow. If you take too long, you'll definitely fail. A gleam of light flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes. He could tell that the commander could control the laws of metal, which was why he radiated with tremendous metallic chi. The inscriptions on his body could communicate with the laws of metal, giving him a tough body that was impenetrable. However, Ling Xiao could sense that although the Rune Human commander's physique was strong, his understanding of the laws of metal was too shallow. After a long time, he would probably lose to LV Yen. The cultivation of these talismans seemed to be to constantly leave behind rune brands on their bodies and use the power of the laws of the world to kill their enemies. At the same time, two ferocious-looking rune men charged towards Ling Xiao with crude stone axes in their hands. The two rune men were enveloped in an earthy yellow glow. Inscriptions flickered as they used the laws of earth, giving them unparalleled defensive power. Boom, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he punched out. A golden fist mark exploded. It contained an incomparably vast power and instantly shattered the stone axes in their hands. Then, without losing any momentum, it ruthlessly slammed into their chests. Pfft, the earthy yellow glow on the two rune men instantly shattered. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood as if they had been struck by lightning. They cried out loudly as terror filled their eyes. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He did not kill the two rune men. Instead, he transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and instantly left the battlefield, shooting towards the depths of the valley. That was the nest of the Talisman Man tribe. LV Yen also noticed Ling Zhao's actions. He wanted to shake off the Rune Human commander and chase after him. However, the Rune Human commander had locked onto him and attacked him with all his might, making it impossible for him to escape. Damn it! Long out Yen, I swear that if you dare to snatch my rune infusion, I'll definitely turn you into ashes. LV Yen roared furiously. His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He completely ignored LV Yen and increased his speed. Apart from obtaining points by killing rune men, the most important thing in attacking the Talisman Man tribe was that every Talisman Man tribe had an altar to worship the rune ancestor. As long as the rune ancestor altar was destroyed, one could absorb the power of runes that had been accumulated in the altar for countless years. One would be reborn and one's cultivation would soar, the power of runes had been accumulated in the rune ancestor altars for countless years. Thus, when one destroyed the rune ancestor altar and absorbed the power of runes, it would become a rune infusion. The main reason why Lv had captured so many people to attack the Talisman Man tribe was naturally for the rune infusion. Now that Lv had been targeted by the rune human commander, Ling Xiao naturally benefited. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. Even if a few rune men tried to stop Ling Xiao, they were instantly severely injured by Ling Xiao. They could only watch as Ling Xiao charged into the Talisman Man tribe. The Talisman Man tribe in the depths of the valley looked extremely ancient and primitive. Their houses were built with huge stones and they had even dug a cave in the mountain. However, there was a square altar in the middle of the valley. It shone with 9 colors and looked extremely mysterious. Who's there? Ling Xiao had just entered the Talisman Man tribe when a few rune men who were guarding the tribe roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. Get lost. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Powerful divine power erupted from his body and he killed 1 rune man with each punch. Almost none of the rune men who had charged towards him could withstand a single blow from him. After all, most of the powerful rune men had gone out to fight. The rune men who were left behind were simply no match for Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to destroy the symbol ancestor's altar with 1 punch, he suddenly saw an ancient jade talisman on the altar. It seemed to be made of the same material as the one he had obtained previously. However, it was not as big as the one in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately took out the jade talisman and a dazzling light erupted. The jade talisman on the altar immediately turned into a ray of flowing light and merged with the jade talisman in Ling Xiao's hand. The rune lines on the talisman became even more complicated. The entire symbol ancestor's altar began to tremble violently. A milky white pillar of divine light descended from the sky. It contained an incomparably vast and pure energy fluctuation and caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Ling Xiao could sense the pure energy contained in the pillar of divine light. It was the power of runes. The Talisman Man tribe had worshipped it for countless years and converged the essence of heaven and earth by communicating with heaven and earth. Ling Xiao naturally walked over without holding back. He immediately unleashed the heaven-devouring secret technique. His entire body seemed to have turned into a vast devouring vortex and swallowed the milky white pillar of divine light. If Ling Xiao had used the normal method of infusing runes into his body, he would have needed at least a few hours to completely refine the power of these runes. However, Ling Xiao did not have that much time to waste here. He immediately used the heaven-devouring secret technique to devour all the runes before storing them in his small world and slowly refining them. As he refined the runes' power, Ling Xiao could sense that the unfamiliarity between him and this world was gradually disappearing. He was like a fish that had entered the sea. His entire body became incomparably light. Rumble, it was unknown how many thousands of years the boundless power of the runes had been accumulated. Now that it was poured into Ling Xiao's body, it was like a vast river, surging violently. Even though Ling Xiao had used the sky-devouring secret skill to absorb the power of the runes into his small world, his body was still glowing and his divine power rose. This outsider dares to blaspheme the symbol ancestor, kill him. Tear him into pieces. When the symbol humans in the tribe saw this scene, their eyes instantly turned red as if Ling Xiao had killed their entire family. Their eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, or strong symbol humans, they all let out angry and cryptic sounds and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and the light around his body was dense. He did not bother with the symbol humans at all and instantly soared into the sky, turning into a ray of golden light and disappearing into the void. Most of the remaining talisman men were below the divine spirit realm, so they could only watch as Ling Xiao fled. They vented all their anger on Lu Yan and the others. One by one, they screamed and pounced on Lu Yan and the others. Bastard! Long out, Yan, I will remember you. Lu Yan roared angrily and his eyes were filled with anger. How could he not see the boundless power of the runes in the dazzling divine light pillar in the depths of the valley? This meant that Ling Xiao had snatched the opportunity of the runes into his body. His heart was bleeding and he even felt a little regretful. If he had not forced Ling Xiao to such a state, the runes into his body might have been his. Absorbing the power of the runes into his body would probably be enough to raise his cultivation level by a small level. It should be known that the power of the runes into his body did not have any side effects. Therefore, besides hunting symbol beasts and symbol humans, many experts who participated in the Great Void stage liked to destroy the symbol ancestor altar of the symbol humans tribe to obtain the runes into their bodies. Ling Xiao naturally did not hear Lu Yan's voice. However, even if he had heard it, he would not have cared. Ling Xiao left the symbol humans tribe and flew forward in the primeval forest. He carefully concealed his aura and finally stopped in front of a barren mountain. Ling Xiao used the breath-concealing technique. He was like a rock without any signs of life. He directly opened up a path and entered the belly of the mountain. This was because Ling Xiao felt that if he did not refine the power of the runes would dissipate completely. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that his body was like a sponge and it devoured the power of the runes as if it was thirsty, causing his body to become stronger. Ling Xiao's ancestral dragon mystic technique had already been cultivated to the initial success stage of the divine dragon body. When the power of the runes fused into Ling Xiao's body, he felt as though there was a mysterious connection between him and this world. Is this the power of the talisman way? The talisman ancestor that they are worshipping is probably a great figure in the Tao of talismans, and he is able to influence the strength of an entire world. He is at least a saint. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. The saints taught the world and their words were law. They were almost the embodiment of the way. This was because the saints understood themselves and the world and had their own way. The words they spoke were like the laws of the world. Their words contained the heavenly law and could reverse yin and yang. After Ling Xiao refined the power of the runes, he could feel that this world contained an incomparably majestic power of the talisman way. For example, the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of yin and yang, and even tens of thousands of laws. The ultimate source was the talisman way. To be called the talisman ancestor by the symbol humans, he must be a saint who had studied the talisman way. Ling Xiao took out the jade talisman that he had obtained. It was originally the size of a baby's palm. After absorbing the jade talisman of the symbol humans tribe, it had become a little bigger. It looked flawless and emitted a light that calmed one's mind. It became even more crystalline and translucent. The runes on the jade talisman became even more crystalline and translucent. The intertwining lines were like the mysterious power of the laws and also like the vast mountains and rivers of the world. It was incomparably profound. Ling Xiao glanced at it and felt dizzy. His primordial spirit trembled. If I can continuously devour the jade talismans of the symbol humans tribe, I believe I will be able to unravel the secret of this jade talisman in the end. Ling Xiao thought to himself. After arriving in the Great Void secret realm, he increasingly felt that this jade talisman was not simple. Just as Ling Xiao was refining the power of the runes. In the central region of the Great Void secret realm, 9 mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall were connected to each other. They rose and fell and stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, they were connected from end to end, forming a huge circle. In the middle of the 9 mountains was an incomparably vast valley. There were many ancient stone halls in the valley. Numerous stone towers were built halfway up the mountain. The surroundings were filled with various kinds of buildings. Although they were not beautiful, they had an ancient and barbaric aura. In the center was a tall altar. It was built with 9 colored divine stones and emitted 9 colored rays of light. It looked extremely mysterious. An old symbol man with a face full of wrinkles and covered in bone ornaments knelt on the altar. He was chanting and his eyes were filled with an extremely pious expression. An ancient jade talisman floated in front of him. It was the size of a human head and was semicircular. It was like a crescent moon, crystal clear and flawless. There were also countless mysterious lines on the jade talisman. At this moment, it was flickering with a resplendent light. Runes floated out from it. Below the altar, thousands of symbol humans prostrated themselves on the ground. They knelt on the ground as their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. The old man on the altar suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light pierced through the void. They were incomparably sharp, and his killing intent blazed. He shouted at the numerous talisman humans below him, "The talisman ancestor has decreed that 1,000 years have passed, and the ancestral gate is about to open. Those shameless outsiders have already entered our home. Please follow the symbol king and kill those outsiders. The bravest warriors will enter the ancestral gate and listen to the teachings of the symbol ancestor. The moment the old symbol man finished speaking, all the symbol men were in an uproar. Kill all the outsiders. Kill all the outsiders. Long live the symbol king. All of the symbol humans roared in excitement. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Their gazes were directed at the bottom of the altar, where a young man in a black robe stood up in front of everyone. He was tall, powerful, and extraordinarily handsome. His face was filled with various mysterious runes. Divine chains of order circled around his body, causing his aura to be extremely terrifying. His eyes were golden and did not contain a trace of emotion. They were mysterious, dignified, powerful, and sharp as if they could see through the myriad of worlds. The Talisman King stretched out his arms and hugged the sky as he spoke in a thunderous voice, "Talisman warriors, follow me and kill all the outsiders." As his voice rang out, all the Talisman warriors fell into a frenzy. Their fighting spirit reached its peak as they pounded their chests and roared. In the Great Void Ancient City, the scoreboard was constantly changing, like a huge screen in the sky, displaying the names and points of hundreds of thousands of people. First place, Xianxia, 11,200 points. Second place, Xianxia, 7,800 points. Third place, Xianxia, 7,600 points. Fourth place, Wang Lujun, 7,500 points. Fifth place, Qingting, 7,480 points. Sixth place, Chen Kuan, 7,400 points. Seventh place, Lu Wenqing, 7,350 points. Names appeared on the scoreboard one by one. The deans of the 5 great academies stood in the air as they stared at the scoreboard in front of them. Their eyes were filled with amazement. In just a day, Xianxia has already obtained 11,200 points. I'm afraid he has already killed more than 1,000 talisman beasts and talisman men. As expected of the successor of the Overlord Divine Body. Tong Yuan sighed as he looked at the names on the scoreboard. The first place Xianxia had attracted the attention of the 5 great deans. However, everyone knew of Xianxia's background. He was the 7th prince of the Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom and possessed the Overlord Divine Body. Originally, Xianxia did not need to participate in the Great Void Trial and could enter the 5 great academies directly. However, he still came. Most importantly, it was because of the supreme opportunity in the Great Void Secret Realm. No one wanted to miss it. Not at all. His Highness Xianxia is only temporarily in the lead. The 2 princes, Xianxia and Xianxia, are not far behind. Xianxia smiled modestly. However, the pride on his face could no longer be concealed. Xianxia was the eldest prince of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom and Xianxia was the 9th prince of the Sky Sword Divine Kingdom. The 2 of them were extremely strong and could be said to be on par with Xianxia. Wang Lujun, Qingting, Chen Kuan and Lu Wenqing are not bad either. They are all geniuses of the city and are not far behind. However, if nothing goes wrong, I'm afraid the champion will be one of them. Ji Guyuan said with a smile. There's still a year before the end of the Great Void Trial. It's only been a day, so we can't see anything yet. However, those talisman men will probably be unwilling to stretch out their necks to be slaughtered, and they'll definitely come to cause trouble. We still have to keep an eye on them. Xianxia said slowly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Great Void Mystic Realm was incomparably vast, but the Great Void Trials area was not considered large. It was only tens of millions of miles in radius. The saints of the 5 major academies worked together to set up a large formation, almost cutting off all connections with the other regions of the Great Void Mystic Realm. Moreover, even if those talisman figures entered the scope of the trial, their cultivation would be suppressed to the heavenly god realm, and they would be able to bring forth a cultivation at the perfection stage of the true god realm at most. However, those rune humans were extremely cunning. In the past, there had been powerful rune humans who had entered the trial through some loopholes and caused a large number of casualties. Therefore, the 5 deans had always been on guard against this. More importantly, they seemed to have found the most important clue in the Great Void Secret Realm. They did not dare to be careless. Although only the clones of the 5 deans stood guard in the Great Void Ancient City, It was enough to suppress any accidents that might occur. Ling Xiao spent 3 days in the belly of the mountain to completely refine all the power of the runes. His physical strength had become even more powerful, and even his cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the divine spirit realm. It had basically saved him a few decades of bitter cultivation. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh at the power of the rune infusion. It must be known that after reaching the divine realm, every small breakthrough would require decades or even centuries of accumulation. If one did not have enough opportunities, it would probably take tens of thousands of years to reach the heavenly god realm. Of course, there were also some supreme geniuses who not only had unparalleled talent, but also had countless opportunities. It was not impossible for them to break through a realm in a few years. Looks like I still need to snatch more opportunities for the rune infusion. Moreover, if I want to perfect the jade talisman, I'll need the treasures they offer. Ling Xiao thought to himself. If he did not rely on the opportunities in the Great Void Mystic Realm to work hard to break through, the moment he left the Great Void Mystic Realm, even if he entered Ares College, the speed of his breakthrough would slow down. Ling Xiao even set a goal for himself, to break through to the Divine King Realm within 100 years. If he did not have enough opportunities, it would be very difficult to break through to the Heavenly God Realm, let alone the Divine King Realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to grab hold of every opportunity to strengthen himself to deal with the various things that were about to happen. Other things aside, if the wordless heavenly book were to be exposed, Ling Xiao would probably instantly become the enemy of the entire world. At that time even the sages would come after hearing about it. Therefore, after coming to the divine realm, Ling Xiao had a very strong sense of danger in his heart. Now, let's go and meet up with Fengye and Yi Liangchen first. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he left the belly of the mountain. Previously, he had left a primordial spirit imprint with Fengye and Yi Liangchen, which could guide them to find each other in the trial grounds. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and took out the Great Void token to take a look. There was a clear line of information on the Great Void token. Number 523,681, Long Outyin, 10 points. I should be at the bottom, right? But it doesn't matter. What's the point of killing those talisman humans and talisman beasts? Robbing those rich dogs is the most important thing. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. There were probably only 500,000 to 600,000 people participating in the Great Void trial this time. Ling Xiao was truly at the bottom of the list. However, Ling Xiao did not mind. After all, the Great Void trial would last for a year. In the early stages, everyone could still maintain a balance. However, in the later stages, there would probably be internal strife. At that time, if he managed to rob a rich dog, his ranking would immediately rise. On the Great Void token, one could clearly see the entire scoreboard. Currently, Xiongba, who was ranked first, already had 98,000 points. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. It seemed like the 5 great academies were encouraging everyone to rob each other. Otherwise, everyone would not be able to see the scoreboard. Ling Xiao saw that even the 10th place on the scoreboard had 73,600 points. Lu Wenqing is actually ranked 9th? 75,820 points? What a rich dog. If I were to rob him, I would probably be able to rush into the top 10 immediately. Yi Liangchen is approaching us at a fast speed. It seems like he is being chased by someone. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He felt that there was a change in Yi Liangchen's primordial spirit. Yi Liangchen's aura was also approaching him at a fast speed. He was only a few thousand miles away. Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a strange look. Yi Liangchen had the saint body of misfortune. Ling Xiao even felt that he was the son of God. Who would dare to chase after him? Ling Xiao immediately jumped up and flew towards Yi Liangchen. In the ancient forest, there were few people. Yi Liangchen looked very embarrassed. He could even be said to be running away like a rat. He kept running forward and shuttled through the dense forest. For a moment, the person behind him could not catch up with him. Shameless man, where are you going? Accompanied by an angry voice, a sky-blue sword light was blazing like the Milky Way. It was extremely sharp and instantly slashed towards Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen was shocked. His body moved horizontally at an unbelievable angle. Boom, a towering ancient tree beside him was instantly slashed apart by that sword, turning into a pile of fine powder. A lady in a blue dress flew over with a blue ancient sword in her hand. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger. She had a head of sky-blue hair that fell to her waist. It shone like satin. Her skin was crystal clear like jade. Her face was flawless. Her pair of big eyes were like sapphires. They were crystal clear and bright. Her entire body exuded a water-like temperament. Her body was surrounded by water vapor and divine light. She was ethereal and peerless. "Miss, please calm down. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything." Xianxia shouted at the lady behind him as he ran forward. "Bastard, I will tear you into pieces." It was fine if Xianxia did not speak. The moment he spoke, the lady in blue became even more embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said. The blue ancient sword in her hand continued to emit blue sword light and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia covered his head and ran like a rat. He was extremely helpless in his heart. He could not help but wail, "Brother Long, come and save me." Speaking of which, Xianxia felt extremely wrong this time. The great ant behind him had single-handedly exterminated a tribe of talismans. When the talismans poured into her body, the power of the talismans was so strong that her clothes were shredded. Xianxia didn't think much of it at first, but when he passed by the talisman tribe, he decided to go in and take a look. This was clearly a tragedy. Xianxia had seen every part of that woman's body. That was how the pursuit had happened. Xianxia felt guilty. After all, he had seen the girl's body, so he didn't dare to resist. He could only cover his head and run away desperately. Most importantly, he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. He was only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm, but the great ant behind him was already at the early stage of the true god realm. There was an entire realm between them. Xianxia had already sensed Ling Xiao's location, so he was hoping that Ling Xiao would be able to save him. "No one can save you. I'm going to kill you today." The lady in the blue dress had also become ruthless. Her eyes were filled with anger. Her name was Wang Lujun, and she was currently ranked 4th on the rankings. She was a genius expert of Jade Sea City, and was known as the Lingbo Fairy. When she thought about how her body had been seen by this bastard, Wang Lujun was so angry that she almost fainted. This was especially so when this bastard was shouting all over the world. She couldn't wait to kill him now. However, it was a pity that Xianxia was too slippery. Even Wang Lujun was shocked. After chasing him for tens of thousands of miles, she still couldn't catch up to this bastard who was an entire realm lower than her. Rumble, Wang Liujuan's entire body shone with a bright light. A blue divine rainbow soared into the sky. It was like a divine chain of order, and it shot towards Xianxia. "Great Ant, please spare me." Xianxia let out a strange cry. He used the astral steps, and his figure looked very elegant. It was as if there were traces of the movement of the stars. He actually escaped from the range of the blue divine rainbow in an instant. Rays of blue sword light slashed towards him. Rumble, at this moment, a golden fist print flew towards him from afar. It contained an invincible power, and it instantly blocked in front of Xianxia. "Brother Long, you're finally here." Xianxia was overjoyed. That golden fist print directly shattered all the blue sword light that filled the sky. Ling Xiao's white robe fluttered in the wind. He turned into a golden lightning and instantly landed beside Xianxia. "Brother Yi, why are you in such a sorry state?" Ling Xiao smiled and said. "Sigh, don't mention it. It's a long story." Xianxia's face was filled with embarrassment. Ling Xiao was also sizing up Wang Lujun, who was chasing after Xianxia. He could feel that although Wang Lujun looked extremely angry, she was merciful when she attacked. She did not have any killing intent. She was just angry. When he looked at Xianxia again, Ling Xiao instantly felt that it was different from what he imagined. "Who are you? Hand over the kid behind you, or I'll kill you too." Wang Lujun looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm, Wang Lujun somehow felt a strong sense of threat from him. The white-clothed girl in front of him was not simple. "Miss, I'm Long Out Yen. This is Xianxia, my good friend. If he has offended you in any way, I'll apologize on his behalf." I hope that you won't lower yourself to his level. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at Wang Liujun and said with a smile. Wang Liujun's eyes were filled with coldness. She said rudely, "You're apologizing on his behalf? Do I know you that well? Hand him over, and you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know how Yi Liangchen had offended the girl in front of him. She actually hated him so much. However, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't hand Yi Liangchen over to her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Miss, what can I do to appease your anger? As long as you state your conditions, we'll do it." "You want me to appease my anger? That's easy. If you can withstand my sword attack and not retreat, I'll let him go. If you can't withstand my sword attack, you'll hand him over to me. Do you dare to bet with me?" Wang Liujun's beautiful eyes flashed as she said indifferently. Although the white-clothed young man in front of her looked a little extraordinary, it wasn't easy for him to withstand her sword attack and not retreat. "Sure. I'll promise you. I hope that you'll keep your promise." Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile. "All right. Then you better catch it." Wang Liujun's eyes shone with a sharp light. It was as beautiful as the dazzling sword light. Clang, the ancient blue sword floated above her head in an instant. Rays of sword chi spread out, forming a vast sea of sword chi behind her. Endless sword chi surged and rose, containing an incomparably terrifying power. Ling Xiao could feel that the ancient blue sword seemed to have turned into a vast sea. It contained waves and waves of unparalleled power. There was no end to it. The law of the sea, and it has been cultivated to the minor accomplishment realm? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He could not help but exclaim. The divine path cultivated the power of the law and comprehended the vast heaven and earth to perfect one's own small world. However, most of the godly state experts had only touched the surface of the power of the law. Once the power of the law was cultivated to the minor accomplishment realm, it could double one's combat strength. The power of the law was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, and it could triple one's combat strength. The power of the law was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, and it could reach the limit of 9 times combat strength. However, it was not easy to cultivate the power of the law to the great accomplishment realm. Generally speaking, a heavenly god could cultivate the power of the law to the minor accomplishment realm. A divine king could cultivate the power of the law to the great accomplishment realm. In order to reach the great accomplishment realm, one needed not only cultivation but also opportunity. Wang Liujun's sword strike contained the laws of the ocean, and it allowed her sword strike to possess practically boundless strength. If an ordinary person wanted to take this sword head-on, they would be instantly drowned by the endless sword chi. Buzz, the sword vibrated gently and slowly moved towards Ling Xiao. However, to an outsider, it looked like an unstoppable wave that was crazily rushing towards Ling Xiao. This little girl's swordsmanship is very strong. She looks good, but her temper is a little too fiery. I can't bear it. Brother Long, you're on your own now. Yi Liangchen could not help but exclaim. He retreated far away, and there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. He seemed to be full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Although the sword was very strong, he also believed that Ling Xiao had a way to block it. Blue Sea Sword Technique, 9 waves. Wang Liujun shouted in a low voice. Her eyes became extremely serious. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, closed his eyes. The sky-devouring sword appeared in his hand with a flash of light. It emitted a cheerful hum, and he immediately felt a connection with it. Ling Xiao recalled the destruction sword way that Dugu Qiubai had taught him. He immediately became extremely cold and radiated with a monstrous killing intent. The devouring heaven sword stabbed forward, boom, it was as if the entire world had turned into darkness. Boundless destructive divine light surged and transformed into the purest sword chi that slashed forward. Ling Xiao had only casually swung his sword. He wanted to display the charm of that sword, giving it a sense of immortality. Rumble, when the two swords clashed, the sword chi instantly exploded. The void trembled, and endless darkness enveloped the area. Wang Liujun's 9 heavy waves actually exploded like a piece of paper. The heaven-devouring sword was still moving forward, as if nothing could stop it. What? Wang Liujun's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Ling Xiao's casual sword to be so terrifying. Not only did it destroy the traces of the 9 heavy waves, but it also slashed toward her unstoppably. She felt a sense of fatal danger in her heart. 100 heavy waves. Wang Lujun clenched her teeth and shouted. The divine power around her rose, and the ancient blue sword in her hand shone brightly. Her aura became stronger, and she gathered sword chi that blotted out the sky and slashed forward. Speaking of which, this was already the second slash. However, Wang Lujun had no other choice. She felt that if she did not resist, she would very likely die under Ling Zhao's sword. Therefore, even the 100-layered waves that she was still not familiar with was instantly mastered at this moment of life and death. She slashed towards Ling Xiao with her strongest sword strike, boom, the blue sword chi rose, but when it came into contact with the black destructive sword chi, it instantly turned into nothingness. Even the 100 heavy waves could not withstand Ling Zhao's sword. The endless sword light turned into dust. The cold sword chi also shot toward Wang Liujun's forehead. Forget it, Wang Lujun sighed softly, and a trace of misery appeared in her eyes. A sense of helplessness welled up in her heart, and she could not help but close her eyes. You've lost. The sky-devouring sword stopped at Wang Liujun's forehead, and at the same time, Ling Zhao's calm voice sounded. Why didn't you kill me? Wang Lujun opened her eyes and looked at the white-robed young man in front of her with a complicated expression. Miss, you're being too serious. It was my friend who offended you. I am extremely grateful that you were willing to forgive him. How would I dare to kill you? Ling Xiao put away the sky-devouring sword and smiled. However, Ling Xiao was complaining in his heart. This time, he had really gone overboard in showing off. He had been concentrating on visualizing the destruction sword principle that Dugu Chobai had imparted to him. He had wanted to make Wang Lujun retreat when he slashed with that sword. However, he did not expect the destruction sword principle to be worthy of its name as a sage's power. Even though Ling Xiao had only used a tiny bit of it, it had almost drained half of his energy. At this moment, if Wang Lujun wanted to kill him, he would have no choice but to run for his life. The power of the sword was so terrifying that Wang Lujun did not even have the strength to resist it. All right. Let's forget about the grudge between us. What sword skill did you use just now? Wang Lujun was very straightforward, and she admitted defeat. At the same time, she was very curious about the sword skill that Ling Xiao had used. Her 100 waves could not block that sword, and she felt that even if she used 1,000 waves, she might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. That is a sword skill created by a friend of mine. I don't know the name of it either. May I know your name, miss? Ling Xiao chuckled and asked curiously. Wang Liujun's combat power was so strong that she was probably not a nobody. However, what Ling Xiao did not notice was that Yi Liangchen was shocked by Ling Zhao's sword. He could not help but mumble to himself, that was a sage's sword? It's so similar to the old man's aura. Oh my god, who is this Long Out Yin? Could he be the son of a sage? I am Wang Lujun, and I am from Jade Sea City. Wang Lujun smiled and said. Wang Lujun? You are the Lingbo fairy Wang Lujun? The Wang Lujun who was ranked 4th on the rankings and has cultivated the Jade Sea sword art? The Lingbo fairy, Wang Lujun, and the Gusha fairy, Qing Ting, were the 2 most eye-catching prodigies in the Great Void Trials. The Lingbo fairy, Wang Lujun, was the apple of the Wang family's eye. Legend had it that the Wang family's ancestor once had a saint, who left behind the Jade Sea sword art, a half-sage martial art. However, some people said that the Jade Sea sword art was actually a saint martial art. It was only a half-sage martial art because it was incomplete. Wang Lujun was the successor of the Jade Sea sword art. She had the saint bloodline and was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. When she saw Wang Lujun ranked 4th on the scoreboard, she couldn't help but exclaim. If there isn't a second Wang Lujun, then it will be me. Wang Lujun said calmly. She didn't give Yi Liangchen any face. When she saw Yi Liangchen, it was as if she was reminded of the unbearable scene from before. She couldn't wait to poke a few holes in Yi Liangchen's body with her sword. Brother Yi, do you know where Xianxia is? The Great Void Secret Realm is filled with danger. We should hurry and meet up with her. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Liangchen and asked. Xianxia, don't worry. She's fine. After the two of us entered the Great Void's secret realm, we met up and found a divine spring. Xianxia is currently cultivating in that divine spring. I'll take you there now. Yi Liangchen said with a smile. Divine spring? How much is there? That's a good place. Why aren't you cultivating there? Ling Xiao said with a little surprise. Even Wang Liujuan's eyes lit up. The divine spring was formed when the divine spiritual qi was extremely dense. If one cultivated in the divine spring, it would be 100 or 1,000 times better than simply absorbing the divine stones. Although the divine spring was not as precious as the saint liquid, it was far more valuable than the divine stones. Perhaps divine king experts wouldn't be interested in the divine spring. However, for experts below the divine king realm, the divine spring was extremely attractive. Yi Liangchen said indifferently, the divine spring isn't big. It's about 10 feet wide and 3 feet tall. I'm too lazy to cultivate, so I let Xianxia cultivate there by herself. 10 feet wide and 3 feet tall. Isn't it big? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Wang Lujun widened her eyes and looked at Yi Liangchen with disdain. There should be at least millions of drops of divine spring water with a radius of 1 foot and a height of 3 feet, right? Such a large amount of divine spring water would have taken hundreds of thousands of years to form. Although a drop of divine spring water could not compare to the sacred liquid, millions of drops of divine spring water were far more valuable than the sacred liquid. No wonder even Wang Lujun was tempted. Where is Xianxia? Let's go look for her now. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke decisively. The temptation of the divine spring was unimaginable. If the trial takers or talisman humans discovered it, Xianxia would be in danger. Alright, Xianxia is in a valley about 30,000 li away from here. Let's go. Yap nodded. He understood Ling Zhao's concern. At this moment, Wang Lujun suddenly asked, Brother Long, can I form a team with you? The Great Void Mystic Realm is fraught with danger. The more people we have, the more power we will have. Of course. Haha, Lujun, I will protect you. Yap Liangchen was overjoyed and immediately agreed to it. The corner of Wang Liujuan's mouth twitched and her forehead was filled with black lines. However, she suppressed her anger and turned away from Yap Liangchen. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and kill Yap Liangchen. Sure, it will be our pleasure. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He knew that Wang Lujun was probably interested in the divine spring as well. However, Wang Lujun was indeed powerful. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, she could be ranked in the top 10. With such an expert around, it would be a great help. As for the divine spring, it would not be a problem for him to share some of it with her. Swoosh! 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 The three of them shot up into the sky and flew towards the valley where the divine spring was under Yap Liangchen's lead. Their speed was extremely fast, and they flew through the air like 3 resplendent divine rainbows. After a few hours, they saw a lush valley in front of them. White mist curled up in spirals, and auspicious qi pervaded the air. It appeared extremely extraordinary. Ling Zhao's face was filled with worry. The strange phenomenon in the valley could be seen from afar. If someone else passed by, they would be able to tell that there were treasures in the valley. Let's go. Ling Xiao took the lead and shot towards the valley like a golden lightning bolt. In the depths of the mountain valley, ancient trees towered into the skies. Strange and rugged rocks littered the ground, and all sorts of rare and precious herbs grew everywhere. In an ancient cave, there was a divine spring that was shrouded in white mist. It was only 10 feet in radius, but the divine spring water was crystal clear, like nectar. It exuded boundless energy fluctuations. Fengya held the ancient Yuanshuang sword in her hand and stood in front of the divine spring. Her eyes were filled with coldness and anger. In front of her, there were more than 10 divine spirit experts. All of them had a mocking look on their faces as if they were cats catching a mouse. The 2 people at the head of the dozen or so deities were a young man and woman. The man was dressed in a long green robe and looked extraordinarily valiant. The woman was dressed in a long purple dress and looked extremely pretty. Their faces were filled with cold arrogance as they looked down at Fengya in front of them. Miss, hand over the divine spring and all your points. We will allow you to crush the Great Void token and leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. the green-robed man said indifferently. Everyone looked at the divine spring behind Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with passion and greed. This pool of divine spring was enough for all of them to raise their cultivation by a small level. It would save them 100 years of hard work. There was even a lot left. How could they not be excited? Don't even think about it. If you want the divine spring, then try the sword in my hand first. Xianxia said coldly. Her eyes were filled with anger. She had just cultivated in the divine spring for a day when a group of uninvited guests barged in and wanted to snatch the divine spring. Although most of the challengers were only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm, the man and woman in front of her had already reached the late stage of the divine spirit realm. Xianxia was 2 small levels lower than them. Although she had the Yuan Shuang sword in her hand, she did not have much confidence. You're right. Also, hand over the sword in your hand. You're only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. Are you worthy of using a divine king weapon? The woman in the purple dress sneered. Her eyes revealed a hint of jealousy and hostility. The woman in white in front of her looked beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. It made her feel ashamed of her inferiority. Even the surrounding people's eyes were filled with a burning light. The man in the green robe smiled faintly and said confidently, "Miss, you are no match for us. Give up. As long as you agree to our conditions, you can leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." He was using his words to provoke Xianxia, and at the same time, he was looking for a flaw in Xianxia's body. He wanted to subdue Xianxia with one blow. After all, the power of a godly king weapon was unparalleled. Even the two of them did not dare to take it head-on. Be rude? How are you going to be rude? At that moment, a calm and indifferent voice resounded in the cave. Who is that? The man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress were shocked. They did not realize that someone had approached them. Instantly, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. Boom, however, what answered them was a golden fist print. It contained a terrifying power, and it suddenly pressed down on the man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress. In the dazzling divine light, a young man in a white robe flew across the sky. His eyes were filled with a cold radiance. Brother Long. Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise. The man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress felt a numbing power from the punch. They roared and activated all the divine power in their bodies and punched towards Ling Xiao. Bang! The void shook and even the cave was shaking violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. The man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress were sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Their bodies slammed heavily on the mountain wall and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, their auras became extremely weak. Who are you? We are His Highness Xiongba's men. How dare you attack us? Do you want to be His Highness Xiongba's enemy? The man in the green robe roared angrily. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His Highness Xiongba? I don't know him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He did not even look at the man in the green robe. Instead, he walked to Xianxia and asked, Little Ya, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Long. Xianxia smiled gently. At that moment, Yi Liangchen and Wang Lujun arrived. Xiongba's man? Was he the prince of the Sky Tyrant Divine Kingdom who ranked first? Hee, not to mention that you were only his subordinates. Even if Xiongba came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Yi Liangchen asked in surprise. Then, he looked at the man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress with evil intentions. Xiongba's name could be said to have shaken the entire Great Void secret world. The trial had only been going on for 3 days and he had already obtained close to 100,000 points, placing him at the top of the rankings. It was said that His Highness Xiongba had the Sky Tyrant divine body, and his strength was unparalleled. Moreover, he was extremely overbearing and protective. Xiongba's men? Wang Lujun also frowned slightly. She was very familiar with Xiongba and naturally knew how strong and terrifying he was. You are Fairy Lingbo? Fairy Lingbo, save us. You are His Highness Xiongba's fiancé. Quickly help us kill these maniacs. When the purple-dressed woman saw Wang Lujun, her eyes immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, and she hurriedly said loudly. I have nothing to do with Xiongba. If you dare to speak nonsense again, Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? Wang Liujuan's face instantly turned cold as she stared at the purple-dressed woman and said. The purple-dressed woman's body trembled. Under Wang Liujuan's sharp gaze, she couldn't help but lower her head. However, there was a trace of hidden hatred in her eyes. Lu Jun, luckily you are not Xiongba's fiancé. Otherwise, I would really be sad. Yi Liangchen heaved a sigh of relief and said to Wang Lujun with a smile. He was even thick-skinned to the extreme. His voice was so intimate that it made Wang Lujun feel goosebumps all over her body. Scram! Wang Lujun couldn't help but glare fiercely at Yi Liangchen. She couldn't help but curse. Ling Xiao stared at the man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress and said, "You should be glad that Xiaoyu wasn't hurt at all. Otherwise, you would all be dead by now." Although Ling Xiao's voice was calm, there was a bone-chilling coldness, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. The man in the green robe's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you really want to be enemies with His Highness Xiongba? Anyone who offended His Highness Xiongba is already dead. Looks like you still haven't seen the reality." Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Then, his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. Slap, he threw out a slap. Instantly, a crisp sound rang out. The man in the green robe was directly sent flying. Half of his face was swollen, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Bastard! His Highness Xiongba won't let you go. You will die without a doubt. The man in the green robe was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. He admitted that Ling Xiao's battle strength was very strong. He didn't even have the slightest bit of strength to fight back. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation was merely at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. How dare he not put His Highness Xiongba in his eyes? Where did he get his confidence from? Oh, you're not convinced, huh? Looks like you're still asking for a beating. Yi Liangchen sneered. He copied Ling Xiao and threw out a slap. Instantly, the other half of the man in the green robe's face became swollen. Although the man in the green robe's eyes were filled with resentment, he didn't dare to say any more vicious words. Everyone else was silent like cicadas in winter. Now, hand over all your points, divine stones, divine herbs, and treasures. Then, I can spare your lives and let you leave this place. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you don't hand them over, then die. Yap Liangchen pretended to be ferocious as he spoke. However, his appearance was originally very ugly, but he wasn't fierce. At this moment, he looked very funny. All right. We'll hand them over. The man in the green robe and the woman in the purple dress looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and agreed. They couldn't count on Fairy Ling Bo. She might even be in the same group as these two in front of them. However, since Ling Xiao agreed to let them go, they knew that a wise man wouldn't fight when the odds were against him. As long as they could find His Highness Xiongba, they would ask His Highness Xiongba to take action. They would make these two bastards pay with interest. The dozen of them didn't have many points. They only had a few thousand points. Ling Xiao asked them to transfer all their points to Fengya. However, they had a lot of divine stones and herbs. There were tens of millions of divine stones, hundreds of divine herbs, dozens of low-grade divine herbs, and even a piece of colored glazed divine metal that could be used to refine divine treasures. Unfortunately, it was too little. It was only the size of a fist. Now, can we leave? The man in the green robe gritted his teeth and said. He felt that his heart was bleeding. The points were fine. However, the various divine stones and treasures were all plundered by them in the Great Void Secret Realm. Now, they were all taken away by Ling Xiao. It was really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. They didn't manage to get the holy spring. Instead, they were robbed by these two malefactors. Get lost. Tell your master that my name is Long Out Yen. If he wants to take revenge, he can come. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't even look at them. Anyway, these guys were just small fries in Ling Xiao's eyes. The man in the green robe looked at Ling Xiao deeply. It was as if he wanted to remember Ling Xiao's appearance. Then, he turned around and left with the rest. Wang Lujun asked curiously, "Brother Long, why did you let them go?" Why don't you let them crush the Great Void Token and eliminate them? This way, they won't tell Xianxia and he won't come looking for trouble. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I want Xianxia to come looking for trouble. Coincidentally, my points are still at the bottom. Killing those talisman men and talisman beasts is boring. Robbing these rich people is the fastest way to get points. If I can rob Xianxia, that will be the most exciting thing. Haha. Brother Long, you are right. Let Xianxia show off. So what if he is first in the rankings? We will rob him directly. When Yi Liangchen heard Ling Xiao's words, his eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. The reason why Ling Xiao let the green-robed man and the purple-dressed woman leave instead of eliminating them was so that they could report back to Xianxia. Xianxia was currently at the top of the rankings. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he was simply a money grubber. As long as he defeated Xianxia, wouldn't it be great to snatch his points? Ling Xiao also recalled that when the 6 gods descended, one of them was a true god expert from the divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant. The divine kingdom of Sky Tyrant coveted the wordless heavenly book and would probably become Ling Xiao's enemy in the future. Hence, he wouldn't feel any burden if he snatched Xianxia's points. Snatch Xianxia? Wang Lujun was shocked by Ling Xiao's idea. She tactfully advised, Brother Long, your battle strength is indeed very strong. However, Xianxia's strength is extremely strong. Among the hundreds of thousands of participants, his strength is at least in the top 3. There are even people who believe that he is destined to be the champion of this great void trial. He has the overlord divine body and is a madman. If you rashly challenge him, I'm afraid it's not a wise move. Obviously, even Wang Lujun believed that Ling Xiao wasn't Xianxia's opponent. Wang Lujun was very familiar with Xianxia and naturally knew how strong Xianxia's battle strength was. In her eyes, although Ling Xiao's sword had defeated her, Ling Xiao's cultivation was his weakness. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. His true battle strength was probably similar to hers. However, Xianxia's strength far surpassed hers. Is he very strong? Wouldn't it be more fun if that was the case? If he's too weak, it would be too disappointing. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Wang Lujun smiled bitterly and shook her head. However, seeing that Ling Xiao had already made his decision, she couldn't persuade him anymore. Brother Long, the divine spring here contains extremely pure and boundless energy. It's enough for the 4 of us to cultivate together. Why don't we cultivate here for a period of time? Fengya looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Although Fengya had only cultivated in the divine spring for a day, she had already experienced the wonders of the divine spring. She had already completely stabilized her divine spirit realm cultivation and was breaking through to the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. The speed of cultivation in the divine spring was 100 times faster than the outside world. Alright. Let's cultivate here for the next few days. Ling Xiao also agreed with a faint smile. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the divine spirit realm, and it just so happened that he could borrow the power of the divine spring to break through. Yi Liangchen and Wang Lujun naturally had no objections. Ling Xiao set up a simple concealment array in the cave, concealing the phenomenon of the divine spring so that no one would notice any flaws and come in to affect their cultivation. Then, the 4 of them sat at the 4 corners of the divine spring and began to absorb the boundless divine power from the divine spring. They entered a state of cultivation. Rumble, Ling Xiao shone with a dazzling golden light. His skin was like glass, and tiny golden vortices formed on the surface of his skin, constantly devouring the power of the spring. Boundless divine power poured into his body and began to cleanse his physical body. It flowed through his meridians and finally turned into boundless divine power that flowed into his small world. The cultivation of a deity realm powerhouse was still the cultivation of a small world. When a deity realm powerhouse comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, it was like evolving the power of the laws of heaven and earth in a small world. When a deity realm powerhouse refined divine power, it was like a small world that needed energy to continuously evolve and expand. Hence, divine power and laws were indispensable. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. After devouring the power of the divine spring, he was rapidly breaking through to the late stage of the divine spirit realm. After the green-robed young man and the purple-robed woman left, they quickly found Xianxia and told him everything that had happened. Xianxia was an extremely valiant and muscular young man. He had short hair and his entire body emitted a dark golden light. His muscles were firm and there was an explosive power flowing within them. He wore a black outfit and his entire body looked incomparably vigorous and wild. His eyes were filled with an aggressive light, causing people who looked at him to tremble and lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eyes. "How dare you hit my subordinate and steal my woman? Long Outyen deserves to die." Xiongba's cold words quickly spread throughout the training grounds. Xiongba could be said to be the focus of attention. He was ranked first on the rankings and he already had over 100,000 points. He had 20,000 points more than the second place. There were even people who thought that Xiongba deserved to be the champion. Hence, his every action would attract the attention of the crowd. When the crowd heard his words, they were all stunned. Who was that Long Outyen guy? He actually dared to touch His Highness Xiongba's people. He was simply courting death. Have you heard? 2 of His Highness Xiongba's subordinates were beaten up by a guy called Long Outyen. Not only did he steal all of their points and treasures, he even said that he wanted to fight His Highness Xiongba. Who is Long Outyen? He's actually so fierce? There isn't such a person in the top 100 of the rankings? Could it be that he was a hidden genius? He actually dared to challenge His Highness Xiongba. You won't believe it. I heard that Long Outyen's cultivation is only at the Divine Spirit realm. At most, he's at the late stage of the Divine Spirit realm. He's weaker than me and he actually dares to challenge His Highness Xiongba? He's really courting death. Beating up His Highness Xiongba's subordinates is nothing. But do you know what angered His Highness Xiongba the most? Lingbo Fairy Wang Lujun. I heard that Long Outyen actually kidnapped Lingbo Fairy Wang Lujun. Oh my god, he's too powerful. This Long Outyen is simply courting death. But I really admire him. He actually managed to seduce one of the 2 beauties, Lingbo Fairy Wang Lujun. I heard that His Highness Xiongba is looking for him everywhere. This guy is definitely dead. Let's go and see where that Long Outyen guy is. If we can capture him and present him to His Highness Xiongba, we'll be rich. Long Outyen's name instantly became everyone's topic of discussion. There were even people who took the initiative to look for Long Outyen's whereabouts. However, it was a pity that Long Outyen and Lingbo Fairy Wang Lujun seemed to have disappeared. Close to a month had passed and no one had found any news about them. In the training ground, there was a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. It looked like the blue waves were being washed and it was as calm as a mirror. In the middle of the lake, there was an ancient and majestic mountain. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. Auspicious chi filled the air and it looked peaceful and ethereal. Realm Heart Lake, Tortoiseform Mountain. Looks like it's here. Peach Blossom Prince Lu Wenqing muttered to himself. His face was filled with excitement. He was wearing an ancient-looking armor. It was pitch black, and there were golden patterns on it. At this moment, it was enshrouded in a faint light. There seemed to be patterns flashing within it. It looked very similar to the scene in front of him. That armor was naturally the Black Tortoise Divine Armor that he had bought at the auction. It was his father who had unintentionally seen the secret within the Black Tortoise Divine Armor. Hence, they were willing to pay any price to obtain the Black Tortoise Divine Armor for the sake of the secret within. Legend had it that the Black Tortoise Divine Armor contained the inheritance treasure of the Black Tortoise Sage. As long as one could obtain the Black Tortoise Divine Armor, they would have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the Black Tortoise Sage. And now, after seeing the Realm Heart Lake and Tortoiseform Mountain in front of him, Lu Wenqing was even more certain that this was the location of the Black Tortoise Sage's inheritance. According to the information obtained by father and big brother, the Realm Heart Lake and Tortoiseform Mountain are actually a super large array. It will only activate once every 1,000 years when the heavenly dog devours the sun. This time, I must grab hold of this opportunity. Lu Wenqing's eyes were filled with excitement. 1,000 years ago, when his big brother participated in the Great Void Trials, he had unintentionally discovered the phenomenon of the heavenly dog devouring the sun. He had also seen the mysterious passage between the Realm Heart Lake and Tortoiseform Mountain. After that, his big brother entered Ares College. After reading countless ancient books, he finally discovered that in ancient times, a black tortoise sage had fallen here. After that, his big brother had painstakingly obtained the news of the Black Tortoise divine armor. Hence, he had told Lu Wenqing about it in hopes that he would be able to obtain the inheritance and treasures of the Black Tortoise sage during the Great Void trials. One had to know that the inheritance and treasures of a sage were something that even the 5 great colleges would crazily rush over to snatch if they knew about it. Thinking that he was about to obtain the inheritance of a sage, Lu Wenqing's heart was filled with excitement. If I'm not wrong, there's only about a month left before the heavenly dog devours the sun. I must grab hold of this opportunity. Lu Wenqing took a deep breath and leaped into the air. He flew toward the mountain in the center of the lake. This place was deserted. Even if there were talisman beasts, Lu Wenqing would try his best to hide his aura and not alarm any talisman beasts. He only hoped to be able to completely open the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance land. Boom, in the valley, a powerful aura spread out. It was majestic and mysterious, containing a wave that made the world tremble. Ling Zhao's entire body shone with a golden light. Auspicious qi filled the air. His body looked like it was made of gold. At the same time, it exuded a flawless luster. It was extremely mysterious. His cultivation had also broken through to the late stage of the divine spirit realm. At the same time, as if it was affected by Ling Zhao's breakthrough, the boundless energy in the divine spring surged toward Fengya and Yi Liangchen. Their cultivation had finally broken through to the middle stage of the divine spirit realm. Only Wang Lujun was still in the early stage of the true god realm. It was just that her cultivation base had become more stable. After all, even with the help of the holy spring, it was not enough for Wang Lujun to break through in such a short period of time. Ha ha ha. I've finally broken through. Brother Long, we should go and settle the score with Xianxia now, right? In this 1 month, that guy's points have reached 310,000. He's really a fat sheep. Yi Liangchen also laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with eagerness to give it a try. He was able to sit here and cultivate peacefully for an entire month. With his personality, it was already extremely rare. Hence, the first thing he did after breaking through was to check on Xianxia's points. Yap Liangchen was shocked. Xianxia's points had reached a terrifying 310,000, and he was still ranked first on the leaderboard. As for Wang Lujun, because of her cultivation, she had already fallen below the top 100. This fat sheep, Xianxia, was completely fattened up. That's right. I think those 2 fellows must have already passed on my message. Let's go and find Xianxia now and snatch all his points. Ling Xiao also smiled slightly. A strong fighting spirit could be seen in his eyes. He was not only interested in the points in Xianxia's hands. According to the information he obtained from Xianxia's subordinates, Xianxia had already destroyed many talisman tribes. The talismans that the talisman tribes gave him were the treasures that Ling Xiao wanted the most. As long as he could obtain those talismans, the talisman in Ling Xiao's hands would become more complete and reveal the secrets within. Brother Long, you still have to be careful. Xianxia's fighting strength is very strong and he has many trump cards. Don't be careless. Wang Lujun also exhorted seriously. Although she wanted Ling Xiao to defeat Xianxia and teach him a lesson, she naturally knew how terrifying Xianxia's strength was. Don't worry, I won't underestimate him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In a month's time, the 4 of them had completely devoured the god's spring. Of course, most of it was refined by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's accumulation was too strong. The difficulty of breaking through was 10 times or even 100 times more than others. Naturally, the amount of resources he needed was also incomparably large. They left the cave and began to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. However, what surprised Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen was that after they met a few groups of challengers, the challengers' eyes lit up. It was as if they had found a treasure. All of them charged towards Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen without caring about their lives. After defeating the trial takers who had attacked them, they finally learned some news. Bastard! We haven't even found Xianxia and he dares to put a bounty on us? Yi Liangchen was so angry that he laughed. It turned out that Xianxia had placed a bounty on anyone who could kill Long Outyin. As for those who could capture Long Outyin alive, not only would they be rewarded with a drop of holy liquid, they would also be rewarded with 20,000 points. Therefore, when those challengers saw Ling Xiao, they went crazy and wanted to capture Ling Xiao. However, they were blinded by greed and did not know how strong they were. In the end, they were all defeated by Ling Xiao and Yi Liangchen. Ling Xiao naturally did not hold back against these challengers. After squeezing out all their points, he directly shattered their Great Void token and eliminated them. I heard from them that Xiongba has actually built Xiongba City? Interesting. It seems like we should go and take a look at that so-called Xiongba City. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he laughed coldly. It turned out that after Xiongba massacred a tribe of talismans, he used the tribe as a foundation and built Xiongba City. He also called for all the experts who entered the Great Void secret realm to join in and trade. Who's there? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked towards a certain spot in the void. Then, he punched out, boom, the golden fist imprint exploded, containing an indestructible divine force. A black shadow flashed through the void and instantly dodged Ling Zhao's punch. Hee. As expected of someone who dares to challenge Xiongba. You're Long Out Yen, right? Late-stage divine spirit realm, actually having the battle prowess of a true god. You're indeed a genius. However, I'm afraid that you're still not enough to challenge Xiongba. A bell-like laughter resounded in the void. The black shadow instantly landed on an ancient tree in front of Ling Xiao. It was a woman in a black dress. She looked very tall and had an extremely hot figure. Her skin was snow-white and translucent. Her face looked exquisite and flawless. When she smiled, there was a kind of seductive charm that could steal one's soul. People couldn't help but be immersed in it. She held an extremely delicate and small bow in her hand. There was a long silver arrow on it. It flowed with a beautiful light, as if there were bright runes flickering on it. When Wang Lujun saw the woman in the black dress, her expression changed. She said with a little vigilance, "Qingting? Why are you here?" She recognized at a glance that the woman in the black dress in front of her was her old rival, Fairy Gu Shi. Qingting, Fairy Gu Shi of Binshui City and Fairy Ling Bo of Jade Sea City were known as the twin peerless beauties. Moreover, they were extremely talented and were known to have the potential to become a saint. They were also popular candidates for the Great Void trials this time. It was just that the two of them could be said to have known each other since they were young. However, they didn't get along with each other. The two of them fought openly and secretly, competing with each other. Therefore, there was a very deep enmity between them. My good sister, I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few days, you found me a good brother-in-law? This Long Out Yen is my good brother-in-law, right? I also like this brother-in-law. Why don't you give him to me? Qingting chuckled. Her big eyes were filled with a pitiful look. Thousands of emotions flowed within them. Yi Liangchen's eyes widened immediately. Qingting. You little whore, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Liujuan's face was ashen as she glared at Qingting. The blue ancient sword was instantly unsheathed and floated above her head, emitting a sharp sword aura that locked onto Qingting. Ling Xiao was also somewhat speechless. Fairy Gusha, Qingting, who was currently ranked 4th on the scoreboard, was actually such a weirdo. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been mesmerized by her. However, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that even though Qingting looked delicate and pitiful, under that seductive exterior, there was a cold and arrogant heart. Such a woman was devastatingly beautiful, capable of causing the downfall of a country and its people. Moreover, she was extremely scheming and thought that she could play everyone in the palm of her hand. Therefore, Qingting was much harder to deal with than Wang Lujun. Fairy Gusha, my elder brother is your brother-in-law, how can you snatch your elder sister's man? I'm handsome, confident, and dignified. I possess peerless talent, and I'm destined to be the epic master. Why don't you follow me? Yi Liangchen stared at Qingting and did not hide the passion in his eyes as he spoke confidently. Qingting's face immediately froze, and her white forehead was filled with black lines. Where did this extremely ugly bastard get the confidence to say that he was handsome? Qingting wished she could just kick him and smash that smug face of his into smithereens. Wang Lujun saw that Qingting was defeated, and she was secretly delighted. Qingting resisted the urge to beat Yi Liangchen up. She simply turned her head and ignored him. Then, she took a deep breath and said, "Good elder sister, I'm here this time to give you a great opportunity. Do you want it?" What great opportunity. Why would you be so kind? Wang Lujun asked cautiously. Her face was filled with disbelief. My good elder sister, you actually doubted me. This is so heartbreaking. Brother-in-law, don't you care about her? Are you interested in the 5-colored divine dragon fruit? Qingting looked at Ling Xiao and Wang Lujun with a hint of resentment. Her eyes revealed a trace of cunning. Originally, Wang Lujun thought that Qingting was just making fun of her. However, when she heard about the 5-colored divine dragon fruit, her face changed immediately. Are you talking about the 5-colored divine dragon fruit? The 5-colored divine dragon fruit, a supreme-grade divine medicine that can evolve a small world? Wang Liujuan's voice rose involuntarily, and her breathing quickened. If it was something else, Wang Lujun might not care about it. However, the 5-colored divine dragon fruit really moved her. The 5-colored divine dragon fruit was a top-grade divine medicine. A top-grade divine medicine was a top-grade treasure that even godly kings valued greatly. The 5-colored divine dragon fruit could allow a godly state expert's small dimension to evolve. It could expand by 2 to 3 times, and it contained an extremely mysterious power of creation. One had to know that the most important thing for a godly state expert was the small dimension in his body. If his small dimension could expand by 2 to 3 times, his strength would naturally increase by 2 to 3 times. On top of that, he would also be able to establish the foundation of the Supreme Tao. His chances of becoming a sage in the future would also be 30% higher than others. How could Wang Lujun not be moved? Not only her, but everyone in the Great Void Secret Realm would probably go crazy if they knew about this. That's right. It's the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. Xianxia found a 5-colored divine dragon vine in the Great Swamp of the West. There were 9 5-colored divine dragon fruits growing on it, and they were about to mature in a few days. Why don't we work together and snatch all the 5-colored divine dragon fruits? Qingting smiled, and her voice was filled with temptation. All right. We agree. While Wang Lujun was still hesitating, Ling Xiao agreed immediately. Ling Xiao was shocked. It was actually the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. This kind of top-grade divine medicine was simply something that could only be encountered by chance. This was because the conditions for the 5-colored divine dragon fruit to grow were extremely harsh. At the very least, it needed the blood essence of a sage dragon race expert to nourish it. Of course, the 5-colored divine dragon fruit could evolve the small dimension. However, Ling Xiao was more interested in the 5-colored divine dragon fruit's effect on the ancestral dragon's secret technique. With the 5-colored divine dragon fruit, Ling Xiao could save hundreds of years of cultivation. He might even be able to push his divine dragon body to the Great Perfection Realm. Once his divine dragon body reached the Great Perfection Realm, Ling Xiao would probably be able to contend against a heavenly god expert with just the strength of his physical body. At that time, Ling Xiao could be said to be able to sweep through the Great Void Secret Realm. Furthermore, this kind of opportunity to strengthen himself was too rare. To Ling Xiao, he definitely couldn't let go of it. Eh? My good brother-in-law, you are indeed capable of great things. Once we snatch the pentacolored divine dragon fruits from Xianxia, your small world will evolve and your cultivation will increase tremendously. We can even beat Xianxia up. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qingting looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. There was a hint of approval in her eyes. Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, Wang Lujun naturally had no objections. She nodded in agreement. We can go with you to snatch the pentacolored divine dragon fruits. However, how are we going to split the 9 fruits? Ling Xiao asked Qingting with a smile. This was a very important question. Only when everyone had the same interests would they be able to work together. Moreover, Ling Xiao did not trust this mischievous goddess Xianxia. I am the one who provided the information. Therefore, I want 5 of the 9 pentacolored divine dragon fruits. Qingting demanded an exorbitant price. Seeing that Qingting was being so impolite, Wang Liujuan's face darkened. However, before she could say anything, Yi Liangchen looked at Qingting with a smile and said, Goddess Xianxia, you are so beautiful. You are as beautiful as a goddess. Qingting was stunned. Although she did not know why Yi Liangchen was praising her, she still smiled and said, Ugly man, at least you know your place. Do I need you to tell me whether I am beautiful or not? No, no, no. Goddess Gusha, you misunderstood me. Yi Liangchen shook his head and said, what I meant was, since you are so beautiful, don't think so highly of yourself. After Yi Liangchen said that, Ling Xiao and Wang Lujun could not help but reveal a strange smile on their faces. Yi Liangchen's mouth was too vicious, Qingting's expression froze instantly. She gritted her teeth and stared at Yi Liangchen as she shouted, ugly monster, do you believe that I will kill you right now? She was about to go crazy. Where did this ugly man get the guts to taunt her? If she did not need Wang Lujun and Long Outyan's help, Qingting would have killed him already. I don't believe you. Yi Liangchen said seriously, with your weak cultivation, you can't even defeat my brother. How dare you say that you want 5 pentacolored divine dragon fruits? I think that you should be grateful that I'm giving you one. Most importantly, don't you think you're looking down on me? I, Yi Liangchen, am a genius. I am the son of the epic. I can easily suppress Xiongba. What? I can't beat Long Outyan? You're infuriating me to death. Very well. If that's the case, Long Outyan, let's fight. If you win, I'll listen to you. Qingting was about to explode from anger. She didn't know why either. She had always been the one toying with others in the palm of her hand. When had she been led by the nose by others, whoosh, she immediately turned into a black stream of light and floated in front of Ling Xiao. Divine power rose around her, and the bow in her hand began to emit a sharp light, as if it could pierce through the void. Cough cough. Fairy Gusha, don't lower yourself to Liangchen's level. He didn't mean it. When Ling Xiao saw that Qingting was about to go berserk, he instantly knew that if he didn't step in, they would probably really start fighting. He quickly said, however, the distribution plan you mentioned is not fair. After all, there are 4 of us here. Why don't we do it this way? Let's make it simple. The 9 divine 5-colored dragon fruits will belong to whoever manages to snatch them. How does that sound? Ling Xiao didn't believe Qingting, and Qingting naturally didn't believe him. This way, the so-called alliance would be extremely loose. Moreover, when the time came for a war, the result would definitely be like this. As expected, Qingting rolled her eyes and said with a smile, deal. From her point of view, she originally wanted to use Long Outyan and Wang Lujun to deal with Xiongba so that she could snatch the divine 5-colored dragon fruits. This was the best way. However, she was a little worried. Could Wang Lujun and Long Outyan really deal with Xiongba? One had to know that the madman Xiongba was extremely powerful. She was also extremely wary of him. However, she didn't have a better idea. Yi Liangchen smiled and didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Qingting was up to no good. However, it was still unknown who would win. Qingting underestimated them. When the time came, she would really cry. Let's go. Qingting immediately soared into the sky and turned into a black divine rainbow as she flew towards the great swamp of the west. Ling Xiao and the other 3 also soared into the sky and followed closely behind. Great Swamp of the West. This was a huge swamp in the Great Void Secret Realm. It covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were many large and small lakes that were distributed in this area like mirrors. Ancient trees towered into the sky and there were few traces of people. This was the paradise of talisman beasts. Many powerful talisman beasts occupied this piece of land. There weren't any huge mountain ranges here. There were only a few small hills and stone forests that could be seen everywhere. This made the environment of this swamp very complicated. On a mountain peak that was only a few hundred feet tall, there was a steep cliff. The cliff was surrounded by clouds and one could vaguely see a 5-colored light flickering within. A tall and sturdy young man in black clothes sat cross-legged on the cliff. His eyes were closed and there was no aura around him. It was as if he was one with the surrounding heaven and earth. The muscles on his body were taut, emitting a dark golden glow. The blood and chi around his body surged like a river. He had a head of short hair, and his entire person looked incomparably wild, filled with an aggressive and explosive power. He was Xiongba. In front of him, clouds swirled around. On the cliff, there was a 5-colored divine dragon. That was a few hundred feet long. Its dragon scales were resplendent and lifelike. It was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. That was the rainbow divine dragon vine, and there were 9 fist-sized fruits on it. They flowed with multicolored light, and looked incomparably exquisite, containing some kind of mysterious power. Xianxia had been waiting here for almost a month. He was waiting for the day when the 5-colored divine dragon fruit ripened. Because of this, even when his 2 subordinates were beaten up by a kid called Long Outyin, he didn't show himself. He only issued a bounty. At the bottom of the mountain, there were over 100 godly experts. Under the lead of a green-robed man and a purple-robed woman, they looked around cautiously. They were on guard against something. Xianxia looks like he's quite cautious. He actually brought so many underlings. Ling Xiao, Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, Wang Lujun, and Qingting were standing on top of a towering ancient tree in the distance. They were observing this situation at the mountain peak. When they saw the formation of over 100 godly spirit realm experts, even Qingting was astonished. After all, it's the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. No matter how cautious we are, it's never too much. What should we do? Wang Liujuan's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he said wisely, "There's no hurry. There's more than the few of us here. I'm afraid those guys can't wait any longer. It's good to let them scout the situation first." Ling Xiao could sense that there were dozens of extremely unfamiliar auras hidden in the surrounding swamps. There were participants of the Great Void stage. There were even talisman men and talisman beasts. He didn't expect the 5-colored divine dragon fruit to attract talisman men and talisman beasts. Rumble, a dazzling divine light shot up from the mountain peak and rays of 5-colored light filled the air. A strange fragrance filled the air and caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. The clouds were misty and there seemed to be a dragon's roar. A mysterious dragon-shaped shadow swam in the clouds and looked extremely mysterious. The 5-colored divine dragon fruit is ripe. Quick, do it. Qingting's body shook and her eyes were filled with joy. She quickly said to Ling Xiao, Wang Lujun, and the rest. Wait. I'm afraid the 5-colored divine dragon fruit is not ripe yet. This is a trap. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he immediately grabbed Qingting, who was about to leave, and said to her. Trap? Qingting's and Wang Liujuan's eyes revealed traces of shock. That's right. This strange fragrance is not right. The reason why the 5-colored divine dragon fruit can evolve the small world is because it contains the power of the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental laws circulate and nurture heaven and earth. That is why the small world can evolve. However, feel it carefully. The strange fragrance is extremely faint and there is no fluctuation of the 5 elemental laws. Hence, I'm guessing that this is a smokescreen that Xianxia released. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures jumped out from the surrounding swamps. Their bodies were branded with mysterious runes and they shouted obscure syllables as they rushed towards the mountain peak. Roar, the deafening roar of a beast shook the sky. In the surrounding swamps, the earth shook and the towering ancient trees trembled. Numerous gigantic symbol beasts, which looked like tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears, were similarly attracted by the strange fragrance and rushed towards the mountain peak. Retreat. At that moment, the man in green and the lady in purple had a faint look of mockery in their eyes. It was as though they were not surprised at all as they said the same word. When the hundreds of deities heard the orders of the man in green and the lady in purple, they immediately retreated towards the mountain peak and disappeared into the clouds. Rumble, clouds and mist surged as the world trembled. Dark golden bolts of lightning actually descended from the mountain. They contained a ripple of energy that could destroy everything, and they instantly enveloped the talisman men and talisman beasts. A resplendent divine light erupted and formed an extremely chaotic domain. The talisman men and talisman beasts trembled violently as if they had been hacked to death by a flurry of blades. Their bodies instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The blood mist gathered and formed a crimson divine rainbow. It instantly flew into the clouds and merged with the divine pentacolor dragon vine. What? It was really a trap. What is Xianxia trying to do? Wang Lujun and Qingting's expressions changed drastically. Looking at everything before them, their eyes were filled with disbelief. That was a few dozen talisman humans and talisman beasts, yet they had all died in an instant. Moreover, their flesh and primordial spirits had fused with the five-colored divine dragon vine, which gave them a bad feeling. Blood sacrifice divine medicine. This Xianxia is indeed a madman, so vicious. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he sighed softly. Blood sacrifice divine medicine? When Wang Lujun heard these words, her face was instantly filled with disbelief. The so-called blood sacrifice divine medicine was to use the primordial spirits of living beings and even their vitality to refine the divine medicine. Just like the five-colored divine dragon fruit, it had not fully matured yet. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, it would take at least a few months or even a few years. Xianxia naturally could not wait that long. Hence, he had set up a trap here to lure the talisman men and talisman beasts into taking the bait. He wanted to use their primordial spirits to refine the five-colored divine dragon vine and accelerate the ripening of the fruit. Xianxia is vicious. Although the blood sacrifice divine medicine can accelerate the ripening of the divine medicine, isn't he afraid of the consequences? Qingting naturally knew about the blood sacrifice divine medicine and said in disbelief. It's still better than not being able to obtain the pentacolored divine dragon fruit. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. However, there was something in his heart that he did not say. The blood sacrifice divine medicine would indeed cause the fruit to lose a portion of its power. The five elemental laws would not be pure and the evolution of the small world would be greatly reduced. However, through the blood sacrifice divine medicine, the power within the fruit could greatly increase the physical strength of a martial artist. To a physique refinement expert, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Could it be that Xianxia is also a physique refinement expert? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Rumble, after devouring the primordial spirits of so many talisman men and talisman beasts, the growth of the five-colored divine dragon vine seemed to have reached an extreme. The 9 pentacolored divine dragon fruits glowed with resplendent light and flowed with five-colored divine light, causing the clouds in the sky to become extremely gorgeous. Beams of divine light soared into the sky, forming the shape of 9 suns in the 9 heavens. The phenomenon was extremely astonishing. When the divine medicine ripened, there would be a shocking scene. The news of the five-colored divine dragon fruit could no longer be hidden. Soon, many experts would come to snatch it. However, this period of time was enough for Xianxia to keep the 9 fruits. We must obtain the five-colored divine dragon fruit. Long Ao Tian, Wang Lujun, I will go and break the trap that Xianxia left behind. The two of you must hold Xianxia back. With the combined strength of the 3 of us, we will definitely be able to snatch the five-colored divine dragon fruit from Xianxia's hands. Qingting's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. After she spoke to Ling Xiao and Wang Lujun, she turned into a ray of black light and shot into the sky. Boom, the heavenly wind in the surroundings trembled as the void rumbled. The ancient bow in Qingting's hand was pulled into a full moon by her. A silver arrow containing the power to pierce through everything instantly shot towards Xianxia on the peak of the mountain. Qingting? How dare you? Xianxia's cold and furious voice rang out. He also recognized Qingting's identity and knew how terrifying the ancient bow in Qingting's hand was. The silver arrow was like a vast galaxy as it spread out in the void. In an instant, it was about to drown the entire mountain peak. Xianxia had set up a powerful killing array on the mountain peak, which was why he was able to kill so many talisman men and talisman beasts. But in front of this arrow of Qingting's, the powerful killing array actually paled in comparison, and all of a sudden, it exploded. Resplendent divine light swept out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. A few towering ancient trees in the surroundings were swept up and instantly turned into dust. Stop her! Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the green-robed man and the purple-dressed woman. In an instant, they led over 100 godly experts and charged towards Qingting. Those who block me shall die. Killing intent flashed across Qingting's eyes. 2 silver arrows were knocked on her ancient bow. Her body seemed to be surrounded by silver light as she aimed at the green-robed man and the purple-dressed lady. Then, she shot the arrows. What? The expressions of the green-robed man and the purple-dressed woman changed drastically. They didn't even think before grabbing the 2 unlucky deities beside them and pushing them forward. At the same time, a talisman flashed in their hands and the 2 of them disappeared. Boom, the 2 unlucky godly spirits were shot by Qingting. Not even their bones were left. Even their primordial spirits were turned into dust. At this moment, Yi Liangchen and Fengye charged towards the hundreds of godly spirits. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Wang Lujun transformed into two resplendent streaks of light. The moment Xingting destroyed the killing array, they charged up the cliff shrouded in clouds. At this moment, the 5-colored divine dragon fruits were completely ripe. 9 5-colored divine dragon fruits floated above the 5-colored divine dragon vine and emitted 5-colored light. The surrounding clouds were dyed in 5 colors. Then, 9 small suns fell off and flew towards the sky. Keep them. Xiongba's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and was about to keep the 9 5-colored divine dragon fruits. Boom, a huge golden hand fell from the sky. It contained an ancient and vast power. It was extremely terrifying as it pressed down on Xiongba. The terrifying power contained within that palm caused Xiongba's expression to change. If he insisted on keeping the 5-colored divine dragon fruits, this palm would be able to severely injure him. You're courting death. Xiongba's eyes revealed a cold-killing intent. Someone actually dared to take the fruits of his labor. He could not tolerate it. The dark golden light around him was dazzling as he threw a punch towards the sky. The dark golden fist print contained an extremely ferocious intent. It was like a Vajra glaring angrily, wanting to crush everything. It was filled with killing intent. Boom, the fist and palm collided. Instantly, a thunderous sound resounded in the void, creating a vast divine light storm, causing Xiongba to involuntarily tremble. As for Ling Xiao, he felt his arm go numb. He secretly circulated his divine arts to refine the power of that punch. A Buddhist fist technique? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Xiongba to be related to the Buddhist sect. Xiongba also saw the two of them clearly. One of them was a handsome young man in white, and the other was a beautiful woman in a blue dress, holding an ancient blue sword. Lu Jun? How dare you bring an outsider to ruin my plans? If you want the 5-colored divine dragon fruit, I'll naturally give it to you. Xiongba's face was ashen as he stared at Wang Lujun. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had already treated Wang Lujun as his exclusive property. In the end, at the critical moment, Wang Lujun actually brought people to snatch the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. She wanted to ruin his plans. Instantly, a towering rage rose in his heart. I'll take the 5-colored divine dragon fruit myself. I don't need you to give it to me. Wang Lujun said indifferently. Her eyes flashed and her slender hands rose into the air, grabbing towards the 9 5-colored divine dragon fruits. Put it down. Xiongba's eyes were about to spit fire. He roared and his entire body was like an ancient ferocious beast. In an instant, he soared into the sky and grabbed the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. You're Xiongba? Since you want my life, then let's have a fight today. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and the blood in his body rose. Golden divine light exploded and he used his physical strength to throw a punch towards Xiongba. You're long out, Yan? You deserve to die. Xiongba's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. His body was shrouded in a dark golden light, causing every inch of his body to become a killing weapon. He was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus as he charged towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, he threw out both his fists viciously, aiming for Ling Xiao's temples. Ling Xiao could feel the blood flowing in Xiongba's body. It was like a vast ocean that contained an endless amount of energy. This caused the battle intent around him to become even stronger. Boom, the two of them collided violently like a volcano erupting, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The two of them flew back at an even faster speed. On the other side, just as Wang Lujun was about to grab the 5-colored divine dragon fruit carefully, a dazzling sword light flashed across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast and it slashed towards Wang Liujun's arm. If Wang Lujun grabbed the 5-colored divine dragon fruit, her arm would probably be chopped off. Xianxia? Wang Liujun's expression changed and she instantly chose to stop. At the same time, she saw the figure of the person who attacked. It was a swordsman in a black robe. He held an ancient sword in his hand and his body was as straight as a sword. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if they contained an endless amount of sword intent. the black-robed swordsman was the 9th prince of the Sky Sword Holy Nation, Xianxia. He was currently ranked 3rd on the rankings. "Give the 5-colored divine dragon fruit to me," Xianxia said indifferently. His voice was filled with unquestionable determination, and he was determined to kill. He did not even look at Wang Lujun. Divine light flashed in his hand and it turned into a powerful devouring force, enveloping the 9 5-colored divine dragon fruits. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a silver arrow flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. It actually broke through Xianxia's aura and headed towards his forehead. "Xianxia, you want to snatch my things? Why don't you take a look at yourself first?" Qingting's angry voice rang out. She did not expect the situation to be so chaotic that even Xianxia wanted a share of the loot. If Xiongba was a lunatic, then Xianxia was a sword fanatic. He did not care about anyone else other than his own sword Dao. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Therefore, Qingting's heart was filled with fear. "Break!" A sharp glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he spat out a single word. Instantly, the space around him seemed to distort. Rays of sword light flashed, forming a mysterious sword domain. All of them were directed towards Qingting's arrow. Clang! 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 Countless rays of sword light shattered, causing the void to tremble slightly. Although Xianxia had dodged the arrow in the end, he was unable to obtain the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. In an instant, the great swamp in the west fell into an intense battle. Rumble, Ling Xiao and Xiongba clashed dozens of times in an instant. The two of them were like two human-shaped divine beasts clashing. The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the peaks shattered. This 300-zhang-tall mountain peak seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Bang! Ling Xiao made use of his clash with Xiongba to rush up to the sky and grab the 9 penta-divine dragon fruits. However, Xiongba was already prepared. He circulated the god energy in his body and pulled the 5-colored divine dragon fruit higher into the sky. At the same time, his fists were extremely ferocious and extremely fast. It was as though they were chasing after Ling Xiao, smashing towards the back of Ling Xiao's head. As long as Ling Xiao dared to snatch the penta-divine dragon fruits, he would kill Ling Xiao. Clang! At the same time, Xianxia held an ancient sword in his hand. The sword radiance vibrated and formed thousands of sword radiances around him. They rained down on Ling Xiao. Moreover, the hundreds of spirits led by the green-robed man and the purple-robed woman charged at Ling Xiao, Wang Lujun and Qingting. The scene was chaotic. However, Ling Xiao was surrounded by Xiongba and Xianxia. Skyfall Hammer. A sharp glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he lightly spat out 3 words. Rumble, his body was full of energy and a mysterious and ancient aura rose. Ling Xiao embraced the heavens and his fists were powerful. It was like a hammer that reached the heavens. It fell from the 9 heavens towards Xiongba and Xianxia. Clang! Xiongba's fists collided with the heavens embrace hammer. However, before they came into contact with each other, they were attracted by the qi. It was as if they had smashed onto metal, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Xiongba's fists involuntarily changed direction and flew towards Xianxia. What? Xiongba's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao had used the fist intent to borrow strength to fight strength. It made him feel terrible. However, before he could think any further, he could not help but clash head-on with Xianxia's overflowing sword will. Rumble, divine light exploded in the sky. Sword qi and fist intent intertwined and both of their auras shook. Ling Xiao made use of this gap and used a teleportation secret skill to teleport out of the area where the two of them were fighting. He then stretched out his hand to grab the fruits. Star-picking hand. Ling Xiao's palm seemed to stretch out thousands of miles in an instant. It was as though he was holding the entire galaxy in his palm. The 9 pentacolored divine dragon fruits that were still struggling were directly grabbed by Ling Xiao and kept into his small world. Bastard! Hand over the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. Damn you! Xiongba and Xianxia were completely enraged. The kid in front of them was merely at the late stage of the divine spirit realm. In their eyes, he was like an ant that they could kill with a flip of their hand. Yet, he had actually snatched away the 5-colored divine dragon fruit. This was simply intolerable. This was especially so for Xiongba. He had made so many preparations and in the end, it was all for Ling Xiao. Naturally, he was incomparably furious. The fury in his eyes was about to spew out, boom, the two of them attacked Ling Xiao at the same time, roar, Xiongba let out an ancient and mysterious roar. The light around his body was resplendent, and behind him, there seemed to be an awe-inspiring black divine tiger that appeared, causing his aura to soar. The surrounding space seemed to be condensed. His hands turned into claws and like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, they were incomparably sharp as they clawed towards Ling Xiao's head. This was the Sky Tyrant Divine Claw. Legend had it that it was a supreme divine ability passed down by the Sky Tyrant Divine Tiger. It was comparable to the might of a sage-to-be. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao could also feel the sharp wind from the claws. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Xiongba's physical body was actually not any weaker than Ling Xiao's. This meant that he was also a god with his physical body. Moreover, Xiongba's Sky Tyrant Divine Body was a peerless body refining technique left behind by the Sky Tyrant Divine Tiger. Therefore, in terms of physical body, Ling Xiao couldn't gain the upper hand. Clang, at the same time, Xianxia's body trembled. Two rays of sword light condensed in his eyes and turned into one black and one white sword light. They flowed with the power of life and death and were extremely mysterious. They intertwined with each other and slashed towards Ling Xiao. The Great Yin-Yang Sword Qi was also a supreme sword technique of Xianxia. Now that he was angered by Ling Xiao, he had completely exploded. Ling Xiao instantly felt a sense of danger. Xianxia's Great Yin-Yang Sword Qi actually contained a trace of the law of life and death. It was extremely similar to Duguqiubai's Destruction Sword Dao and Life Sword Dao. However, it was far weaker than Duguqiubai's Sword Dao. However, the Great Yin-Yang Sword Qi had its own innate ability. It had an indestructible sharpness. Void Quake. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a sharp light. The divine energy around his body instantly gushed out, like a volcanic eruption. It caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Some kind of power of law seemed to have been activated. The space around Ling Xiao seemed to have a layer of faint ripples spreading out. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, followed the force of the vibration wave and punched forward. At this moment, Ling Xiao's small world seemed to have completely merged with the outside world. The two of them formed a mysterious resonance. That kind of power was activated by Ling Xiao's fist and pushed out horizontally. Instantly, it formed the void quake. Boom, Xiongba's face changed. He could feel that the power of the Sky Tyrant Divine Claw was rapidly weakening. The sharp claw marks were actually destroyed by a mysterious vibrating force in the void, causing him to lose more than half of his strength in an instant. Xianxia also had the same feeling. The Great Yin-Yang Sword Qi should have been indestructible. However, in the face of that mysterious ripple, it was actually weakened rapidly. In the end, the terrifying fist exploded. The sky-dominating Divine Claw and Great Yin-Yang Sword Qi actually turned into nothingness at the same time. Xiongba and Xianxia could not help but tremble violently as they were sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. I don't have time to play with you guys anymore. Goodbye. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to step on a divine rainbow and instantly soared into the sky. He turned into a ray of light and sped off into the distance. Now that the five-colored divine dragon fruit was in his hands, there was no need to continue fighting. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that Xiongba and Xianxia were extremely strong. If he continued fighting, he might not be able to gain an advantage. The most important thing was that the appearance of the five-colored divine dragon fruit would probably attract a large number of experts. Ling Xiao had already discussed with Wang Lujun and the rest. As long as Ling Xiao obtained the five-colored divine dragon fruit, he would leave immediately. After shaking off the pursuers, he would find a place to meet up. Where are you going? If you don't hand over the five-colored divine dragon fruit today, no one will be able to save you. Xiongba's face was filled with killing intent. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Together with Xianxia, they chased after Ling Xiao at full speed. ****. This guy actually managed to snatch the five-colored divine dragon fruit and even escaped from the encirclement of Xiongba and Xianxia. How is this possible? At this moment, Jingting gritted her teeth and said. She was completely stunned. She could not believe that Ling Xiao actually had such terrifying combat strength. Good sister, I'll go and help brother-in-law. You stay here and hold these bastards back. Qingting's eyes flashed cunningly as she shouted at Wang Lujun. Without waiting for Wang Liujuan's reply, she turned into a black ray of light and chased after Ling Xiao and the rest. This guy seems to be worried about the five-colored divine dragon fruit in Long Outyan's hands. Wang Liujuan's eyes flashed as she said indifferently. Rumble. At that moment, the hundreds of supreme gods had already charged forward. The surroundings were blazing with divine light as the heavens and earth trembled. Powerful attacks came from all directions. Wang Lujun, Yap Liangchen, and Fengya looked at each other and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They charged towards the hundreds of supreme gods at the same time. A huge battle broke out in an instant. Ling Xiao was like a golden ray of light as he sped towards the distance. He could feel that Xianxia and Xianxia were hot on his tail. Both of them were filled with killing intent as if they would not stop until they killed Ling Xiao. Qingting was also following closely behind Xianxia and Xianxia. The four of them were extremely fast. The mountains and rivers below them flew past them quickly. They flew past the mountains and lakes, crossed the rivers and lakes, and flew towards the depths of the great void secret world. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. If he used the teleportation secret skill, he would be able to shake off Xianxia and Xianxia easily. However, Ling Xiao purposely slowed down. He maintained a distance of 1,000 feet from Xianxia and Xianxia as he flew towards the distance. Just like that, Ling Xiao flew for tens of thousands of miles. A clear lake appeared in front of him. It looked like a huge mirror. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. There were no ripples. In the middle of the lake, clouds swirled around. There was a mountain that was 10,000 feet tall. It looked majestic and majestic. It was extraordinary. Swoosh, Ling Xiao landed on the mountain in an instant. He did not continue to run but turned around to look at Xianxia and Xianxia. Brat, why aren't you running anymore? Hand over the five-colored divine dragon fruit and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. He was exuding a towering killing intent. Evil Sword also said indifferently, a wise man submits to circumstances. You are no match for the two of us. Hand over the five-colored divine dragon fruit. Both of them exuded a powerful killing intent, locking onto Ling Xiao from both sides. It was as if they would unleash a killing blow at any moment. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a trace of mockery as he said, I've never thought of running away. The reason I'm here is to find a good place for you to be buried. Look, isn't this a good place for you to be buried? The reason why Ling Xiao left that place was because the commotion caused by the five-colored divine dragon fruit was too great. It was inevitable that it would attract more and more powerhouses. If they continued to stay there, Yi Liangchen and Fengya would be in danger. Ling Xiao had lured Xianxia and Xianxia here because he wanted to fight them fair and square. Xianxia and Xianxia, from a certain perspective, represented the strongest of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses in this great void trial. If Ling Xiao defeated them, the position of the champion would naturally be in his grasp. Moreover, the points on them were also something that Ling Xiao wanted very much. Ha ha ha. Very good. Long Outyan, you are indeed arrogant and egotistical. However, if you dare to say such arrogant words without strength, you will only bring death upon yourself. Prepare to die. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed, his eyes revealing a trace of cold sharpness. Boom, dark golden divine light flashed around his body as he stepped on the void. He was like a meteor that smashed everything in its path as he punched towards Ling Xiao. Blood qi rose around Xianxia as a black divine tiger appeared behind him, causing his aura to become extremely wild and terrifying. That was the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger, also the totem of the Sky Overlord Divine Kingdom. Legend had it that the royal family of the Sky Overlord Divine Kingdom possessed the bloodline of the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. Xianxia's Sky Overlord Divine Body was also known as the body that was closest to the Sky Overlord Divine Tigers. It was extremely strong and had an invincible physical body. Sky Overlord Divine Fist. An incomparably ferocious fist print instantly pressed down towards Ling Xiao. Come at me. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He felt as though the blood in his body was boiling. Xianxia's strong physical body gave him a lot of pressure, but it also stimulated his fighting spirit. Ling Xiao did not dodge and punched out. The ferocious fist print trembled slightly in the void, and the divine light of the four divisions appeared, intertwining with each other. It contained the power of four mysterious laws, converging into a chaotic fist print, as if it had the power to destroy the void. For symbol sky-striking style, this was a fist technique that Ling Xiao had created by using the four symbols origin of the four symbols of the four secret arts. It had countless changes. After Ling Xiao came to the realm of the gods, it had been baptized by the laws of the realm of the gods, causing this fist technique to become more complete and perfect. The power of the four symbols sky-striking style had also begun to truly explode. Boom, the two fists collided, causing the void to tremble violently. It was as though a small sun had exploded in the sky. Xianxia's Sky Overlord Divine Fist was extremely strong. The shadow of the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger was extremely lifelike, as though it would pounce out from the void at any time. However, in front of the four symbol sky-striking style, it was destroyed by the fist print. Rays of divine light swept across the sky. Xianxia felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He felt his arm go numb and he could not help but retreat. How is this possible? What kind of fist technique is this? Xianxia's eyes were filled with disbelief. When he fought with Ling Xiao previously, he could feel that although Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong, it was only on par with his. However, the four symbols sky-striking style's fist was extremely strong and contained the power of the four symbols origin. It actually broke his Sky Overlord Divine Fist and forced him to retreat, clang. At this moment, Xianxia also attacked at the same time. With his arrogance, it was impossible for him to attack Ling Xiao together with Xianxia. However, for the sake of the five-colored divine dragon fruit, he could not care less. A snow-white sword light, containing an extreme radiance, was extremely fast. This sword represented the extreme speed, and almost instantly, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could even feel that the sharp sword light was about to pierce through his skin at any time. The sword essence was extremely pure. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He had only seen 3 people in the war god world who were as pure as Xianxia. They were Du Shui, Jian Wushuang, and Du Choubai. The reason sword cultivators were so formidable and even caused countless other experts to fear them was because of their unyielding and indomitable peerless sword intent. 5 elements heaven sealing style. Ling Xiao grunted softly and even closed his eyes slightly. He threw a punch forward. The fist print was ancient and mysterious. The 5 colors divine light flowed around him, making him look mysterious. The fist print seemed to have covered the heavens and earth. The 5 colors divine light sealed the heavens and earth, sealing all living things and stars. It was as though a world was formed with the 5 elements' force. In an instant, it covered the sword will, including Xianxia. Within it, a world punch. This legendary realm caused Xianxia and Xianxia's faces to turn pale. Rumble, however, they did not have time to think. The vast 5 elements divine light was like a millstone in the void. It wanted to turn everything into dust. Xianxia's sword was extremely fast. When it landed in the 5 elements world, it disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyes were filled with a solemn look. The sword intent around him rose to the extreme. The ancient sword in his hand shone with an unparalleled sharpness. In an instant, he slashed out tens of thousands of sword lights, intending to completely shatter the world formed by the fist intent. Kill! Xianxia also roared as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. He could feel that Xianxia was in a bad situation. If he continued to stay in the fistful world, he might be killed. Hence, he wanted to break Ling Xiao's fistful world from the outside to save Xianxia. However, Ling Xiao was not as calm as he looked. The 5 elements heaven sealing style was a peerless fist skill that he had recreated on the basis of the 4 elephants sky striking style and the power of Qilin's secret skill. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. They flowed endlessly. Although the power of the punch was terrifying, in order to maintain the fistful world, the power in Ling Xiao's body was being sucked out. In just a short moment, half of his power had been sucked out. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao could maintain the fistful world for a long time, Xianxia and Xianxia would not have run out of power. They would have been killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao guessed that if he wanted the festival world to last forever, he would have to break through to the sage realm and possess an eternal saint path realm. Break! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He naturally could not let Xianxia and Xianxia break the festival world from the outside. Hence, he chose to destroy it. Rumble, terrifying fist will burst out. The vast fist that had turned into a world of 5 elements was dazzling. Then, it exploded like a small sun. The sky shook and the void seemed to be about to be destroyed. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, they were swept up by the terrifying power and were instantly sent flying a few hundred feet away, looking extremely miserable. This was especially so for Xianxia. Being in the world of fist intent, he was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. In addition, his physical body was not as strong as Xianxia's. Therefore, he was severely injured. His face was pale and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Why is Long Outyin so strong? Ting, who was hiding in the distance and waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, was also stunned. She had never thought that Long Outyin's strength would be so terrifying. He was merely at the late stage of the divine spirit realm, yet he was able to fight against Xianxia and Xianxia by himself. He was even able to gain the upper hand and suppress the 2 of them. If news of this were to spread, the entire Great Void Mystic Realm would be shocked. After all, even the legendary low-profile and powerful Ji Lingyang did not dare to say that he could fight against Xianxia and Xianxia alone. Others might think that Xianxia was the strongest, but Ting knew how terrifying Ji Lingyang was. That hypocrite who hid a knife behind his smile was even stronger than Xianxia. Wang Lujun has really picked up a treasure this time. No, I have my eyes on this brat. How can I snatch him over? Ting's beautiful eyes were filled with light. Like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey, her gaze became incomparably hot. Bastard, why are they here? Amidst the mountains, there was a mysterious figure with no aura at all, as though he had merged with the mountains. He stared at the battle between Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Xianxia, his eyes filled with rage. It was a young man wearing a pink robe and holding a folding fan. He looked incomparably handsome and feminine. He was the Peach Blossom Prince, Lu Wenqing. Lu Wenqing's face was extremely ugly. He had been waiting here for so long. When the Heavenly Dog Eclipse was about to begin, the Black Tortoise Saint's cave would open and he would be able to enter to obtain the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance. However, he did not expect that there would be a few uninvited guests. This Long Outyin, he's actually the bastard that killed Uncle Lu? How can he be so strong? Lu Wenqing's eyes widened. At this moment, he recognized Ling Xiao's face. This was the brat that killed Lu Tiansha in the Wind Spirit tribe and ruined his plans. What shocked him even more was that regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Xianxia, they were far stronger than him. However, the 2 of them were still suppressed by Ling Xiao. This Long Outyin's strength was too terrifying. Luckily they don't have the Black Tortoise divine armor. Even if they can enter the Black Tortoise cave, they won't be able to obtain the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance. However, I have to find the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance quickly. Lu Wenqing caressed the Black Tortoise divine armor on his body and felt a little more at ease. However, he still felt a little worried. This place was already deep within the Great Void Secret Realm. Lu Wenqing even knew that he had reached the boundary of the trial grounds. The Realm Heart Lake had a powerful array set up by the saint. On the other side was the vast Great Void Secret Realm. It was said that there were even God King Realm Talisman men there. It was extremely dangerous. If not for the array set up by the saint to isolate a large portion of the Great Void Secret Realm, how could these people kill the talisman men and talisman beasts so easily? They would have been torn apart long ago. Lu Wenqing stared nervously at the sky. There, the resplendent sun was flowing with beautiful flames. However, at this moment, it had already dimmed slightly. It was as if there was a black shadow approaching at an extremely fast speed. Lu Wenqing knew that the Heavenly Dog Eclipse was about to arrive. The so-called Heavenly Dog Eclipse was when, at a special time, the extreme Yin star would cover the extreme Yang star, causing the extreme Yang star in the sky to be swallowed by the Heavenly Dog Eclipse. Heaven and earth would fall into eternal darkness. Only at that time would the extreme Yin and extreme Yang energies reach a delicate balance. It would also allow the Black Tortoise Saint's cave to open for a short period of time. If they missed this opportunity, they would never be able to open the Black Tortoise cave again. Rumble. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared in the sky. That scene was vast and mysterious. It caused Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Xianxia, who were in the middle of a battle, to tremble. They couldn't help but raise their heads. In the sky, the resplendent sun seemed to have been swallowed by some primordial beast. A black shadow began to cover it. The sky began to darken in an instant. Heavenly dog devouring the sun? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. He didn't expect that the heavenly dog devouring the sun would appear at this moment. Rumble. Darkness enveloped the land and streaks of lightning seemed to pour down, emitting a vast and eye-catching aura. The mountain in the realm Heart Lake emitted a bright light at this moment. It was golden as if it was cast from gold and emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. On the mountain top, an ancient stone door appeared and opened with a loud bang. A majestic aura gushed out from it as if it led to an unknown world. This is the aura of the Holy Tao? Could this be the cave of an ancient saint? Xiangba's body trembled as he felt the aura of the Holy Tao coming from the stone door. Instantly, his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Although Xianxia didn't say anything, his breathing quickened. The Black Tortoise Cave Mansion is finally open. Ha ha ha. The inheritance of the Black Tortoise Saint can only be mine. Lu Wenqing's eyes revealed an incomparably excited expression. He had already prepared himself when the heavenly dog devoured the sun. At this moment, when he saw the stone door appear, he instantly turned into a stream of light and shot into the stone door with extreme speed. Peach Blossom Prince Lu Wenqing? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. Lu Wenqing's speed was too fast. Before Ling Xiao, Xianxia and Xianxia could react, Lu Wenqing had already entered the stone door. However, Ling Xiao was able to clearly see Lu Wenqing's appearance. This aura is very similar to the aura of the Black Tortoise Divine Armor. No wonder he spent so much to buy the Black Tortoise Divine Armor. It seems like the Black Tortoise Divine Armor is definitely related to this cave mansion. A sliver of understanding flashed through Ling Zhao's eyes. He made a prompt decision, turning into a streak of golden light as he shot into the stone door. Rumble. The stone door existed for an extremely long time and needed the power of the sun and moon to reach a balance before it could open. At this moment, it was actually trembling slightly as if it was about to close. At this moment, how could Xianxia and Xianxia care about Ling Xiao? They also leaped up and entered the stone door in an instant. There's actually an ancient saint's cave mansion here? This lady is going to hit the jackpot. Qingting was also incomparably excited. Her eyes were filled with eagerness as she followed closely behind and entered the stone door. Lu Wenqing, Ling Xiao, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Qingting all entered the stone door. In just a short moment, the balance between the Great Yin and Great Yang was broken, and the stone door at the top of the mountain disappeared. Rumble. In an instant, Ling Xiao appeared in an unfamiliar world. Before he had time to look around, he immediately heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Moreover, it emitted an extremely fierce energy fluctuation. Whoosh! Ling Xiao instantly used the secret teleportation technique. His entire body was like a golden rainbow, instantly teleporting several hundred feet to the side. There was a loud explosion in the air, and Ling Xiao instantly saw the figure that attacked him. It was a pitch-black stone man. Although it was only 3 meters tall, its entire body emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation, reaching the level of true God realm. The stone man's face looked lifelike, and it was extremely resolute. Its entire body emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Ling Xiao was at the bottom of a mountain, and the surroundings were messy gravel. However, the black stone man in front of him seemed to have a grudge against Ling Xiao. After missing its first attack, it threw another punch at Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. This time, he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he threw a punch out as well. The blood around his body rose, and the golden fist print contained an indestructible energy fluctuation. Suddenly, it collided with the black stone man. Bang! There was a dull sound in the air, and Ling Xiao felt an unparalleled divine power attacking him. Instantly, his arm became numb, and he was sent flying several hundred feet. However, the black stone man's body only swayed a little, and he took a few steps back. Could it be that this stone man is a legendary puppet? It actually has such powerful fighting power. I'm afraid it's already close to the peak of true god realm. Ling Xiao's gaze instantly became somewhat solemn. A puppet stone man comparable to the peak of true god realm. It was fearless of death and did not know pain. Yet, its speed, combat instinct, and offensive power were all extremely strong, appearing incomparably difficult to deal with. Although the stone man did not seem to have intelligence, it did not have much impact on its combat power. Ling Xiao could see that behind the stone man, there was a path leading to the top of the mountain. And on the top of the mountain, there was an ancient palace, emitting a mysterious aura. Very clearly, this black stone man was like some kind of loyal guard, guarding everything on the top of the mountain. Heaven-seizing hammer. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered with a sharp light. The might of the black stone man made him give birth to a powerful fighting intent in his heart too. Immediately, golden divine light rose around his body. He threw a punch at the black stone man, initiating the battle. This punch was boundless, as if heaven and earth were enveloped by this punch. The fist momentum was vast and forceful, suppressing towards the black stone man. These three moves could be said to be the strongest fist technique that Ling Xiao had at the moment. Although his self-created 4-elephant sky-striking style and 5-element sky-sealing style were strong, their essence was a divine path martial art that used the divine power law. It was not purely a body-refining martial art. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was still too weak, so he was unable to fully unleash the power of these two moves. As for the three moves, together with Ling Xiao's powerful physical body, it possessed an indestructible fluctuation. Rumble, the void shook. This time, Ling Xiao and the black stone man's body shook violently, then they both retreated at the same time. This move, heaven-seizing hammer, was ferocious and the fist intent was vast. It actually offset the difference between Ling Xiao and the black stone man, causing them to be somewhat evenly matched. Again. Star-picking hand. Ling Xiao's blood boiled. His eyes flickered with a sharp light, and he threw another palm strike towards the black stone man. Not only Ling Xiao, but even Lu Wenqing, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Qingting were also obstructed by the black stone man, and an intense battle broke out. However, the black stone man's strength was too strong. It was unknown what kind of material was used to make these puppets, but they were indestructible. Although powerful divine king weapons could leave marks on their bodies, they were instantly restored to their original state. Other than Xianxia, who could barely contend with the black stone man in close combat, Xianxia and Qingting were in a miserable state. Most of Xianxia's combat strength was on the sword Dao, while Qingting cultivated the archery Dao. They were unable to break through the stone man's defense, and could only be chased and beaten by the stone man. Only the peach blossom young master, Lu Wenqing, was able to react. When the black stone golem was about to attack him, the black tortoise divine armor on his body emitted a faint light. A mysterious aura filled the air. The black stone golem suddenly stopped attacking Lu Wenqing. It seemed as if it had once again fallen into a deep sleep. Ha ha ha. Looks like I am destined to be the successor of the black tortoise saint. Those few fellows, I'm afraid they are no match for these stone men. Lu Wenqing's confidence was greatly boosted, and he laughed loudly. He looked at the palace on the mountain peak, and his eyes were filled with passion. In an instant, he soared up and flew towards the palace. End of chapter 1243. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.